All right, dude. Hello, everybody. What's up? Yo, it's been a while. Let's go, man. Wow, it's been a minute, huh? How's everybody doing? Hello, everyone. Big round of applause of everybody being here in chat. I've got a lot of catching up to do with the chat, man. How's it going? All right, let's go ahead and see who do we have in chat. We've got Chris saying hello and good morning over on the YouTube stream. Squilliam with the morning hello, and Angelos Kalispera, brother. How you doing, man? Hello. And now going over on Twitch, we've got Mr. Tabletop with the first comment. Yeah, where have you been, dude? What's up, man? How's it going? Lovely to have you here. Tabletop, how's it going, man? Thank you so very much for, what is it now, 2? Did you do 2? Yeah, 200 bits, man. Thank you for the blurps. Sinister1 with the resub with 3 months, man. Thank you so much. Happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you, Sly and Sinister. Who else do we have here? Zux, Evening Scorp, hope you've been well. I've been doing amazing, man. What about yourself? Lovely to see you here. Yo, finally the stream I can chill on. What's up, Mr. Icy? Welcome in. What's good, y'all? No Saint. How's it going? Y'all have fun going mute while in a meeting. Be back in a little bit. Don't talk about all the good stuff without me. Oh, we won't, man. We do have a lot of stuff to cover, though. I have a lot of things actually prepared to look at and chat with you all. So I'm really excited for that one. Yeah. We've got a lot of shit to cover, man. Do the drops start now, or do we need to wait until the reveal? We need to wait until the reveal. They get enabled Squilliam whenever they start the stream, so it's in a couple of hours. I do have the reveal timer, by the way, but I forgot to put it onto this screen. 10 hours away? No, it's less than that. It's like 7 something. Let me just go over here. There it is. Reveal countdown is at 7:32. 7 hours and 32 more minutes to go. So let me just grab this reveal timer real quick and put it over here so we know what we're doing. There it is. Yeah, welcome in, everybody. Lovely to have you here. Once again, Table, thank you for the 200 bits, man. Quite late at night, yeah. It is my 14th wedding anniversary today. Let's go, Tabletop. Congratulations to you and the missus, man. Gonna lurk and keep practicing for the new league, man. Keep up the great work. Nice. That's exactly what we're gonna do with step 1 as well. We're gonna go in for a little bit and just get some practice in, and then we've got a lot of stuff to go over. Coatl, long time no see. I know, right? The man, the myth, the legend is back. Let's go, Commander. We are, man. I'm so excited. I'm rest up. I finished with everything else, the side projects and everything that I need to put my energy into, and we're ready, man. How you guys doing? Maxi, thank you for the follow, as well as T-Srite38. Thank you guys for the follow. I wonder if the shadow is going to get revealed. Yeah, I wonder that as well. We'll see. If it does, we do have a subathon that we need to plan, by the way. Are you going to be live all day until the reveal, or will you take a break? No breaks, dude. I did a break for over 3 weeks, so we're going to go live all the way until the reveal. And we're going to watch the Q&A, and we're going to watch the, we're going to look out for the patch notes. As long as that takes, we're here for it. And we're gonna always, like we always do, right? We're gonna watch it together. We're gonna comment together. I'm gonna take notes so I can be able to prepare a nice little video for you guys for tomorrow, where I'm gonna try and simplify everything that they announced today. Glad to see everyone back to the chat. Let's go, Table. I know. Maxi, once again, thank you, man. Welcome in. Raf is saying Kalispera, Dober Večer, and Hi. That's 3 different languages, my man. Lovely to hear it, Raf. Welcome in. Bayani Bastion, hello. And Black Onyx, hello. Nice to see you too. Who else do we have over in the YouTube chat? Chris is saying, well, after yesterday and all those leaks, this league is looking so damn good. That's very, very true, Chris. Indeed. Your latest video isn't available. What happened? Wait, what do you mean? My latest video is not available. What does that mean? What does that mean, brother? My latest video is not available. Why? Oh, I see it as available. Yeah, it is available. I'm here for armor buffs. Yeah, me too, money back. I'm here for all the armor shit that we could get, man. I want to see the armor stuff. I read in the article, we're going to... Listen, what we're going to do, man. We've got a lot of stuff to do. Yeah, it's available? Okay, yeah, it is. We have a lot of things that I want to cover. We've got the leaks, so we're going to see if we're going to look at them. I know a lot of people don't want to get the spoilers, so I'm going to respect that. We're not going to look at them if you guys don't want to. But we do have predictions that we want to do. We've got like the bingo card generator that you guys can do as well. We can create bingo cards with our predictions. There's a lot of shit that we want to get into, man. So we'll see. Looks like they reworked it, or I could be wrong, for the armor. The only thing that was leaked, actually I don't want to spoil any leaks. My leaking video is available on YouTube for anyone who doesn't care reading the leaks, but there are some changes to armor. Personally, again, spoiler alert, but personally I don't think it's enough, but we'll see. It's not everything that they're going to do has been leaked, so let's see. Just leveled a Totem Warrior, hyped for update. Yeah. I'm about to do the same. I'm gonna do some leveling now to unrust myself, man. Haven't seen you in a long time. How have you been? Ready for the new league? Yes, dude. Yeah. What I've been doing is I've been off for like 3 weeks off stream, and that doesn't necessarily mean that I was resting the whole time. You can ask Icy. I've been working on multiple other projects that we are trying to launch for this league. So, but yeah, I took some time off on the stream, but now we're back. I have no idea what that means, Bastian. What does that word mean? I'm just waiting for the new class that they have not launched yet. I want to see what classes that they will bring in next. Yeah, well, I know that Marauder is going to come out at some point. Shadow is going to come out. Druid is going to come out. I don't know what else they're thinking of, but apparently they confirmed that Druid is not going to be available for 0.3. The spoilers were cool, says Tabletop, but I'm excited because... supposedly, the leaks only covered about 40%. That's correct. Yeah, that's what we heard. Kamusta is Tagalog for hello. How are you doing? Wait, Tagalog is Filipino, no? The only thing that I know, I think it's Filipino. Is it like one dialect in the Philippines? I'm not sure if I'm completely butchering this, but I know Salamat po. That's all I know, man. Really bummed out about no Druid. Yeah, I know, right? A lot of people thought that we're getting Druid. Hey, listen, Jonathan is a crazy dude, right? So we don't know if he just said, yeah, there's no Druid, and then they surprise us with it. So I don't know. Tagalog is from the Philippines. Yes. Good. It's available now. Sorry, bro. No worries, man. I want more ways to get a crazy amount of spirit. There's a build. You can spawn infinite totems, but they cost spirit. Yeah, that's true. True. More spirit. Yeah. Map, new endgame. Probably that's what they need to release some endgame stuff for sure. Same, I started a warrior class to get back into PoE 2 groove, but the movement speed difference for PoE 1 is killing me. I know. This is going to be a common problem for people that played PoE 1. Blaze, thank you very much for the follow, man. This is going to be a common problem for people that played PoE 1 for the past month, where they're going to need to readapt to the movement speed of PoE 2, and they might find it a little bit hard to do. But yeah, it is what it is, man. Yeah, we are getting some stuff for movement speed, but again, I don't want to spoil it. Anyway, let's go into the game, guys. Let's go into the game and see what we're going to do today. I'm going to go either monk or a ranger. I think I'm going to start with a monk. We're not doing anything serious, just letting you know. A Scorp prepping is what we're going to call this. We're not going to do anything serious. We're just going to unrust ourselves, get a little bit, yeah, again, familiar with the campaign and stuff like that, and just level up a little bit. And then we do have a few other things that I want to do. We do have 7 hours and 24 minutes, as you guys can see over on the left side over here of the screen. That countdown is whenever the reveal starts. So we do have a couple of hours to kill. So what we're going to do within those hours is we're going to level up a little bit. That's number one. We do have some videos that I want us to watch. Some pretty cool videos that we can watch together. And yeah, potentially, if you don't mind, we can go over the leaks if you guys don't care about them. Whoever doesn't want to hear spoilers or whatever can, I don't know, go do something else until we finish that. But yeah, we have a lot of shit to do. Also, the bingo cards, by the way, like I mentioned before, I want to do my bingo cards with my predictions and see how many we're going to hit. The only problem with that is that the leaks actually completely destroyed my predictions and everything. I did have a lot of pretty good predictions. Like within my previous bingo card, I had that there's only one act they're gonna release, and yeah, so I don't know, man. I need to redo them again. I'm lurking and follower. Oh, I'm a lurker and follower on another account. Glad to see you back. Hell yeah, Blaze. Thank you so much for that, man. Thank you, dude. Welcome in. PoE is a lot of fun. I liked it. And I also love PoE 2. Yeah, I'm on the same page, bro. PoE 1 is really fun, actually. It has a very different vibe to the game. But personally, I'm sticking to PoE 2. Don't worry, I'm going to have my pet honey badger ready. Yeah. Alright, so I'm so excited, bro. I don't know why it feels as if the league is going to drop tonight, but it won't. We still have like a couple of days. Like 9 more days for the league to launch. But today is a big, big, big day for PoE 2. If you're trying to get a warrior to work, use shield charge and later use leaping slam to use skills for movement with warrior. Yeah, that's true. Leaping slam is insane, but shield charge, I agree with that. Shield charge is pretty good in the beginning. I'm gonna spam this. I didn't even equip anything. I'm just gonna do it auto attack here. Just dodge that. I don't think there's a lot of thinking to do here. Oh, I'm dead. Yep. So there is some thinking to do here. You deal so much more damage than I remember. Anyway, we equip this, and this is gonna be so much easier. Okay. League support gems changes are junk. Supposed to kill the wise skill gems allocations. Hope they revoke their decision. Yeah, there's one thing that they said about the support gems that I don't necessarily like, to be honest. And I think that's the same thing that you're talking about as well. About using support gems multiple times within your kit. I don't know if that's a good change, to be honest. Because it's gonna kill the build diversity, and basically it's gonna lower the amount of brain cells that you need to create a build. That's what's gonna happen there. So I don't know what their decision is gonna be. I don't even know if that's official, man. What if the articles that we read and the leaks are all false? I mean, if they are, this guy is a genius of creating false leaks, man. Because everything looked insanely real. But we'll see. Alright. I'm watching on YouTube, no ads, and Twitch. What chat do you prefer commenting in? I don't mind, man. I don't mind. I have both of the chats in front of me, so I don't really mind. The only issue that I can think of on YouTube is that they have a delay. There's a larger delay between the stream and YouTube than the stream and Twitch. So that's the only issue. I don't mind with the chats. PoE 2 just feels so much better than PoE 1 as it feels faster and there's way more customization in part 2. I see. I do believe that that's... I do share the same opinion as you, because I prefer PoE 2. What's happening here? But it's 100% just opinions, man. Because I'm getting a lot of comments where people just prefer PoE 2. And they play PoE... they prefer PoE 1, sorry, and they play PoE 2 for the hype. But yeah. I personally don't love the unique gems because it feels a lot like PoE 1, where everything is based on skills you need to grind hard to get. Well, I do agree with that, and as long as they don't make the strongest gems in the game being the unique gems, then I'm okay with it, to be honest. I don't really mind. But yeah, you get what I mean, right? Okay, we need that. We got Renly. We go to Clearfell. There's no way that they've been working on exclusively one act this entire time. These 3 months, they've been radio silent. There has to be more than that unless the act is ginormous. Well, they did say, actually the article claims that Act 4 is going to be as long as Act 1, 2, and 3 combined. So it is a massive ass act, right? So there's going to be like 100+ new monsters apparently, a bunch of different bosses and stuff. So it is a pretty big act. I don't know how it's going to go when it comes down to speed of leveling, since it's going to be that. What is happening with the with the damage that I'm getting here? But yeah, you get what I mean, right? So I agree with you that they've been radio silent for a while now. But don't forget that whatever we saw with the leaks and everything, it might just be 40%. So we might have like a lot more things coming out as well. Egg called the guy, GGG called the guy and had him remove those leaks. Yeah, of course. It's a pretty bad thing to do, man. If it wasn't by accident, it's pretty stupid what happened. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt that he has a live website and he and his team wanted to prepare the articles for the release time so they can be the first ones to catch the SEO articles and everything. And they forgot to hide them, or they forgot to put them into draft and they released them. I really hope that's what happened and it's not intentional, because if it's intentional, it's pretty dumb. I mean, even the strategy of doing it quote unquote accidentally so you can get people to see your website and get traffic that way, even that somebody can say that it's smart for doing that, but it's just, you just ruined your reputation with the company if that's what you did. You know what I mean? Pretty weird. If they don't release a new class, what class do you plan to start the league with? Either a monk or a ranger, I think. If they don't release a new class. If they release a new class, I'm going the new class. But if they don't, I'm either going to go monk or ranger. And the reason for that is because I want to get to the end game as fast as I possibly can. So I might do ranger actually. But also it depends on the changes that they decide to do for those two classes. I mean the basic abilities like Ice Strike and Tempest Bell and whatnot, and then Lightning Arrow and all that stuff, depending on the changes there. Damn, the damage that monks get is insane. I take too much damage here, bro. Okay, we kill Barrier and move away from that. Okay, move. Oh, I don't have... Oh, I'm dead. Yep. I didn't have health potion.
Hello there.
This isn't going as good as I wanted. Fam Skills, what's up, man? Thank you very much for the tier 1 5 months, man. Thank you. We're going to practice a little bit with a monk. I'm very, very rusty, as you guys can see. But, yeah, that's the reason why I'm doing this. Your GPU noticed you haven't played PoE 2 for a while. I know, Aramin. I know. I was like, what is happening? It's just Awakened Gems over again. Yeah, I was gonna do Corrupting Cry again, but they removed the line on Seismic Cry that allows you to spam it. True. Rip to the most fun I've had in PoE 2. Hey, you never know what they're gonna do, man. Let's keep our hopes up. Let's see. I don't know how they're gonna do this and what kind of unique gems we're gonna be getting. And if that's true, we'll see. I don't know. Again, the guy that leaked that could be a genius in disguise. I don't know. It might not actually be the thing. What is this damage, dude? Holy shit. Hey, Yixo, thank you, man. Thanks. And again, Fabs, thank you so much for the sub, brother. Appreciate you, man. I move away from that. Okay, again, I don't have any health potions here. So I cannot get hit by anything, but there you go. Yeah, this is a pain in the ass, bro. Alright, let me try something else. And this time, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna go, I'm taking this away, and I'm gonna go hardcore SSF. Where's my monk? Here, we haven't died with this guy, so let me just keep playing this dude instead. It's gonna be a better practice. Well, some of the leaks are still up, so I don't think it was an accident. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I totally agree with him. PoE 2 is just a little more fun, but there are some who like part 1 more, and if that's the case, go have a wonderful time. That's why PoE 1 is still around. Yeah, true. How you been? It's been a while. I know, Yixu. I know. We're back now, bro. How are you doing? Yo, Squilly, I'm becoming a member officially on YouTube. Thank you so much for doing that. Squill, thank you, man. I appreciate you. Monk in multiplayer is so fun. Yeah, Monk is a beast, man. I truly hope that sprint animation for those with floating MTX makes you fly like Superman. That would be amazing, but I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna be possible, bro. Sprint. Yay, says Christopher over on the YouTubes. Yeah. Yeah. Sprint. Get over here! Yo, question. Does anybody know? Vulcan GT, thank you so much for the follow, bro. Does anybody know if the damage is... It shouldn't be, right? Is the damage reduced in SSF? I don't think it is, right? Because then it loses its point of being SSF and its point of being a strategy or an achievement, you know what I mean? But I've been playing like SSF lately, and the damage I'm taking on the monk is far less than the damage that you've seen before. It's a massive difference, bro. There would be zero difference to have a zero reason to have a difference in damage. I agree. Yeah. I'm like 99% sure that there isn't. The only reason I'm asking is because that took me off guard before. The damage intake that I took with the monk is insane, and this guy's level 2. Like, I do have a few pieces here and there, which is probably the reason. So it's super significant. It shows how significant the gear is early on, actually. What do I need to do? Mud Burrow. Did I get the cold? I don't even remember if I did the cold with this guy. So let's try it again here. Do I have... I do have Glacial Cascade as well. Let's try this boss with this character instead. Yeah, the difference is massive, but I agree with you. There's literally zero reason. Look at the difference in damage, yo. There's zero reason that there should be different. So it just comes to show how important gear is early on. It's crazy. Just watch the YouTube video about the leaks, hoping all of them are true. Yeah, same here, man. I really hope that they're true, and I cannot wait to see what the other 60% is going to be. But again, I'm really hopeful that everything that we heard from the leakage is actually accurate, like the 40% stuff and all that as well. They're adding sprint, but I heard they're also adding a mechanic that changes sprint. I think it's called T-Mobile. What? What? Wait, is Sprint... You're confusing me here. Is Sprint like some kind of a company that I don't know about? Gear makes a huge difference in the early game. I noticed that for sure. Oh, yeah, man. Definitely. And I'm not talking about like rare gear or whatever. Just any kind of gear. Really, really helps here. As we saw earlier. I know that T-Mobile is a company. I don't know if I'm not getting the Sprint, but T-Mobile. Yeah, you see, I didn't know that, bro. That's why I didn't get it. I'm sorry, Logan. I'm pretty sure that your joke was funny, but I'm just a dumbass and I didn't get it. I didn't know that Sprint is a company, but yeah. Alright, so since this is SSF, we're gonna go the safe route. Or the other way around. Oh, right. So T-Mobile bought Sprint. Okay, what is Sprint? Is it again the same shit like T-Mobile or? They were bought out by T-Mobile. I see. I understand that reference. Well, good. It's a cell phone service company. Oh, I see. Yo, Happy. Welcome in. Hello, hello, my brother. What's up, what's up? Okay, this... I don't know if... I don't remember if Monk speeds up later on. To be honest. But it doesn't matter if I spam something with the Monk. It's gonna be slower than Ranger for sure. We're gonna do like an hour of the Monk and then an hour of the Ranger and see how I feel about them. And then depending on the patch notes and what they decide to do, we're gonna decide what kind of league starter we're gonna do. To be completely honest, you want my unbiased opinion here? And I'm pretty sure it's not gonna be a popular opinion. Just saying. My opinion is this. I really hope that they nerf the Ranger. I'm sorry for all Ranger mains, but I think you guys had a lot of fun the past 2 expansions. Or 2 leagues even. I really want them to completely nerf Lightning Arrow, Lightning Spear, anything to do with lightning arrows and lightning builds with the Ranger. Like, not necessarily nerf the Ranger, but nerf the basic shit that everybody's been playing. Because this is going to be the 3rd league in a row, if they don't do any changes when it comes down to that. The 3rd league in a row where the best league starter is probably going to be a Ranger. I don't know how you guys feel about what I just said, but yeah, I just said it. Killing Palm is pretty much teleportation. Yeah, true, but I don't want to be skipping everything. I want to, you know, kill stuff for the XP and the items and stuff early on. And then slowly start... Ouch, I forgot about this move. Yeah. You see? Rusty! Scorp, we're rusty. And this is SSF. Dude. Alright, let's try this shit again. Tailwind is too OP. Yeah. I'm deleting this. I'm not doing hardcore or SSF, so I don't keep repeating this. We're gonna go with a Ranger real quick, just so I can try stuff. Scorp. Try out. Unrust myself here. So while you were away, Scorp, I played Deadeye. It was easy mode. It's like playing an entirely different game, I know. And Lightning Arrow is like smooth. Yeah, it is. It's very, very smooth. I couldn't care less about Lightning Spear. Just make another build more viable. Yeah, but I'm not talking only about the Spear. Because even if the Spear, again, my opinion, but even if the Spear is the most popular build, it's still not the preferred build to level up with. Yo, Kainza, let's go. Welcome back. Thank you so much, man. Lovely to have you here. I want them to buff the poison skills more to nerf the lightning skills because some people need help and want to get to the end game. Oh, I agree with that. What I'm saying is that I've always been an advocate of not nerfing shit to the ground. I'm not saying nerf it to the ground. What I'm saying is just balance all the lightning stuff that are over buffed. You know what I mean? They're too broken, bro. It doesn't matter how much we talk about it or what our opinions are. They are pretty broken, and the way that they are broken is because of all the things that is compatible with them makes them broken. You know what I mean? So they just need to rework the way that that works, because I'm pretty sure I can already sense that Ranger Lightning Arrow is going to be probably the go-to league starter for everybody. Once again. But again, we're going to practice with this now, just a proper normal leveling, and see how I feel with the speed. Again, I'm not going to rush into it. I'm not in a race with anybody. But, you know, it just needs to feel smooth as well. Alright, there you go. Lightning Arrow. There you go. That's it. It's done. The campaign is over. We got Lightning Arrow. Easy peasy. Do you use any software to price check and set hotkeys like Sidekick? Yes, I do. Sidekick is the one that I've been using the most. And it's my personal favorite and my recommendation. I'm not saying that the other ones are not working as well as Sidekick. I know a lot of people have been using PoE2 Overlay by Overwolf. I'm not big on the Overwolf, which is why I'm not using it, but I know that it's really good and a lot of people use it. So if you want to use that one, you can give it a try, but I am using Sidekick. I want to play a minion build, but they all build Dookie. Well, we'll see. That's what I'm saying. I really hope that they fix a lot of the builds that have issues. And that might change, actually. All right, what are we doing? Evasion rating. Let's go evasion rating. Actually, no. I'm going to do the proper run, which is projectile. Just go. I forgot I'm not playing SSF anymore. And hardcore. All right, let's get this dude. Let's throw a couple of normal ones. Rail, thank you very much for the follow, buddy. Welcome in. Thank you for the support. Welcome to the stream, bud. This is what I mean easy mode, man. Get over here! Generino or Generino. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name, but thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in, guys. Appreciate you all. So yeah, as I was saying, I don't want to. I don't want them to butcher any kind of build, any kind of spell, even Lightning Spear. I don't care about Lightning Spear. I played enough Lightning Spear to cover 3 leagues in the future. I don't care about Lightning Spear. I just want them to balance it a tiny bit, so it's not like the best performing single ability or AoE ability. That's what balancing my brain is. But what I want them to do is give love to everything else that's bad, like fire spells, ice spells, poison spells, stuff like that, you know, to get it up to par. But also, I would love to see a league where the league starter, the best league starter, could be something like the Mercenary, for example, with all the crossbow changes and everything, you know? So yeah, that could be pretty cool. If we get some love over there. Alright, we got a chest here. We got this. Actually, I should have started an SSF. I'm not going to trade. 1000% guaranteed, but I just want to de-rust here. Alright, I'm selling all of these. Try basic attack, does more damage. Yeah, early on it does, you're right. IVN Hand, thank you for the follow as well. Was it cool, unique? It was indeed, yeah. Okay, work done for the day. Let's do this shit. Hey, let's go, man. Oh my god. Holy shit. Did you guys see that? That damage is insane. If you want to play minion build, use totems. Yeah, like the effigy, you mean? I just want the unarmed monk ascendancy that I heard about. Sounds like a fun class, like something with a claw or something, like punching things. I think that sounds cool. Just about to start work. Oh no. It's okay. I don't know if you can watch the stream while you're working, but I'm here to entertain you, bud, until you finish up. The only thing my spells need right now is damage. I'm doing an Elsa build and constantly lagging out. The game from creating entities is great. Yeah, I've heard a lot about that build, by the way. I'm a huge Necro fan, and the league changes look so good at the moment for Necro. Yeah, for the Witch. Yeah, Witch has pretty decent changes, if those are true. We'll see. Listen, the one thing that I know 100% is true, and it's not based on the leaks or it's based on anyone else but Jonathan, is that they focused a lot on balancing ascendancies, passive nodes, abilities, and support gems of things and classes that didn't work in the previous league. So I'm fairly confident that we're going to see a lot of spike in new builds. That's what I believe is going to happen. They confirmed that they worked a lot in balancing, but I don't know exactly what they're going to do. But yeah, I'm hopeful. Okay, so I'm gonna try and play this as best as I possibly can by treating it as a new league here, so I can see the how fast it is. Yeah, I'll have the stream on the side. Awesome, man. Smith Okitawa needs a huge damage buff. Actually, yeah, as simple as that. That could be the simplest way of saying it, but I think that any warrior build needs a little bit more freedom of doing multiple different shit to become compatible with their main abilities, you know what I mean? There's too much downtime and too many negatives for the builds that exist right now. Like, think about it. Perfect Strike is such a cool ability, but you've got the downside that you need to time it correctly. Hammer of the Gods is a good ability, but again, not everyone is using it because of XYZ reasons. Like, whatever benefit you're getting with Warrior, it seems that you're also getting an equal amount of either consequences or negatives. That's something that they need to fix, and if they fix that, they will automatically fix the damage that's lacking. I spend the most divines on Warrior build trying to boost up damage. To be honest, me too, man. I don't know if you remember. I think Warrior was it took me the longest time to find and create my own build with to be successful in the endgame. It took me like 2 weeks or something, or a week and a half, and also spend a ton of money on it. All right, we've got Grellwood. We need to find the boss. ED and Contagion was a fun league starter, but it falls off in the endgame pretty quickly. I know, Armin. Actually, that was my second class that I leveled up after I failed with the Ritualist, before they actually fixed the Ritualist. That was my league starter. Not the best choice that I made, but yeah, ED Contagion was my second, and I had a lot of fun with it. Alright, we want to dodge these for sure. They hurt. There's a blast somewhere here, so we dodge that one. I want to dodge these spikes. Try and hit them with the AoE here. And not get hit. Yeah. This is more damage than I remember. I don't usually do runs that I'm naked. I usually go with Twinks, where I stack them with the uniques that I found and stuff like that. So it's very interesting that we're trying to do this, because we get a feeling of what the damage is. And to be honest, if anybody has the energy and wants to do this again, I would advise you to create a new character right now in SSF, so you are forced to do shit yourself instead of trading, and just have a practice run, man. As long as your energy is there, and you're okay with leveling another character, just do that. It could be your favorite character, it could be a new one to test it, whatever. Just do that, because now I'm getting a sense of what I need to watch out whenever the league starts. I don't want to keep dying early on, you know? So yeah, I'm pretty happy with my decision here. So there you go. We've got cold resistance with that one. Some gloves that provide us nothing. We throw these away. I'm not gonna overcomplicate this. 6 resistance. Okay, we don't care about the shield. We've got enough money. This is my main account, so we don't care about that one. And we'll go to Mudburrow. We'll get more damage right here. And keep going. Are we allowed to mention leaks? I'm okay if yes or no. Actually, at some point, we're going to dedicate like an hour talking only about the leaks. And I'm going to show you guys the leaks again. We're going to read them word by word. In the video that I posted, I did it. I skipped a lot of them. And whenever we get to that point, I'm going to give a notice for people. Anybody who doesn't want to get shit spoiled, I'm going to give you like a warning for you guys to either mute the stream or go somewhere else and come back later. But I do prefer to keep it like that, just to avoid spoiling shit to anybody who doesn't want to get spoiled. I will stay silent until then, yeah. Hello, Glitched. What's up, man? Hello, hello. Volcanic Fissure, if it's fixed, could be good, yeah. It has a lot of potential. A lot of stuff have a lot of potential, man. Like the, honestly, I'm gonna keep saying it. The Chayula Monk could be such a badass ascendancy if done right. But I think they need like a rework or some shit. There's a lot of ascendancies that I feel the same for. Another one is the Tactician. The new one for the Mercenary. That's another one. Or the Pathfinder. Same, I spent over 50 divines and still was bad. Yeah. Long time no see. Have you enjoyed the break? I have, bro. Yeah. I really missed the stream. I wanted to start streaming a lot sooner, but other side projects that I was working on and other stuff didn't allow me to. But I'm really happy that I'm back on stream, man. Really, really excited for what's coming and really excited to see you guys again. It was a big league starter and PoE won this league, so it's pretty good. Oh, the Volcanic Fissures. I see, I see. Okay, this is where we died before. Easy escape with this one. We don't need to get into his balls. Just take care of our mana. Again, just to make it fair for me to understand how I'm going to play this if I'm going to go Ranger. I'm not going to use my gold to buy shit. I'm not going to use my divines to upgrade stuff and buy stuff. We're kind of playing SSF without the SSF, you know what I mean? Just so I can feel... I can feel the campaign with the Ranger without any twink items and stuff. And this is one of my potential league starters right here. And it all depends on the patch notes tonight and what they release. If there's a new class, scrap this plan. We're going for the new class, whatever it is. Bum bum. If we don't get a new class along with Act 4, I'll be upset. Okay, Zolrain, I prefer you being accepted from now rather than later. I have a very, very strong feeling that we're not getting anything when it comes down to a new class. We might be getting new ascendancies. I don't know if that's going to please you, but... Actually, I don't know how I feel about it, but a good 80% of my gut says we're not getting a new class. And 20% says that we might. And 20% is not a small amount, bro. We could. You never know. Okay, there it is. We got this one. Let's get out of here. Get over here! Polito, thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome. Yeah, Kainza was about to say, that 20% is not a small amount, but that 20% in me that says that we're going to get a new class, for some reason, I think it's going to be the Shadow. If it is. But I'm going to put it into my predictions. Later on, when we after we look at the leaks, we're gonna go ahead together. If you guys can join me, if you want, and we're gonna create our bingo cards. And this is what I mean right here. Boom, this bingo cards. I'm gonna make it nice and pretty and all that shit, and you guys can follow through and do yours. But we're gonna put all of our predictions. Obviously, the leaks are gonna completely f that up and screw it up. But yeah, I'm gonna try and be fair and not put predictions that are in the leaks. But I do have like my notes that I had from before. These are the only things that I wrote as my predictions, and unfortunately some of these are mentioned in the leaks. I'm not going to say anything now, we're going to look at them later, so I might not even add them in, so we'll see. Infernal Play X, thank you so much for the follow as well. In my opinion, you skip this boss until you're done with the next section, so you are over leveled and can smash him. The skill gem he gives is good, but not a must this early. That's a good yeah, that's a good thinking, Sinister. I think it's also safer what you're saying. Just remember the internet is full of trolls, so leaks might not be close to correct. Dude, again, I agree 100%. The leaks don't mean that they're 100% confirmed. I don't know if they are. If they're not and they're far from the truth, hats off to the guy, man. Hats off to the dude. Because he did a fantastic job of convincing a bunch of people that they're real. Because they look really good, man. Cold, maximum life. I'm going to keep with the cold here. I'm going for the arrow. We're doing... What are we doing? We're doing scatter shot to the rods, if I'm not mistaken, and then chain or pierce in the arrow. I don't remember exactly what I'm doing, but that's what I'm gonna do. What time is the announcement? The announcement is on the timer next to me, faceless, is when it happens. In 6 hours and 48, man. So depending on your time zone, you could do the math. The leaks look like they have the info when we're building their site and accidentally made it live early. Yeah, that's my guess as well. That they forgot to put them into draft or hide them. I'm hoping for some performance fixes, to be honest. Yeah, same here. Bro, I've been saying it for months. If they actually go ahead and release Shadow, that means that we're doing a subathon on release date. So that's going to be a big ass stream if they announce the Shadow. I'm going to have like 9 days to figure out the subathon competitions and challenges and giveaways and all that good stuff. Bro, if they do, imagine if they do, man. Holy shit. The only thing that convinces me that they might actually release a class is that A, they have never ever, if I'm wrong and you guys know something that I skipped or I haven't read, correct me please, but they have never actually confirmed that we will not get a class. They did, however, confirm that we're not going to get the Druid, apparently, but they never confirmed that we're not getting a class. That's one. And the second reason why I'm almost convinced that we're going to get a class is that when are they planning the actual full release of the game? I thought it was end of the year. End of the year, they're speculating that our 4th league is going to come out around December, if I'm not mistaken. Again, if I'm missing something or I remember shit incorrectly, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but that's what they said. Every 4 months. I don't know why Dawn of the Hunt was 5 months. But yeah, if it's 4 months, that means that December we're getting our 4th league. And I remember Season 1 or Season 2, I don't know exactly when, somebody, either Mark or Jonathan, I think Jonathan said in an interview that he wants it was an online website interview, if I'm not mistaken, he said that he wants the full game to release by the end of the year, which is impossible then, and it's impossible now, I believe. So if it's not end of the year and it's the first quarter of next year, once again, they need to release a lot of shit every single league from now on. And a new class is necessary, dude, for them to do that. I don't think they could or should release 2 classes at the same time. I don't know if that's going to be good for their feedback whenever they release the class. You know what I mean? So releasing 1 class each league is much healthier for their feedback and balancing as well, rather than releasing 2 classes at the same time. Because a lot of the existing classes are going to lose player base. And the new classes are going to have a split popularity. And the most broken out of the 2 is going to have more players playing it, you know what I mean? So I think I legit believe 0.3 is the other half of the game we're missing, and the rest of the year is for them to test the changes before 0.3 in December. Oh, before 1.0? Wait, really, Red Eye? You think that the full release is going to be in December? Oh, what? 60% end of the year, so most likely Q1 instead? April, yeah. I think the game may get pushed back to March even. Better let all the PoE newbies know they're going to have challenge rewards this time around. Yeah. I think we'll get a Marauder because the hammer throw was seen in the leak. As it was in the Exile Con 23 trailer. You might be right, Iron. You might be right. I remember seeing that, and I was thinking about the Marauder as well. But at this point, nothing is guaranteed, bro. Like, think about the Druid and how close we got to the Druid. Everybody thought that we're getting a Druid. The Druid was semi-ready like a year ago. If you guys remember, there's like a YouTube video a year and a half ago where they were showcasing the Druid. And although it didn't look finished, it was like a proper class, you know what I mean? Plus, we found like data mined items and abilities and support gems for the Druid and the transformation of the Druids and stuff like that. Even before we got the, what do you call it? Even before we got Dawn of the Hunt. And the same happened with the Shadow class as well. We got a lot of leaks and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe you're right. If the leaks are only 40%, then 0.3 has to be massive. That's why the patch has been so long since 0.2. Bro, everything lines up with what you're saying, Red Eye. Everything lines up with what you're saying. The only thing that I don't feel that it lines up is that we have like, what, 4 more classes? So if they don't release another class, or even if they do release one class, imagine how many more classes we have, plus their ascendancies, plus the ascendancies of everything that exists now, and 2 more acts. So based on what you're saying, that means they're going to release 3 classes in December? That's the only part where I'm like, I don't know. Mark already said they won't release 1.0 with all the classes. Oh, did he? Oh, there you go. Okay, I haven't read that. I don't remember it, even if I did. Mark said in an interview that maybe a full release will be without having all classes. Most important is all acts. Oh, I see, Polito. You said it above as well. I didn't see that comment. Oh shit. Okay. Well, yeah. Red Eye, it lines up, man. Maybe we might be seeing 1.0 then at the end of the year. If that's how they're thinking. Druid is the golden worm on the hook. I think it's going to be the last class they add. I think that one and Shadow are probably the worms in the hooks or whatever. I mean, GGG is very smart, man. They had an amazing launch, Season 1. They had a pretty big backtrack and fall back with Season 2 with Dawn of the Hunt. Although I really liked the season, it didn't perform half as good, and it was a lot longer, so people got bored of it a lot faster. And yeah, they need something insanely huge right now to start getting the attention of other people again. And I think this is going to be it. 0.3 is going to be a massive, massive league. But he said maybe not for sure. I see. People are saying that we might get Templar. I see. I wonder if they would change items and already drops are going to be okay of what they have already reached in patches before. Yeah. I work in similar live service software, and I've seen this happen before. Just my 2 cents. Yeah, fair enough, man. No, it makes sense what you're saying, bro. It makes sense. Like my, not my hope, but my trust that they can cover everything that's needed for the full game by the end of the year just increase slightly with what you said, because I do see some logic behind it. The way that you explained it. I can see them doing that and thinking like that. Like, maybe release one more class now and release one more class in December, and that's going to be 2 extra, and we have 3 more to go, which is going to give them the leverage of having new shit to be released after the full release of the game. So maybe we can see Shadow now and Druid next, or something like that. Yeah. That's 100% what I'm thinking. Yeah, sure. I can see that happening as well. I mean, classes are going to be a big-ass addition to the full live game, you know what I mean? They're going to attract more people, they're going to motivate more people to keep playing. Whereas if you release them all now and everything now, then the only things that you're going to be doing is satisfying people that are already playing the game, you know what I mean? Microtransactions and skins and stuff like that. And some balance changes, that's it. By the way, baby glitched came. She's now 2.5 weeks old. I didn't have to val it. She came perfectly cute. Oh, dude. I am so happy for you guys, man. Baby glitched is, yeah. Let's go, man. I'm so happy for you, brother. Congrats on becoming a dad. I saw an article saying they're doing free weekend for 0.3. Has to be massive content. They are, yeah. It was in the league things that they're doing PoE 2 for free over the weekend whenever it launches. Yeah. So it has to be massive. I think, bro. I honestly think, I don't know if Icy's here and Kane's is here, but I honestly think that 0.3 is gonna be the biggest thing that we've ever had in PoE 2. And I think this expansion not only is going to have the most content that we've ever seen and the biggest patch notes, but also is going to attract a shit ton of people. Maybe not the same as the release date in Season 1, but definitely probably a lot more than Season 2. So the reason I'm saying that is it would be really good if we can have our project live and ready before the 29th. At least 2 or 3 days before the 29th. It will be such a shame if we miss out on the release and the hype of the first 2 weeks at least. You know what I mean? I had to say it, bro. It's just in my brain. It just lives there. You know what I mean? All I want is Templar and Righteous Fire. Yeah. They want a lot of players to test the changes. There's a reason for that, because it's half of the game. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if Canes or Icy were here to hear what I just said about the new league, but yeah, I really hope that you were here, bro. Would be really awesome if we can get that shit happening. Okay, what do we have here? We don't need this. It's not bad, but we need intelligence. Don't care. Gonna go with this one. Cold damage, not bad. Good. Evasion rating, energy shield. Yeah, I'm gonna go with this one. Throw that away. Don't care, don't care. Yeah, this is better, but we do need... I'm gonna pop this in. Okay, let's go. What I said, Kainza, is that I think this is going to be the biggest expansion and biggest league launch that we've had in PoE 2, with player base wise, content wise, and just everything. And also there was a leak that GGG is allowing people to play the game for free over the weekend for the launch, which simply signifies even further how significant this is going to be. And what I said is that it would be really awesome if we can somehow launch our project that we've been working with, and I know that you're helping Icy with it. If we can launch that project 2-3 days before the 29th, so we can have that ready for the hype, you know what I mean? So I can show it to people, people can use it and stuff like that. So I don't know if you guys need more help, but if you need more help, the only way to get help is by asking people. So if you guys have it covered, let me know. If not, I could just announce it to everybody, and if anyone is willing to share their expertise and they can help with something, they could, you know, just to speed things up. Because we literally have like a week if we're going to go live before the 29th. Are you following your Deadeye guide? No, no, no. I'm just doing like a random campaign now, just so I can get myself off the Rust board. Remember a little bit and just do whatever I remember, to be honest with it. Iron Ring, Wand, we don't care about that. But I will follow something similar. Jezreel. They will probably release Druid later and see how Demon form performs in point 3 with an equipped weapon. That could be Druid's core problem, why we haven't seen him in point 2. Actually, a very smart idea there, man. Really smart, yeah. Probably. 1.0 needs to be a huge release. Would make sense for them to release multiple classes during that time to get a shit ton of hype. True, Logan, as well. That's also something that they could do. All I want is Templar plus Righteous Fire. Apparently, according to Ice, a lot of people are speculating that we might get the Templar, so you might get half of that going on now. The reason I say that is because they use Druid to bait us for the beta. Then when we get the game, Druid nowhere to be found. True. Very true, yeah. We all forgot to play the campaign properly with Rake. Tell me about it. That's the only reason I'm doing this, bro. Like, I've done, for anybody who doesn't know or hasn't been following the channel on YouTube or here or whatever, I've done like over 13 different endgame builds. And I believe around 10 times that I leveled up with multiple different classes or the same classes, I've done Rake. You know what I mean? So 100% what Polito is saying. That's why I'm doing this again. I'm not going to take this to the end game. I'm just doing it for practice for the campaign. And I'm definitely not doing Cruel, by the way. We're just doing like basic campaign starting shit. So I can have like an idea of what's happening. So I don't get like, you know, slapped with surprise of what actual mobs and bosses damage feels like when you don't have like twink gears and broken ass spells and shit like that, you know? That's why we're doing this practice run. And I'm going to start with this, and then we might switch to the Monk again, or somebody else. So I can see my potential league starters here. Yo, long time no see. Hype for point 3. Yeah. Yeah. What about yourself, man? No new class? Let's see. We don't know that. How long does it typically take you to get to the end game? If I log out now and I do another character and I do it normally with my Rake and my uniques and everything, probably 6 hours, maybe less than that. I don't remember exactly, but around the 6 hour mark, I think. But again, it's fully stacked. Like, invest currency in it and uniques and stuff like that. Get all the support gems early on, you know. Skip half of the shit that I'm doing now. Now I'm just killing stuff and chatting with you, you know what I mean? So it's a huge ass difference. I prepare with bunch of Ranger Act 1 to 3 as League starter. I'm ready. Yeah, I see. Again, you see what I mean, chat? What I said before, a lot of people are going to prepare League starters as Rangers. So that's why I said what I said before. But that's why we're doing this practice run. Let's see what the patch notes are going to say. Maybe it's going to get completely butchered. Who knows? If you play non-stop, you can get into endgame like 5-6 hours. Yeah, somewhere there. This guy's trouble, I remember. If you get hit. Alright, this is easy to dodge. This needs to be dodged 100% of the time. Mobs are coming. Rods. Okay. Okay, as long as we dodge that front attack, we're gonna be fine. He got stunned. And I think I'm not gonna be able to kill him before he summons more. So we just get out of the way here. He's gonna do the blade things now. Dodge that. The second blade attack. Oh, monsters first. Okay. Second blade attack. There it is. Just don't get hit by that. Oh. Okay, got him. Yeah, pretty easy stuff. I don't know how this feels with the monk butt naked with no uniques or stuff, but that's why I'm doing the practice run. Cool, leather vest. We might need that. Leather vest. Yes, 100%. Let's go. That was good. Big, bro. Big, big, big. Don't care about this anymore. Alright, this is for mana. Cool. You can play relaxed, you can go for fast campaign, and you can race. All three look for different things to do and in what order from my research. Also, I found Ice Sorcerers to be very solid for Acts 1 to 3 for a fresh League starter. Better than Monk and Warrior for speed plus clear plus survive. Ooh, nice. Bro, I would love to see the leveling build for that so I can try it out actually in our practice runs these couple of days before the launch, to be honest. I wouldn't mind, especially if they decide to do any kind of changes to the sorceress, which would be about time for them to do that. I wouldn't mind something completely different. Morning Trouble, how's it going? I'm hoping they give a satellite view for the Atlas map so I can see my entire exposed parts at once. That's actually a pretty good call, man. I would love to see something like that, like a zoom out feature or something. Yes, I want to see the changes, and then I will get you what I have settled on before changes. I see. Yeah. No, well, even with the changes, I don't mind trying it. You know what I mean? What are we doing here? Travel to Clearfell. Well, that's completely up to you, Jezreel. That's up to your standards, I would say, and if you're going to lie to yourself or not. But SSF might be the safer way to do it, because there you cannot use any of your items that you have in the normal league. But I would say SSF is the best way to practice a new league, in my opinion. Because you start with no currency, you cannot do anything, you know what I mean? And even if you wanted to trade now, the trading market right now is ridiculous for you to even try to do something, you know? I'm hoping for a zoom out since day one in 0.1. I know, Hakeem, I know. It is a much like needed feature for sure. I'm really hoping that they're going to do something with it. Mr. Heartless, what's up, dude? I have no idea what you just said, but there's a party hat, so hell yeah, dude. If they don't work the Atlas as it is right now, at least give us a search function like in the passive tree. Very true.
Well, hello there,
that's a good call as well.
Beast.
Yo, 3 months in a row, Mr. Heartless. Thank you so much for the resub. Thank you. Welcome in, bro. Lovely to see you here. Will you stream non-stop till reveal? Yes. The reveal is going to start. We're going to watch the reveal together like we always do. I'm going to take notes. We're going to discuss shit. We're going to watch the Q&A afterwards. And hopefully we're going to wait for the patch notes so we can look at the patch notes. And then tomorrow I'm going to wake up around 6 or 7 a.m. I'm going to put all of my notes into one Google Sheet, and I'm going to simplify everything and release the video for you guys to have a catch-up video, simplified like I always do. But my only worry is that it's going to take me ages to do that video because I have a feeling that the patch notes are going to be like 40 different pages or some shit like that. So would be nice to run Sims without the info banner covering loot and stash. Huh? Would be nice to run Sims without the info banner covering... What info banner? What, are you talking about the overlay, bro? Oh, you mean the simulacrum. I thought it was from my stream. I'm sorry. I see what you mean, and this is not the only thing, bro. It's a lot of things that are covering info and shit like that with placements for next round. Yeah. When you start the boss fight, yeah. I just clicked. There was a lot of crying about this leak. There was, yeah, there was, and we don't even know if it's true. Ling Tian, what's up, my man? What's up, Mr. Ling? Hello, welcome in. Welcome in. Okay, so yeah, Ranger feels good. It feels the same shit as always feels. So I don't know if it's gonna stay the same. So wait, Spooky, you said that you prepared multiple different Rangers as your League starter. Are you that confident that they're not gonna touch or nerf anything to do with Lightning Spear and shit? How confident are you? Okay, I'm buying this. It's only 800 gold. I definitely got 800 gold so far, so I'm going to grab that. Is there a quiver? There is. Let's grab this one. That was like 500 Gs. We're good. And I'm going to keep it up until that point. I'm not going to buy anything because it's a little bit unrealistic if I do now. Okay, travel to Grailwood. Let's go. I cannot wait to see Jonathan's face for his opening statement. Yeah, true. True, dude. True. Is it going to get me in trouble if I try and imitate it? Wait, is it going to be something like, let me see. I think that's pretty accurate. Step 1 is you need to have your leg over the other one. Step 2 is you need to look at the camera dead in the eye until your turn to talk is. And you have to have a gentle smile. I think that's it. But I agree, I cannot wait for that as well. Lightning Spear will be nerfed. I think so too. Yeah, I think so too. But again, I'm really excited to see how they're going to nerf it. I don't want to just slam to the ground. I don't think that's a way to balance the game. I think they just need to rework the compatibility that it has with multiple different support gems. You imitate him very well. Thank you. No, you have to sit there looking very angry. I think that's afterwards, Avast. The angry part comes in the Q&A. This face that I did is the opening scene to when he's going to start saying, welcome everybody. You know what I mean? And start talking about the brand new point 3. He's not pissed off there. Yeah, how dare you ask me that question? I don't think he does. I don't think he thinks like that, but yeah, I guess so. To be honest, bro, if you see me outside in public, you're probably not going to come and speak to me. My resting face is like it's pretty angry, bro. You know what I mean? So I think it's just his face. It's not how he thinks. But anyway, we'll see. I'm really excited for today, bro. So excited to watch that. The 2-hour reveal and Q&A and patch notes and all that shit. Really exciting stuff. Where are we going? Oh, yeah, Una. Completely forgot that I'm actually doing the campaign here. Yep, that face. That face exactly, Blaze. Return to clear fail. Yep, okay, there you go. Actually, Hakeem is saying I think he's going to get pissed off at the Q&A. I think that's what everybody's expecting, and Mark is going to be there. But actually, he might be pissed off in the beginning, like Avast said, because I don't think the leaking thing was intentional. So I don't know if he's going to be pissed off because of the leaks. So I guess they're going to comment. I guess Ziggy D is going to have like a question. If they don't comment on it themselves, somebody will ask them the question. The occult weapon sounds fun. True. Moiken Prince, welcome to the Scorpius layer, my friend. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Lovely to have you on board. All right, so what are we doing? I completely lost track of what I'm doing. Find the entrance to the Grim Tangle. Yeah, we'll go back. Okay. Only 40% of the total patch, supposedly, though. If they drop something big, like a new trading system, new ascendancies, etc., there's still plenty new. Yeah, we're going to get... Let me know whenever you guys are ready. Whenever you guys are ready, we're going to go over the leaking stuff. I'm going to obviously warn you for spoiler alert. Anybody who doesn't want to hear anything, you can mute the stream, come back in a bit. And then once we're done with the leaks and everything, we're going to go ahead and do our predictions of shit that wasn't leaked, obviously, and do our bingo cards. And I have a lot of things that I want to talk about based on what Avast is saying here about ascendancies and stuff like that. I do have a lot of predictions, so we'll see. You're the first person to get my name right. Hey, let's go, bro. Let's go. I'm happy to hear that. I think they have it enough time to cool down after the leak. He probably won't be pissed. Bro, honestly, if I was the lead game developer and working on that shit endlessly for 5 months, like not speaking to anyone, not doing any changes, risking people leaving the game, and then creating everything that they will release, probably what might be the biggest expansion that we've had, the biggest league that we've had, and then you accept the interview with some French streamer, and then 40% of your game is leaked, I would have been pissed off for like a good 2 weeks, man. To be honest. Imagine if nothing got leaked, and tonight we found out everything that got leaked plus 60% more. Imagine the impact of that versus the impact it's going to have now. It's going to be massive, considering that the leaks are correct, right? Assuming that the leaks are correct, and also everything else that's coming out. But, yeah. You get what I mean. I would have been pissed off for like 2 weeks, bro. Do you think they didn't think about that when inviting streamers? Well, they probably always have it in mind as a risk thing, but they don't select random-ass people. You know what I mean? It's pretty hard to get them to accept you. We've tried before. We didn't manage to get an interview with them. But hopefully whenever I grow a little bit more, then we're going to get accepted for it. But, I mean, Darth visited New Zealand, and he's done a fantastic job with containing himself, not leaking anything. But yeah, I mean, it sounds like a dumb way to leak stuff if it was just forgetting to turn them off or something, which is pretty disappointing. And apart from just harming the marketing team and the hype of the game, it also probably ruined it for the actual streamer's relationship with GGG. But also, there's another side of the coin that this might have actually caused more talk about the game and more hype about it. You know what I mean? So maybe it's not all bad. If they weren't correct, they wouldn't have been taken down. Actually, I could argue with that. Like, if the guy created such convincing items and materials that people are convinced that they're leaks, GGG might have contacted him and tell him, take them down. Because imagine if people are pumped with the leaks and then they go to release and it's nothing like that and they're worse things. You know what I mean? And people are disappointed and they start saying the fake news were more exciting than this BS and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. I'm not really fond of leaks like that overall, especially when it's that close to the official reveal by the dev. Yeah, I agree. Another aspect is tempering people's expectations about Druid. True. It's very hard to balance. You don't want leaks, but you need the info to be available to the public within a few hours if it's going live. So you have to give it out to some people ahead of time. Just have to trust. And when it's broken, you move on. True. Very true. I'm very curious who leaked. If it's internal, he should look for a new job soon. No, it's not. It's not. It's a French streamer. I don't remember his name. We're going to see it later on when we look at the leaks, but... This is, again, I don't want anybody to hate on anybody. I'm not promoting negativity or anything like that. I don't remember his name, otherwise I would have said it, but it doesn't matter who he is. Personally, I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. I think it's a genuine human error. It's a mistake. And how I think that things went is he landed an interview with GGG. His team prepared the entire website and the articles for every single new update that's going to go live because he has his own website that's live. And I believe the human error happened whenever they actually added all of the articles into the live section instead of into the drafts or hidden articles. And I think they wanted to write the articles like they should have before the actual reveal happens. So they can be able to simply press publish whenever the reveal happens. So they can be able to target Google search engine optimization stuff, SEO shit, as early as possible. So they're trying to be proactive, and just human error caused them to go live with all of the articles and yada yada. That's, again, I could have been, maybe I'm fully wrong. Maybe it was intentional, maybe it was whatever the case, I don't know. But I'm just trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. That's it. I think the leak only encourages more people to watch them today. Yeah. It's not all bad, bro. It's not all bad. I mean, leaks don't have amazing clouds above them. They're not labeled as positive things. You know what I mean? Especially if they weren't intentional. It could be intentional, by the way. It could be something, a marketing plan with GGG. Taking the blame for it, but also that's a marketing strategy. You know what I mean? It could be a lot of different things. We're never going to know, but... Again, I don't want people hating on people for absolutely no reason. It could be just human error, and it is what it is. And the reason why I think it's a human error is because I know that GG is very hard to get in touch with or even get accepted for an interview. I don't see why this dude, the streamer, is going to throw all that into a bucket by leaking the entire game. You know what I mean? I just don't see it. This song is my jam. Let's go, Rumor. I know that you're dancing a little bit now. No, the guy actually said GGG did not make him sign an NDA, so he just published it. Okay, so if that's actually true, again, if that's actually true, Orange, then that's insanely stupid to do. Very bad. I really hope it's not true. I really hope it's just human error, but it's pretty dumb, bro. In my opinion. Thank you, Lucas, and welcome in. How you doing? Where have you been, mister? Did you see the leaks? I did. I even covered them, Celestina. Where have you been? I released a video on them. Welcome in. Rumor, thank you very much for the follow, man.
Hello
Welcome
there,
in.
you sexy beast.
And Lucas with a resub. Thank you so much, buddy. Welcome in. Most likely a GGG marketing ploy, if that's true, yeah. If true, that is a big screw up by GGG and very short-sighted by the content creator. Exactly, yeah. Yeah. Today's going to be a long day. 6 hours of work to get through until the live stream. Avast, there's only one thing that I can tell you to smoothen those 6 hours. I'm going to be live all 6 hours, baby. That's all I got to say. We're going to watch it together. We're going to discuss together. So I'm going to try and keep you entertained, bro. We do have a little bit of campaign practice that we're doing right now with some potential league starters that I'm thinking about. And just unrusting ourselves because it's been a couple of weeks that I've played the game. So I just want to get that rust off of me. Even though this might not be the class that I'm going to go for. Just getting through the campaign one more time quickly. But yeah, then we're going to look at the leaks again. Just go into more detail. And then we're going to do our bingo cards and get ready for the reveal. And I do have a couple of videos that I would like to watch as well. Could you cover POB in detail, bro? Like the craft vids you did? That was very helpful. Oh, we're going to get there. Don't you worry about that, my friend. We will 100% get to the POB. And I think POB needs a playlist on its own, bro. It's not a simple video. Okay, so download it. You hit this, you hit that, you do this, and you're done. It's not that, you know what I mean? There's like multiple different levels to it, I believe. But the reason I've been avoiding it is because the last thing that I want to do is create a video and half-assing it, you know what I mean? Either not finishing the entire video or explaining it 100%, or explaining shit that I don't even know what I'm talking about, just reading through a script, you know what I mean? That's why I've been postponing it. And now Dawn of the Hunt has been an amazing league for me, where I learned a lot about Path of Building, thanks to a lot of you guys as well. And also crafting too. So we're gonna do a lot of Path of Building, a lot of crafting guides in 0.3. Man, oh my god, I'm so excited for for 0.3, man. There's so much content that I have planned. It's insane. I cannot wait. People do such things for popularity and money. Well, yeah, but just like Sinister said, it's very short-sighted. He said it on Discord. I see. How's it going all in Scorp? Doing good, Lucas. What about yourself, brother? You won't be able to watch the stream as I out doing advanced bike course. We'll catch it later. You know the drill, dude. What we're going to do, this is the plan. I have it even on Discord for anybody who's not on Discord. This is what's going to happen, chat. Well, let me find it here, right here. For anybody who doesn't know what I'm going to be doing, I have like a detailed schedule of what's going to be happening now, just so you know what to follow and what not to follow. Let me just read 2 points so you know to answer to Lucas. So yeah, today, actually, we're going to shake off the rust, what we're doing now. We're going to do the bingo card predictions. We're going to look at the leaks, and then we're going to watch together the big reveal and the Q&A. Tomorrow, I'm going to post a video explaining all the patch notes and all the big changes like I always do in a simple English and super simplified TLDR kind of thing. And then we're going to go into stream and talk about it more. And then from tomorrow all the way to launch, we're going to do YouTube videos, maybe crafting videos, maybe guides, maybe whatever. And then at launch, we're going to go ham with multiple different shit. So that's the schedule there. So yeah, you're going to be able to catch it tomorrow, the video on YouTube. Lucas. Actually, according to DM, they didn't have him sign an NDA either. They just asked him to not be an asshole. Yeah. Well, here's the risk. If you're asking somebody like DM or the big streamers, it's a little bit safer because they will literally ruin their communication and relationship with the company that they're playing the game. So DM wouldn't ever do that, and I think GG felt a lot safer with DM than anybody else. But with smaller streamers like myself or anybody else that's smaller, I don't know how big that French streamer is, and again, I'm really sorry if I don't know who he is, if you guys are watching him, but obviously I'm not French, but I don't know how big of a streamer he is, but he's definitely bigger than me if he landed an interview with GGG. So with those kind of streamers, and I'm in there as well, I believe an NDA is like mandatory, especially with what happened now. It's gonna become mandatory, I think, for GG. It's very short-sighted, like you guys said as well. Very short-sighted. There's no reason to do that just because they didn't. You didn't sign an NDA. It's crazy. Like I get why. As a website, you want to land. Wow. As a website, you want to land top SEO searches and shit like that. But you could have done it whenever they finished their live, you know what I mean? Wait, you're not French? Recently subbed, love the content. First time in your live, glad to be here. Yusuf. So thank you so much for the amazing comment, man. Lovely to have you here, brother. Welcome in. Should I have had Orb of Storms at this point? I think yes. I'm just super distracted now. It's okay, we're gonna get closer to this. I think we should be able to do it now. His missus is here. Okay, we definitely want to dodge that. There you go. Better dodges than before. Come here. Okay, he's stunned. Wife is here. Want to dodge that. Oh, he does it twice. I forgot about it. Am I dead here? Oh, wife's here again. What? Third time. There you go. Okay. Done. Damn. I've been loving your crafting videos. Thank you, Lucas. Thank you, man. I'm excited for them. I've worked for a large company for decades, and we don't reveal any pre-release stuff without an NDA signed. It treats a basic business practice. Yeah. How's the snake doing? Growing. Yeah, she's doing good, man. If you ask an asshole not to be an asshole, it's probably a bad idea. Yeah. They ruined the direct relationship with that company, but also they ruined their credibility with everyone. Yeah, I don't know about that second one, man. People are people. I mean, yeah, I don't know how much that's going to affect them. I mean, if you think about like bigger names, like things like Asmongold Hassan and Pirate Software and those names, what they have done and the drama with their name or whatever, and they still haven't lost a single penny from what they're making. So I don't know if that's going to be a big deal for him, but he probably ruined his trust with GGG. I don't know how GG works in that way, but again, we're assuming that this is only his doing and his thought behind it. Maybe they accepted that as a marketing strategy. I don't know. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I mean, I'm happy for some of the leaks since I got to see some changes I will be enjoying, but Kami will no longer be a part of GG or getting any other interviews in the future. Yeah. Big part of GG. Wait, was he? I don't know who he is, by the way. Again, excuse me if I don't know, but who is Kami? Is he part of the team, or is it just a random streamer. It's weird because even if he landed an interview, how did he get all the screenshots? Yeah. Oh, that's easy, bro. That's easy. If it's actually a proper content creator and he's big or whatever, he's probably he has one or two people that he's speaking with the company. I've done that before, not with GGG, but I've done that. I used to do. I did one sponsorship promotion with Blizzard whenever I was playing World of Warcraft, and what they do is if you're accepted to do an interview or be a part of a project or a campaign of the game of the company, they assign you a manager that helps you with everything. So, for example, if Kami, for example, is a streamer who has his own website, he probably told them in the beginning that the deal is I'm gonna talk about everything from all of the interview in my website as article. So obviously I'm gonna need screenshots. So his manager provided him with media and materials and sources and shit like that. Everything that he asked for, he had it there. You know what I mean? So that's not, I don't think that's a big deal. But yeah, again, ruining all of that just for whatever. Anyway, I don't know. We'll see. Shahir19, thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome in. Welcome to the Twitch. Or maybe it is marketing strategy since he was going to leak Monk next. Yeah. Yo!
On a different note, have you spent much time with your girlfriend? If so, good, because after the release of 0.3 there will be no free weekends. D.
Well, hello there, you sexy beast.
Yo, Felipe, thank you so much for the sub, man. Lovely to see you. How you doing, man? Missed you, man. Also, Heartless with the $15, man. Thank you so much, contributing to the wedding funds. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. And you're absolutely right. Yeah, I did spend a lot of time with the missus. I spent a lot of time working as well on side projects and resting up. But I did spend a lot of time. And yeah, you're absolutely right. She knows that she needs to forget about me in September. Like the entirety of September. I'm going to be in a relationship with you guys more than her. So, yeah. Yeah, you're right. But thank you so very much for the $15, man. What up? Looking forward to getting my grind on. Had a nice little break. Yeah, same here, Billy. Yeah, let's go. I'm excited for it too. Also, Billy Butcher, thank you so much for the follow over on Twitch, man. Welcome in. That follow up, so spot on, yeah. I like roses, bro. Yeah, I'm going to keep that in mind, Sinister. Yeah, I'm going to keep that in mind. I'm depressed with those leaks. Why? Why? If they are true, Felipe, it's just 40%. Are you depressed that the leaks came out, you mean, or the information within the leaks? With the information. Yeah, if it's the information that got you depressed, don't worry about it, man. A, we don't know if it's 100% accurate. B, if it is, it's only 40%. So we've got another 60. Bro, imagine the leaks that he was talking about were like 9, I repeat, 9 different articles. And that's just 40%. So imagine what else is coming, man. There will be a new game. Yeah. It will be, true. Wait, I didn't kill the missus, did I? No, I didn't. I need to find her. Just wanted to shoot out your Blood Mage build. Have you been having a blast playing it? First time I've killed all the Pinnacle bosses. Oh yeah, man. Blood Mage build was for a good full month my favorite and my #1 build before I tried my Flicker Strike Monk. But I'm happy you've been enjoying it, man. Yeah, I've been waiting for some cool new stuff for Witch. That scythe looked really cool. True. Did you go over the leaks asking for a friend? I did. Yes, I did go over the leaks. I do have a video on YouTube that I'm talking about the leaks, but we will go over the leaks in detail in just a little bit. I think I'm just going to kill this boss and then we're going to do it. So I think a fair warning right now, starting now, to everybody who doesn't want to get it spoiled. Within the next 10 minutes, I'm going to be looking at the leaks and I'm going to read through in detail. So this is your chance to either mute the stream or go somewhere else if you don't want to see the spoils. And yeah, we're going to go through that for a little bit. And then we're going to go and do our bingo cards with our predictions. I have all the leaks if you need them. I have 9 articles. I think I cover everything in the video. I'm not sure if there's something that I skipped, but I found 9 articles. Anyway, we're going to go over them. You're going to see if I'm missing something. Yeah, you can check that video to see if I'm missing something as well. Oh, these guys are going to be a pain in the ass. I was expecting the game to progress, not change direction. By the way, this is my feeling by now. I don't know. I don't want to be the crying guy you're saying, but that's how I feel now. Bro, listen. If you're feeling that, you're feeling that. Okay? All I could do is we can just talk logically. Everybody is allowed to have their own opinions and feel about the game in certain ways. I might say that I love it now and hate it later on, or vice versa. So it is what it is, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter. If you feel that way, you feel that way. But that's exactly why I wanted to tackle this topic with you guys and go over the leaks. Again, we don't know if they're accurate or not, but that's what we're going to do right now. And have an open discussion and see what you guys feel about them and talk about it, you know what I mean? I might be excited now, and basically something that you guys say might make me even more excited or less excited, and the same applies to you, Felipe. Okay, chat. I'm starting with the leaks, man. So anybody who doesn't want to see them or doesn't want to be here for these, now's your chance, okay? Now is your chance. Just fair warning. All right, let's begin. So I'm going to do it like this so we can all see it and I'm not interrupting the screen. So leak number 1, this is the first article right here. And it has to do with the acts, okay? Okay, so this first leak claims that the only act that we're getting is going to be Act 4. We're not going to get Act 5 and 6, okay? So Act 4 is coming. Again, have this in the back of your brain that we don't know if these are 100% accurate. But I want to get into a little bit more detail than the actual video. If you don't want to see them in detail, you can check out my video, which is available on YouTube right now. But I do want to go a little bit over this and see if I missed something. So first things first that I notice here, it says the player now accompanied by Dojani instead of Doriani. I don't know if this is a new figure, if this dude is a brand new NPC. He surely looks like Doriani, different kind of armor, I believe. I don't know if they're the same, actually. Can we go and check? Let me go and check and see our boy. I think that's a misspell. Maybe, but you never know. They might bring like Doriani's cousin or some shit like that. I don't know. He looks the same. He stands tall. the same. Heartless, thank you for using 30 bits, man. It could be a translation error. Yeah. He stands the same way as him. Yeah, it is Doriani. Okay, it is a spelling mistake. It is Doriani. Broken ages ago, this legendary relic. Actually, let me set the mood. There you go. So Final Fantasy music, I think, is the best way to go through these leaks. What do you guys think? All right, so broken ages ago, this legendary relic is said to have seen its fragments scattered in the Kari archipelago, the ancestral territory of the tribes of the same name. To undertake this mission, you will first have to reach King's March, recruit a ship, and set sail. I don't know if this is just lore or we're gonna, or this is like some kind of, yeah. I don't know if this means we're getting actual King's March. From this moment on, a great novelty is necessary. Act 4 is totally non-linear. I love this. Non-linear means that you can go anywhere you want. You don't have a path, a straightforward path. One quest after another quest after another quest. So, does this mean that we're getting King's March and we're going to be able to use the ship? That's going to be big. That's going to be big. Hey, Icy, you here? What time do the Twitch drops start? Hello, Corey, by the way. I didn't even see you there. Welcome in, brother. Long time no see. I've been Mia for a bit. How you been doing? Been doing amazing, man. The Twitch drops start on the timer. You see the timer next to, where is it? Right there? 5 hours and 48 minutes, man. That's where we start. Most likely not. Stop. Wait. Happy. Wait. We're on climb 9, bro. King's March. Could it be? So like Act 2 in a way? No, like an endgame mechanic or a separate content that you can play. Like King's March in PoE 1 is a big deal where you go into a different territory. You have like a couple of products that you need to collect. You have workers working for you. You use those products to send the ships for sale, and they come back. If they're successful, they come back bearing gifts and rewards and shit like that. So it's going to be big if actually they do that. Non-linear is going to jack up my project for you. That's very true. But I think this is going to be the only act that's going to be non-linear. And I think it's going to be non-linear only for Act 4. So non-linear will mean that people will quickly find the best and fastest route. So that could be within your guide, Sinister. That sounds cool. Yeah, that's why I wanted to quickly explain what King's March is and why people are excited for it. Like, imagine how much things they need to have done for them to add King's March. I agree, but bro, I don't know what your opinion is. We were talking about it before, but I wanted to not speak about the leaks until we actually have a segment for the leaks so I can warn people that they're spoilers so they can leave if they don't want to. But now that we're talking about them, I want your guys' opinion. If this is true, if these leaks are true, then this is only 40% of what they're planning. So maybe the other 60% is going to be able to support King's March. I don't know. Anyway, the player can explore the islands in any order they wish, paving the way for a unique and personalized experience. I really like their idea here. So it's not a path, it's not a straight line that you need to follow and it becomes boring. Whenever you do your second, why is my alert not working? What's happening with the alert? Thanks for the follow, by the way. Gore the Demon Hunter. Welcome in, thank you. That should make the zones change level based on your level, maybe? Yeah, hopefully it's gonna... Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's exactly what they're gonna do. It's gonna match your level. They're not gonna have a prefixed level, which means that your second character, you can go a completely different route and not feel the repetitiveness in Act 4. The archipelago is full of mysteries. Consists of 8 islands, each full of creatures, legends, and dangers. Wakapanu, named to be checked, an island with paradisiacal, whatever that word is, beaches, marked by a mysterious curse. The island of Kin, the lands of several Karoi tribes. Okay? There's nothing big here. Each destination offers a unique atmosphere, a unique bestiary, and memorable battles. Okay, intense combat and fabulous treasures with over 100 new types of monsters, 16 new areas, 12 new bosses, and many surprising encounters. Act 4 promises a wealth of content rarely seen. Players will be able to discover new treasures, face formidable opponents, and take on challenges that match their courage. Jonathan Rogers has deliberately chosen not to reveal everything. Part of the fun will lie in the personal discovery of the secrets buried in the archipelago. Well, good job to Jonathan, because if he did reveal, it would have been leaked. But yeah, okay. So they're probably glad that they didn't reveal more shit here. But with so many types of monsters, areas, and bosses, this feels as though it's going to be as big as Act 1, 2, and 3 combined. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's probably going to be longer than Act 3 for sure. So yeah, this is Act 4's leak. Yeah, this is the first article that was leaked, chat. The second article that was leaked was the interlude, which is what happens after you finish Act 4. So according to this article, once you finish Act 4, there's going to be a bridge between Act 4 and Endgame. So Act 4 is going to finish around level 60, and then from level 60 to 65, you're going to go through 3 mini acts called the interludes. So let's read. What's in store for players before diving into the end game? Until now, it was necessary to start the entire campaign over again to access it, a long and sometimes repetitive process. The team therefore came up with an alternative, the interludes, 3 mini temporary acts. They form parallel narratives that will take players from 60 to 65, the threshold where the endgame finally opens. While temporary, they will disappear with the arrival of Acts 5 and 6, which confirms that we're not going to get Act 5 and 6 in point 3. You know what's huge? Not needing to level a new character again. Wait, what? What do you mean? How and where did you get that information? No, cruel is off the table. There is no... This is the confirmation if this is true. Happy is getting ahead of the leaks. Yeah, wait. Hold up. So, confirmation number one. Confirmation number 1 is we don't have Cruel anymore. Confirmation number 2 is we don't have Acts 5 and 6 in point 3. We only get Act 4. Supposedly a new character starts in the interlude. What? Where do they say that? Wait, let's read. While temporary, they will disappear with the arrival of Acts 5 and 6. So whenever they release Act 5 and 6, these interludes are going to skip. These stories bring new locations, new combat, and a rich narrative transition between the campaign and the endgame content. So far, there's nothing like that here. Interlude 1 is called The Curse of Halton. The player will have to explore new areas, face new bosses, and unravel the mystery of this nocturnal corruption. Sounds like it completely removes the grind we felt doing the campaign twice. I agree, Bits, but I would rephrase your sentence with that word you put in quotes. Instead of the grind, the repetitiveness is what it fixes. The grind, it's not going to fix it, because I think Act 4 is going to be as long as Act 1, 2, and 3 combined. So the grind is going to be there, but the repetitiveness is not going to be there. Corey, of course, man, that's what we do. You're very welcome, dude. And I do have a YouTube video for them if you want to watch that as well. The second interlude transports the adventure to the Vasteri Desert. Asala, invested with a sacred role, must perform the ritual of the gift of water. I don't want to read the lore. I don't care about the lore. I want us to discover the lore when we're doing it. Forget about it. Is there anything other interesting here? No. And then Interlude 3, Doriani's Contingency. The third and final interlude plunges the players into 1,000-year-old plot. Goyani again, so this is Doriani, the Val, whatever. Okay, so this is the freezing shit that we saw in the trailer. Exactly, Bits. Yeah. I mean, we will find out today, but that's the way someone explained it yesterday. I was watching. Listen, if I don't see it in a sentence, I'm not convinced that that's the way it is, because people can interpret it the way that they want. And here it says a temporary richness but integrated into the endgame. Each interlude includes between 6 and 7 zones, as well as 4 bosses, which added to Act 4 represents 35 new zones and 24 new encounters in total. Although the interludes are intended as temporary stories, their areas and bosses will not disappear. They will be integrated into the endgame. Finally, Rogers confirmed a major consequence. With this new system, it is no longer necessary to replay the campaign several times per character. An evolution that promises to make the progression experience more enjoyable. I think this is what people are misreading, I guess. That one? Lucky, welcome in. So this is what people are claiming, what Happy is saying as well. Let me read that again. With this new system, it is no longer necessary to replay the campaign several times per character. Bro, do you know what this could mean? Again, don't forget that it might be lost in translation because the dude is French. Everything is in French, so they do like translations for the English audience on their website. But this could simply mean that Jonathan is saying, well, with this new system, you don't need to repeat Acts 1, 2, and 3 with Cruel. So everything is going to be fresh. That's it. Yeah, that's what I think it means here. I don't think it means that whenever you start a brand new character, you start with the interlude. Because it clearly says here that it takes you from 60 to 65. So you need to get to 60 first before you get to the interludes. I think that's it. An evolution that promises to make the progression experience more enjoyable. We can always hope. Yeah, I don't know. I just think it just means the basic shit that, yeah, you're not going to need to repeat the acts again. I don't know. Well, that was the that was the second leak, by the way, which was all included in campaign and all that stuff. The third leak, which is pretty big and a lot of people are talking about it. Some people hate it, some people like it, and some people don't know how to feel about it. And I'm in the third category, which is the sprint mechanic. There's a brand new sprint mechanic apparently that's coming out. And it's saying, after talking about Act 4 and the interludes, Jonathan presented another major new feature designed to improve the player experience, the sprint. Introduced in Update 0.3, this system is a direct response to one of the reoccurring criticisms about progression, the slowness and repetitiveness of movement between battles. How does sprinting work? Now, when a player holds the dodge roll, their character performs their usual roll, then automatically follows up with a fast run. This mechanic is available for all classes with no time limit as long as the button is held. The character continues to sprint even. A mechanic designed for exploration. The main purpose of the sprint is to facilitate non-combat movement. Crossing an area or reaching an objective becomes much faster and smoother. However, the mechanic has an important constraint. If the character is hit while sprinting, he falls to the ground. To avoid this, it is advisable to interrupt the sprint with an offensive skill as soon as an enemy appears in order to engage in combat safely. So, you dodge roll normally with space on PC, for example, and once you dodge roll, you keep holding space and you're going to start sprinting off combat. The second you get hit, you will get knocked down. I don't know if this is light stun or if it's heavy stun. I think if you're knocked down, that means that it's heavy stun, right? I think they should have doubled down on having a mount and not do the sprint thing. Yeah, but a mount, are you talking about a mount of combat? Then maybe I agree. But they do need to design new mounts and, you know, designs and shit like that for the mounts and how the characters are going to look when they're on the mount and all that stuff. But the thing that I'm thinking about and I'm hoping for is that this shit is key bindable. I would love to change the key binding for sprinting instead of holding the dodge roll after dodging, after rolling, to have it on shift or something like that. I would love if that was the case. That would have made it so much easier. I have to get used to holding that button between packs and or get a little stun reduction like the chicken. Yeah. At the moment, then sprint. Yeah, I think so too, Icy. I think it will be like a chocobo mount. Once you get hit, it will fall. You will fall down. This sounds like more one-shot deaths. Because you're stunning, you're getting stun locked. Yeah, but again, the purpose of this is to facilitate non-combat movement. So you're just running between shit. But again, you're right. I don't know how this is going to... It's one of those things... Yeah, and they show you being dead. It's one of those things that we need to test them. A solution also for escape. Sprinting is not only useful for movement, it also becomes a survival tool. In case of danger, holding the button allows you to flee effectively because the initial roll protects the player and the sprinting speed exceeds that of almost all the monsters in the game. This makes... let me just fix that real quick. Where was I? This makes retirement possible even if in the most critical situations. And then a change of pace. Jonathan points out that the sprint represents a profound change in PoE 2. It speeds up the overall pace of the game for players who want it, without altering the visceral combat system that makes the license special. Lost in translation. It is therefore an ideal compromise. The nervousness and intensity of the confrontations remain intact, but the movement gain is fluidity and, being dynamic or whatever. Listen, Raikon, thank you very much for the follow, buddy. Welcome in. Yeah, exactly, Murph. Exactly. Okay, so here's my opinion on this. I do lie in the third category of people that I don't know how to feel about it until I try it and see how it feels in combat. The same way I didn't know how to feel about parry, and then I tried it, and then it was bad, and then I never cared about it again. Love the content, much love. Thank you so much, man. The worst thing about 0.3 is people will bitch about this update no matter what. For me, it looks great, but the community these days just can't be satisfied. Bro, I agree 100% with you, and that's why I'm always trying to be as positive as I possibly can, because there's no reason to hate anything before we try it or before you implement it in your build or whatever the case is. There's so many other things that we're going to talk about, but here's my opinion to this. I believe that this is the smartest way of giving people what they wanted, okay? As it says here, and Jonathan knows this very well, this is one of the most asked for shit in PoE 2, and it's a huge, it's a hot topic, I would say. Half of the people don't want more movement in PoE 2, and whenever they hear PoE 1 players saying that they want more movement in PoE 2, they simply tell them to go back to PoE 1, and then PoE 2, PoE 1 players want more movement speed because PoE 2 is very slow. So it's I think this is the best way to do it. You give people the sprinting option and you make it a little bit tough. You make it outside of combat. You don't affect your combat in any way. You cannot have you can zoom, but you can't at the same time. If you get hit, you get knocked down. I think it's a really good mixture, man. But again, I don't know how I feel about it 100% because I need to try it. Yeah, Raikon, we're going to get to that, brother. We're going to get to that. We haven't gotten to it yet. I'm not sure. They have a lot of expertise, and doing a mount you can summon should be easy if you get hit to fall out of it. Yeah. It is a good solution in theory. You have to see it play out. Yeah. Because, bro, the last thing that I wanted GGG to do is simply say, yep, okay, guys, here you go. You can zoom. Because what's the other alternative to movement speed, guys? giving us more options for movement speed, such as runes, support gems, and all that shit, and items or whatever. Adding more flasks with movement speed, or adding new flasks with movement speed, or increasing the default movement speed.
Well, hello
from
there,
the get-go.
you sexy beast.
These were the options for them, I guess. McElroy, thank you so much for the sub, man. Thank you for the 4 months in a row. Lovely to see you in chat, brother. How you been? So, based on that, I'm really happy that they didn't do any of those. I don't know what else they're going to do when they're going to release, but I think this is very smart in theory, and we got to see how it plays out, but I think it's fine. Will you be streaming the reveal? Of course. Yes, of course. I want a separate hotkey for sprinting, at least as an option. 100%. That's the one thing. I don't care about sprinting. I don't care if I get knocked out. I see the point. I'm willing to use this in my own risk, but the one thing that I want is for me to be able to bind it to shift. That's all I want. I don't want to hold space and all that. Looks like a huge power creep, to be honest. Yeah. Anyway, this is the leak for sprinting. Leak number 4, we're starting off with the buffs. We have Season 3 and Dexterity classes, new skills or reworks, and enhanced defenses. Toggle it. Toggle is going to be a little bit of a... Oh, you mean you press a button, it gets toggled, and then you press the button again and it toggled off? Is that what you mean? Because just having it always on is not going to be good for you, man. You're going to be getting stunned all the time. But if that's what you mean, then yeah, sure. That could also be an option. Working and waiting, let's go. Do you think movement speed is going to affect the sprint? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see how it wouldn't. Because in the end game, you might just reach the movement speed of the sprint anyway, so then sprinting is completely useless. Anyway, moving on to the next leakage. Oh, okay, so they're doing this in the other way. So let's talk about the support gems then. So first thing is the support gems. Here we go. After talking about sprint, yeah, this is the official order of the leaks. So the next leak is about support gems. And it's not like a few buffs and nerfs, by the way. Apart from that, it's a major overhaul. So here we go. Support gems, a major overhaul to unleash build creativity. That's one thing that I don't know. Anyway, I'll say my opinion after I've read this. After talking about the sprint, among the most striking new features presented by Jonathan, one directly concerns the construction of characters, the support gem system. These stones are at the heart of Path of Exile's identity, as they can enrich skills, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. We know that. So until now, each character could only equip one of a given support gem. This rule was intended to prevent builds from being standardized around the same powerful supports, but it had a perverse effect. It discouraged the use of multiple skills. Players were pushed to focus their full potential on a single primary ability. Now, this restriction is disappearing. Multiple copies of the same support gem can be used on different abilities, opening the door to a much richer variety of builds. That's the first change. It is massive. So, here's my opinion on this. I don't mind this change, but I don't necessarily think that what they're saying here is accurate. Let me explain, and then I want you guys to tell me your opinion. It is a big change. It is a huge change. I'm not saying it's a bad change. What I'm saying is that I don't agree with what they're claiming here. The rule was intended to prevent builds from being standardized around the same powerful supports. I think this word here is the wrong word. I think what they mean here is the same powerful abilities. Not supports. Because if now it will be the time where people only use the same supports over and over and over again. You know what I mean? So let me give you an example. Things like, what was it? Martial Tempo. You could only use it once, on your main ability, the ability that you're going to be using, and then you cannot use martial tempo again on your second ability, so you had to go in and find a different speed support gem to use for your other abilities. Things like, what was the other one? Deliberation, right? Things like that. Now, you're just going to slap martial tempo everywhere, and deliberation is not going to be in play. I'm just giving a stupid example, by the way, for you to understand my point in this. I don't know if deliberation is going to be out the question, but I feel that after 2 weeks of playing, maybe less, we will all have a pool of 10 to 20 support gems that are going to be repeated everywhere, and then everything else is not even going to be considered because you don't really care about them, because why would you? You can use the same gems over and over and over again. You know what I mean? Like, imagine this build right here. We've got Martial Tempo, Lightning Infusion, Primal Armament. So I can do Martial Tempo and Primal Armament on all my major abilities. Actually, I can't with this build, but you get the point, right? So yeah, I don't see how this is going to help us have like a bigger diversity of builds. I think a richer variety of builds is whenever you restrict people from using support gems and now they need to be more creative. However, there's another side to the coin, right? There's another side to the coin. That before, you would take the best support gems and put them into the best abilities. And then your second, third, fourth, fifth attacking ability wouldn't be that much of a big deal. You would only have one ability, right? Now, you will be able to equally put the same support gems or equally as good support gems and duplicate them and make a second ability as good as your first one. So that could be in play as well. That's why I feel that this word shouldn't be the word that's in there, and it should be replaced with abilities. That's my opinion for this change on the support gems. And also, yeah, they need to rework the Gemling Legionnaire's Ascendancy completely, maybe, or just that, because, yeah, that node is going to be completely useless. They need to change him. Martial Tempo, no melee skills, yeah. They should be a diminishing return, like the second one has 5 less damage. Actually, I think I know what you can do and the reason why they did that. Let's just keep reading, and we're going to talk about it in a second. Gota, welcome in, man. Unleash builds and new synergies. This new freedom profoundly changes the dynamics of builds. A poison build will now be able to apply and stack effects on multiple skills, not just one. Okay? Utility skills, often overlooked because they are less effective in the endgame, can be supported by power gems without sacrificing the performance of the main spell. But this is exactly what I'm saying. That the fact that we would sacrifice the main ability to increase the performance of a secondary ability was what made the dynamics of the builds. I don't see this as a positive, the way that they said it. Anyway, players will be encouraged to combine multiple abilities rather than locking themselves into a single strategy. This, I agree. This is, I think, the biggest positive that's coming out of this change. That you will now be able to properly combine multiple different abilities instead of relying onto one that has the best support gems in it. A lot of support gems are not going to be used anymore. Yeah, it will create more skills versatility because you can have more skills best optimized, but we'll use less different supports. Exactly what I'm saying, yeah. So the way that they're phrasing this, I don't know if it's just lost in translation, but yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, chat. They probably don't want to see mapping and bossing gem swaps. Actually, I didn't think about that, Armin. Yeah, and I absolutely hate doing any manual work when it comes down to changing your support gems between the content. So I guess you have a point, and I really like that. But again, in some cases, you might want to take away the martial tempo and your boss ability because it doesn't really help you with bosses. You want to put something else, but you don't have the space for it. So I guess it's still open to gem swapping, to be honest, if I think about it that way. Doru, welcome in. Thank you for the follow, man. It's just a trade. Use more skills and less supports instead of less skills and more supports. But this is good. Like you have You can have fun using multiple spells than just spamming one powerful one. Yeah. Okay, so let's go into this point, because I think this is the biggest point that they changed in support gems. Another major improvement is the introduction of progression tiers for support gems. Until now, there were only 3 levels, most of which were accessible very early, reducing the feeling of evolution as the campaign progressed. Now, some supports evolve more gradually and offer new high-level effects. So we see a brand new support gem featured here called Double Barrel. And notice what it has. It has Double Barrel 1, Double Barrel 2, Double Barrel 3. So there's going to be 3 different ranks for some of these support gems. Not all of them. It says some here. So Double Barrel, for example, yeah, here it is. At rank 1, it gives you +1 projectile, but minus 30% reload speed. So this is going to be something with crossbows, mercenary, maybe they're going to be using this. Then at rank 2, the penalty drops to 20%. So if you can get rank 2, you definitely want to get rank 2 because you get 10% less reload speed or more reload speed or whatever. Then at rank 3, a new mechanic appears, which causes it automatically reloading after performing a heavy stun. So you get all of this shit, I assume, and then it gets this as well. Let me just read to see that it gets everything else. Yes, it does. So there you go. 20% less reload speed, an additional bolt, and you also reload automatically whenever you're heavy stunning an enemy. There you go. So there's 3 ranks. So obviously rank 3 is better than rank 1 and 2. But here is where the interesting part comes into play. Is there ever going to be a rank 3 support gem that does like a brand new mechanic that you don't want it to do? Anything. So for example, a stupid example that I can think of right now, you're a full fire build and you don't want to deal any other elemental damage apart from fire. You have a support gem that you definitely need in your main ability. However, rank 3 increases the damage that you deal with all elements, including cold and lightning. Therefore, you don't want to put it into your build. You want to stick with rank 2. Something like that. If that's possible, then it opens a huge area of diversity with builds, because now you can repeat them, but also you can decide to choose between the 2 ranks if you don't want the new mechanic that appears. That's food for thought. Can't wait for your builds in the new season. Hey, Doru, thank you so much, man. Lovely to have you here. And then it says rapid casting. Starts with, this is another support gem. Rank 1, it starts with 15% and then 20% cast speed. At rank 3, the support changes logic. Each different spell cast in the last 8 seconds grants plus 10% casting speed, a huge advantage for multi-spell builds. Yeah, that would be broken. I think it wouldn't. I don't know. Actually, no. I don't have an opinion on that, but that would be broken 100%. I don't know if it's possible or not. But as we can see here, the old and the new. I don't know why they put the old here. What am I supposed to see here? I'm supposed to see that individually they're rank 1, 2, and 3, and it depends on which one you want. And here it's going to be rank 1, 2, and 3. And the interesting part here is the only one that has 3 is brutality based on this image. I don't know if you guys can see it nicely. But according to this image, brutality is the only one with 1, 2, and 3. Then ricochet has 1 and 3. I don't know what happened to number 2. Maybe this is like something they haven't fixed. Augment has 1 and 2. No 3. Yeah, no 3. And then hourglass doesn't even have a 1 in its name. Chain has 2. Holy shit. I just saw this. Perpetual charge doesn't have anything. Wow. Will they be as uncut gems, or will they be level up on their own like in PoE1? No, uncut gems, I see. We're going to read it here. Here it is. This rework gives a better sense of progression throughout the campaign. No, wait. Where do they explain how you get it? Oh, you don't. Oh, they don't. Okay, so I guess it's going to be uncut 1, 2, and 3. This is how you're going to be able to get it. My idea is that uncut skill gem 1 is going to have all the ones that don't have any ranks, like Hourglass, for example, and all of them, they're rank 1. skill gem, support gem, sorry, 2 is going to have all the 2s, and then 3, all the 3s, I guess. But maybe even not. Because here, like Happy said, there's 5 ranks, by the way. Did you guys notice that? I just saw it. There's like 5 different ranks. Rank 1, we have support gems without... tier 1, sorry. There's 5 different tiers. I confused the word rank. So there's 5 different tiers. Tier 1 has Brutality rank 1, Hourglass, and Perpetual Charge without any ranks. Tier 2 has Brutality 2. But then if you want rank 3 Brutality, you need to unlock it with Tier 5. Scorp, you think they're going to approach the trading system at all? I honestly don't have any idea of that, bro. I think if they go and do something with the trading system, I think it's going to be QOL stuff, like quality of life stuff. Yeah, this rework gives a better sense of progression throughout the campaign, but the team also wanted to spice up the endgame. This is where a brand new system comes in play, which are the lineage supports. Yeah, we're not done with the supports, by the way. This is another leakage that happened, which is something called the lineage supports. After detailing the rework of the support gem, Jonathan introduced a new feature exclusive to the endgame content lineage supports. These gems work a bit like unique items, but apply to supports and represent a new layer of customization and power for builds. Unlike the regular gems available throughout the campaign, lineage supports can only be found in the endgame. They offer more powerful, sometimes radical mechanics and can completely transform the use of a skill. A striking example is Ratha's Assault, an evolved version of Double Barrel. So Ratha's Assault, it automatically recharges a skill when a dodge roll. It also increases the number of projectiles the skills can hold, but it imposes a constraint. It is now the only way to recharge this skill. All right, let me read the actual thing here. Supports crossbow ammunition skills, causing them to load multiple extra bolts. Supported skills cannot reload normally, instead loading bolts when you dodge. So you need to dodge in order for you to reload. That's actually pretty engaging. Interesting, okay. Rarity and obtaining. Like unique items, lineage supports cannot be obtained through regular gems, such as uncut support gems. So here's the confirmation that all the other support gems that we saw before, rank 1, 2, and 3, are going to be from uncut support gems. Their acquisition is based on exploration and combat. So here's how we can see another one, Zarok's Refrain. Here's a drop from the lineage supports, Zarok's Refrain. Some can only be found by defeating specific bosses, others are part of the endgame's random drop pool, and their rarity varies. Some gems are relatively common, while others become essential for certain builds, and lost in translation, probably they're extremely rare, and they're going to be super pricey. So yeah. About 40 new media. In total, there are about 40 new lineage supports that will enrich the endgame, offering as many opportunities to strengthen or transform a character. Some bring a simple, direct power boost, while others introduce new mechanics that will pave the way for completely original builds. When they say mechanics, they mean ability effects. So yeah, these are some images. We see some sorcerer shit, we see some ranger. I see some bloody stuff going on here. Is there something here that we can potentially identify a new class with, Chad? Can we put our brains together to see if we can identify something here? Yeah, there's a lot of them. There's 40 of them. Holy shit. I mean, these, I don't think they have... They're not 100% related to classes. They're mostly related to abilities and support gems in general, but... Yeah, it does look like a tooth. I know. That's what inspired me to ask you guys the question. Yeah, I think we're just gonna, yeah, we're just overthinking at this point. Anyway, let me see some examples here. The red one seems to be Val related. This one, yeah, this one as well. Something with totems, maybe. Yeah, correct, Sinister. Yeah. Anyway, the second one, Xerox Refrain. Support spells that affect an area around you or a target location. Supported spells echo twice, causing their effects to happen again after a short delay. But supported skills are given a short cooldown. Okay, so what would be category spell echo? What would be a good spell here? Yeah, ED, for example. Oh, no, it's target location. Never mind. Or around you. Yeah. Shockwave. Stormwave. Is that what you mean? Yeah, Stormwave is a good ability. Ice Wall, Bone Wall. Yeah, I'm looking for damaging abilities mostly. Imagine Shockwave, bro. And you can do it twice, but it does have a cooldown. Cannot support channeling skills, remote skills, blah, blah, blah. Support spells echo 2 times. Okay. Meteor, yeah. I hope those drop a lot. Well, it says here that some of them are going to be extremely common, while others are going to be super rare. So we'll see. Then we have Science Temper. Additional projectiles is the category. And it says supports projectile spells. Supported spells have an increasingly higher chance to fire many additional projectiles in a circle, resetting when they do. Wild Shard on casting. 20% chance to fire 8 additional projectiles. Holy shit. Okay, so you're gaining wild shards. You can get 5 of them. And then whenever this shit triggers, 8 times 5 is what you're going to throw. And then it's going to reset your wild shards. This is going to be insane, by the way. Echo means repeat. Yeah, you're going to cast it twice.
Get over here!
Maximus, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in, brother. The support gem is going to crash the PC. Yeah. Meteor as well. So Spark is back. I don't know how easy it's going to be to get wild shards, because the second that you use the projectiles, it's gone. Anyway, that's the third one. Fourth, Diala's Desiree or Desire. Diala's Desire. Okay. Supports any skill which has levels, increasing the level and quality while reducing the cost and reservation. +1 to level of supported skill gems, +10 to quality. Interesting. You don't have to cast it. No, it's going to proc. True table. Yeah, this is going to be an insane gem, by the way. Armin is claiming that it's going to be the best
hello there,
gem.
you sexy beast.
Yo, Crown Belt. Thank you so much for the resub. Welcome in. Thank you for the subarino. Lovely to see you here. Yeah, but we don't know what other lineage and unique gems or whatever they're called now. Then we have Arjun's Medal. Ammo Conservation is the category. Supports crossbow skills, a second one dedicated to crossbows, granting a chance to load a bolt into all crossbow ammunition on kill. 35% chance to load a bolt into all crossbow skills. Huh. Okay. Then we have Somebody's Tending. Hardy Totems is the category. Support skills which create totems, causing these totems to have more life. Totems created by the supported skills explode on death, dealing physical damage based on their life. Totems created by supported skills have 50% more maximum life. Bro, is there like a passive node or something that you can increase? It could definitely help SRS, Chris. Yeah, for sure. Is there something that can increase the health of the totems? Right now? Do we have something like that? Because if we do, and we can stack the health of the totems, and it also triggers the vengeance on death, which we cannot see what it is. Yes, we do. Well, shit, this is going to be pretty viable with the totems build. Rakiata's Flow. Support skills that can cause damaging hits, causing those hits to treat enemy elemental resistances as inverted. Hits with supported skills treat enemy monster elemental resistance values as inverted. I see this being played for bosses. Yeah, okay. That's the examples that we have, and it finishes off the article by saying these lineage supports are just a part of the new features planned to deepen character customization. Jonathan also announced a wide range of improvements specific to playable classes, which will further expand the possibility of builds. Yeah, 50% resistant become minus 50. That's bonkers. Exactly. Yeah, that's going to be pretty insane. Okay, this was the support gems leakage. Now we're going to the buffs and the nerfs real quick. So first we have the dexterity classes, new skills, reworks, and enhanced defenses. So here we go. Anybody who's playing dexterity classes, prepare yourselves. Jonathan followed up with a series of major improvements concerning the ranger and more broadly the classes based on dexterity. Bro, I'm convinced that this class is GGG's favorite class, hands down. Between new skills, rework of old spells, and new defensive mechanisms, these changes aim to make these archetypes more fluid, more powerful, and above all, more resistant in the endgame. One of the objectives was to make the ice element more viable for the... I don't know what that word is. It's lost in translation. If anybody understands what that is, let me know. So ice element, more powerful. Okay. Escape shot, extended in range. He now leaves behind fragments of ice that explode after a short delay. Bro, that could be potentially overpowered if you can minimize the cooldown of escape shot and spam the shit out of it. You can literally progress through the endgame maps on your back. Just leaping backwards, everything that follows you just explodes. That would be pretty cool, actually. Heck yeah, fire is going to be dead. Bring on the ice arrow build. No. No, we don't want fire to be dead. We want lightning to get slightly nerfed. Not to the ground. Don't forget, we never want them to nerf anything to the ground. We want them to lift everything up. You know what I mean? I don't want them to bring the ceiling to the ground. I want them to bring the ground closer to the ceiling. It took me a second there to think about it, but that's my point. Rodur is ranger. Got it. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Orange. So the cold in the heart of the ranger's arsenal. I see. Raise the floor. Yeah, that one. That's what I meant. Do you think Mirage will be the new meta coming up? I don't know. As long as it's nothing to do with lightning, I'm happy with whatever it is. This will fix evasion, but will make EVES even more powerful. They should bring other thing on level of lightning and all Gucci. Another thing, singular, no, more things, plural. I want warriors to be as close to lightning. I want pathfinders, poison builds, ice builds, fire builds. I want everything to be viable. I'm asking for a lot, I know, but yeah. Our league start ice shot, tried it 2 times already, but aside from some salvage and vault shenanigans, it didn't work out. Bro, I was thinking about ice shot as well. It's been a very long time that I wanted to try that or any kind of arrow poison build or something to do with the monk that's a little bit different than the classical ice strike. I don't want to do ice strike again. Going for a walk. Okie doke. Man, I'm so hyped. Me too. All right, let's go to the second one. Wait. We need to stretch, posture check, and hydrate. With that, Corey, I agree. Okay, frozen pressed. Frozen spite is what it means, okay? Multiply fragments when killing frozen enemies. Frozen spite supports attack skills, causing them to create ice fragments on killing frozen enemies. Trigger ice fragments on killing frozen enemies. Okay, good. Ice-tipped arrows. A new buff that allows all arrows to generate ice fragments. Oh boy. I can barely read what it says here. Ready your active bow or spear. I cannot see. Empowering your next barrageable bow or projectile attacks to create ice fragments on hit. Can consume a frenzy charge or bypass its cooldown. Okay, that's a buff. Nice. Holy shit. This is going to be pretty good, man. Yo, excuse me. What's up, man? Long time no see. Hello, hello. Bro. I might actually go for ice build. This looks so good so far. Freezing Salvo is getting a buff apparently. Fires additional ice projectiles at each fragment, turning the battlefield into a true icy blast. How? What did they improve here? Converts 80% of physical damage. Actually, you know what? Let's go and check it out. Let's see. Freezing Salvo. Do I have it? Dude, I will 100% league start an Ice Ranger or Amazon. Bro, I might actually join you on that idea. We were practicing with a Ranger and a Monk before, but I was thinking about Ice as well. I don't have it here, so let me just quickly go and grab it and see what it is that they're changing. Whoops. Freezing Salvo. Okay, so what's the difference here? So we have 80% of physical damage to cold damage, 80% of physical damage to cold damage, 62% more freeze buildup. So that's less. What level is that? Level 5. Okay, let me go and find a level 5 then. Give me 1 sec. Level 5. Freezing Salvo. Okay, there it is. So, 62%. Full screen. Sure. All right, 80% of physical damage. This is level 5. Is there any other differences here? Level 5. 78% attack damage. Same shit. 24 mana. Same shit. Passively coalesces icy missiles from the air over time. Using the skill fires and missiles. Firing an additional missile for each time has been accumulated. Everything is the same so far. 80%, 62%. 80%, 62%. Impact radius is 1.2 meters. Accumulates 12 additional missiles. 12 additional missiles. A missile 1 per second. It's exactly the same salvo. Exactly the same shit. Additional ice projectiles at each fragment. I don't see anything that says that, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know what's happening here. Then we have Snipe consumes enemies' frozen state to deal massive damage with an even greater bonus against bosses, since it's much harder to freeze them. Sounds like a bigger splash from the skill. With the new support? No. It's saying that this ability has been improved. Additional projectiles of ice. What? Are the additional ice projectiles? Yeah, but it should... Yeah, it says here 12 additional missiles. And this is exactly what we have right now. Wouldn't they add something to it? Higher level, maybe? I don't know what the change is, but they posted this picture as if there's a difference in this picture. You know what I mean? Maybe you're right, excuse me. Anyway, let's not dwell into it. Maybe they made a mistake with the picture. Maybe the leak is not correct. I don't know. Snipe consumes enemies' frozen state. Again, I'm going to double check this. So it's level 3. Level 3. Snipe. We do have Snipe. Okay, what do we have here? Is this the same shit? Turga, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Scorpius layer, buddy. Welcome in. So 222 mana per second, 45 of base, 45 per base, 22.2, 133 correct, level 6, 16 dexterity, no changes there. Channel, charge up your bow before releasing a powerful shot. Releasing the moment you fully charge causes the arrow to explode on impact, consuming for... Oh, there you go. There is a change here, you see? So this is an obvious change. So the one that we currently have says... it explodes on impact for a guaranteed critical hit. The new one says it explodes on impact, consuming freeze or hitting a heavy stunned enemy enhances the explosion. There you go. Then we have 100% conversion. Yeah, it's a completely different spell. 100% conversion of physical damage to cold damage. I don't know what that number is. 180, 100% more damage against unique enemies. Yeah, completely different spell. Completely different spell, and it has 4 different tabs. I can barely see them here. What the hell is it? Icy Blast, Heavy Blast. Yeah, I cannot tell what it says here. I don't understand what it says. Explosion, I think, and something else. I don't know what that first one is. Snipe one-shots bosses, as it should. I mean, its name is Snipe. It should deal a massive amount of damage. Heavy Blast for sure. Yeah, this is Heavy Blast. This is Icy Blast. This is... Explosion, I think? And I don't know what this is. I just know it starts with an A. Arrow? Yeah, maybe. Arrow attack. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, arrow it looks like. Yeah, maybe. Be meta, at least in the beginning of the league. So don't you steal my ideas. Why? It's a good idea. But yeah, this I'm excited for. I don't know what this is. I don't know if they made a mistake with the picture here. Anyway, moving forward, do you guys prefer this this scene, or do you prefer this scene? Which scene do you prefer the most? This is a little bit cleaner for you to see everything. This one I cover shit, but it's up to you guys. 1, this is 1, this is 2. Tell me in chat, 1 or 2? Full screen, 1. I like the full. 1. Okay, so everybody wants the 1. Okay, cool. So next, skills made more fluid. Many existing spells that were considered heavy or impractical have been revised. Many existing spells, I read that, holy shit. Toxic Growth becomes a rain of poisonous spores instead of a jump, making the spell much more spammy. Okay. Wait, is this something that we currently have? What level is that? 5. We do have Toxic Growth. It was added in Dawn of the Hunt, if I'm not mistaken, right? Yeah. Toxic Growth. Let's see the changes here. So this one aren't they the leapy things? The frogs or whatever they were? Dude, it looks like the bow is where the fun stuff is this patch. So far, it does, man. But we do have 2 more articles talking about other shit as well. But here it's leap into the air and fire a volley. Oh, you're leaping into the air, firing a volley of arrow, which cause toxic pustules on sprout from the ground. It's not the poisonous frogs. This is why I'm sad and I'm disappointed at myself. I've done like over 13 builds and I've never done a poison build. And... they need to improve poison builds, bro. I'm really excited for this shit. So now, instead of doing that, you can fire a rain of arrows from the air, like a lightning rod, let's say, causing them to rain toxic pustules, I cannot even read, from above that sprout from the ground on impact. Pustules detonate after a delay and can be poisoned. Or poisonous, or whatever that word is, causing them to detonate faster and more violently. Nice. Nice. Toxic Domain. A new poison skill that creates an area around the player, forcing all of their attacks to generate toxic pustules directly attached to enemies. Bro, I'm so happy, and we're already almost 5 hours for the reveal. But I'm happy because I'm looking at leaks that might potentially be real or not be real, and I'm getting excited that poison builds could be a thing. It's crazy. Toxic Domain. So it's a brand new ability. I'm not going to read through that. And then we have electrocuting arrow. Come on. Do we need a new lightning? Now a regular arrow, electrocuting arrow. Oh, they're changing electrocuting arrow. It's a regular arrow which can take advantage of projectile mounts. It also gains an area of effect, making it effective in single and multi-target and more effective at the end of the game. I didn't understand the description of this shit, but I'm going to read. Explodes in an area of effect. Hitting an enemy with will attach an electrocuting rod to them, causing all incoming lightning damage to build up. Okay, so this is going to be like a secondary ability that you're going to use instead of lightning rod, for example. Cannot pierce. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Not the dreaded eye exam, yeah. Next, Mirage. A new spirit reservation skill that allows you to summon spectral clones that use the skill of your choice. You have got to be kidding me. Bro, this sounds, before I even read what it does, it sounds so good. Yep. Clones. While active, yeah, I cannot read, bro. I'm sorry, chat, but I honestly, I'm trying my best here. It's an image. From my screen, I cannot read it. From that screen, it's a little bit better. While active, dodge rolling will create a mirage that uses... Oh, it's like that unique that they did. Range attacks for a short duration, then vanish. You cannot create another mirage while one exists, or for a short time after one vanishes. Dodge rolling while you're unable to create a new mirage will restart the timer. It is very OP. Sounds strong. Shadow move that sounds similar to that. I feel like shadow ability. Bro, don't hype me up, Chad. Do not hype me up. Don't. I would love to see the shadow. So you just dodge and you have Mirage doing 70% damage, so never have to actually attack yourself. Or you could just destroy the boss, bro. So imagine if you're a full poison build and you do toxic growth, you spam this shit before the boss comes out, right? So they detonate on the boss. You use toxic domain to create that shit around you and blah, blah, blah. And then you just spam this shit or whatever the main ability for the poison is going to be. Pretty cool stuff, man. The new class for this patch is Ranger. Yeah, Ranger 2.0. 5-second duration. But, by the way, 60 spirit, guys. It ain't that cheap, by the way. In PoE 1, when you use an ability linked, it creates a mirage that spams that ability for a little time. Yeah. I don't know how this is going to choose. Oh, wait. So, Sinister, I think if you dodge roll and the mirage is there, then I guess you need to use an ability for your mirage to use an ability. I don't know how that will work. Anyway, defenses, a revolution for escape. Okay, this is the serious shit. Okay, this is a big, big, big change. One of the historical weaknesses of the dexterity classes was their survivability. Sure. Are we considering energy shield here or no? As evasion is the weakest defense in the game. Okay, there's two statements here that I don't agree. Number one, dexterity classes, evasion and energy shield, are among the most defensive and tankiest builds in the entire game. But I assume that they're talking pure evasion. Even if they are, the statement that it's the weakest defense in the game, I don't necessarily agree with that statement. But anyway, let's continue. To correct this, a new mechanic is introduced called Deflect. Deflection rating provides a chance to deflect damage from hits, preventing 40% of the damage from those hits and ailments they inflict. Exact chance to deflect also depends on the attacker's accuracy. Holy shit. Yeah, no, okay, yeah, it's gonna be massive, bro. With accuracy, you stack accuracy, yeah. Pure evasion character, but for ESEV will be so OP, yeah. Have you tried? Yeah, I have. I didn't have that much of an issue as I had with full armor, personally. I don't know how we built it different or whatever, but yeah, anyway, maybe it's close, but I don't think it's the weakest defense in the game. I think armor is. Man, this is going to be insane. So, which means that preventing 40% of the damage. So, if you're fully stacked with evasion, you have a chance of not getting hit based on your evasion. And then whenever you get hit, the amount of damage that you get from those hits, you're going to prevent it based on your accuracy because of deflect. Maybe I just fucked up bad on my evasion character. Maybe, or maybe I just effed up with my armor character. But you get my point, bro. I don't think it's... If I was writing this article, I would have added as evasion is one of the weakest defenses in the game. Not the weakest. It's one of. And I would specify that I'm talking about pure evasion. Anyway. Works against all types of hits, including AoE attacks or classic unblockable strikes, except for the rare boss skills signaled by a red flash. Reduces damage by 40% on success. Can be augmented by items and via... Oh my god, I was about to ask this. Could you actually empower this even more? And the answer is yes. You can augment this by items and the passive tree. This is insane. Has no maximum limit. It is therefore possible to reach 100% deflect chance by investing enough. What?
Get over here!
Edgy Tomato. Edgy Tomato. Welcome in, dude. This mechanic benefits all dexterity classes, but especially the ranger, mercenary, and the monk. That's crazy. Huntress block and parry enhance reliability. Another expected change, everything is now blockable and parryable except for attacks specifically marked as unblockable by bosses. This makes the mechanics much more reliable, especially for the Huntress whose parry was considered unsatisfactory at the endgame, he means. In addition, the movement speed has been increased when using these mechanics, making them more dynamic and enjoyable to use. I still don't think that enough people are going to use the parry mechanic, but whatever. But even at 100% chance, you still take 60% damage, right? Well, that's questionable because you can augment this by items and via the passive tree. As it says in this third bullet point. Again, we might lose the point in the translation here, but we're going to see. It's just insane how it feels. Will be so expensive next league. Yeah, I know, right, Aaron? And you still evade before the deflect. Exactly. Yep, exactly. So this, by the way, I am not complaining. This is what I mean by bringing the floor to the ceiling, raising the floor up. Instead, and I really hope I don't actually regret saying what I'm about to say in like 4.5 hours, I really hope they don't nerf energy shield. We all here know that 95% of all 90% of all builds have energy shield. I really hope they don't nerf energy shield and replace energy shield with evasion, because that's all that's going to happen in 0.3. Everybody's going to be playing evasion builds, and that's basically it. So I really hope they keep evasion the way that it is and then bring this shit up and then work armor to get back to that as well. So it's for full evasion characters. Yeah, exactly my point. ES wouldn't be in so many builds if the other defenses were better. Yeah, but exactly my point. ES is pretty good right now, and I don't want them to nerf it, because they did with taking away Green Feast, if you think about it. I don't want them to decrease it even more, making it shittier because they're doing this. Because don't forget that the majority of the builds are not pure energy shield. They're not pure... they're not armor and energy shield. They're evasion energy shield. So how is this going to affect those builds too? Which means that having energy shield and evasion is going to benefit you even more than going full evasion. Because there's nowhere here that it says that you're not allowed to have a single point of evasion. It just says it's for dexterity characters, as evasion is the weakest link. So I can have 70% evasion, get myself some deflection. So I'm not going to get the full deflect. I'm not going to invest in the passive tree. I'm not going to invest into items. I'm not going to invest to go to 100% deflect. But I'm going to have 3.5, 4K energy shield on top of that. You know what I mean? What concerns me the most is the unique supports and the support tier changes. Me too, man. Have you passed that already? I have. We saw the majority of them. What I'm saying about the support gems, I remember you told me that you're concerned and I couldn't talk about it before, but now we can. I am also concerned, but what I've learned in PoE2 is that every single time I'm super excited about half of the shit and then I'm concerned about the other half, only to find out that 1 week in, A, you get used to all the new shit that you were worried about. B, you get more familiar with all that stuff and you know what you're doing. And C, there's guides, there's builds, and there's things that are going to rise above everything else. And then probably 80% of the new content that's going to come out, and nobody's going to give a shit about it because 20% of it is going to be the viable choices to go. So for example, there's 40 brand new lineage supports or whatever they're called. How much do you guys bet that within the first week,
Well,
that
hello
40
there, you
number
sexy
is going to be
beast.
reduced to 8? 8 of them are going to be the viable ones. And the other 32, nobody's going to give a shit about. They're going to cost like 1 or 2 or 5 exalted or something like that. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm not too worried about it. I understand where you're going with it, but I'm pretty sure that they're building for something later on. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it. And unless I see it in the patch notes and I see the full structure of it, I cannot have like a full... I guess tomorrow's stream is going to be more informative for us to share our opinions. Biscuit, thank you so much for the resub, man. Really appreciate you 4 months. Thank you for being here. You know what I mean, Felipe? It's not much of an answer I'm giving you, but... But those unique gems will be like the chicken leg, just a dream for the average. Yeah, I guess so. But it also depends on the rarity of the items and how good they are. So, for example, my idea of how I'm going to play my league start is, A, I'm not going to race against anyone. I'm not going to try and compete into a race to be the first one there or whatever. But I'm definitely not going to take it slow and read through the lore. I'm going to try and be as fast as possible in the end game, because a lot of these are gonna be available in the end game. They're gonna be available in the first few bosses. They're gonna be available in the first few things that you do in the end game, and I'm gonna try and get there as fast as I possibly can to get new items, the new uniques that are gonna be dropping, the new lineage supports, etc., and just make money out of it. I'm not gonna worry too much about it. You know what I mean? Deflect chance depends on the attacker's accuracy. So if you want 100% deflect chance, you have to blind enemies and lower that stat, right? If I play, I'm going to do it like you. Wait, what do you mean if you play? There's a chance you're not going to play the new league? Deflect chance, attacker's accuracy. Let me read that again. Where is it? Exact chance to deflect also depends on the attacker's accuracy. So yeah, you can invest in accuracy, bro. You can have like a bow with a shit ton of accuracy. You can put the runes that increase your accuracy if that's your main build. And don't forget that this says the exact chance to deflect, not the amount that you deflect, right? So yeah, the 100% deflect chance is if you invest enough. It could be support gems, it could be items, it could be passive tree. Unfortunately, yes. Wait, why? What do you mean? Wait, is it because you prefer PoE 1, you don't want to play PoE 2, or you IRL busy, or what is it? We need this kind of defensive layer because right now we only survive mapping when we do crazy one-shot build. Oh, 100%. I agree, Iron. No. I'm definitely not saying that we don't need this. This is a much needed change. 100%. I'm welcoming deflect. I love the fact that it's OP as shit. I would want it to keep it that way. I really hope energy shield doesn't get nerfed so we can become even stronger. And I really hope that they do something similar to armor. In the next article, Jonathan will discuss the changes to warriors and their specific mechanics. All right, let's go warriors then. Next up is warriors. We're going away from dexterity and rangers and monks, and we're going to armor now. A lot of people crying about no druids, saying that they aren't going to play as if the whole game is supposed to be a druid simulator. Oh, don't worry about it, bro. I would, honestly, I wouldn't pay attention, Avast. I wouldn't pay attention, brother. If you're excited for the game, let nobody affect that. And people who are claiming they're not going to play the game because the druid is not out are also people that the druid is going to come out, they're going to play, and they're going to find something else to bitch about. So don't worry about it. Not your accuracy, the enemy accuracy. Wait, it said the attacker's accuracy. You are... Oh, the attacker's accuracy. Oh, I see. Yeah, you're right. That makes total sense now. Yeah, it's deflect. So the attacker is the enemy. Okay, got it. I see. Okay.
Well, hello there, you sexy beast.
Hey, Murph, thank you very much for using your Prime over to the channel, man. I really appreciate your support. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, no, you were right, Gota. You were right. I was wrong. All right, Warrior, rekindled flames, ancient totems, and new defenses. After presenting the improvements of the dexterity classes, Jonathan focused on the Warrior of Season 3. This class is receiving a series of major overhauls, including new flaming skills, redesigned shields, strengthened totems, and even better accuracy and armor management. I am really excited to see the flaming skills that they're getting, the new shit, the accuracy thing, and the armor, especially the armor. More impactful fire skills. As the fire was considered too weak on the warrior until now, several skills have been reviewed and new ones introduced. Volcanic Fissure. This is not new. We have it already. Now generates multiple rifts, providing much more effective area clearing. You know what we're going to do here? We're going to go and check it out. What is it? Level 5? Level 7. Fissure. We have this come with... I don't have the strength. With, what do you call it? Dawn of the Hunt. But minimal level is level 9. So maybe they made it so you can get it a little bit sooner. Because in the game right now, it's level 9 as minimum. So the mana and stuff are going to be a little bit different. We're looking for the big changes here. Converts 80% of damage to fire. 60%. So from 60 goes to 80 at a lower level. Not bad. While dual wielding, both weapons hit with 30% less attack speed. Same. Wait, is this 80 or is this 60? It is 80. Okay. Fissures branch 2 times. Duration is 12 seconds. Limit 8 fissures. Limit 8. Duration is 12 seconds. Correct. But it has now the ×2 thing. Okay. So that's the big change there. Then we have Forge Hammer, brand new skill. Hurl a molten hammer that crashes into the distance. It can be recalled or it can explode via a war cry, triggering additional volcanic fissures and creating a real fiery arena against the boss. Yeah, you hit the limit twice as fast. Yep. To the small but good ones. Thank you, Murph. Thanks, man. Appreciate that comment. So, big thing that we know about the Forge Hammer, apparently the new ability, you hurl it and you can call it back, or you can leave it where it is. You can see it here in the picture. You throw it. I don't know if it sticks to the ground. I guess it sticks to the ground. And then you can use a war cry to trigger it. And then it triggers the fissures as well. Huh. Nice shit. Hurl a fiery hammer that slams into the ground and lodges there, while the hammer is... lodge. While the hammer is lodged in the ground, I'm really sorry, but I can barely read these things. Reusing this skill recalls the hammer and resets the skill's cooldown. Alternatively, using a war cry near the ledged hammer causes it to shatter, releasing a number of molten fissures in a spiral. While the fissures persist, using a slam on them will cause an aftershock, which spreads to all connected fissures. Okay. We can definitely... I can bet anything you guys want, this is going to be a prime ability. Imagine the warrior with volcanic fissure as a secondary ability, with Forge Hammer, with Herald of Ash, for example, and this is your main ability. You throw, you go close, War Cry. Throw, War Cry. Throw, War Cry. Throw, War Cry, Fissures, etc., etc. That's going to be your clearing, and then Perfect Strike for your boss, I guess. But I'm going to read forward. Maybe we have more shit here. Sihan, thank you very much, man. I'm not sure what you said there, but I'm pretty sure it's something to do with your affiliation, birthday, or anniversary, or whatever Twitch is claiming that it is today. Perfect Strike has a much wider area of effect. That's it? So the channeling is still there? It is. Okay, so it's yeah, wider range. Okay, cool. And then Molten Blast no longer forces forward movement, is smoother to use, and offers a significantly increased chance of ignite. Okay, yeah. So it reduces the forced movement, smoother to use, and offers a... Yeah, I can see this build, bro. Ancestral Cry, new glory skill, charges by setting enemies on fire. So, by default. So your whole build is going to be fire with the rotation that I told you before. Maybe with Molten Blast as well. And this is going to build up on its own. Then summons the Ancestral Power, fire boosted attacks with each step, and magma balls bursting from blows. Holy shit. In addition, you will have less movement penalty when your shield is raised. Okay. Dude, I cannot wait for your top 50 builds of 0.3 video. Bro, yeah, I know, right? Like, I've already thought about 3 or 4 different builds that I want to try. It's crazy. Anything that has less movement penalty is great. True. Shields. The sprint makes the gameplay more dynamic. Several shield skills have been revised. Plus, you will have less movement skill when your shield is raised. Shield charge. More cooldown and increased damage based on distance traveled. Okay, so here is where they're putting back the movement speed because they gave us the sprint thing. So you cannot spam shield charge as often anymore. But it inspires you to use this as an attacking ability. I still don't think this is going to be used for anything other than movement speed, to be honest, but we'll see. Shield Wall. Expanded area of effect and synergy with shield charge, which can now trigger walls. Oh shit. Look at that. What do you mean synergy with shield charge? Ram your shield into the ground, throwing up a wall of earth. Enemies can attack your wall segments, and your slams, war cries, and shield charge will instantly destroy them all. The segments explode when destroyed, damaging enemies in front of you and around them. I think this is going to be, again, I'm just predicting theory crafting without any other information here. I think this is going to be a cool build, but it's going to be a boring and very slow build to use if this is going to be the main way to kill stuff. But it's going to be cool in the beginning. Shield charge was one of my main killers for my warrior. It's not that it's not going to be possible now, bits, because now it has more damage based on the distance traveled. Fortifying Cry, brand new skill, grants a defensive buff and charges the shield to strengthen other protection skills. Okay? There's more defenses here, which is always good. Requires an armored shield here, so you cannot combine it. And this is armored shield, so these are 2 different builds, by the way. Everything that we saw up there. And then we have Magma Barrier. Oh, this requires a shield and a buckler as well. No longer requires... Wait, I just realized something, chat. You see here it says required shield and buckler. What the hell is this? What is an armored shield? How is that different to a normal shield or a buckler? Is this a new weapon? New type of shield? Armored shield is on shield wall. Armored shield is also on shield charge. It's not just shield. Shield charge. Oh, it's still... No. We still have it now. Never mind. We still have it now. What is this? Armored shields are any shield that grants the player armor. Okay, my bad. Okay, I just need to pick up on those little details in case we find something else. It's not, we already have it. It's just the type of shields. Some shields give you armor, some don't. Okay, fair enough. There's no changes there. False or arm. Yeah, Bits, you were right, bro. Yeah. Okay, Magma Barrier no longer requires precise timing. It is now enough to block after the shield is charged. Cool shit. And Seismic Cry also. Now stuns enemies ready to be stunned. Sunder. This skill will now also increase the physical damage taken by the target. Wait. Increase physical damage to us or to them? Hitting an enemy with fully broken armor makes it take additional increased physical damage. Okay, to the enemy. Okay, good. Not a bad change. Jez, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the Scorpius lair. Lovely to have you here. Templar confirmed. Sunder got a huge nerf. It lost its critical damage. Wait, did it? I didn't even notice. Do I have it somewhere? I have it on the warrior already. What level are we looking at? 9. I have a 9? I do. Sunder. Okay. 100% increased critical damage bonus is what we have now. And you're absolutely right. It's not here. Wait, it says wave? Yeah. On the wave, it's not here. Increased physical damage taken. Wait, I'm so confused. Yeah, they don't have the critical damage. Holy shit. So it's a slight rework of the skill, yeah. Am I reading this correctly? Does this say payoff? What? Yeah, you can use that passive that always hits but cannot crits, which is going to increase your accuracy. And I think that the accuracy part has something to do with the warrior, because don't forget the title that we have here. Better accuracy and armor management. Thank you, Artie. Welcome in, brother. Yeah, huge nerf for Sunder, but maybe it's going to play well without caring about crit. Hello, Mr. Artie. Welcome in. Then we have Totems, tenfold power, apparently. Gains a spectacular rise in power via his totems. Ancestral Warrior Totem becomes a very powerful skill, requiring 3 stacks of stamina to summon, but deals massively increased damage and skills with player's weapon. Damn. That's big. What are those leaks? Yep. We're still doing the leaks. So I gave a warning to everybody who didn't want to have it spoiled or they don't want to find them out. Let me just finish with these and we're going to go into doing our prediction bingo cards. But if you're interested in the leaks and everything that you missed that we covered, because we're towards the end, I have one more and that's it. I do have a full video on the leaks on YouTube. New sources of stamina charges via perfect strike and via heavy stuns. Oh, okay. Wait, so they're support gems then. So perfected endurance. Gain an endurance charge when hitting an enemy with support skills when perfectly timed. So it's not stamina charges, it's endurance charges that they mean here. Which means that this is not 3 stacks of stamina, they mean 3 stacks of endurance charges. Right? And then another one here for the endurance. Okay. 11 p.m. for us, man. Unfortunately, yeah, as you can see in the timer, we've got 4 more hours. Answered Call offers an additional totem. While spirits are generally empowered, combined with a limitless ancestral warrior, allows you to raise a real army of totems. What does it say? Answered Call, which is where? This one here. +1 to maximum number of summoned totems. Triggered ancestral spirits when you summon a totem. Okay. Fusion of the Great Wolf Howl and Warcaller's Bellow supports. I don't even know if these names are correct spelled. Oh, it's Bellow. Okay. Warcries explode corpses, dealing 25% of their life as physical damage. Ignore Warcry cooldowns. Okay. And then the most crucial thing is the defenses. I don't know what, apart from that last point, what are these? Encased in Jade no longer consumes protection on the first hit received, making this buff much more reliable. Okay. Then accuracy. Melee warriors now benefit from an increased hit rate at close range, removing the need to invest heavily in accuracy. The nightmare end for skills like Bone Shatter. Actually, not bad. Yeah, not bad. And then armor. Here we go. Gains the ability to better reduce elemental damage thanks to new stats available on equipment and in the passive tree. That's it. That's it. Nothing else. There's nothing else to armor. That's what I said in the video, that it's a really good change, step to the right direction, but I would love to see more. And I hope that they didn't feature everything here with this interview and leaks and stuff. I really hope that we see better shit. But yeah. For example, now equipment, you can find 70% of armor also applies to elemental damage taken from hits. And then you have estimated armor mitigation. Armor reduces the physical damage you take from both attacks and spells, but provides no benefit against other damage types. Exact damage reduction depends on the damage dealt, but cannot be higher than 90%. And I'm pretty sure this is... Is it identical? Armor reduces the physical damage you take from both attacks and spells. Yeah, it's exactly the same shit. So there's no changes there. It's only for the abilities and whatever passives they decide to do. They should make armor work like Calling Strike, so its effect is dependent on the rarity of the monster. Other than that, they won't fix the underlying issue that white mobs hit as hard as rares sometimes. Yeah, I agree with that. And I think it's a good idea with the calling thing that you said. Could the druid be... Is it possible anytime soon? I don't know. Bro, I really hope that they troll the shit out of everybody. I really, really hope that GG is saying no to druid and then they launch Druid tonight. It's gonna. I think people's head is gonna explode. That is gonna be an insane move from GGG. In the next article, Jonathan will be discussing the crossbows. So there we go. The final leak that I am aware of. Actually, no, it's the second last. Sorry, my bad. Second last leak is we're gonna speed through this. Smoother crossbows and stronger combos. We have, after the warrior's biggest shit, they're going to do some improvements on the fluidity and of the crossbows and generically the way that they feel. Mercenary is the big beneficiary, but these changes also benefit other classes. Two major tweaks made is the run and gun gameplay much more enjoyable. So firstly, crossbow reload. It no longer penalizes your movements. Great change. Love it. Spot on. Exactly what was needed. Skills that can be used while moving. The slow penalty is now much shorter. Beautiful. Cool shit. It is a big W. Yeah. Big as W, man. It's going to feel so much better. So this word right here is the perfect word that you can use for these changes. I like it. And I really hope that this is not it. I mean, this is not the only thing that they're doing for crossbows and mercenary. As a result, the mercenary can shoot, move, and chain with unprecedented speed, which radically changes the feel of the class. Not only mercenary, ranger, etc., whoever uses crossbows. Improvements to combo mechanics. The team also sought to make combinations of elements more relevant and sustainable. How? Let's see. Shock. Double the duration, 8 seconds, giving more time to exploit the damage bonus. What does he mean with shock? Are we talking about the debuff? The ailment that you put on the enemy? I guess. What was the drama? The leaks were the drama. Because apparently they're confirmed and it's 40% of what's coming out. Still didn't watch the video, yeah. If the changes turn out to be half as good as they sound on paper, this will be a banger patch. Yeah, true. The ailment? Okay. Because if it's the ailment, it's weird that they have it here where the mercenary is. You know what I mean? Anyway, double the duration, 8 seconds, giving more time to exploit the damage bonus. That's a really good change for lightning damage builds. Plasma Blast now increases the damage dealt to shocked enemies even more. Nice. It was a little bit underwhelming, to be honest. But yeah, that's good. Chill and Freeze. Slows and freezes last longer. And skills like Permafrost Bolts take full advantage of this mechanic. Yeah, ice builds are going to see much more love now, I think. Burning. Burns. Yeah, so this is Ignite, Freezing. So they are all of the ailments. You're right. See you later. Nice stream, bro. Thank you very much, Murph. Thank you once again for the Prime and being here, bro. See you later. Are the Twitch drops for the live stream? Yes, in 4 hours, the Twitch drops are going to start, and you are going to be able to get it from here as well. I have the drops enabled. I guess with crossbows, elements feel better. Probably, yeah. They feel better because crossbow spells suck more than the rest of the skills. You know what I mean? Which, sure, it works either way. As long as the build is viable and good, it's fine. These changes push to integrate secondary damage called Fire Lightning into a build that would not have thought of it before. Okay. Some combos have been explicitly boosted. Frag rounds, their chain freeze blasts now hit nearby enemies. High velocity rounds plus armor break. Armor fragmentation causes even the weakest hits to deal a portion of the damage of fast projectiles. Perfect to follow up with shotgun blast and finish with frag rounds to demolish bosses. Cool. Real Mallow Burn. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to Scorpius Lair. Appreciate you being here. I hope I can get them to work on console finally. Yeah, I'm really excited. I'm not a console player, but I'm really excited to see what they're going to do for console players, man. I am so, not disappointed, but not sad. It's a bad word, but you know what I mean, man. It's not fair. Like, I'm not a console player. I shouldn't give a shit, but I do care because we're losing a lot of players. The game is losing a lot of players because the game is bad on console. So I really hope that they do something about that. A particular spectacular novelty, the Mortar Cannon. Okay. Oh shit. What is this? Raise a cannon totem which uses socketed grenade skills with significantly improved cooldown recovery rate. So you're going to have a cannon and you're going to be able to add to it like any kind of grenade skill that you want. So you know the... Holy shit. So... Imagine the Grenadier build, and you just do gas grenade, explosive grenades, and then oil grenade or something like that in a row, and the cannon does that rotation for you while you're doing something else. Oh, it's just one grenade. Okay, it's just one grenade, I guess. Because here it says grenade skills. It's plural. So I imagine that you can put more. I guess with crossbow elements feel better. Sorry for my English. I'm from Argentina. Your English is perfect, bro. What do you mean? It's really good. For console, we need auction house. The browser is a pain. I agree with you, but you're not getting an auction house if the auction house is not available for PC, because PC players are going to go bonkers if console players get an auction house and they don't. So GG is going to need to do it both ways, but I don't know if we're getting an auction house. I don't know how they think about those. The totem also gains 25% of all elemental resistances. There's limit 1 on the totem. Duration is 8 seconds. Gains plus 10% of chaos resistance as well. And it doesn't say anything about the base. It's probably on the second tab there. Iron. That's a good question. Okay, we got that. When used, the cannon is summoned. A siege weapon that opens, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, ballista totems. Another issue fixed is the banners considered too weak. They have been reworked. Extended duration, no longer disappear when you leave their area. Removal of the value system. And they now offer more consistent and powerful bonuses, which can be activated thanks to glory. Okay, I think the way that they say that they are improved, I think it's an understatement. I think banners are going to become a lot better if these are accurate. but I think it just lacks the information for us to understand what they're going to do, because extending the duration of the banners no longer disappear if you're leaving the area, so you don't need to redo them all the time. It removes the value system, and they become more consistent and powerful because of the glory. It just indicates that they become a lot stronger, but this is undervaluing it, you know what I mean? And the last leak that I am aware of is going to be for the Witch. I'm leaving Witch for last, Icy. So here we go. What is Lich getting? Apparently Lich is getting a real facelift, according to these guys, especially around the summons and the combined use of different types of minions. The goal is clear: to make summoner builds more consistent, powerful, and fun to play. I couldn't agree more. Until now, melee minions have been at a distinct disadvantage when it comes to ranged summons. I agree. I'm not a witch main, but I've played witches, and all we play is ranged minions. So I would guess that minion mains are going to agree with this. No more accuracy issues. All minion attacks hit automatically. That's for the melee minions, I assume. But it says all minions, so I don't know if that takes away the range's accuracy as well. Brutes gain direct buffs and a new command skill. They utter a battle cry that intimidates the enemies. They blast nearby enemies and frozen allies into a huge icy blast. What? What do you mean by this? What do they mean by this? What do you mean? It blasts nearby enemies and frozen allies into a huge icy blast. I don't know if that's a typo there, if it's lost in translation, or I don't know what that is. Ice mages also change their command skills. Maybe frozen enemies is what it's trying to say. I don't know. Ice mages also change their command skills. They now apply ice armor to other minions. This effect reduces damage taken and reflects cold damage back to attackers. The armor also freezes minion counters, allowing brutes to blow them up with their scream. There you go. The armor, I'm having a hard time understanding the translation here. So frozen allies is correct. So based on frozen allies, I don't know what this word is. Freezes and minion counters, allowing brutes to blow them up with their scream. Yeah. So you freeze your own shit and you blow them up with your own shit and you deal more damage. New mechanics for summoners. Unearth can now be new. What do you mean? Can now be cast on corpses of your own dead skeletons. Perfect for reviving an army during a boss fight. Bro, this is massive. This is, I don't know for endgame. Anybody who's a minion main here, let me know. But I think for campaigning and leveling, this is huge. I don't know how many times I went to the boss and the boss completely annihilated all my minions with one swipe. And I was running like a headless chicken around the room so I don't die. Orange, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Okay. I'm gonna have a blast with minions. Yeah, you're certainly having a blast with the minions. No puns intended. Where can I see the leaks? Here or on my video? I cannot send them over on Twitch. I think they took them down. Is whatever screenshots I managed to get, bro. So you can check the video, I guess, on YouTube that I have. I have the full video of the leaks. All right, so on Earth, you can summon your own. I think this is a pretty massive. Skeletons get a new jump skill to get into the fray faster. Hey, let's go. Your skeletons now can jump. Raise Ghost reduces spirit cost and significantly increases damage to finally make ghosts worthy of their investment. Sure. New weapon, the Reaping Staff. Among the new occult items, so we're going to have more of them. One in particular stands out, the Reaping Staff. There it is. Doesn't look much of a reap because of the angle, but hey, look at that. Grants access to a new, unique skill, Reap. When the target is weakened, you dash forward and mow down enemies, instantly executing them. Oh, this is gonna be so fun. Holy shit. But the problem that I have with this is that if they're low on life, right? Whenever they're weakened. Yeah, this screams main ability energy. Bonus, you're healed with each execution. The offense can also apply critical weakness, opening up new possibilities for synergy. So do you think that this is going to be grayed out? Actually, no, it's AoE, so it cannot be grayed out. Conjure a bloody scythe that sweeps across the targeted area, dealing physical damage to enemies and applying critical weakness. So it could be a main ability. You just spam the shit out of this. To use staves. Yeah, true. Reaping staff. True. It's pretty good, though. It's not bad. It's not bad. Let's go to... We heard a lot of Final Fantasy music now. Let's go to... OSRS soundtracks. Okay. So that's Reap. Then we have the Witch's Ascendancy, I guess. High strength investment. True. Yeah, it's okay. I think it's fine, 51. Blood Mage, before, forced to start with Saglomancy, which is not the word. That's not the word. Sagwimancy is the word. Supposed to be a constraint. Now, how many ways do you have? How many different ways can you spell the word Sagwimancy? Here you go. Saglomancy and Sobancy. Now, Sagwimancy is free. What do you mean it's free? Given immediate access to the heart of the class? What? What? I have too many characters. Blood Mage for the win. Might play it again. I hit almost 11,000 HP on my Blood Mage the past league. Yeah. How did they play? Hell, did Blood Mage get a buff? Well, Final Boss, don't forget that we're looking at leaks that we don't know if they're right or wrong. They're buffing one thing based on this leak, but they might be nerfing a lot of other shit, bro. Yeah. Don't worry. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be fully buffed, but there you go. Sagwimancy. So Life Remnants. So now you're getting it for free. Holy shit. Does that mean, though, we've got 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. What? Yeah, that's insane. Forced to start with Sag... Bro, listen. Unreal? Yeah, but one second. Let me just try and think about this. Okay, so here's my logic and tell me what you guys think about it, okay? Again, I haven't spoken to anyone. I don't know anything about it. It's just my 2 cents based on how I think they think. If they did this, I don't think Witch is going to be their favorite and the exception here. This could also mean that all the other Ascendancies might get their first walkthrough as a free, or the ones that make sense for it to be. But they didn't tell it to that French dude that leaked everything because they're not going to share everything in a single interview, right? So maybe that's one thing, which means that witches are not OP. Everybody's more OP now. My second sense is even if they did that, either the witch or everybody else, okay, they probably significantly reduce the value of the skills within the ascendancies that they give you for free. So for example, Life Remnants is insanely broken the way that it is now, but it's broken, but you also consume 2 of your ascendancies to get it. Now that you're not going to use ascendancies, this is probably going to be cut in half or some shit. You know what I mean? That's my logic. They remove the upper node. Yeah, maybe the upper node is free for everybody whenever you reach a certain level to inspire you and give you the knowledge of ascendancies. and then introduce you to, oh, by the way, in order for you to unlock the rest, you go to Ascendancy trials and yada, yada, yada. That's my logic, okay? That's my personal logic on it. And actually, I'm going to forget about it, so I'm going to write it down so I can put it into my bingo shit. All Ascendancies are going to get a free node, but nodes will be significantly reduced in value. Intro to trials. That's my prediction. Okay, so that's big, bro. That's insane. Without knowing any other details, just by this is insane. Anyway, Infernalist. The demon form was not used much as it removed your weapon's bonuses. This is no longer the case. You keep your stats, making the transformation much more attractive. I want so much. See, yeah, it's not the guy writing it wrong. He wrote it in French and then it was translated, and probably Google Translation did its thing. And instead of Saguamancy, we got Sobancy. But yeah, you can kill them with your tears, man. This sounds like an insane, also another insane thing. Infernalist. I don't have the Ascendancy. What's the Where in the Ascendancy is the demon form? Witches are insane. That's what we know, final boss. We don't know that. Like 5 minutes ago, we were saying that warriors are going to be insane now. 5 minutes before that, we said that rangers are going to be insane. Don't forget that this interview is done by a content creator that, unfortunately for him, he leaked everything. And content creators are never, ever, ever, ever in a million years write the negatives of the content whenever they want to leak shit. You know what I mean? They're always going to hype up the good stuff for people to get attracted. So we don't know half the shit that is going to get nerfed. So the Ascendancy Infernalist. Yeah, but I mean, which row is it? Oh, you said the second Ascendancy. Okay. Do I have Infernalist? Infernalist. Here we go. All right, so where's the demon thingy? So you said second, so it's going to be somewhere. Wait, did he also say Infernalist? What am I missing here? Oh, here it is. It is the first one, bro. All right, hear me out. Imagine if this is given to you. You don't need to put points exactly the same way that it was here with this. You get, for example, the demon form for free. It doesn't remove the weapon bonuses, okay? But it reduces your shit. Here, it makes it less. You know what I mean? It makes it weaker.
Well, hello there, you sexy beast.
Yo, Mr. Petrov, thank you so much for the sub, man. Thank you, brate. Thank you, I appreciate you, brother. One of the best for minions. I'm not saying it's not going to be good, bro. You saw what they did with the minions. The changes with the minions. Maybe you're going to get some other fire shit that are going to be super good and better than what they are now. But your demon form is going to be reduced a little bit, you know? Make it less good, but free. Thank you for all of your work and sharing it with us plebs. Bro, I love what I'm doing, man. I love what I'm doing. Nobody's a pleb in this chat, brother. Thank you so much for the sub. I take it that you're a Bulgarian brother, right, dude? I hope. Otherwise, this is... Okay, so that's that. Cool. Good potential changes here for the witch. In the next article, the guy says, we're going to talk about the monk. And then they interrupted his leaking strike and they took everything down, and he never released the article for the monk. He never did. So not too long ago, I was testing out the Ascendancy for Warrior in the Jade armor. It's actually really helpful. I know it's not as good as the Titan Ascendancy, but honestly, it's been good for me. I believe you, man. Yeah. Scamas. Yeah. I get that a lot. I'm actually Australian, but in the early 90s when I joined my first... Wait, what? I'm actually Australian. Oh, but in the early 90s when I joined my first bulletin board systems, my real name was taken, so I chose Petrov. That's very specific. Very specific, bro. Do you have anything to do with Bulgaria? New martial artist ascendancy. Imagine, bro. We wait for future then. Big butt system. I lost everything. In summary, good or bad? Bro, now that we covered all of the leaks, here's my opinion. We are 100,000% going to the right direction. 100%. That's my opinion. I think it's too early. I am excited for a lot of these leaks. I'm really hopeful that a lot of them are true. I'm a little bit worried about some of the new systems that are coming in, like the support gems and all that stuff. I'm worried about the sprinting shit that is gonna be a little bit iffy, but it's not complaints. It's just normal gamer worries. That's basically it. I don't have anything negative to say. If they come out tonight and they say exactly these things word by word, I'm gonna be equally as exciting. But I'm super excited to see what the other 60% of it is, and yeah, man. I think that they're headed to the right direction. I think they know exactly what they're doing, and I'm excited to play the game. My Baba was Ukrainian, so Petrov was kind of the closest thing to my English name. Oh, okay. Just, I don't want to kill your vibe there, but Petrov is usually a surname, not a first name. So if your name is Peter in real life, then Petr is going to be the Ukrainian or Bulgarian version of your name. Petrov and anything that ends in OV usually are Balkan, actually no, Bulgarian, Ukrainian, Russian kind of surnames. Anyway, thank you very much for being here, and thank you for the sub, dude. But yeah. Yeah, Felipe, I've got the full video of the leaks, bro, on my YouTube channel. If you want to go and check him out, do that, brother. You're Bulgarian? I'm half Bulgarian, yeah. Only one I'm not sure was a good idea is letting us use the same skill gems or multiple gems. What is happening here? I put OSRS music. I was a little bit worried in the beginning as well, Avast, about that. But why not, bro? Why not? You know what I mean? Like, if I want to use martial tempo twice, I'm going to use it twice. Is that going to significantly change the build? It's not going to significantly change the build. What's going to significantly change the build is that now I can empower a second and a third ability to be as exciting and as good to use in combat rather than spamming the same shit over and over. So if the more I think about it, the more I feel it's a good idea. You know what I mean? If I just read it and not think about it, I would have been like, what is this? No, we don't want that, blah, 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 whatever, diversity, blah, blah, blah. But the more I think about it, the more I'm convinced that it's a good idea to do that. The thing that I'm worried about is not that. The thing that I'm worried about is the rankings of the support gems. That's the... and the lineage supports. That's the one that I'm worried about. And the only reason I'm worried about is because I'm still in the unknown. I've been giving like imagine this. Imagine if somebody comes and tells you, bro, you will not imagine, you cannot fathom what just happened. I learned the biggest secret in the world. I was like, what happened? You know this guy? Yeah. And then he disappears and he doesn't tell you. So now you know it's something insane about this guy. And you're interested and you give a shit about it and they didn't tell you more. That's how I feel with this system. That's why I'm worried about it. That's the only reason I'm worried about it, because I don't have more information. I don't have more of these gems to look at them, to see them, to feel them, to understand where they drop, for me to go and get them, to sell them, to use them, and then I'm going to be fine with everything. But what about the other guy? Exactly, you're never going to know. You're going to know in 4 hours about the other guy. Thanks for joining, but your name is wrong, bro. Well, it's too late to change now. Sinister. I didn't mean it that way. Never too late. The meta will be shaken up massively this patch. I know. Yep. It's good for skill variety, bad for support gem variety. Yeah, well, if you think about it, what you said is 100% accurate. We had 2 seasons where we had support gem variety. I think if you think about it, I think skill variety might be better for the game, and I think that's what they're going for, because we've seen 2 seasons and what support gem variety looks like. We don't know what skill variety looks like. So I think that's what they're going for here. Who even am I? Yeah. They will just need to buff all the bad support gems, otherwise everyone will use the same supports on every skill. So this is exactly, this is what I'm saying. I think
That's real
they're
money.
not the, oh my god.
Dude.
Thanks for giving me an existential identity crisis.
Bro, thank you so very much, dude, for your contribution to the wedding fund. I really, really appreciate you. I need to fix that shit because it looks all wonky. And I'm a massive... I cannot have shit like that. But, bro, thank you so much for the $69. First of all, you scared the bejesus out of me with that donation. I did not expect it at all. And I'm really sorry for the existential crisis that I gave you, man. Really sorry about that. But Icy said, regarding my OCD and stuff, let me just make this go a little bit more to the left. Is that better? Does that look good? Yeah. There you go. That's better. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate you. I'm actually OCD too. Yeah, I didn't want to say it, but I'm very OCD, bro. Like, I cannot have those things. And I saw you there, Mr. Petrov, and I was like, holy shit, a Balkan friend. I was like, hey, brate, are you Bulgarian? It's like, no. What do you mean, no, bro? So I had to engage into that, bro. But yeah, I'm so happy to have you here, man. Thank you so much for the $69, man. Thank you. Really, really helps a lot. Appreciate it. Don't worry, you are our Mr. Petrov. At least you didn't mess up and didn't make it Mrs. Petrov. Then you could be insane, yeah. But see, this is the thing. Now, you're Australian, have nothing to do with Bulgaria. And I'm going to keep on pronouncing your name as if you're my brother from another mother in Bulgaria. You know what I mean? Are you sure you're not, bro? Actually, no. I don't want to extend that, the existential crisis thing. Okay, I need to start getting used to calling you Mr. Petrov. Like trying to pronounce it a little bit better and not put the Bulgarian accent in there. We're also Romanians here, bro. Oh, yeah, 100%. Wait, but Romanians, you don't end your names with OV. That's why I keep saying Bulgaria, because I'm half Bulgarian, and I know that Bulgarian and Ukrainian names end with OV. I know a lot of Romanians, your names end with EU at the end, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, all of my Balkan brothers, man. And sisters. The little icon next to the wedding funds is not overlapping with the cam chat line. I know. I just wanted to quickly fix it so I don't sit there and you watching me do this. There should be a small space between them, though. So I do have the space to push this a little bit further. That's a little bit better. I think, is the chat a little bit bigger? Is the chat a little bit bigger than... No, I think it's fine. It's okay. I'll leave it like that. No one will notice apart from me and you. Yep. Okay, so those were the leaks, chat. Oh, here, look at the corner till the end of the stream. I know. Chat is normal size. Yeah. No, seriously, don't get me started with this shit because we're not going to do anything apart from fixing that. I don't want any distractions. Again, for the last time, Mr. Petrov, thank you so very much for the $70, man. I really appreciate it. It goes immediately into the wedding fund. DJ Eddie Ellen, thank you for the follow and welcome to the Scorpius lair. So now we played a little bit of the campaign. We saw the leaks a little bit deeper together. For anybody who missed the leaks, you can go ahead over on YouTube, and I have a full YouTube video that I'm talking about them, so you can check that as well. Romanians end with Escu. Oh yeah, that as well. And EU as well. No? I think it's a good thing overall. I'm sure there will be more OP stuff figured out. However, builds right now can screen clear with no thought. Is it really going to be broken? I think forever we're going to have builds that are going to screen clear, to be honest. I agree, G-Man. I don't mind broken DPS. Yeah, me neither. Me neither. They will go in the next league. They're going to go into the opposite direction. I really hope not, bro. Some EU as well. Yeah. Okay, so as I said, we saw the leaks. Now it's time to create our predictions. And you guys can actually join me in this. I'm going to send you this over on YouTube and Twitch. I've used it once and it's pretty good. So feel free. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with, I'm going to go onto this view so you can see a little bit better, I think. This is going to be better. And then I'm going to change it. So the background obviously needs to go dark purple. It's just too light. So we're going to do something like this. Not too purple, not too black, somewhere in the middle. Then the text, we're going to do it pure white. The grids are going to be pure white. There we go. Then we're going to do this path of... No. 0.3 Scorpius. Nope. My predictions. There you go. Okay, and I'm going to do 6x6 for now. No, 5x5 for now. Scorpius predictions 0.3. Tom, thank you. Welcome in, bro. Welcome. Bingo. No, we're going to call this POE2 03 is what we're going to go. Okay. POE203, whatever. Okay, so here we go. So this is going to be my official bingo card. Let me look at my notes here. All right, so I am going to go ahead and say new class. I'm not going to specify which one so I can keep it safe. I think, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and think, yeah, I'm going to put new class in here. I previously had, here it is. Where? Hello? Why can I not bring this? Oh, there. I previously had in my predictions that they're going to only release one act, but now the, and armor buffed, abyss, crossbows buffed as well, but now the leaks have completely destroyed this. So even if I put it there, it's leaked. So it's just the confirmation of the leaks. So I'm not going to put these things. But new class, stomping, ground, percentage of strength nerfed. That's my prediction for that one. Free first node of all ascendancies. That's my other prediction. And significantly nerf. Actually, it's the same of all ascendancies, but significantly. No, free first node of all ascendancies, but nerf them. Yeah, that's how I'm going to phrase it. You get the point. I'm putting out all the leaks so I can win. Easy, boys. Let's go. It's Druid or nothing, no? Nah. Nah. I'll be happier if it's like a Shadow or something. Okay, so I'm gonna go for the Mechanic Abyss. I'm gonna go for... Yeah, I'm gonna put the King's March. It is Druid? What do you mean, Druid? It is? How is it Druid? I think they're gonna buff strong boxes. They're still underwhelming. With that logic, they need to buff like 70% of their game, bro. Asmeri Wisps, strong boxes, essences, rogue exiles. Do I keep going? I'm gonna randomly write stuff and then delete and add and whatever. For now, I'm gonna put these so I don't forget about them. Blight, I think it's too early for them to add Blight. Act 4, they confirmed it, so I cannot put anything about the campaigns. I have a feeling that the leaks are correct. So I'm going to put it as my predictions. All leaks are correct. I'm going to put it as a prediction here, which means that it hits everything else. New Pinnacle boss. Yeah, new Pinnacle boss. Yeah, I'm going to put it. Also, I linked it for you guys in chat. I don't know if you guys saw it, but it would be nice if you guys... There you go. There's the link. It would be nice if you guys create your own, and then what you could do is then you can save it and publish it and send the links, and we can have all of the links and see who hit first, and we can also do them live. And I'm going to update this live while we're watching the thing, like we did last time. So it's going to be pretty exciting. New Pinnacle boss, I'm going to add that. New class, I said it. Let me check my predictions. Do I have anything else? New class, only one act. I would have gotten that one if the leaks are correct. Damn it. X-bow buff, crossbow buffs, armor buffs. I had those. Rake Stomping Ground nerf. Yeah, my prediction is that they're going to solely nerf Stomping Ground's percentage. And if that goes down significantly, like 50% or something, then Rake is instantly nerfed indirectly because of that support gem. No, I think that was only nerfed, not the damage. It's the movement speed that they nerfed on Rake, I remember. Lightning Spear, triple nerf. Again, I think that they're not going to necessarily nerf Lightning Spear. They're going to nerf Volt. I'm going to work on my card. Go, go, go. Do it. Let's go. All leaks are correct. The new class are contradictory, aren't they? No, not really, because if the leaks are correct, the only thing that they confirmed with his interview is that the Druid is not coming. So if the leaks are correct, then Druid is off the table, but they never said that no new classes are coming. And leaks are only 40% of the change, exactly. Tangle Tongue nerf, yeah, I see that. I see Tangle Tongue nerf. But I need to think about that one. I need to think. I'm only going to put my official shit in this card, not just random stuff. So I'm going to write these here as my more random stuff. So Tangle Tongue. Then we said Lightning Spear. But I need to think about how I feel they're going to get nerfed. Do you think they're going to do something to the hardcore players? Like what? He did actually in Discord. Fubgun confirmed it. Wait. Can you go back and elaborate on what you said? Who said what on Discord? And why did Fubgun confirm it? And what is it that has been confirmed? I hated playing LS in the first place. I don't think it needs a nerf. I don't think it... I'm on the same page with you. I don't think Lightning Spear... That's why I didn't put it immediately. I don't think Lightning Spear needs to get nerfed. I think things that Lightning Spear can use, or... You get my point. they need to get nerfed. So things like the Tangle Tongue or Volt, for example, the charges might get nerfed. The weapon that makes it all possible, which is Tangle Tongue, might get nerfed, but not necessarily the spear. I think the spear is not that great, bro. If you think about it, there's a delay of the spear, there's a delay on movement speed. It's just one shit. If you don't hit, you miss. Like I played a lot of Lightning Spear, and yeah, it's a pain in the ass to play Lightning Spear. If you didn't have Volt, if you go back now to Lightning Spear and you take away your Tangle Tongue, all of the crit that it's necessary, all of the Volt support gem as well, it's not that great on its own without these things. There's nothing about sorcerers on the leaks or monk. Yeah, he wanted to publish an article for monks, but he didn't make it in time. Update to crafting. Yes. Now we're talking. I am predicting that we're going to have either a new crafting currency or crafting feature. This feature means, actually the crafting feature consists of the currency as well. I'm going to put here new crafting currency. I don't think it's a bold, I think it's a very obvious prediction, this new crafting feature. So this could be a currency, it could be a system like Greek combination or something else like a table or some shit. But I think they're going to do something significant with crafting. Yes, new trial. Yep. Third trial, correct? I vote Tangle Tongue is going to get rarer. That's a good prediction. I said covered, not confirmed. Oh. He did actually. Oh, Fobgun covered it. Okay, not confirmed. But Fobgun showed a message from Cammy, the French leaker in Discord, that said something about how Jonathan said no new class and that they wanted to focus on improving the base games. Oh, shit. Well, if the league... Okay, I didn't know that. I heard that he said no druid, not new class, and not any class. Damn it. I'm still going to keep it in, though. No, I'm going to put it. I'm going to put it for the prediction for sure in the bingo card. The trade thing is real. Oh, for the trade thing, I want to see what they're going to do. Yeah. I'm going to add auction house. I think it's a little bit of a bold. My prediction a month ago, if you remember, and I'm going to keep it like that. I don't care what I've seen online. I'm going to keep my same prediction that I had before. I think auction house is a bit of a bold prediction to put in here. What I used to predict before, if you guys remember, is a trading overlay within the game from PoE 2. It might not be an auction house, but imagine how... I think you get the point. Where you get like a button, you can open it, you can get to the site and to everything and price check shit within the game instead of using... I think that's what they're going to do. But that doesn't solve the problem, you know? So trading overlay within the game with systems, with new system like an auction house. Not necessarily an auction house, but an overlay that has the system such as, what could be the system? You can buy shit offline. You know what I mean? The game with new systems... I'm just going to call it that, bro. I don't know why is it not there? Yeah, it doesn't want to cooperate here. Trader would be a nice surprise. True. Is the league name the name of the new trial? I thought someone said that in the video I saw. Oh, I have no idea. But it would make sense if that is the case. Badly needs expanding. Yeah. Quality of life for trade. Yeah, that's what I feel is gonna happen. Yeah. Trading over. I don't know how to type this, so my full thing is there. Trading overlay in the game with new systems. Okay, there you go. What about movement speed buffs? I don't think they're gonna do that, and that I would have added it probably if we didn't see the leaks. If the leaks are correct, then we're getting the sprinting mechanic, the new one. So I don't think they're gonna do more than that. Have you played any Dota before, Scorp? Yeah, way back in the game, but back in the day, sorry. But then I did League. I play mostly League. Parry rework is within the leaks. So if these are correct, then parry is getting a rework, which simply makes it parrying more abilities. If we get anything like buying offline, I'll cream, even if it's not a full auction house. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That I'm not expecting them to do a full auction house, but I expect some systems, you know? What do you think so far with the changes? You're asking me? Or you're asking Diamond? All right, what else did I predict? Patch notes are after the reveal. Yeah, we're gonna sit here for all of it. We've got 3.5 more hours to go. We're gonna watch together the reveal, then the Q&A. I'm gonna write everything down, and then we're gonna look for the patch notes. Yeah, actually, I want to write that because I'm biased for the Monk. Monk overhaul. I'm going to write here. So this means everything. Massive. Anything that's massive, I'm getting this point. So either a new, not a new ascendancy. I'm going to put the ascendancy as a new box, okay? New ascendancies, I also predicted before. New ascendancies to all existing classes with less than 3. With less than 3. Okay, there you go. New ascendancies to all existing classes with less than 3. So who's that left, by the way? Who's left right now with less than 3 ascendancies? Monk has only Chayula and Invoker. Then... Holy shit, my brain just shut down. Huntress, Sorceress. Actually, I can easily answer that question without too much blah blah. There it is. So it's Sorceress, Ranger, and Monk. Ranger, Sorceress, Huntress, and Monk. So there's 4 of them. That's pushing it a little bit, actually. No, Witch has 3. Infernalist, Blood Mage, and Lich. Ranger has only Deadeye and Pathfinder. Then Warrior has Titan, Warbringer, Smith of Kitava. Sorceress only has Stormweaver, Chronomancer. Huntress only has Amazon and Ritualist. And Monk. Okay, so I'm going to change this. I think this is a push. Yeah, I'm thinking of 2. I think Monk and Sorceress ascend 3rd ascendancies. Should I put it in all 1 or just take 1 each? Monk, 3rd ascendancy. And then I'm going to go for Sorceress, 3rd ascendancy. The reason why I'm thinking about the Sorceress is because I feel that they might actually release a Fire Mage with all the fire shit that they might check or release. You know? Oh, 100% we're doing that, Diamond. For sure, bro. Be completing Monk and Huntress and completing Sorcerer Ranger in a future league. The reason why I didn't put the Huntress is because the Huntress just came out. You know what I mean? So I think they're going to go a little bit back. A class that they completely forgot about this league is the Sorceress. So it's only fair to have a third ascendancy, I believe. That's why I put the Sorceress there instead of the Ranger. The Ranger is getting too much love in general to get a third. I might be wrong, but anyway, these are my predictions. We'll see. Monk third ascendancy, Sorcerer third ascendancy. So I'm going to take this shit out since I'm having the Monk there. Then endgame shit. Yeah, so I put the Abyss as an endgame new mechanic. But don't forget that the entire league needs to be based around something. And that something, as far as we can see, is the Vow and tribals. So what is that mechanic in PoE 1? Pyromancer would be cool. Tell me about it. Yeah, exactly. Before we go into reworks of maps and stuff like that, I'm thinking mechanic and what the league is going to be based about. And our boy Doriani keeps talking about Val and shit like that. What's the mechanic in PoE 1 that you click on a portal and you go into a Val cave? That shit is difficult, and at the end you get like corrupted shit. What is that thing called? Val Temple. I don't know. Is that it? So I'm gonna explain it again for anybody who knows PoE 1. You're doing a normal map and you see there's a portal, something with Val. And you click in it, and you go in it, and you fight shit. They're harder. At the end of the day, at the end of the cave, you have like a giant rock or some shit. You click in, you get stuff. Temple of Azoato, that whatever that is. So, question for that: is there more to it, or is it just what I just explained? Is there more to the Temple of Axolotl or whatever it's called? Is there more to it or just that? Is there a point system? Is there a mechanic system? Is there an atlas system? What flavor you're rocking your device? Good question. Boosted. Bro, their marketing is terrible, by the way. I just realized. Terrible name. Terrible. Doesn't that read boosted poo juice? They mean pod juice, but it looks like poo. I don't know who thought of this, bro. And it's pink lemonade is what it is. Poo juice, yeah. You finish it and you open a chest like thingy, yeah. It's just an expansion of the map, I think. You go to the temple, do double corrupt uniques. Okay, so that feels a little bit underwhelming to be the entire mechanic. But could it be something like that? Because think about it like this, and maybe PoE 1 veterans and players can help me with this. So we know that this whole league, third edict, there's a significance with tribals and Doriani. We know that Doriani is big on Val shit, and tribals is literally the name of your temple in PoE 1. So temple of what is it again? The Axel, whatever. So this name is like a tribal name. Doriani's talking always about Vals and shit like that. So couldn't that be in the game? But I don't know what else could be with Val that has to do with tribal. I'm just going to put it here. Temple of Axolotl, or whatever that's called. Adzoatl, that thing. Oh yeah, Alva as well. True, and Alva is the one escorting us to the tribal stuff. Yeah, true. Okay, we're gonna put that as well. Alva mechanic. Something to do with Alva. Alva is going to be hosting a twerking competition. If they announce that, I'm getting that point. Alva mechanic counts. Copied from Wiki, the Temple of Axolotl is a large dungeon area. The layout and contents of the temple change depending on the player's incursions. After 12 temporal incursions, Alva will have narrowed down the present day location of the temple. Each type of room in the temple has its own modifiers, risks, and rewards. I see. So it sounds a lot bigger than what I explained before. So I guess Alva mechanic and Temple of Axolotl is the same shit, right? What about the scarab mechanic? I honestly don't think they're going to bring scarabs this soon in the game, but they do need to do something with it. Okay, I'm going to keep Alva mechanic in here. I don't think the majority of players want scarabs. I think the majority of veterans of PoE1 expressed how they don't want scarabs, so I don't think they're going to do scarabs anytime soon. Third Mong Ascendancy, I have it, yep. Do you think we're going to get new maps? Definitely, because of Act 4. Act 4 is coming for sure, so Act 4 is in it. So any kind of maps and whatever, they're going to be into the end game. Also, we're getting that other interlude thingy. So if the leaks are correct, then we're getting all of that into the end game for sure. New uniques, yeah. Those are, I'm not going to put them into the prediction because they're pretty basic stuff, man. New uniques, for example, new abilities, new support gems, all of these things I feel that are too common to not exist in a big ass patch like this. Big W, no repeating shit and cruel. Tell me about it. I really hope that that's correct. 10 plus nerfed existing uniques. Yep. They said also they remade mapping, which layout are more simple. They said in last interview that this league is focused on mapping. Oh, okay. So another thing is Atlas rework. That's another thing I'm putting in here. Then endgame mapping device. I don't know how to call it, but I'm talking about this shit. This whole thing. How do you call this? Endgame map or what? What is this called? The world map? World Atlas map? This shit needs to be reworked. Just Atlas map. Atlas and then Atlas map. Atlas map. Endgame. I'm going to write it here so I don't confuse it with Atlas rework. And how do you call this then? What is this? Atlas skills. Oh, Avast, I think that's a change with performance. Atlas passives, Atlas tree, yeah. Atlas tree, you're right. Atlas tree rework, Atlas maps rework. Okay. So I'm going to put these close to each other. Pinnacle boss, I'm going to put it here. New pinnacle boss, there you go. Nothing that I read about the map thing, but I really want them to fix this, bro. And I think we had this conversation with Happy, but the things that I want them to fix here is I want zoom. I want to zoom out even more. I want to be able to see this like imagine this round thing. I want to see the entire world this big and be able to zoom into it afterwards, which is also going to indicate that we're going to get different universes or different phases of endgame. You know what I mean? If you have like multiple different small circles like this that you can go into so far in that eventually looks like this. You know what I mean? That's something that I would like them to do. Also, I would like them to fix these gaps. There's literally no reason to have this big of a gap between shit. But yeah, we'll see. Changes in Sekemis and Ultimatum. I don't think we're going to see anything. But again, just my prediction. I don't think we're going to see anything with those things. I think they're working just fine for now. But maybe. We'll see. More unlockable hideouts, some common to some extremely rare. I agree. I would love to see those things. But those are more like miscellaneous kind of things. I'm not going to put them in the prediction, but I would love to see those. True. I started doing memes towards the end because I couldn't think of anything. That's me in like 5 more minutes if I cannot think of something. Power all characters going to work? Oh, how are old characters going to work for the new update? Are we going to be able to carry over our old characters from maps into the new chapter? No, you can't. Money back. Nope. The league that we're on right now, they already confirmed that, by the way. The league that we're on right now is going to shift into standard mode, and standard mode is going to be the version that you're playing right now. Whenever the new league comes out, the standard mode is not going to be updated. So if you want to play the new league with the new changes and the new updates and everything, you need to create a new player, a new character, a new economy, all that shit. But they did confirm it into, let me just show it to you right quickly. So here it is, community. If you go to their official website and you go to announcements and you click on the first one, it says, there it is. With the third Edict content update launching next Friday, you may be wondering what happens to the current Dawn of the Hunt League and your existing characters. The Dawn of the Hunt League will end on August 26th. All your characters and their items will be migrated to the standard or the hardcore early access league. There will be no wipes. So once migration is completed, you can play your characters in the standard league. Then the third edict releases 29th. You will be able to start playing in a new league with a fresh economy, blah, blah, blah. That's it. Yep. Yeah, standard is always going to be one league behind the new ones. Always, always, always. Let me just put this bad boy up there. And let's continue with the shit. New league is a new start for all players. Yeah, only if you want to stick to yours and do shit differently. All right, I'm gonna show this. This is Happy's bingo book. Let's do it like that. Okay, so first one, Atlas Tree Overhaul. I have that one as well. I agree. New class, we agree on that. Buff loot. Ooh, that's a big one. A dot archetype gets buffed. Poison, ignite, bleed. I think actually all 3 of them are going to get buffed. Chris says, we're listening to community feedback. Chris Wilson says, we've learned from past mistakes. New influenced item type. Remove the infinity map system. Ooh, that would be insane if they did that. Reddit meltdown about nerfs. Oh yeah, I'm putting this one 100%. Amazon nerf. GGG shows an MTX trailer at the end of the stream. Yes, dude. A new Ascendancy trial. Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from GGG. Nothing new for console players. Oh my god, that's brutal, bro. That's so brutal. Uber bosses. Currency shards. New crafting currency. Acolyte of Chayulov. Huge buff. Okay. Trading improvements. 1 Ascendancy rework. Endgame event boss Abyss. New Ascendancies. Ranger nerf. And Delve. It is solid, bro. It is actually solid. I hate you happy if that is right. Oh, man. Okay, so would be great. Yeah. I would love that, actually. Did I put anything for crafting? New crafting feature. Yeah, here, for example, I had a lot of different things, but I don't have space to put them. So I was thinking of introducing crafting early on in the game, you know? That's also another thing that could happen. So I'm going to save Happy's bingo book. Anybody else who's done one, let me know. But you put, Happy, you put Scorp. at the top. You should have put in your name so I know who it is. But yeah, anybody else who's doing their own bingo book and you want to publish it and send it over so we can have it, make sure you include your name somewhere, please. Without putting on gloves, and now I'm scared my furniture will disintegrate if I accidentally touch it. Oh, shit. Oh, true. It's fine. It's fine. I know I know yours because it's the first one that I've seen, so I can recognize yours. It's all good. But I don't know if you do any changes. Am I going to see them live? I should be able to see them live. Can you go and do some changes? Like, let's say you click on this. I don't know if that's going to affect it in any way, but it should update live. Sims gems could be used anywhere. He will have new skills. True, and new ascendancy, Lingtian. New ascendancy, yeah. So what do I have here for ascendancies? I have Monk's third ascendancy. Sorcerer's is third ascendancy. I don't have any other free first node of all ascendancies, but nerf them. Completely revamp at least 2 ascendancies. I'm going to put it like that there. Not one. I think one is pretty safe. One, it could be the Gemling Legionnaire could be completely revamped. And then I'm expecting the second one to be completely revamped. Huntress third ascendancy? I think it's too early. Again, it's my opinion. You guys can put it into the bingo cards, but I think it's too early for Huntress to get a third one. I don't know why I'm working like a filter that's taking old dates to new dates, but I think the Monk and the Sorcerer is about time to get a third one. Huntress just got introduced to the game, and they still need to do a lot of balancing. Passive tree rework. Yeah, well, if we get the new class, it's definitely happening. But yeah, you're right. You're right. The rework, actually, I'm going to be more specific. Passive tree. Yeah, I'm going to put rework, whatever. But the rework that I'm thinking about is them adding more things that you can unlock the further you get into the passive tree. I don't know how to explain it otherwise, but yeah, that's a good unlock. Did it change? Checking. Let me refresh it, maybe. Yes, it did. You named it PoE03, and then Happy Foot's at the very top. It did change. Beautiful. So you guys can create your bingo cards, send them, and you can update them live, and I'll be able to see them. I don't know how I'm feeling about this one, but I would love if this is true, man. With Alva. And Alva can help us with the King's March and shit like that. I don't know. Anyway, we have a few more spaces here. We've got 2, 4, 6, 8 more. Tower rework. Yeah, I have it here. So anything to do with the Atlas endgame map is going to count in here. Triula Monk rework, hopefully. What about breach changes? King's March could hold the auction house. True. Very true, it could. Runes and ores will come with King's March or just the town. I'm thinking something chill for now. Just like something that we already have. I don't know. Like, what do they do in PoE1? Actually, yeah, it has to be a completely different mechanic and a different feature. Different content piece. So they need to upload everything. Bro, at this point, I don't care. I need as many things in the game as possible. And I think it's going to be a big-ass update. I don't think it's just going to be a bunch of like 2, 3 big things and then a bunch of small buffs and nerfs. I think it's going to be pretty decent size. Especially if they decide not to do a class, by the way. Oh, I would love that, Sinister. I would love that. Yeah, they definitely need... Okay, I'm going to add this. Big buffs on recent mechanics. And I'm going to put here Rogue Exiles, Wisps. What's the other shit? Actually, these two. They need big updates. So when I'm talking about big buffs, I'm talking about big buffs. I'm not going to put strong boxes in there. Yeah, I'm going to put these. If they do one, if they rework huge buffs on Rogue Exiles and not on the Wisps, I'm not going to take this point. Oh, in essence, yeah. Yeah, there you go. Big buffs on recent mechanics. Rogue Exile, Wisps, and Essences. Boo? Oh. Rare meme. Essences rework, yeah. Yeah, Billy, in 3 hours and 5 minutes is when everything begins, and the Twitch drops as well. So everybody watching on YouTube, whenever the time comes, make sure that you come over to Twitch so you can be eligible for the Twitch drops, because they are specifically Twitch drops. Anyway, so yeah, big buffs on... I'm going to take away the recent mechanics so we can have it a little bit bigger. Yeah, something like this. I need to get all three. They need to do big buffs on all three. Otherwise, I'm not getting the point. Update Chaos and Sakema, add scaling and tablet-like customization. I don't believe in this, but hope. I don't believe in that either, bro. I believe in it so little, Alexei, that I don't even want to put it into my predictions. To be honest. I would love that change, but honestly, to be honest, I'm okay without it right now. Again, I don't know what type of player you are. If you're a player who spams trials and you want trials to be more fun, I get you, and that's probably your prio. I'm not that kind of player right now, and I don't think that should be a prio, but again, it's just my opinion. It may count in endgame changes, but more intermediate objectives between early map and Orbit or T4. Actually, yeah. Yeah, if they make like a new mechanic that's between pinnacle bosses and mapping, it's gonna count into the Atlas map. Actually, no, bro, no. Atlas map endgame. This here, my prediction is that they're gonna fix and they're gonna do something with this thing. Either zoom out, or the way that we interact with shit, or minimize the amount of maps that exist here and maximize the amount of towers, or whatever the case is, right? Take away all of the lakes and the water. We don't need so much. What is this? Why? It's like, I'm pretty sure if you take away all of the water, right? The map is much smaller than what it appears. I don't need to do all of this to keep going. You know what I mean? It doesn't need so much water design for it to load shit. Like this, by the way, I don't want to be negative. This looks insanely good. The water looks perfect. They did a very good job, but we don't need it. We don't need that, in my opinion. We need less water, more shit. So if they do anything with this, it's going to count into this. But what you're saying is not going to count into that. So they need to do something with endgame shit. Water maps, yeah. Please change the skill, the Atlas, yeah, new trial of ascendancy and 2 more points. Yeah, I do have third trial right here. So I just need to fix them a little bit. I need to put the end game. So pinnacle boss is gonna move from here, is gonna go here. Trading overlay, all leaks are correct. So I'm not gonna put this, just taking some space. Atlas map, Atlas tree. And then I'm going to put this endgame mechanic. Yeah, that's going to be my other one. If there is no new character, who do you think you're going to start with? Either a ranger or a monk is what I'm going to do if there's no new class. I know lots of people like it from PoE 1, but I really do not want Blight in PoE 2. I see. I really like Blight as well, to be honest, for the little time that I played PoE 1. It's opinions, man. It is opinions. I know that the majority of people, I think, yeah, the majority of people want Blight over other stuff. But I think a lot of those people also prefer Blight over other shit because they know the other shit that might come and they would prefer Blight. I don't know if that's a correct statement, but that's just my logic speaking. I wouldn't mind. Pocket Deuces, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome aboard. What about towers? Yeah, I said, like, maximize the towers, make them more engaging, or something like, let me think. Okay, so here's my question, and I want you guys to think about it for 1 second, okay? I'm not shitting on them, but here's a question. I might have the answer to my own question, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. What's the point of pathing? On constant, endless pathing. Let me correct that. In the beginning, you might need to do some pathing to unlock certain shit. And whenever you find that shit, you can then unlock the ability to fast travel wherever you want. Why is my gameplay locked and I need to be forced to do certain maps that I don't want to do? What is the, and I'm genuinely asking this, is there a gaming psychological logic behind that? Or could we just hope that they're going to take away all of the pathing in this? Yeah, if they did that, it would fix it. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I believe. The last answer, GG said, they need to make maps better so you want to do them all. They want to make the maps better so you want to do them all. I agree with that statement. And they can do the best things possible within the maps, but that's not going to fix the core issue. And the issue starts from the fact that this game is based on effects over modifiers, over effects, that you're going to pump your maps with specific content that you want to run. So if I add a tablet that only has 12 out of the 30 maps in range that it can hit with Breach, guess what? I'm only going to want to do the Breach maps. It doesn't matter how fun all the maps are. There's a reason I am targeting Breach. So it doesn't matter how fun they make all the maps for me to want to do them. I will never choose a map that doesn't have Breach as long as I can put Breach on it. Does that make sense? So it's either allow us to freely travel around the world, choosing whatever maps we want, as long as we unlock that thing that you want us to unlock to claim that it's a hardcore game, or allow us the option to path, but choose our outcomes, our benefits, and the consequences on every single map. So for example, we start at the monolith, or whatever it's called. Where is it? Think about this idea. Imagine if this shit happens. That would be amazing. Where is it? Okay, I want to go there. What is this? Where? I'm so confused. Monolith. There you go. So imagine this is a starting point, and you have around 10 or 15 maps that you have to path. So you can do your atlas, you do the lore, and all that shit. Whenever you do that, you go to this destination, let's say, and this destination is called the Edict's Brother, or whatever. And this brother is a mini boss that you need to kill based on your experience through all of these maps that were mandatory that you had to do, and each map has a different mechanic in it. It's a boss, then the other one is a breach, then the other one is an expedition. This way, new players, old players, whatever, they test the new mechanics, they test the mechanics in general, and they get their ass to the boss. When they get their ass to the boss, they need to defeat the boss, and the boss is not that easy. When you kill the boss, then Doriani shakes your hand and says, "Yeah, good job, you're ready to explore the world on your own." When you get that token or medallion or achievement of defeating that boss, you can then freely travel everywhere you want. You don't need to follow a path, okay? Let me think. And whenever you go to a map and you're around and you're able to click on the map, you should be able to choose what mechanic you want. And based on that mechanic, you put the map and it... I don't know if that makes sense. I'm not sure. I don't work in GGG. But I think something like that would be much better than the mandatory pathing that we currently have. I don't know if that makes sense or not. But yeah, something like that would be fun, I think. Dreamlord, thank you for the follow, man. Chris Tucker, yeah. They just want more variety. Hopefully a new item to change the biomaps. Yeah. Can have up to 4 mechanics, 1 per space on that little map grid. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You could have that. And then... Yeah, I don't know, bro. There's a lot of questions that if you wanted to debunk this theory and make it not work, I can come up with 20 questions that are going to prove that it's not going to work, but I also can find solutions to it as well. But one question would be, how are you going to be able to do 2 or 3 mechanics at the same time? That's a good question. But again, it's something for them to think about. But I'm just thinking about ways that this could be more interactive and more targeted rather than random. You know what I mean? At least for the grind. For all the same for super versions of it, yeah. Yeah. And what if we can access any map that are not in the fog? No, well, I don't mind the fog. I don't mind the fog because you can immediately go from here all the way to here immediately, so you can unlock the fog. So I don't think the fog is ever going to be a problem afterwards. Otherwise, there will be no gameplay progress with visible, so you need to struggle to make the progress and get the reward. It's more rewarding. Yeah, fair enough. That's a harder tier. Yeah, that could also work. There's a lot of people are saying, what if we had this in a mini version of this, and you get the progression of, let's say there's 50 maps, and each map that you do gets you closer to doing all 50. At the end of those 50, you fight a mini boss that's based on that. For example, that map that you completed, the final boss of the 50. You unlock the second one. You go to a second portal, and now it opens a brand new map that's the same size. But here's the twist. Listen to this. I think you're going to like it. Each of these maps are different biomes. So you can go to all of them, but I guess you don't unlock the boss, or you don't unlock half of those maps. So you can only do 25 out of the 50 if you don't complete at least one of the 4. I don't know how many biomes exist, but you get the point. So let's say it's water, desert, green, and one more, whatever it is. There's 4 portals with 4 map devices like these, smaller maps. One of them, it only has to do with water. The other one only has to do with green shit. Then the other one is desert, etc., etc. Halfway mark, you get the first milestone, 25 out of 50. When you get 25 on one map, you unlock the second one. If you do the second one, you unlock the third one. If you do the third one, you unlock the fourth one, only 24. In order for you to complete the map properly, you need to fight the boss. When you get all 4 of these bosses done, then you unlock the big map that has everything in it. I don't know. I don't know if I'm overcomplicating this shit, or if we're just... I think we're all just hungry to play the game in a new league. I think that's what's happening. Exactly, Murph. Dude, I'm literally saying the same thing in a different way. That's exactly what I was thinking. What I was saying about the 4 portals, maybe not be 4 portals, but it could be this big ass map, but zoom 100 times more out. And then there's like a whole region like the world map, you know, the real life world map. The whole region is the water biome, then the other one is the whatever, and you zoom in, zoom out. Yeah, something like that. That would be cool. Like something what they leaked in Act 4. Something like this. So imagine this shit times 4 or 5. So you're going to have like 50 of these maps all around, and this is the water biome. And it's not connected to the other one, so you don't need to progress through it to go to the second one. You know what I mean? All problems that people have comes down to how shitty it is to navigate. It's not only the navigation, bro, because if they come out in like 2.5 hours and say, hey, by the way, you guys asked for the zoom feature, here you go, and end of story, they didn't fix anything, I'm still gonna have some issues with this, bro. It's not only the being able to navigate the map and see what I've done and the bookmarks and all that shit, which it was a pretty good quality of life. Imagine we didn't have this before. Just saying. I still need them to fix a few things here, man. So I'm excited to see. Yeah, mini maps are definitely better design, at least easy to interact. Yeah, I think, and also speaking about psychological reward, I think having 4 different regions with a progress of like 50 maps each and fight a mini boss of that specific biome is going to be a cool motivational factor for people to complete all 50. It's going to help them achieve their OCD gaming stuff, completionism, BS thingy, whatever. That's really good psychological. Like people are not going to stop until they get 50, 50, 50, 50. And then you can do a endless map for anybody who's playing the full league all 4 months, you know what I mean? With all biomes at the same time. Something like that. What's the most interesting aspect of this update in your opinion? In general, the most interesting aspect, I don't even know. I can only predict what's going to come. But honestly speaking, I think the most interesting aspect in PoE 2 will forever be the endgame changes. Anything that has to do with endgame. You know why? New class is probably the most exciting thing, but the excitement is going to die down within 2.5, 3 weeks. The new class after 2.5, 3 weeks is just going to be a new class. Now it's not going to be a new class anymore after 3 weeks. It's just a class in the roster. The same goes for the trial. The same goes for any other changes like the passive tree, the new crafting feature, and all these other reworks and everything. Everything is going to be forgotten. Like, think about it, what I just said. Do you guys remember that we never had the bookmarks? And that's just a small thing that I'm talking about, right? We didn't have the bookmarks. There's so many other things that I can tell you that we didn't have, that people forgot about them because they were updated like a long time ago. So I think the most interesting thing will always be what they do with the end game or what kind of mechanic we're getting. That's my opinion. No, sorry, the question would rather be, would it be cool if we were able to play any map which is in sight, like Vision of Paradise, but don't need tower? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. I agree with that. How experienced are you with PoE 1? If they keep updating PoE 2 like they do with PoE 1, man, we'll have a hell of a game in like a year or two. It's actually insane how good PoE 2 will be in the future, in my opinion. Bro, I don't have a lot of experience in PoE 1, but I have enough experience to agree with what you just said. I am not a PoE 1 hater. I just don't have time to play both games. I don't think it does good to my channels and everything, but I think the PoE 1 is an excellent game. I'm not a fan of a lot of things that PoE 1 is doing, and I don't want to have them in PoE 2. Things like zoominess and how fast it is and how much you don't give a shit about combat and everything is one click. That part, I don't like it, but everything else, the systems and all, is amazing. And we know that they're planning on bringing shit from PoE 1 to PoE 2, which I'm okay with. Not a problem. All right, next, King's March, we said. Then, I think that's it, bro. 2, 4, 6, 7. I'm going to lose half of my shit if I do a 4x4. So what is it, 16 that I need to have? Yeah, I'm going to keep these. Okay, I need to find more. I kind of want to see if they add divination cards or not. Yeah, divination cards would be fun. Don't forget, point 3, weekend will be free for new players. Time to leave the PC on for 3 days straight. Exactly, yeah, for sure. New unique items are not in the list, but I think it's too predictable. It is. New support gems, new abilities, new uniques, new weapon sets. I think all of these things are too obvious that they're coming, so I'm not adding them in there. I'm trying to add things that are not obvious. You finished yours. Okay, let me open it. Let's see what you're having here. So you have Blood Hunt or Blood Stacking Nerf. Citadel, I see that. I can see that, yep. Citadel mechanic changes. Citadel, okay. No new weapon class. New currency introduced. No new class. Volt or Lightning Spear nerf. I see that happening as well. Fire skills buffed. Chayula Monk buffed. I see. Damage against low life enemies tree nerf. Towers and tablets changed. Non-crit endgame viability buffs. I would like that actually. Ice skills buffed. Yep. I see that. Bugs? What do you mean by that? Put essence rework on the bingo card. I did. I have that one. Hey, queen. Hello. Hello, my queen. Welcome in. Oh, shit. Okay. Thank you so much. I just saw it now. Damn, it's been 2 hours? Holy shit. I didn't even see it. I was too distracted. Thank you. Oh, bugs are just a free spot. Got it. New boat sailing mechanic. No King's March or Mercs. Wait, so new boat and sailing mechanic? And then you say no King's March. What do you mean by these two? These two are the exact opposite. So if we get King's March, that means that we're getting a boat and sailing. If we don't, then we don't. What do you mean by these two? You yourself can go on a boat? Ah, no. Oh, okay. We're getting the occultist weapon, right? It was leaked in the witch leak. Yeah, maybe. The scythe, yep. Buffs to, but I'm not putting anything that was leaked because that's just unfair, right? Third way to ascend, new endgame system, Abyss or Blight. Both of these would be amazing, actually. Expanded crafting mechanics, Tangle Tongue Spear nerf, fair enough. Buffs to underperforming mechanics. Are you talking about strong boxes, essences, the whole bunch here? Unarmed attacks ascendancy for monk. Ooh, that would be interesting. Companions focus ascendancy for huntress. Improved trading experience. Act 2 and 3 story map layout changes. More player ascendancy in Atlas endgame. I think Act 2 and 3 story map layout changes, I don't think they're going to happen, but I think they're going to convert the layouts so it's not repetitive to how it was in Dawn of the Hunt, but I don't think they're going to change massive amounts of them. But okay, it's a pretty fair bingo card. I'm going to have it up there. Let me just be right back. I need to go to the toilet real quick and then get my coffee and come back. Okay? 1 second. Be right back. Okay, we back. So we've got 2.5 hours, by the way. Holy shit. 2.5 hours. Welcome back. Thank you. Yeah. 2.5 hours and everything starts. So what I wanted to check here is, let me see. Ice wall. What is this? This is a new build for the source. I see. This is a sorcerer's one. Okay, cool. All your characters are giving me anxiety. and that's look at that. Boom. Look at all of these. Damn. Yeah. So I think my two league stars I'm thinking about is Ranger and Monk. I think that's not gonna change. And it also depends on what they decide to do. But there is a video that I want to watch, by the way, that I haven't seen it. Have you guys watched the newly released DM interview? Have you guys seen that one? Or no? Don't think I have watched it. Multiverse of Scorp. Yeah, true. Okay. As all the others, if you care about that stuff, yeah, well, I think it's the audio guys, right? You told me not to watch it. Let me double check if there's anything else. No. Okay. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna do some leveling and then we're gonna watch something. I wanna try. We keep going for this one. When do we actually get? Let me go in this one. When do we actually get Ice Shot? Ice Shot. Freezing Salvo is here. Ice Shot is level 31. Damn. Stormcaller's Arrow. Orb. Is there Orb of Storms? Or is it level 6 is the first one? Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go with this. I'm gonna keep going with this one. Cool. And the Tomb of the Consorts, which is this. Kill these dudes first. Damn. I keep forgetting how much these guys hurt, actually. These knights are really dangerous, bro. Early league. Nope, that's the wrong way. Honestly, I think I'm gonna add lightning arrow and all the lightning arrow base abilities in the builds. I feel that they're gonna get nerfed and they're gonna try and focus on icy shit and poison shit. That's what I feel is gonna happen. So I don't know if that's gonna be a nerf for the ranger. But yeah. Yo, Closure, what's up, man? Hello, hello. We're doing some practice so we can unrust ourselves with the campaign and everything. Just get a little bit of practice in. Not that we necessarily need the practice for anything, but it's been a while. And also I'm testing different league starters now. And then whenever we see the patch notes or whatever, we're going to start thinking a little bit more seriously as to what we're going to start building. Starting, I think Ice Salvo, whatever it's called, will be good early. Yeah, me too. Me too. I think that too. I think I've never ever started with a pure lightning arrow, lightning rod build early in a league without unique items, without currency that will help me, without endless amount of gold to buy shit. That's why I'm trying it now, you know what I mean? That's why I didn't do the monk, because monk I've leveled it up once before as a league starter. I'm okay with it. I'm trying the lightning arrow, then we're gonna move into trying the freezing salvo and all the cold stuff, because I think they're gonna buff cold significantly, or at least have more options with cold. That's why I ended up with a cold sorceress. It's such a smooth starter. It is, yeah. And unfortunately, Ice Shot is at level 30 plus. I don't know if they're gonna make it a main ability kind of thing. Where they reduce the level, I mean. It would be nice. That's why I ended up with a cold sorcerer so far. I'm actually going to try that one next, just for the funsies. I think it's going to be pretty cool. I'm 100% settled on Icebow for this league. I just don't know which class yet. Amazon Ranger or maybe Stormweaver. Yeah. Well, I think you have some time to think about it, and in 2.5 hours, GGG might change your opinion. So, hold up. Oh yeah, I finished with everything. Yeah, I need to find the gates now. I don't need to do this. Is it this way? I lost my map before because we were AFK, so I don't remember where we came from. Oh, this is Draven. Could be further down. I'm hoping... Yeah, it's here. Okay. I think you can skip this whole RP. We're just teleporting to the checkpoint. I need to try that on my second attempt to see. Holy shit, the damage with this guy is insane. Oh, we stunned him just on time. Nice. That was good. Alright, a bit more, and he's dead. I'm gonna go and update a little bit here. See what we can get. Okay, got him. See what we can update here. So Lackland's dead. Let me see. So we got this. Much better. There we go. Throw this in the bin. Care about any of these. Okay, can I gamble for something? I got enough money now to try and gamble for something here. And a second ring. This is realistic to a new league. I'm not going to use anything else. I want this to feel as new league as possible. No, no, no. Mana 70. We can try that. Okay. And that one's better. Okay. Armor, maximum life, strength, and fire resistance. Perfect. There we go. Okay, so here, is there anything else? I guess escaping escape shot is not bad to have, especially with the buffs if it's gonna get buffed. I'm gonna grab it so I can get used to it. There's nothing I could do with this one. Okay. I did get previously this. So, lightning arrow. What did we usually go for? We got scatter shot on this. And then were we doing chain? I don't even remember. Fast Ranger, what is this? Yeah, martial tempo, mobility, primal armament. Alright, martial tempo. Let's do that. There you go. Next one, exactly on release. Ooh, that's nice. That's actually nice. Not bad. Traveling, where is it? Hunting grounds. Yeah, look at what the items do, man. Such a big difference with the damage. Defensively, I'm not that great, but damage-wise, I'm so much better than before because of like 2 items that we equipped. We're really trying to find ways to see if they're gonna bring what we want. Unless the trading system will go hand in hand with the selling tab on the website. Well, we'll see. Oh, we've got the ritual here. Okay. Does this guy drop something significant apart from items? I want to see if it's worth doing on the actual launch. I've always wondered if this guy's worth doing. So there is an uncut support gem. I'm not sure if he always drops that. If he does, then I think it's worth doing him. Yeah, pretty shit. Pretty bad stuff. Apart from that, if it's guaranteed. New build, I'm just practicing, man. It's been a while since I've done the campaign. So I'm just practicing a little bit, seeing if this is a good league starter. I'm doing SSF thing. I'm not using any of my currency or whatever to make it feel as if it's a new league. See how it feels for a league starter. Getting to the raw stuff, yeah. Yeah, these rares are not bad for currency and for shit like that. Like, these mobs I think I can skip a league. I think like 2-3 days before the launch of the big launch, I'm gonna do some speed run attempts. Not necessarily race driven, but just to see how long it takes me to do stuff, you know? With whatever I select to go for. So I think it was level 16 that we can get. That's the arrow, and you can spam this shit, but it's too slow. I don't know if they improve this shit, it's gonna be broken, by the way. I'm not gonna hit him more so he doesn't bug. He always bugs. Oh, I got hit by that. The hitbox on that one is so much bigger than I remember. Okay, he's stunned. They definitely need to extend the hitbox of escape shot. Okay, he did. Yeah, rolling behind him is better for sure. I've got armor boots. I don't think we're gonna use these. This could be better. I need one. Better health potion. Life recovery to minions. Use charges. What? Yeah, I'm gonna make that one better. I don't think the one that I just got is better. Let me see the boots real quick. 10% movement speed, maximum life, mana, rarity. Yeah, I'm okay with it. Okay, what else did we do here? Mobility, I remember, which is tier 3. We cannot get that one. Primal armament is tier 2. We cannot get that one. That's the only things that we got here, right? Yeah. This we cannot update anything. And this is the only shit that we could do here. Okay. I don't remember what we used to use here. What is a concentrated effect? That tier. Oh, it's tier 1. Okay, we're gonna use that one for rod. Not bad. Dum 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 dum. So these guys, for example, I will actually skip all of them. I don't think there's anything else to do here apart from the spirit. Freythorn. Yeah, Freythorn is the last one, and then we go to Ogum Village, if I remember correctly. Alright. So, if I remember correctly, I'm pathing correctly here. And then we want to get the Master Fletchling. I'm going to go Intelligence, Dexterity on this, 1 and 1. Then we're going to go for Master Fletching. Also, Blur is not bad. Master Fletching is my next move, then Escape Velocity is the second one. If only you had a comprehensive guide, a campaign guide to use, yeah. Very true. Okay, not bad damage. Defensively, I'm not really satisfied. But, I don't know. We'll see. That's why I'm going to focus on Escape Velocity as well. Let's go Dexterity again. Hanzo, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Oh, look at that damage. There's the first rune, a ritual, sorry. Okay, got the first one. And a few more here. And we unlock Herald of Thunder. Where is it? Yeah, my health potion is as if it doesn't exist. It's crazy. It doesn't do absolutely anything. I need to update my my health potion here. I've always had this issue. I always forget to update it when I'm leveling. And I get to a point so far ahead that honestly it doesn't even do like 1% of my HP. It's crazy. Okay, number 2 is done. We've got 3 here. Damn, the damage. I'm gonna grab that. There's another checkpoint. Is this the boss? I think I finished with all the other rituals, right? Yes, I did. Okay. Here we go. Come on. Okay, there he is. Get out of that. Yeah, damage is very, very little. I don't know how to improve that. Not famous? What do you mean, bro? I think this is just moving, right? Yeah, this is just moving. I don't want to get hit by that. Yeah, we're moving with the red one. Oh, no, we're not. We need to stand still on the red one. I forgot. I think the pink one or the purple one is moving. Okay, there you go. Done. Jesus. That took us some time, huh? I'm not getting anything from this. Grab that. We go for Herald. Easy. There you go. And we're done. I'm gonna go for the cold, because that's what we need for the first boss. And that's it. All right, we keep going. I think Master Fletchling can wait a little bit. I don't think it's prio right now. I don't have a good quiver anyway. So we can go and get escape velocity, get some movement speed and evasion here, actually. Let's go with more dexterity. Okay. Did I figure out where the village is? Did I find out the, did I get the checkpoint? I did. Alright, off we go. Two hours remaining, chat. 2 hours.
Get over here!
Mr. Lava. Thank you very much for the follow. And Hanzo again, once again. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow, guys. Going to read for an hour. Go, go, go. Excited, not gonna lie. Yeah, same. Same. Actually, I do want to reply to all of the comments over on YouTube for the latest video. And I'm not going to wait for off stream. I'm going to do it now, I think. We can do it together. So how do these Twitch drops work? I had to lose Twitch in a while. I haven't used Twitch in a while. Do the command drops, and I have a link to all the information, and GGG is gonna provide you with step-by-step of what you need to do, because if you haven't set it up, it's a thing that you need to do. It's not complicated. It's just you need to do it correctly. Yeah, so that link, if you see the full info, just click on that one, money back, and make sure that you have everything connected as they say in that article. They tell you exactly what you need to do to connect your account with Twitch. And the simple answer is, if your account is connected, then you just need to sit here, watch the stream for 45 minutes, and you get the drop. That's it. But you need to make sure that you're connected. With Twitch, I mean. Alright, so we're looking for Una's camp. I remember the hut.
Get over here!
Poti Plays. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. What are you doing, hardcore? No, I'm doing like a form of SSF practice kind of a thing to make it as close to a new league as possible, so I can play test my league starters, potential league starters, depending also on what we're going to see tonight. In a little bit, I'll be done with this one, and we're going to try a different build. And also, I want to unrust myself. It's been a while. What are you planning to do? Either a ranger or a monk if we don't get a new class. If we get a new class, no questions asked, I'm going to do the new class. If we don't get a new class, then either a ranger or a monk. So I'm going to play test all of the options for them. And even though I think that they're going to buff the ice shot and things with ice arrows, you're not going to be able to get ice arrow until level 30 plus. Only if they change it, actually. They could. So it has to be lightning arrow, lightning rod. So I want to see how it feels. Do you think they will deliver the new passive tree? I think they need to and have to deliver everything, bro. So apparently they said that everything regarding the new league is going to be revealed today. There's going to be a massive Q&A, just like there was on the day of the release of Dawn of the Hunt, with Ziggy D again. And then after that, they have said that they're going to release the patch notes, the full patch notes. So I can only... yeah. I think we're going to get absolutely everything. I don't know if there's going to be a couple of, obviously, support gems and uniques and shit like that. They're going to be hidden. And we're going to find them out when we start playing the league like they always do. But, yeah. Big changes are definitely going to be revealed today. What I really need for the new season is movement speed. I think you might get something that you can trigger for movement speed, but yeah, I like the idea that they're going for it, if it's actually going to be true. It would be great to get POB before the league starts. Yeah, that's what we're going to try and do. Yep. That's usually what happens. They want to release and reveal all of this like a week before so people can prepare. That's why I'm going to look at the patch notes, see what's happening. We're going to try and theory craft our league starter. And we'll take it from there. Oh, gem level 4. Let's go. Okay, 4. What can we do here? Just upgrade these, right? We're just double check in case. Orb of... Yeah, that's... Oh, we can actually do this. Level 10, but it's for 25 intelligence. I don't have remotely close to that. Yeah, I can fix that. No worries. I can fix that. Also, can I craft fire life per enemy killed? Do I seriously not have another one? Damn it. Okay, let's go back. Give this to Una. Get ourselves the book. Lots of anxiety. Now, we're good. It's excitement. It's exciting anxiety, man. It's not a negative one. It's good. It's positive. Definitely a lot of pressure, but we like it. Okay, so I just need to see if these gloves are worth anything now. 7 maximum energy shield. It's definitely better than mine, so let's just go ahead and do that. We got a regal before, so we can use it. We haven't gotten an exalted orb to drop, so we're not going to use the exalted orbs. We do that. Mana. Yeah, we got it. They should give us more time next league, though. I mean, they're giving us 9 days. I think it's fine, bro, to be honest. Reveal the expansion, and after 9 days, you get the launch. I think 9 days is pretty good. 9-10 days, you know? According to their cycle, yeah, Felipe. But they also said it's going to be every 4 months, and this league was 5 months. So just because they're releasing it in August, it doesn't mean it's 4 months. It's not 4 months. I think Dawn of the Hunt came out 3rd, if I'm not mistaken, 3rd of April. So if it, like, to be 4 months, it should have dropped 3rd of August or first week of August. But yeah, it's definitely 5 months now. Okay, we need all the intelligence we can get here. Do we have enough? We do have enough. Okay. Let me get Orb of Storms, and the build is complete for now. I'm never going to use basic attack again, so that's good. I need to plan my holidays, I know. Do you think the next update will be 1.0? I am 70% on that. 70% no, 30% yeah. If I think about it and what Red Eye said before, it kind of makes sense. And I'm starting to lean towards it. I have to see how big this expansion is going to be, but 70% I don't think so. This also means we won't have to wait so long for the next one, because it will definitely come in December and before the holidays. Yeah, I really hope that that's true. Money back. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to Scorpius Lair, dude. Welcome. I think they were setting their calendar and it will be more consistent on 4 months moving forward. Yeah, I think so too. It's just it's a little bit too much, 5 months, man. You know, I think we all felt it. It's a little bit too much, the 5 months. But yeah, I know that they're not going to make it a habit. I know that. Yeah. We're going to be fine. Okay, we got these two. Perfect. We updated. What did we update? Our gloves. We have a shitty ring. I can use one of this. One of this. And one of this. And that's it. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. Everything is rare. Yes, everything is rare. All right. Does Una sell anything good here? What do you have? 150? I like that. 150. More recovery. No. Increase recovery rate. I'm going to grab this one. And nothing else. Getting jiggy with it. Okay. Welcome Farms. Let's go back. You know what would be nice to add? Alteration orbs and scaring orbs. So it will make things so much easier. Oh, yeah. Definitely. Definitely that would help. They need a way to skip campaign. I'm tired of that crap. Yeah, but this is the one thing stuff that I've been always talking about, that I would love to have a optional skip of the campaign. Whoever doesn't want to level up, like, you mandatorily need to go through all the campaign once, go through all the end game to a certain point where you unlock all of the Atlas points, let's say, and then you unlock the option to be able to skip the campaign with your second character. Obviously, you need to think about how they're going to do their catch-up. That was my idea of it. But the more we're getting into the game and the leagues and I see them changing shit, the more I'm convinced that that's never going to happen. To be honest. But at least we might actually get rid of Cruel. So if we get rid of Cruel, it's going to be a lot more fun going through the campaign because it's not going to be repetitive. Maybe they're going to do that now with that endgame area. I don't know. I've heard a lot of people saying that some content creators were saying that based on what they said about the leaking with the interlude and whatever, that means that if you do it, your next character is going to start from there. I don't think that's accurate because the way that it's phrased, I think it's lost to a translation from French to English. But the way that it's said is they're simply saying that now players don't need to repeat the same campaign over and over again. So it's going to minimize the repetitiveness of the campaign, which simply means that Cruel is not going to exist. You know what I mean? I think that's it. I don't think they're going to do a skip, bro. We can, yeah, we can. And you remember I've been always saying that I would love to have the skip, especially me, but yeah, I highly doubt it. As it always will be? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm convinced more and more that it's never going to happen. Oh, this guy's not dying? Okay. Now I'm going to go for the Fletchers. Why are you doing a new character right now? Will it not be sent as standard as soon as yeah, correct. I'm not doing a new character to go to the end game. I'm doing a new character so I can practice my leveling in the campaign. Because it's been a couple of days since I played the game, so we're just unrusting ourselves in the campaign. And also, the second reason I'm playing a new character is I'm trying new leveling, league starting builds, so I can see what I'm gonna be taking in the new league as the first character. Let's start something. Can you guess what? What could we start? We can start a hype train. That's one thing that we can start. We can start a hardcore run or an SSF run. We can start... Yeah, I don't know. What can we start?
Damn, that's a gifted sub.
Let's go. It is. You're trying to start a hype train. Let's go, dude. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Really appreciate you, Kane. Thank you, man. Let's go. 10 gifter-roos, man. Thank you. The potential train conductor. Thank you for attempting to start the train, bro. I really appreciate you. Bum ba ba dum ba bum.
Damn, that's a gifted sub.
Felipe is joining the train. Thank you, Felipe, with a 5. 5 gifted. Thank you, thank you. Brent is here as well.
Damn, that's a gifted
Oh,
sub.
man. Brent is here saying true. It's been a while since I've seen you, bro. Thank you so much for the 5. Thank you so much. Yo, did the subathon already start? No, just Canes had decided that we're going to start a train. So now Brent is on board and Felipe is on board. Thank you so much, guys. Really, I appreciate you. YOLO Swag 24 thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome to the Scorpius lair, bud. Hope you're having a good time. But yeah, thank you so much for the support, guys. Really means a lot. And the subathon is only going to happen if we're getting this shadow class, by the way. If we do get a shadow class, I'm going a crazy-ass subathon. So we'll see. It doesn't tell me how close we are to a train, by the way. Do you guys see anything? I don't see anything. No, can't see. Yeah, me neither. Only if you get Trickster. Is Trickster Shadow or is it a different class? Just got out of work. Let's go. Welcome, dude. Nope. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't show me the train. Shadow is Trickster. Okay, got it.
Well, hello there, you sexy
hey, there it is. Incoming train. Zach has unlocked the incoming train. Now I can see it. Zach, thank you so much for the 6 months in a row, my friend. Thank you. Never played the PoE1. What is Shadow? It's kind of like a rogue class, man. Imagine daggers and stuff like that. That's usually what I main in games like these. And we don't have that. But I promise that whenever we actually get the Shadow class, I'm going to do a massive subathon. So we'll see. Yeah, like an assassin, correct. Yeah, there it is. Train is coming. Thank you, Zach, for the sub, bro. Wow, that almost one-shotted my ass, and that did. That's the only issue that we are having with the Ranger. I completely forgot about my orb, by the way. Ascendancies of Shadow. Oh, okay, I didn't know. Shadow and Trickster are Ascendancies. Yeah, okay. Good. That boss's ass? No, I was complete ass there, bro. I got hit by everything. It's not the boss's fault. It's a pretty decent, good boss here with mechanics and shit, but I was so bad that run. Holy shit, bro. His damage is insane.
Damn, that's a gifted sub.
Oh. Felipe with a 1 tier sub. Thank you so much, bro. Nice. Did we extend that? No, we didn't. It's 33 seconds for the hype train. Anyway, thank you very much, guys. Thank you for the attempt. Kainza, thank you for starting it, brother. Nice, there it is. Easy. I tried. I know you did. Thank you so much for doing that, bro. He's easy, just sucks when stuff fills the screen. True. Train derailed. Yeah. It's okay. Man, Assassin and Trickster for Shadow. Okay, so Shadow is the class. Assassin and Trickster are the 2 ascendancies. Cool. Yo, Kurakimi, didn't see you there. Welcome in, brother. How you doing? He's not an endgame boss, just realized. True. My sorcerer was stuck on him for like 3 days before I was able to clear it. Yeah, he's pretty tough early on, man. Shadow is the class I'm most hyped about. Actually, Poison Daggers is such a cool archetype, but I think Shadow is very, very far away. Yeah, I can only hope, man. I'm super excited for Shadow as well. Like any and every game that I've played, like MMORPGs, RPGs, whatever the case is, I always go for the assassin rogue, like Shadow, in the shadow, sneaky, stealthy kind of guy. You know, I don't know how many adjectives and shit that I can say about it, but you get the point. So I'm really, really excited for it. Hanging in there like a hair in a biscuit. My man. Long time no see, brother. Love to have you here. 1 hour and 43 minutes, chat. 1 hour and 43 minutes. 2 things happen. Number 1, drops are enabled in 1 hour and 43 minutes over on Twitch. So if you're watching on YouTube, make sure that you go over on Twitch whenever the time starts. And number 2, we start the big reveal, man. So excited for that. Okay, what do we have? Cold damage, critical damage with other attacks, plus 5 dexterity. We're losing 1 level of projectiles and critical hit chance with attacks. I'm gonna keep the one that I currently have. Yeah, I think that's a little bit better, maybe. Actually, no. Projectile speed, life, fire. Yeah, I'm gonna go with this one for now, especially with the things that we're getting. It's fine. The passive tree, sorry. Okay, what are we doing here? Herald of Thunder. I'm gonna go Magni. Just go Magni, easy peasy. There it is. Mr. KNF34R, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the Scorpius lair. Lovely to have you here. So, Spark sucks. It does. Sadly, I didn't play in 0.1 and saw a video about how Spark Archmage was super strong. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had a lot of fun in 0.1 with Spark J4. I can tell you that much, bro. It was insane. And then it was butchered, like, to the ground. I would love to see that, Kenza. I would love to see more Chaos skills. And like builds properly with Chaos. Like exactly what you said. Not only dots. Yeah, I would agree. They did not know, Kurakimi. They did not confirm anything. I wish they buff mana hungry builds. I don't think so, J4, because that's the main problem that they had. So they nerfed mana hungry builds last season. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they're gonna go back to buffing mana because that got out of hand. Maybe they're gonna buff the damage that those builds deal a little bit, which is what they need to do. Like they need to get back Spark to be in a decent state, not in an OP state, but a decent state. You know what I mean? And when I say that, they're not gonna just buff the Spark ability, like directly. That's not the... If you guys notice, 2 seasons in a row, all the nerfs, the majority of the nerfs, were not actually direct nerf to specific things. Like, oh, it dealt 50% damage, now it's gonna deal 35. Usually, they're nerfing them indirectly through other stuff. You know what I mean? Either mana cost or now scaling with mana is not gonna be as strong, which indirectly nerfs the ability. Usually that's what they go for. So a good example is my prediction with how they're gonna nerf Rake. I don't think Rake is gonna get nerfed necessarily, directly Rake's damage, but I think what makes Rake insanely overpowered is what's gonna get the nerf. So for example, Stomping Ground support gem, instead of giving you 150% strength, I think that's gonna be significantly reduced to like something like 50 or 60% strength. So that's immediately going to cut his damage by half. So immediately Rake now is nerfed. You know? Indirectly. That's how I think they function and they do their shit. So that's what I'm expecting from them. Or, yeah, or the other side. Yeah, there's no in between. You're right, Murph. Or the other side is they completely annihilate an ability because they said, oh, well, nuke it. Or, in some cases, completely remove it from the game because they have no idea what to do with it, like Grim Feast, for example. So, yeah, there are a couple of options, I guess. Damn, I still cannot believe... This is another thing. A lot of people forgot about Grim Feast. I mean, we were devastated when we found out that it's gone from the game, but I mean, nobody gives a shit about right now. I mean, Convalescence has been easily replaced Grim Feast on a lot of the builds that need that energy shield regeneration fast, you know what I mean? Like ED and Contagion Lich and stuff like that. So Contagion was a decent replacement there. Yeah, but overall, like in PoE 1, GG does a great job balancing in long terms. Yeah, that's something that I don't have an opinion. I do have a couple of 100 hours in PoE 1 to say my opinion about mechanics and what I like about PoE 1, but when it comes down to balance, I don't have an opinion on it. I don't have the experience for it. So I'm just going to trust you on that one. I mean, they're a really trustworthy company, so when it comes down to their player base, usually the community before PoE 2 and just after PoE 2 came out, nobody was saying anything negative for GGG. Now there's more negativity than before. You know why? Because new players came into PoE 2 and they brought negativity with them from other games like World of Warcraft and League of Legends and shit like that. But if you go back and you see the stats of PoE 1, like veterans of PoE 1, nobody's gonna bitch about GG, you know what I mean? My bingo card, it just buffs the spark and ice skills. Wait, the bingo card, J4, is what you predict is gonna happen, not what you... It's not like a petition that you're gonna send like a Christmas card to Santa Claus Jonathan, you know? Yeah. Yeah, if that's how I thought about my bingo card would have looked a lot different than what it looks now. But yeah. PO1 is actually very well balanced. I mean, everything is OP, but there is a huge variety of OP stuff you can play. And if you really know the game, you can make every single skill work with very few exceptions. That's a very good state to be in a game. And I applaud them for getting there, but I don't think we have 12 years to get there. So they need to get there a little bit faster than that, because not everyone is going to wait around, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to create like a cloud on top of it, but it is what it is. Like, I want my game to do well, you know what I mean? This is my main game. That's why I'm not playing PoE 1, and I've quit WoW since I started PoE 2. And I'm not thinking about it because this is the game that I want to play. This is the game that I care about, and I don't want to see people leaving because of, you know, mistakes and shit. I know that people are always going to leave, but that's a general. It's the basic default health of every and any game out there. The health cycle. But yeah. So there's that. Yeah, true. And already I feel that PoE 2 has better core, if I can say that. Better core than PoE 1. I mean, if you think about it, its core is PoE 1. PoE 1's core was like inspiration from D2 and shit like that, I assume. Whereas PoE 2's core and inspiration is PoE 1, and there's so many things that worked and so many other things that didn't work that they can get as experiment and know exactly what they're doing, so shortcuts and shit, you know what I mean?
Well, hello there, you sexy beast.
Sick Tricker, is that the name? Sick Tricker, thank you so much for using your Prime over on the channel, man. I appreciate the support. Thank you. And I'm sorry if I butcher your name, dude. I mean, I still play Diablo, Kurakimi says, and WoW, etc., etc., but like PoE isn't them. It's kind of stupid to expect a completely different game to be the same, so I refuse to judge a game based off games from previous that I've played. The Realm is restarting in 35 minutes. We're restarting the Realm to deploy 0.2.1 D update. Its patch notes are in the patch notes forum. Okay, well, say no more. Let's go and check what the patch notes forum is. What are these patch? What? Bro, they're working. What is this sudden thing? Is this the one? Server maintenance? Yeah, no, I don't see anything. No, this was yesterday's. 0.2.1D, it said. Yeah, 0.2.1D update. Its patch notes are in the patch notes forum. So we're waiting for D. I don't know what D is gonna be, but maybe it's like performance shit and whatever. Hate ads and love your content. Easy choice for the sub. You might be the only one to get it right first try. Thank you so much, man. Sick tricker. I guess. First try. Okay. Okay, good. I'm happy for that, bro. Thank you so much for the sub and for your comment about the content, man. Really appreciate you. PoE 2 is so superior at its core compared to any other game in the genre. Yeah, I agree. And also, Kurakimi, based on what you said, but they interrupted me with the maintenance stuff. I agree 100%. Nobody should compare PoE to any other game apart from games with its genre. But even there, we have issues. Like people compare it to Diablo, which is fair enough, to Last Epoch, whatever. But what people don't, what people forget is that even though it's in the same genre, it's not the same person that's created them, and they just woke up one day and decided to completely do a different thing. It's like multiple different companies with different mindsets, with different visions, with different stuff. You know what I mean? So they're obviously not going to be the same. Obviously, one thing that works in Diablo, GGG might not want to do it because they don't envision it that way. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of layers to it, bro. Where is this? Where are the patch notes, bro? Where are they? Do we keep going? Epoch had such potential, but it's so childish now. Yeah, I played the first, the big league that came out a couple of months ago. I had a lot of fun for the first week. Then I got super bored. Again, personal opinion. Keep going until they boot you out. Oh, I don't mind that. I just want to read the patch notes. That's all I want to do right now. Yeah, that's all I care about right now. I just want to see what these patch notes are. I don't think it's going to be something important, to be honest. Oh, there it is. Found it. Added support for the upcoming announcement and new supporter packs. Players can now revive each other in endgame maps outside of boss fights at the cost of attempts/portals. Actually, this is not a small change. This is a pretty significant change to randomly throw it out there. It's not bad. All right, the first one is not a big deal. The first one is they're just putting code and shit like that for the upcoming announcement and also the new supporter packs. So I guess happy if you're here, you can tick one off your point because they're definitely showing MTX. They just confirmed it, bro. There's gonna be new supporter packs. So yeah, you can mark this one that you got it. Where is it? GGG shows an MTX trailer at the end of stream. Okay, you said at the end of stream. We'll see if you're gonna hit that one. But they're definitely showing MTX. I thought it would be something to do with system prep. Well, yeah, half of it is. And this is pretty good. Players can now revive each other in endgame maps outside of boss fights at the cost of attempts and portals. Not bad. I still need to complete this. I'm still thinking about what I should add. If anybody else is done with their bingo card, let us know. I'm going to need to pull up the bingo card over on the stream so you guys can see what we're getting. What's MTX? It's the microtransactions, like items and that, like, yeah, skins and whatever. I just about one-shot T4 Zesh the last time I played. I was stoked. Really late start to the league, but yeah, I was pleasantly happy. Yeah, of course, if it works, man. Doesn't matter if it's late or not. If you're having fun, it's cool. It's always nice to one-shot a T4 Pinnacle. Alright, we get Master Fletchling. We're done with this. Alright, another bossy. 1 hour and 27 minutes. Let's go, we're getting closer. Oh, where did the sound go? Did I mute it by accident? Yes, I did. Okay, got it. Did he get stunned that way? Yeah. That's unfortunate.
Get over here!
SSG, thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the Scorpius lair. Appreciate you being here. Maybe since this league is starting, I know about it starting, maybe I won't be so far behind this time. Yeah. For sure. Maybe. Yeah. Okay, there you go. With mapping of the campaign as well. True, it could. It could definitely help. Barrage. Barrage might not be a bad call. But, we'll see, we'll see. I don't think we need this at all. Let's keep going. Late is sometimes better on release. Was near unplayable last season. Wait, not this one. You mean the first season lock, right? I remember Dawn of the Hunt. Actually, no. Yeah, we were getting random crashes in Dawn of the Hunt as well, right? Server issues, if I remember correctly. Both seasons, actually, we had issues. Oh yeah, getting one-shotted by white mobs. Yeah, that was a balance issue. But I'm talking about server shit. You're streaming the reveal here? Yes, sir. Yep, in 1 hour and 25 minutes. We're gonna stream the reveal, we're gonna talk about it, we're gonna watch the Q&A, and we're gonna wait for the patch notes. That last one, I don't know when they're gonna release them, so we'll see. Welcome back, Icy. Also, for anybody, because there were a lot of people telling me about it, if you cannot stay for the interview and you can only stay for the reveal, don't worry about it. What I usually do, what's going to happen is tomorrow, I'm going to have a YouTube video dedicated for the interview, so I can catch you all up with the gist of it. So you don't need to sit there and watch an hour-long interview. I'm just going to have like a simple bullet point so you understand what they said, and that's it. And that's going to be uploaded tomorrow on our YouTube channel. So if you're not following the YouTube channel, go and do that. Does point 3 also release today? No, J4, unfortunately, no. Today is only the release, the reveal, sorry. So they're going to reveal what's coming. We're going to have a Q&A where they're going to answer questions. And then they're going to release the patch notes. Then on the 29th of August is the official launch date. The reason why they're giving space between is for people to process what's coming, to theory craft their builds and prepare for it. And also it's building up hype, you know what I mean? Last season, what they did is they announced what's gonna come, then the interview happened, and then the release happened. And although it was good, the hype lasted a lot less than what's gonna last now, I believe. Because now they're gonna get attention twice. They're gonna get attention for the reveal and attention for the launch. So I think that's smarter. Who's gonna be the host? Yeah, this same person that was before, Ziggedy, is gonna be the interviewer. Yeah, next week on Friday. Yeah, next weekend. So basically, GG milking the community. They're only milking the community for attention, man, and marketing. So I think it's fair enough. They're not milking us for money. You know what I mean? You're not gonna pay anything today. You're not gonna pay anything for the launch as well. But yeah, they're milking the attention, which is fair enough. That's the way to do it. Hype is good for the game, of course. Any game, yeah. 1 hour and 23 minutes left. That's correct, Ling. Great, I'm gonna watch with you. Hell yeah, dude. That's what we always do. Lovely to have you here, SSG. They're milking dopamine. Yeah, exactly. No hype equals dead game. Yeah. Oh, actually, wait. I know what I'm putting in my bingo card, and this is gonna be one of the memes. You all added some meme predictions in your bingo cards. I'm gonna put mine as well. Jonathan will show us how to play Huntress. There you go. He promised 4 months ago that he's gonna show us. Maybe tonight's the night. I don't know. Maybe. That's my fun prediction right there. Let's see. Jonathan's gonna teach us how to play Huntress properly. That's my meme. Wait, Happy, what happens if Chris Wilson is not there? What happens if it's just Mark and Jonathan and Chris is nowhere to be found? You automatically lose 2 boxes. And GG's business, so yeah, they're gonna make a big deal about new content like the company wouldn't. Yeah, of course. Yeah, makes sense. He will be there. Alright. Live Wire or Live Wire. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the Scorpius layer. Lovely to have you, Beer. Beer here. We're all here waiting. Oh yeah. We're having fun, J4. Don't take anything serious that we're saying, man. We know that you didn't mean it that way. Just you're gonna notice that PoE2 players and content creators, especially the good ones.
Well, hello there.
And the ones that love the game will do anything and say anything to protect the game. Not copium-wise, but just never spread negativity. So even if somebody says slightly something, people are going to be defensive about it, which is not a bad thing. That means that you're in a good community. You know what I mean? It's pretty healthy. But sometimes it becomes a little bit too much when people are always defensive about everything, you know? Live Wire, thank you so much for using your Prime over to the channel, man. Really appreciate you. Thank you for supporting the channel. It means a lot. welcome officially. Welcome officially to the channel and disabling the ads right there. Thank you. Thanks for your builds. Looking forward to the new season builds. Oh, bro, if you're looking forward to get the build guides, you have no idea how excited I am to play, theory craft the builds, and actually do the videos. I cannot wait, man. Honestly. I have so many guides that I have in mind and so many videos I'm going to be doing that I need to sit down one day and show you my to-do list of what I have planned for point 3. For anybody here who's not subscribed on YouTube, I think that to-do list is going to change your mind. So I think we're going to do this after this, after Jon Snow's fight here. And we're doing this wrong, by the way. You should never, ever, ever in the history of PoE 2 play this boss without the music, bro. Ever. Jon Snow? Yeah, bro. Isn't he copy-paste Jon Snow? With the wolf and everything? Act 1 final boss is peak? He is, bro. And music is insane. I'm gonna stop talking so you can enjoy the music. Damn, that felt as if the league just dropped. Holy shit, that took long, man. But there it is, that's the music. You always do this boss with the music, chat. Always. Gamer, yeah. That was not easy, bro. That was really good. On Stream Deck, true. I never play any music in game. Bro, me neither, apart from this boss. They already confirmed to be added PoE 2 someday. They're random drops, and if you find, let's say, 3 apothecary cards, you can trade them. Yeah, that's pretty cool, actually. Are free dopamine drops to add to PoE 2. Some you will ignore, and some of them you will feel like you dropped a jar room. Yeah, exactly. You need constructive criticism as well, so devs can take community notes and improve their game. Cannot blindly defend a game all the time. I agree 100%. This is based on what I said before about people defending it. I agree. Funnily enough, the people that defend it the most are the ones that give the harshest criticisms because we love the game, man. You know what I mean? But I agree with you 100%. Okay, we don't need any of these. This crap. What about your wrist? Oh, I'm so much better, bro. I'm using the gloves, the wrist holder, whatever it's called. Now I felt it a little bit because of the game, because of this fight. I have to do some research on PoE 1 and how they work, but that sounds great. More ways to getting currency and items should make it better for everyone. Yeah, true. Haven't seen my Twitch follows this full in month. Yeah, of course, everybody's coming back now. The voice acting gets annoying on that boss. Yeah, I just play the music, man. I don't listen to the voice acting. In the beginning is really cool, especially the first couple of times that I fought this guy. The voice actor is so good, but it does get a little bit annoying. Terpaholic, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Alright, so we finished Act 1 with this character. Not bad. Not the best, yeah. League starter right now, it's okay. It's not bad. I want to try something else as well to do Act 1 with, but I don't want to do the same thing. I might try the monk and see how it's going to go, but again, I think I'd just rather wait and see what the patch notes are going to say, and also we don't have the time. They're going to need to restart in 15 minutes. So yeah, here are... I wanted to show you something that I am going to do. Can you guys see that? Yes, you can. Okay. Just a tiny bit of a thingy here, just for you guys to know. So obviously we're going to do patch notes video. We're going to do interview summary. We're going to do league starter guide. We're going to do leveling guides, approximately 5 of them, I would say, with different classes. Then we're going to do endgame guides around 10. The average, like first season I did 7. This season I did 14. I'm going to go with 10 endgame guides. Then we have crafting guides for beginners all the way to min-maxers. We already started that on YouTube. What else? We have POB guide, which is path of building. We have filters guide. Bro, we have so many shit. Holy moly, dude. So many things that I'm planning to do. But these are some that I can think of right now. There's so many others that I haven't thought about or I cannot think about right now. But these are some of the videos that I'll be posting in point 3 over on the YouTube channel. So if any of these videos interest you, go and check out our YouTube channel. You're going to get everything there. Point 2.1D update in 10 minutes. Yeah, we checked the patch notes. It's not something crazy, bro. There's only 2 bullet points in there. Bullet point number 1 is that they're fixing the systems for the announcement later on and the support packs they're going to put in the game. And actually, bullet point number 2 is pretty cool. Is they allow players to revive other players outside of boss fights whenever you're doing endgame maps together. However, each time you revive people, it's going to consume a portal. that you have. That's it. Crafting beans RNG, how do you think the campaign crafting thing will work out? I firstly need to see what they're planning, and then I'm gonna create a full-on video on what we think with the team over on the Slam Crafts about crafting. I honestly cannot tell you my opinion because I'm gonna be simply positive about it, because having crafting within the campaign and GGG pushing that happening is only gonna bring positivity, and it's gonna be a positive thing. That's not what they need to focus on, though. They need to focus on the mid to end game crafting, but they need to look on ways on how they should introduce crafting to newer players and sooner. You know what I mean? Sooner into the campaign. Like, I give an opinion. So this I think would have been the best thing to do. Is, I don't know if you guys know the Recombinator. If anybody's new or you haven't gone to the end game or whatever. Recombinator is one of the crafting systems that exist, that you can put 2 items, select a mod from each item, and then you play it on chance to destroy those 2 items and give you a completely new item with the mods that you chose, which is a pretty cool shit if it actually hits. But my idea was for Recombinator to not be tied to the expedition, to just be something that you unlock in the campaign, such as the reforging bench, and let people have fun with it and give people higher chances to get shit like items through that, so they can have that dopamine hit whenever they're leveling. That's going to teach them what crafting could do and how important gear is in general. And maybe the crafting fee could be gold, for example, and then whenever you get into the end game, they tie it to the expedition currency or whatever, which is going to be a secondary way of using recombination, you know, something like that. That could be a cool idea. But yeah, they need to fix a lot of other stuff for crafting apart from these. Should have been game optimization in preparation for the 0.3. I think that's going to come later on, after the reveal. They're going to put everything into one, I think. I want them to make essences to work like Exalt and limit it to 1 per item. Introduce 5 tiers, and those tiers determine the tier level of a modifier, and boom, everyone would use them again. Always, yeah, true, I agree. That's a good way of fixing that. Be back for the announcement. Awesome. Go, go, go. Yeah, this would be a good time for you guys to go and get yourself some coffee, food, water, toilet, whatever it is. We've got like an hour until the announcement. And anybody who's on YouTube watching, don't forget that the Twitch drops only happen on Twitch if you care about the drop. Just a friendly reminder. I want essences to work the same way like in PO1. You can keep on rolling them. Yeah. That will be a cool idea as well. Got 5 more minutes. Five more minutes for the restart. Downtime will be approximately 15 minutes. Not bad. Bum ba-dum bum bum. It's almost past your bedtime. Actually, you're very, very correct with that. Lately, because I've been working on some other stuff, I've been waking up at 6 or 6:30 a.m. So usually, now it's like 10 p.m. here. So usually in like an hour and a half, I go to bed. And that's even late for me. But yeah, I'm gonna be fine. I'll be fine. I was prepared for this. Hey, Paolo, thank you so much, man. I really love the fact that Twitch allows you to write and type in your own language whenever you're sending those wishes and everything. It's pretty cool. I think it's time to update our gear and stuff. It feels a little bit weak. And this should be the path for the boss as well. I'm just gonna kill the boss. Try to see if I can upgrade something. We're gonna get disconnected while we're fighting the boss though, so I'd rather not engage. Yeah, okay, we're gonna get disconnected here anyway. So this is what I was saying about skipping the campaign. Imagine how many times I had to level up through the campaign over and over and over again, doing 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 again and again and again, right? I've got like 7, 8 characters. Imagine that 8 characters times 2, that's 16 times that I had to do Act 1, 16 times Act 2, and 16 times Act 3. And I've got like 4 or 5 other characters that I deleted, by the way, that didn't make it to endgame. So, yeah. For example, you want to spell damage, you keep rolling on the item multiple times the essence of woe, which you can keep rolling until you roll, for example, the closest ideal item you desire. Chaos Orb was different compared to PoE1, so the essence can't work like in PoE1. Yeah, I was about to say that that sounds very similar to Chaos Orb. I had to buy space for characters. Nah, I've decided that whenever the 0.3 League launches, I'm gonna delete the first League's characters, and I'm just gonna keep one for, like, you know, just to keep one. I think I'm gonna keep the monk. That was my main. I'm always gonna keep the main of each league. But the problem is that they don't tell you which league it was. They just say standard, and all of these are gonna go into standard as well. These are all for Dawn of the Hunt, and then these are all for the first season. So how, wait, you bought space out of characters and then you decided to do that and delete them? They do work similar to Chaos Orb though, but Essence will always give you spell damage, then the rest mods are random. Yeah, but I think I agree with Murph here. It cannot work the same way. If Chaos Orb, I didn't delete yet. I see, yeah. No, I didn't buy anything. I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. And also, it's going to free up the names that I want to use anyway. One character for life. Yeah. I can't do that. In any game that I've played, I cannot do that. One character for life. Wait, did we not get the restart? What's happening? What's my most played class? It has to be the monk, right? Yeah, it has to be the monk. Check Discord. What am I checking? Am I checking general or what? Oh. Scorpius versus me. Yeah. And this just shows 2, 4, 5 of my characters, by the way. There's like, how many more? How many do I have? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. One less than you, Felipe. And actually, I deleted 3 or 4 around level 70. So yeah. Yeah. We're alcoholics, Felipe. That's what we are, bro. I played Team East Hardcore. Oh, yeah, that one as well. Yeah. I forgot about that one. I deleted a lot though. Yeah, I can imagine. 7 times the sorcerer's damage. Yeah, I deleted both of the other and can't decide between which to keep or a level 80 level. I never delete anything, bro. Avoiding to buy? Yeah, I'm not buying that. No chance they're getting that from me. Yeah, no. Okay, so we've got less than 1 hour. I want to catch up with everything before we need to dedicate a couple of hours for the reveal and everything. Let me just see what you guys are posting here. All right, I am currently on our Discord, and I'm going to look at what's happening here. So, Tom is saying your brass knuckles looking mighty weird. Look at her, man. Look at my cutie patootie here. Lucille, my bull python. She's behind me right now, right there. She's chilling. Actually, I need to turn off her light right now. 1 second. Character hoarder? Yeah, I am, 100%. Okay, let her rest up. What is it? It's Wednesday, so tomorrow we're gonna be able to handle her. Otherwise, I would have brought her so you guys can see her again. Is she bigger now? Yeah, she is. Snake cam when? I need to figure out how I'm gonna do it, bro. The problem is that they're nocturnal, right? So they come out at night. So even if I had the snake cam, you would have. It has to be a hide cam. I have to put a tiny little cam in her hide for you guys to see anything. You know what I mean? Okay, next thing that I want to do real quick with you guys. I've never done this before live, but we're going to do it. I absolutely love to answer to every single comment on YouTube. So we're going to do that. I've got like a shit ton of comments that I haven't answered to. So I want to do that real quick. Let's see what kind of comments we're getting. Let's see, what is this? Jabba is saying the reason why I think the leaks are true is that the newest info trailer that came out essentially showed the stuff without saying it. Well, there's like 9 articles, but yeah, I guess some of it. Like the trial, maybe. Like the trial, maybe. Wait, what did the leak show that was on the trailer? Okay, let's see what they say. Next, I'm sure hyping this update is going to turn out well. 2 weeks after the update, people will disappear just like the new PoE 1 League. Green Street Slim. I think I saw you earlier in stream. Yeah, defo. Yep. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. But the point is to always try to preserve more people after each patch. Okay. Next. Which trailer? I think the 3 small trailers that they announced and they released. Yeah. Next comment. I respect your opinion, but gotta disagree. A lot of the Ranger identity was the MS advantage, and now everyone is getting Tailwind for free. Tailwind might add to the boosted sprint. So they will always have that extra MS, I guess. George. Next is the chance to deflect based on our accuracy or the accuracy rating of the monsters that is attacking us. It only makes sense if it's based on the accuracy of the enemy attacking us, since we are the ones deflecting. We can increase the chance with multiple support gems. There you go. That's another one done. Next. Finally, we won. Let's go. This person is really excited for the cruel thing that it's that we're not gonna have cruel. Next comment. Since this is Jonathan's fifth dim, now I expect every single change and buff to come with a downside. Yeah, okay. Every change and buff to come with a downside? Well, there are definitely multiple nerfs in line, so I wouldn't be surprised. There you go. So now you guys can actually see how people are thinking, what people are commenting and everything. And yeah, cheers, Scorp. Just the info I needed. Keen to jump back on PoE2 grind. Let's go. Which build you playing? Hey, lovely to get you back in the game. I am thinking of going Ranger or Monk as first, but it all depends on the patch notes and reveal tonight. Not gonna lie, me too, yeah. Wait, so I understand, are the support gems only being added multiple times to other skills and not stacking on one skill? Correct, yes. Yes, Celestina. Martial tempo, you can put it on every single skill if you want to, but you cannot put it twice into one. Next. It definitely goes against the philosophy of positive friction that's often implemented in games. I see it as scaling too far in the wrong direction and will harm build diversity. What are we talking about here? This is going too deep. What is this comment for? Okay, so CEO of Tunneling is saying now you can use same support in different skills. On my opinion, that kills the coolest thing about our RPGs, using the brain for the build. That's why this is all BS. Brave says, GG said they would never do that. You guys have been spending too much time in the Plato's cave. That was the vision. Let's try and see how it works first, and then we can pass judgment. Definitely goes against the philosophy of positive friction. The real bonus is making more than one high DPS skill possible. PO1 is a phenomenal game, and the build diversity is present. Allowing the use of the same support only helps the game. Nothing stops you, the player, who wants to use different ones for the build. Some skills need faster attack. I agree with this approach. I agree with this mindset. And I'm going to answer to this person right here who's calling this BS, and GG will never do that. Actually, I'm not going to answer to this person. I'm going to answer to this person. Using multiple support gems might actually allow us to use more abilities in our kits that will be viable due to repetitive support gems. What am I doing wrong here? Repetitive. It's with an I, isn't it? Whatever. Okay, there you go. That's done. Next. I like using one skill only. Yeah, of course. Agree with the blue guy. The more you limit the player, the less variations you will see. The blue guy. Yeah. Is it the same guy that I said that I agree with it? Or is the blue guy the CEO of the Tunneling? Who's the blue guy? Oh, blue guy is CJ. Yeah. Okay. People are overthinking this. Jesus, let's play with more abilities. No need to spawn one skill for 4 months. I agree. I agree that people are overthinking. Also, all the endgame changes are missing. Yep. Okay, next. Nerf what though? They already nerfed 90% of everything last league. What? Regarding nerfs, they're definitely coming. We are getting... So this is what I said, and somebody commented this. So I said, regarding nerfs, they are definitely coming. We are getting cool buffs for sure, but we'll also get some nerfs, which is only normal. But as you said, I want to see diversity in the meta too. And this person says, nerf what though? They already nerfed 90% of everything last league. What would happen if you refresh the page? Not sure. What do you mean? So not false? Yeah, I know, but I cannot answer that. Well, yeah, I guess they nerfed everything that was breaking the game. Actually, no, I don't agree with that. Because, again, I'm always in the philosophy that I don't want them to nerf shit to the ground. It doesn't matter if it breaks the game or not. I need them to find a way that they nerf it slightly and then increase everything else to match that instead of nuking Spark to the extent that they did. For example, so I do agree with this approach that they did nerf a lot of shit, but it doesn't mean that they're going to stop nerfing stuff. You know what I mean? I'm just not going to answer. Sometimes I don't answer. I don't want to force an answer. GG taking notes of you content creators who's going to be blacklisted. Enjoy. Why would you show the leaks? I think some people complain only for the sake of complaining. GGG is taking notes of you content creators who's going to be blacklisted. Enjoy. Why would you show the leaks? Okay, I have nothing to say to that person. Hey man, probably getting sick of me in the comments. Just wanted to ask if you could do a stash guide before the new league. I have a few of the paid for stash tabs like currency and premium, but I never know how to sort my stuff and end up just dumping everything in a quad and then later disenchanting it. Feels like I'm wasting so much. And somebody replied to him and said you can right click each stash tab and rename, give colors, and also in the premiums make it public to sell items and decide what kind of items will go into stash tabs. For other insert, you just have to press Control left, blah, blah, blah. For example, if you have currency in your inventory and da, 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 da. Okay, Joe's Chuls, thank you for replying. For helping out. Wait, I remember that Sick Tricker was here. Is Sick Tricker still here? Sick Tricker came in, followed, and subscribed with a Prime. Are you still here, brother? Quick question. Does my Twitch account just need to be connected to my Steam account for the drops to work? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. And also, if you go onto the drops right here, I have a link that's going to tell you exactly what you need to do. And your Twitch needs to be connected to the PoE account, yeah. But instead of listening to me, Squilliam, just click on that link and they explain everything that you got to do, man. Once something is leaked, it's public. I know, but whatever. He has a point, though, to be completely honest. I want to be fair. He does have a point. But yeah, whatever. He was here an hour ago. Okay. Send me a message on Twitch or actually not on Twitch, on Discord, and I'm gonna explain in more detail. But as Joe but Joe's answer below is good. For further help, let me know. Okay. I cannot do a full guide on stash before the league drops, so I'm just going to help this individual out themselves. Anyone know what the drama part was? Yep. The leak happening. Yeah, the leak happening. Now you guys have been spending too much time in the Plato's cave, whatever. I don't want to read negative shit. Where's my sword tree? Hopefully soon. All right, 43 minutes, man. I'm going to finish up with these comments. I've got a lot of them that I haven't answered. Forward to your builds and your content. What is this? Looking forward to your builds and your content, much appreciated. Oh, thank you. Crossbows are already best campaign slayers in SSF fresh start environment. Would be nice to see them doing good in endgame too. I don't think it needs to be connected to Steam since they are people playing on the GG launcher. It should be linked to GG website. You can make a quick YouTube video on with Stash is a go to IE. What is that? Must have F tier. Oh, example. Okay. Example S tier must have F tier. Do not really need. It's kidding me. I see with the typos. Okay, yeah, that could be an easy, quick video. Yeah, I could put that into the list. And then I have this comment. Why even making this video when the patch is coming in a few hours? So I reply, why even watch this video if the patch is coming in a few hours? And then somebody else says, why even watch if the patch is coming in a few hours? And then the same dude says, I didn't watch it. Okay, I'm not gonna reply. Why even watch it? Yeah. And then this dude said, these are not real leaks. Everyone's making videos on bullshit. And then I said, we'll come back to this comment later on today. And that's it. I'm caught up. Beautiful. Bye-bye. Cool. Can we log in again? There has been a patch that you need to update to and restart. Okay, let's do that. Oh, this session, I always have a session with my comments because I want to be consistent. This session was actually very positive. You guys have no idea what I'm reading. I might do this a little bit more often for you guys to see me replying to comments and stuff like that, so you can. I think it's a good eye opener to see how the community responds and how the community thinks about shit. But yeah. No, it's very rare that I answer to like negative comments or trolls or anything like that. I agree. But I'm going to be real, okay? And it's not going to sound good, but I've always been transparent and I'm going to keep on doing that. There is a reason that I respond sometimes to negative comments and troll comments. So if I have 10 of those, I'm going to reply to 4 of them. So like 40% of them I reply. And the reason why is engagement. That's it. I'm going to be very, very honest. I'm not entertaining anybody's opinion or anything negative that they say. I'm not trying to argue. I might answer to a negative comment for engagement, and that's it. More support packs. Oh, yeah, for sure. We're getting more support packs, defo. Something to do with tribal, I think, and I would be happy if that was the case. Doesn't get to one. I just meme the negative people. Yeah. All right, we've got 39 minutes to go. I want to see what's going to happen here. If they're going to release new support packs now, or if they're just preparing for the support packs that they're going to release. I don't know. No idea. That's what we're going to check now. It's uploading. Yes? Oh, they did. Nothing on the website. Is my YouTube chat okay? And then happy comments on one of my videos. Saying never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. What's the next? I don't even know what the next the lyrics is, the lyric is. What was it? Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna and something desert you. Right? Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. Never gonna what? Never gonna Never gonna and desert you for sure. Desert you. Never gonna run around. Yeah. There you go. Another comment there. Boom, for engagement. Run around and hurt you? Is it hurt you or desert you? I think it was desert you. Yeah, keep your old WoW PvP rogue in chains. I saw you when you rip people apart in the past. Heal repositive. Bro, honestly, that's the only thing that I miss in WoW. That's the only thing. Oh, okay. So Kurakimi was kind of right with the hurt you. The hurt you exists there. Okay. Thank you, Kainza, for the full chorus. Appreciate it. All right, 73% chat. 73%, and we're going to see if there's new support packs and how broke we're going to become in point 3. All right, I'm dyslexic. Dyslexic, yeah. Don't worry about it. I live with one, so I'm familiar. The original one hit wonder, Rick Astley, yeah. I'm dyslexic. Me too, Feral Druid, yeah. I cannot update the game on PS5. Damn. Fun. Come on, 94, 95%. Let's go. PlayStation has to approve the patch first. Jesus Christ. What could be included in the patch that Sony does not approve of? And even if they don't approve it, what happens? Maybe that's a very basic and stupid question, but I don't play console, so. No approve, no release. That's crazy, bro. Come on, what's happening? Now it's updating. 2.2 gigas, by the way. So they definitely added something. I don't think it's just the ability to revive your friends taking up 2 gigabytes of space. All right, there it is. Let's go. Mine was done in seconds. I don't know if it's stream. Don't forget that I'm also streaming in 2 platforms, so. No way, since you can revive in campaign already? Yeah. Okay, so what do we have? GG. What's happening? Kick? No. I'm not streaming on Kick now. For today, I don't want to mess with anything because last season I had a little bit of lag, so whenever I was doing the main thing, the reaction. All right, what do we have here? Do we have anything new? Have you seen it? No, I haven't seen it. So there's nothing new. What was 2 gigabyte, bro? Yep, there's nothing new. Maybe on launch, yeah, probably on launch. So they prepared for it, I guess. I still use the emotes on here, so I'm happy, yeah, fair enough. We've got 33 minutes. I think the best thing that we could do is do some endgame maps. How about that? We've been leveling for the whole day. see this build. Yeah, they probably haven't turned them on yet. Yeah, true. You must get it? How? By playing PoE 1? I'm not gonna get it. If that's how. No shot, bro. Come to your hideout. Okay. You got the full kit? Where are you? Bro, what is this? You invite me to your house, you open the door, and you just leave. Where are you, Icey? I am in your hideout, bruh. No, we couldn't see each other because I came to yours. You told me to come to yours. Holy shit, it looks good. Okay, look at my camera and adjust so you can face chat. So you can face this way. Face the camera, dude. Position yourself. Bro, I'm in front of you. Okay, let me get a little bit closer to you. Let me just get off this chicken. Okay, can you come like somewhere here where my mouse is and face this way? I'm gonna stop moving so you can position it. Yeah. Bro, this looks really good. Is this the PoE 1 full kit? Is that what that is? Alright, just stay there. I'll position it. That's the best that I could do. Oh, there you go. Good. Yeah, this looks badass, bro. Looks really good. The aura and everything. It could have been better, to be completely honest. But not bad. Yeah, it looks good. And it's a nightmare to get. Yeah, it's the one that I tried before. Abra, welcome in. Hello, my friend. Welcome in. Okay, guys, 29 minutes, less than 30 minutes to go. Now is your cue, if you're watching on YouTube, to join Twitch so you don't miss the Twitch drops. The Twitch drops are going to be enabled in 29 minutes exactly. And we're going to actually watch the stream from GGG together. Holy shit, that helmet. That looks good. It's like a Demon Hunter in WoW. Pretty cool stuff. So yeah, this is your cue to join Twitch if you're over on YouTube. And also, yeah, we're about to watch the thingy. So go toilet, grab your coffees, your waters, or whatever you have to do. Get snacks or whatever and get ready. Because I feel that in 29 minutes, our brains are going to explode. That's how I feel. So make sure that you're hydrated. Make sure that you're comfortable. Happy had to help me earlier with the Uber bosses. Asked him how hard that was. Yeah, if you haven't played much PoE 1 before. Yeah, I can imagine, bro. Have you seen the purple skin I got? Nope. Let's go, Felipe. I want to see it. And I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick, so I'm prepared and I don't have any distractions while the live is going. The one you were wanting to get. I'm also joining. Okay, join up. Should we go to the guild hideout, or what are we doing in my hideout? Should we go to the guild hideout? But you also need a very powerful build, yeah. Hello, Hunt Mask. Hello, my friend. Hello, hello there. Hello, hello. Variation 1 and 2 shows face. Yeah, I love the fact that they did the variations. Hi, can you show your crit chance on Lightning Arrow? Sure. There you go. This is, by the way, just letting you know, Martin, this is a mapping build only. Nothing to do with bosses. I never, ever, ever do bosses with this build. Only mapping. This is just a quick in and out maps build. Okay, be right back. I'm gonna go to the toilet and come back, okay? So I don't have any distractions because I'm gonna forget about it, and in 27 minutes we start officially. So once again, another call. Anybody who's on YouTube and you're interested in watching the reveal of the new league, you can watch it with us. But if you're gonna watch it with us, don't stay on YouTube because you're gonna miss the Twitch drops. So make sure that you join us over on Twitch, okay? So you get yourself the drop. It's a brand new finisher, looks cool. Be right back. All right, we back. Black coffee. Yeah, that's what I'm drinking as well. Let me go ahead. Oh, send a party invite, Felipe. Okay, who's here? Mr. Happy's here. He looks good. Coming over. Hey, not Bravey. Hello, hello. Lovely to see you. Oh shit, nice. Looks really good, bro. Did you choose those feathers in the wings? Yo, Olven, what's up, what's up? Hello, hello. Yes. Yeah, it looks really good, man. Really, really good. Is this bot or do you farm it somehow, or is it just like a microtransaction kind of thing? Looks really good, man. I've meant the song. Oh, yeah, I was thinking if I'm gonna play some black coffee as well. Bought it? Yeah, it looks really good. Doggy walk is done. Good. Good timing, bro. Let me just check Twitch and see if they have a countdown over on Twitch as well. So we don't need this anymore. We don't need this anymore. Okay. So I have Avast's bingo predictions and Happy's bingo predictions. Anybody else created bingo predictions, or is it just us three? Chine Duanish, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Lovely to have you here. I need to complete this. Let me just quickly do that real quick. So we put all of that, and then I've got 6 more spaces. So here's what I'm gonna do. Volt will be nerfed instead of LS. Lightning Spear is not gonna be touched, I don't think. Then another thing. I've got 5 more spaces. What else am I predicting that's gonna happen? So I stopped at 10. It's all good, man. No, even if you copy us, if you feel that the prediction is you will bet on it, then you can include it, bro. I don't think that the Ranger is gonna get nerfed. I'm looking at Happy's and Avast's bingo predictions to see if it's gonna inspire anything. One Ascendancy rework, trading improvements. Did I add something for trading? New Pinnacle Boss, Endgame Mechanic, Sorceress, completely revamp. Yeah. Trading overlay in the game with new systems. I added that in there. New currency. New crafting. No, actually new currency. I'm going to add that there. New currency. After some days ago, yeah. I remember. Can you tell? Give my brother some good reasons why I need the Liberator of Ray Class Supporter Pack. I'd appreciate it. Which one is that? Wait, is that the most expensive one? Yeah, well, it looks good and it makes you happy. Maybe the simplest of reasons could land you the deal. You never ever know. New currency, support packs, no. That's a very obvious one. What else am I predicting they're going to do? Endgame, I added it. Campaign, we added it. Crafting, trading. Mounts, no. Oh, new gold mechanic. This means that we're going to get something new that we can use our gold for. That's another prediction. Act 4 will be longer than 1 to 3 combined. I don't think it's going to be longer. But I don't think it's going to be the same size as 1 and 2. Maybe it's going to be a tiny bit longer than 3, I think. New gold mechanic. I like that. Could this work? Tiered. I don't know if this could work in these kind of games. Could something like this work, Chad? Do you have it in PoE 1, for example? It takes you from 30 to 60. Okay, so probably it's going to be combine all three, man. Attribute points requirement lowered. Tower changes maybe. I have that as, actually, do I have? Yeah, I have it as Atlas map endgame change. No, yeah, I don't think it's going to work. Gold mechanic, aka shipments. No, it's going to be a different one. So I'm betting on King's March, which they might bring it without gold or with gold. But if they say King March and it includes gold, I'm not going to click on this one as well. I'm only going to get the King's March. If they say this is a completely new one apart from the King's March. 15 minutes, yeah. 23 characters. Let's go, Felipe. Let's go, dude. What else am I betting on, bro? 3 more. I got to complete this. What am I thinking about here? The Funk So Brothers. Dub, 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 dub. I'm thinking. Okay, I'm going to go with loot buff. I think this is a good prediction. Loot buff. What do you guys think about that one? Luckily before the patch drop. Nice. I'm back. Hype. Let's go. Sick Tricker. There he is. Bro, I was looking for you before. We took a segment of answering all of the comments on our YouTube channel, and I saw your comment about the stash tabs, and I replied back to YouTube for you to DM me. I was going to do it on Twitch if you were in chat before, but now we are running out of time, so I cannot show you now. But send me a message on Discord, and whenever I get some time before the launch of the new patch, I'm going to answer so you don't waste your real money to buy shit that you don't need, okay? I don't know if I'm going to make a video before the launch of the league, but I'm going to do my best to do so, okay? But just for you, bro, I'm going to send you a private message to help you out with your choices. Yeah. Just DM me on Discord so I don't forget, bro. That's the only reason I need you to DM me on Discord. I think vendor recipes, that would be cool. Like more loot and better loot. Yes, just buff loot. I'm gonna say loot buffs here so we know what I'm talking about. You got a Discord link? Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've got a command. Try the command Discord. Even Asmongold tuned in for the reveal. Oh, let's go. The boy. Do we predict that Asmongold is going to play the league? What was the Steam update now? Twofold. There's 2 bullet points. Bullet point number 1 is they're fixing the game for the announcement and the support packs that they're going to put in the microtransactions. And bullet point 2 is you're now allowed to revive your friends in the end game outside of boss fights. But every single time that you do that, you consume a portal. That's it. I'm sure he will for release. We'll see. I already bought a bunch of stash tabs that it won't let me use. Wait, what? What do you mean it won't let you use money back? Finally, I can buy new skins. Let's go. I think it will. Okay, one of my prediction is Asmongold will not play 0.3. He's just tuning in for the views. That's my prediction. I know it has nothing to do with the game. If I find a better one, I'm gonna replace the shit. But is there any already a list what microtransactions they added? No. I think it's gonna be afterwards. 100% agree. Yeah, but we do not know what they are. Yeah, I can't put anything into a couple of different stash tabs. I'm working right now, so I can't show anything. So my proof is trust me, bro. Okay. I'm assuming they're PC only deals. I don't think so, bro. On PS5, I don't think that should be an issue. Whenever you get some time, just send a screenshot over on Discord. Everything we do is on Discord, so check it out. Send us there. I'm pretty sure people are gonna help you if I'm not available. Okay, I need to think of something. What else? I think they will. What else? I'm gonna go with new. Do I go with that new weapon type? Not the Oculus thing, because we know that might be true and coming out, but something else. Like, yeah, something else. Not occult. I'm going to put it here so you don't think that I'm cheating. I'm not going to put anything from the leaks, okay? So I'm going to put that one in. Okay, I'm gonna keep it like this, chat. Okay, how do we do it? How? Wait. Let me do this real quick. This is done. Wait, where my shit? Okay, and then we want to do it public. Generate. There it is. And share, clone, print, play online, call, list. What? Can I download this shit? Yes, download. Your cards are being generated. This page will automatically refresh. Beautiful. So there it is. It's downloaded, but the problem is that I want to show it to you guys in this screen because this is where we're going to be looking at the new updates and everything. So how are we going to do it? Annoying song. Holy shit. So I think just for now, what I'm going to do, let me just fix all of this. And I'm going to go to Twitch. And get ready with the stream. And we're about to go, chat. 8 minutes. Everybody's online. Holy shit.
Well, hello there, you
goat.
sexy beast.
Closure. Thank you very much for the resub of 3 months, my friend. Thank you. I appreciate you, bro. Wait, what are these guys doing? Are they... What is this? Request sent? No, I don't want to do that. What? Yes, cancel. What? Okay. Path of Exile is unavailable. Okay, whatever. So I cannot co-stream. Okay, so here it is. And I do this. I think. Perfect timing. Yeah, there you go. 5 minutes. 5 minutes? So they changed it, huh? So I think just for this, I'm going to duplicate that. Are you guys okay with this screen, by the way? I'm not going to be blocking anything from the trailers and shit. You know what I mean? So I think this is a better screen. What do you guys think? So what I'm going to do is the following. Yeah, it's good. Okay. I need to put somewhere my bingo thingy. Yeah, never mind. It's fine. It's whatever. Right bottom corner bingo. Yeah, but the problem is I don't know how I'm going to do that with just this. Let me see. Where is it? Was it here? It was. Okay, there you go. Let's fix the quality real quick. Okay.
Get over here!
Eok, thank you very much for the follow. Once again, Closure, thank you so much for the resub, my man. I appreciate you. Thank you. I don't think the image is gonna showcase there. Share this URL with your players. It says full screen, print, scramble, full screen. Nope. So how do I mark them? Play online. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay. I think I found it. I think I found it, chat. 1 second. Browser. Bingo. 3 minutes. It starts, chat. It starts. Holy shit. Okay, there it is. So I'm going to do this. Give me 1 second. I'm cooking. We don't need the title. I think this is going to be too small for you to see, but okay. Nobody cares about my socials right now. Where are they? Main alerts. No. Where are the socials, bro? Oh, shit. Fixing it. 1 second, chat. I'm not reading chat. Give me 1 second. We can read that well enough. Okay, good. I just saw that message. Cool. Let me just take away the socials real quick. All right, there you go. So, are you guys okay with this? Do we like it? Can you read everything? Can you see the video properly? I think you're good, right? I'm going to lower it a little bit more because OCD. How about now? Yeah, I'm going to bring it closer to you guys as well. Is this too small? Whoops. I think that's fine, right, Chad? Could you make it slightly bigger? Turn off the music. Yep, we'll do. And we turn this on. There you go. whenever they start, the first thing that I want you guys to do is tell me if the sound is good for the stream of Path of Exile 2 or not. That's the first thing that you gotta tell me, okay? Okay, everything is working. Here we go. I need to get my notes. Actually, I'm gonna type them. Forget about it. Okay, everything is locked. Let's go, chat. Let's go, chat. Let's go, dude.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Sun Priest's Incineration rare finisher effects by following the instructions below. Now with that out of the way, let's get started. It's time to give you a teaser of what's coming in Path of Exile 2, the Third Edict.
Karui! I have called you here to save our people. To save our way. Over the ages, we have known pain like no other. But we endured. And we became mighty. Now, outsiders dishonor our shores. And we have stood by, doing nothing. Hear my voice, ancestors! Show us your strength! Show us the true way! I understand. Be still! I open your corner! The true Makura Makoi will rise.
Holy shit!
Now, as you can see, there's a lot going on. We have a lot to reveal today. We'll start by going over Act 4, the next chapter in the Path of Exile 2 storyline. But that's not all. There's also 3 new interlude acts to get you to endgame, which means we're removing cruel difficulty too. After that, we'll be going through the massive changes to characters. I'm super excited to show you how I've overhauled the entire support gem system, added new skills, and yes, there are buffs. Next, we'll go over the Rise of the Abyssal, this season's exclusive league mechanic, and talk about the new rewards, crafting systems, areas, and bosses that it adds. After that, it's on to changes we're making to the endgame. Then it's time to talk about items, crafting, and oh yeah, trade. That's going to be a big one. We'll then go over our new supporter packs and finish up with a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile 2's game directors, myself and Mark, your questions from Twitch chat. And after that, at 4 p.m. Pacific, patch notes. They're not quite complete, but they should give you some nice details to chew on. We've got a lot to cover today, but first, another announcement. When the third edict launches on the 29th, we'll be having a free weekend for Path of Exile 2. That's right, Path of Exile 2 will be free for the first time without requiring an early access key. The free weekend will end on September the 1st, so you'll have plenty of time to give the game a try. Alright, let's get started with Act 4. The story continues from the end of Act 3. Doryani has agreed to help you find an ancient weapon that can be used against corruption, the instrument of the Third Edict. The weapon was broken in ages past, but he believes that the pieces may be found in the Karui Archipelago, the home of the Karui tribes. You will need to journey to Kingsmarch, hire a ship, and set sail. When you open the map, you can choose to sail anywhere you like. Act 4 is completely non-linear, and you can visit the islands in any order you choose. Will you visit the pristine beaches of Whakapanu Island? The Karui whisper of a curse that afflicts all who travel there. Perhaps it's related to the weapon you seek. Or maybe you will visit the volcanic shores of the Isle of Kin. The Kin have been more restless recently, mining for sulfite and driven by some dark force. Perhaps you will choose to consult with one of the local Karui tribes. Their ancient wisdom could hold clues to finding the Third Edict. No matter where you choose to go, you will fight dangerous beasts, find fabulous treasures, and battle incredible bosses.
A challenger! Come, Yama sees your soul!
There are 8 islands to discover, each teeming with its own flora and fauna. Act 4 contains over 100 new monster types, 16 new areas, 12 new bosses, and plenty of other interesting encounters. There's a huge amount to show, but we're not going to spoil too much here. We want to give you a chance to discover it all for yourself. What happens after Act 4? Well, until now you had to repeat the entire campaign again before you could face the endgame. But after adding Act 4, the game is far too long to make you do that. We needed something else to do in between the end of Act 4 and the endgame. So what else could we do? Add 3 new mini-acts, of course, and we're calling them the Interludes. The Interludes are a set of 3 temporary side stories that will be included in the game until Act 5 is released, that will take you to level 65 where the endgame can begin. The first interlude sends you on a journey back to Ogham. Renly has been leading the efforts to rebuild Ogham Village after the defeat of Count Geonor, but there's a new danger afoot. The nearby town of Holton is surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, and each night their corrupted townfolk emerge to raid the local farmlands. You will discover new areas and new bosses. You'll need to find your way through the darkness, uncover the source of corruption,
Soon you will serve our master.
and defeat it.
Yes, I shall dance with their corpse.
And that's just the first interlude. The second interlude will have you return to the Vasteri Desert, where Asala has been given a sacred duty. When the skies align, the gifting of water requires a chosen Sekima to meet with the Selkari, guardians of the sacred water, but they're nowhere to be found. You will need to track down the Selkari, find those responsible for disrupting the gifting, fight even more new bosses, discover the secrets of the ancient ritual, discover new locations, and ultimately help Asala carry out her sacred duty. Now for Interlude 3. As Royal Thaumaturge of the Vaal, Doryani had plans within plans to save his people from the cataclysm perpetuated by Atzeri's lust for power. One such plan involved sealing a group of willing Vaal deep in a great mountain vault near the home of the Asmeri, deep enough to survive the cataclysm. Even though thousands of years have passed, he believes that their descendants may still live, and may be key to defeating the beast. The journey up the mountain will be dangerous. New foes stand in your way. And the further up the mountain you venture, the colder it will become. Explore caves of ice and enter the vault itself. Who can say what you will find within? The interludes are 6 to 7 areas each and generally include 4 boss fights as well. When you put that together with Act 4, that adds up to 35 new areas in the campaign and 24 new bosses. It's worth making clear that the interludes are temporary. When Act 5 and 6 are added, the interludes will be going away. These are side stories after all, but don't worry, the bosses and areas that make up the interlude are all part of the endgame. We're not just going to throw them away. And with that, we don't need cruel difficulty anymore. We do know that it was a pretty big chore to have to play through the campaign multiple times on each character, and this was a huge reason that the campaign could feel like a bit of a slog when playing through again. But we do also have another new feature to address that particular concern as well. So let's talk about sprinting. In 030, when you hold down the dodge roll button, your character will go into a sprint after they finish the roll. This is available on all character classes, and there's no limitation on how long you can sprint for. The primary purpose of this feature is to make navigating areas faster when out of combat. Because of that, if you do take a hit while sprinting, you'll fall to the ground. The best idea is to use a skill when you see monsters. That'll break you out of the sprint so you can engage with no danger. If you do need to run away from monsters, just hold spacebar. You won't be vulnerable during the roll, and you're faster while sprinting than basically any monster in the game, allowing you to retreat from combat. Sprint is a pretty significant change to PoE 2's gameplay. But what I like most about it is that we can accelerate the pace of the game for those who want that, without having to compromise on PoE 2's more visceral combat systems. Okay, so that's the new extensions to the campaign, but there's a whole giant league to play through as well. I'll leave that to Mark to talk about later. And that's because what I want to talk about now is the new stuff for your characters. And probably one of the biggest new systems here is with the support gems. Now, support gems are one of the most interesting elements to creating a build. They're what enables so many interesting mechanics and different ways to play. But PoE 2's support gem system has just never been quite right. One of the major issues is the limitation of only having one support gem of each type on your character. We didn't want builds to just become using the same 5 most powerful supports in every skill. The problem with this design, though, is that it's actually working against using multiple skills in your build. If you can only use each support gem on one skill, it means that you're encouraged to go all in on that one ability. And we want to encourage you to combo your abilities, something needed to change. So with that in mind, we've removed the restriction of having one of each support gem per character. You can now use as many copies as you like. This should drastically increase the amount of possible builds and increase the amount of skill diversity. There are a lot of potential builds that suffered from the previous restriction. For example, a poison build previously couldn't add poison to more than one skill. They couldn't use stacking poison on more than one skill either. This severely limited your ability to combo with anything outside of the specifically designed poison archetype, but now you can. Many utility skills previously couldn't scale to endgame, because the supports that would make them scale were more useful to use in other skills. You would never speed up killing Palm with martial tempo, when you would much rather use it on your primary skill instead. There are more examples like this all over the place. In addition to that, though, we thought there wasn't enough feeling of progression in the supports as you went through the game. There were only 3 tiers of supports, and many of the most important ones were given out at Tier 1. Also, there were no strict upgrades, meaning that upgrading supports when you ran out of sockets required quite a lot of thinking. In order to solve these issues, we now also have multiple levels of many supports as you go through the game. For example, double barrel support gives you an extra bolt, but at the cost of 30% less reload speed. At Tier 2, the penalty gets lowered to 20%. But then at Tier 3, the support gem gets something new. It now reloads automatically when you heavy stun an enemy. In some cases, the highest tiers might work a little differently, and you'll have to decide if you like the upgrade or not, depending on your build. For example, rapid casting. The first couple of levels gives 15, then 20% increased cast speed. But then at Tier 3, it changes to a new approach. For each different spell you cast in the last 8 seconds, you get 10% increased cast speed, which could be a pretty big bonus if you use a lot of different spells. So that's pretty good for upgrades through the campaign, but we wanted to add a little more spice to the endgame for supports too. And that's where our new system, Lineage Supports, comes in. You can think of these like unique items, but for supports. There are supports that are only available at endgame, but they're much more powerful. Like Ratha's Assault. It's an upgraded version of Double Barrel that reloads your skill as you dodge roll, as well as increasing the number of bolts it can hold. But it does mean that it's the only way you can reload the skill now. Now, unlike regular supports, you can't find these through the uncut support gem. Just like unique items, many of these can be found from specific bosses. And there's a ton in the regular drop pool too. Some of them are fairly rare, others fairly common. Some of them are build defining, others are just straight up power upgrades. All in all, there's around 40 lineage supports being added throughout the endgame, so there's a lot of power to find out there. Now, the new support gems are certainly going to open up a lot of builds, but of course we have a huge range of improvements to individual character classes as well. As well as adding new skills, we had a big focus on buffing existing skills so that they can scale well into the endgame. There's a huge amount to cover here, so we're not going to discuss everything. We're just going to quick fire through some of the coolest changes. We wanted to make cold a more useful element on the Ranger, so we've expanded the cold tools available. As well as increasing its range, Escape Shot now creates fragments of ice whenever it hits the ground. These fragments explode after a short time, making the skill better for killing groups of enemies.
You sexy beast.
But not only that, we added an ice fragment support that creates more of them when killing frozen enemies. And a new buff skill called Ice-Tipped Arrows that allows all your arrows to create ice fragments. This already gives Claire to rangers wanting to use ice, but to take further advantage of the ice fragments, Freezing Salvo has been upgraded to shoot additional cold arrows towards every fragment, giving you a nuke-like ability. We've also modified Snipe to consume frozen from enemies, dealing a huge amount more damage, giving you a nice ice single target option. And something you might notice about this is that the bonus is a lot higher against bosses. This is actually a change you'll see throughout the entire game. Since it's a lot harder to freeze a boss, you should get a bigger reward for it. Another theme you'll see throughout the game is making movement feel better. Toxic Growth is a skill that was pretty cool, but a bit annoying to use with the jump that it had. Now Toxic Growth is a range skill, so you can spam it more easily. And we've also added a new poison skill while we were at it, called Toxic Domain. It creates a small area around you that makes all your attacks create toxic growth pustules, but attached to monsters. Another skill that was annoying to use was Electrocuting Arrow. It's now just a regular arrow, making it easier to use. But it also means you can support it with projectile supports. And it now also has Area of Effect, making it a tool for more than just single target, and allowing it to scale into the endgame. We also added a new spirit reservation called Mirage Archer. This is a meta skill that allows you to create shadowy clones of yourself, to use a skill of your choice. Of course, one of the other big problems the Ranger had was survivability. Evasion was the weakest of the three defenses, and we wanted to change that. Currently, Evasion doesn't evade all types of hits in the game, so you're still vulnerable to things like slams or unblockable attacks. To make Evasion characters more tanky, we're adding a new mechanic called Deflect. Unlike Evasion, Deflect works on everything, and if you successfully deflect a hit, you take 40% less damage. Items can now give you a mod that gives you some amount of deflection based on your evasion. And there's a bunch of it available on the passive tree too. Deflection is rolled in addition to evasion, so this is an upgrade for regular hits too. And unlike evasion, there's no maximum chance. You can reach 100% deflect against all hits if you spec into it enough. Of course, this is a buff that helps all Dex characters, so the Mercenary and the Monk, but especially the Huntress, are seeing big defense boosts from this as well. Speaking of defensive mechanics, let's talk about block and parry. Now, one of the big concerns on the release of the Huntress was parry feeling unreliable. One of the big reasons for this is there's a lot of hits that are not blockable, and thus not parryable either. So a huge balance change we're making is that now, everything is blockable, except for specifically unblockable red flash skills that bosses use. This makes parry much more reliable. And not only that, but to make block and parry nicer to use, you now also move faster than before while using these abilities. This is a massive buff to passive block as well, so to counter that we did have to lower the max passive block a bit, but overall you should feel much safer. Fire skills on the warrior were not really cutting the mustard, so we decided we needed to upgrade a bunch of them, but also add some more as well. Let's start with a buff. Volcanic Fissure now branches into multiple fissures, giving it much more clearing potential. We've also added a new skill called Forge Hammer. This skill throws a molten hammer that does a slam at a distance. You can recall the hammer back by using the skill again if you like, but the cooler thing to do is to use a Warcry near it. Using a Warcry makes the hammer explode, making a bunch of volcanic fishes around. Volcanic fishes re-trigger when you slam them, so it's a great skill to make a flaming arena to fight a boss. We also buffed Perfect Strike to have much larger area of effect, and changed Molten Blast to not always force you to move forward. Trust me, it feels a lot better to use now. The skill now has massively boosted chance to ignite monsters as well. And you're going to want to ignite monsters due to a new glory skill called Ancestral Cry. Ancestral Cry charges up with glory by igniting monsters, invoking King Kaum's favor. After you do, use it to channel Kaum's ancestral power. Every attack will be ancestrally boosted with fire. Your very steps will explode, triggering volcanic fishes, and molten balls will erupt from your attacks. Warrior shield skills were another area we wanted to improve. Now that we've got Sprint, we actually don't need to have a cooldown on shield charge anymore. It now also does more damage the further away you are when you use it. Shield Wall got significantly upgraded AoE. Also, you can shield charge right through it to trigger all the walls. We also added a new shield war cry. Fortifying Cry gives you a defensive buff, but it also builds up charge on your shield that empowers your other shield skills. And Magma Barrier now doesn't require timing in order to use. Just wait for your shield to charge up and block. Seismic Cry now stuns enemies that are primed for stun. And we changed the Sunder interaction with Armor Break. It now also gives a Sundered Armor debuff that makes enemies take 40% extra physical damage. Great for bosses. Ancestral Warrior Totem has undergone some pretty significant changes too. We wanted the skill to feel more like using an ultimate, that summoning an ancestor to fight for you was a big deal. So we've changed this totem to require 3 endurance charges to summon, and massively buffed its damage. It also now scales with your weapon damage too. Since there's no limit anymore, if you build around generating endurance charges, you can summon an entire forest of totems. In order to make that easier, we added some new sources of endurance charges. There's now a support to make Perfect Strike generate charges, and a support for generating endurance charges from heavy stuns as well. Speaking of totems, we wanted to upgrade the Warbringer. Among the other changes we've made to this class, Answered Call now gives an extra totem, and the spirits have just been generally buffed in many ways. Use it with your limitless ancestral warrior forest to make an army of Karui that would make Tukohama proud. We've also merged the Great Wolf Howl and Warcaller's Bellow support, so that you can get all the benefits with one point. And Encased in Jade no longer removes the Jade when getting hit, making it a much better defense. Next up, let's talk about accuracy. Accuracy was always intended to be something that warriors didn't need to care about very much so long as they're in close combat. But unfortunately, that's not currently the case. This was particularly annoying with skills like Bone Shatter, which you certainly don't want to mess with. So we significantly buffed your chance to hit at close ranges when you don't have much accuracy. Warriors shouldn't require any accuracy investment in order to hit with close range attacks now. We also wanted to improve armor. Now, one of the major weaknesses of armor is the inability to defend against elemental damage. In order to mitigate this, we're adding a lot more of the stat that allows your armor to defend against elemental damage. It's now available on items and in a lot more places on the passive tree. One of the most important improvements we've made in 030 is to declunk the action and flow of shooting crossbows. You can now reload crossbows without any movement penalty. But not only that, all skills that can be used while moving now slow you for a shorter amount of time. This change benefits everyone, not just crossbow skills. With both of these changes put together, the run and gun playstyle feels much better. It's hard to explain how important this change is for the feel of the class. The Mercenary is also a good chance to talk about how we're rebalancing to make comboing skills much better. Take Shock, for example. It buffs damage and lasts 4 seconds right now, but that isn't really giving you enough time to take advantage of it. If you're going to add a lightning skill into a build that otherwise wouldn't use one, we need to make mechanics like this much better. So we've increased shock duration on monsters to last 8 seconds. And skills like Plasma Blast, which are intended to be good at shocking enemies, now increase the damage bonus by a lot more. You'll find changes like this all around the game. Chill now lasts 8 seconds, giving you more of a reason to weave in cold damage. Freezing skills are better at freezing. Burning skills need to cause burns that last longer. But making skills like Permafrost Bolts and Incendiary Shot double down on how they're supposed to be used, it makes using them in your build alongside other skills much more likely. We're also making sure to buff specific combos too. The freeze explosions from frag rounds now chain to nearby enemies. And using high velocity rounds with armor break will now fragment the opponent's armor. This causes monsters to take a portion of high velocity rounds damage with every subsequent hit, even tiny pellets. So that means following it with a shotgun blast is way more effective. Now there's a lot more buffs to crossbow skills, but for now I'm just going to talk about the new one we added, the mortar cannon. This one lets you socket any grenade skill, and using it will summon a cannon which loads and then fires the grenade you choose. Another issue on the Mercenary were banners. They were just not very good, so we're doing a big upgrade to them. They now last longer, don't disappear when moving out of them, and we removed the Valor mechanic. They now just give a much more consistent and stronger buff, and you can use them when you get enough glory. On which, one of the main focuses was making various minion types more useful to use together. Melee minions in particular were just not that great compared to ranged ones. As a starting point, we just straight up removed the requirement for minions to have accuracy. Attack minions now always hit, which makes them way better. Brutes got some good numeric buffs, but we also added a new command skill where they do a war cry that intimidates enemies and detonates any frozen monsters and allies around you in a big cold explosion. We've also changed the Frost Mage's command skill to an ability that adds ice armor to your other minions, adding a layer of defense. And it makes them deal cold damage back to the attacker as well. The ice armor also makes the minion count as frozen, so the Brute's Warcry can detonate them too. Unearth was changed to work on corpses of your dead skeletons, allowing you to summon the minions more easily in boss fights. And they also got a new jump ability, allowing them to get into combat faster. Ray's Spectre was also feeling pretty weak for the spirit cost they have. To be honest, we were a little afraid of these when we first balanced them. We've both decreased the spirit cost for a large range of monsters, and have significantly increased Spectre damage too. They should feel a lot more impactful. There's also a lot of new spellcaster weapons with newer cult skills, but I'll just talk about one of them that I thought was particularly cool. The Reaping Staff is actually a wicked scythe that gives you a new ability called Reap. When an enemy is low in life, you can dash forward and rake enemies with the scythe to cull them instantly, healing you. It can also inflict critical weakness on enemies too. Now, there's a lot of balance changes in the Witcher's Ascendancy classes, but I'll just talk about two of them for now. On the Blood Mage, you were previously required to spend your first points on Sanguimancy, which really was supposed to be the downside for being able to access the powerful abilities on the rest of the class. In order to make picking the Blood Mage a better early option, we made Sanguimancy free, unlocking the power of the rest of the class immediately. On the Infernalist, the Demon form wasn't something people were really using because you lost your weapon stats while transformed. Well, you no longer do, so it's a much better option now. On the Monk, the wind skills needed a big upgrade for sure. Staggering Palm can now stack up its duration if you use the skill multiple times in a row, so you can keep the effect of all your skills throwing up wind much more easily. Wind Blast had the purpose of building up to dazing an enemy, but dazing just wasn't worth all that effort. Now it just dazes on hit, meaning a single Wind Blast will make all your skills stun enemies more easily. Following up with Vaulting Impact on a dazed enemy previously did a bunch of stun. Now it allows you to break your enemy's stance. When their stance is broken, following up with a fast attack will do way more damage. A cool build that certain people always enjoyed in PoE 1 was hand-to-hand combat, but until now we just didn't have a real way to make it viable. Well, that changes now. The Monk, as a true martial artist, now has the ability to learn the Hollow Palm technique, a keystone that lets you use all quarterstaff skills while unarmed. All quarterstaff attacks now have a special unarmed version, and you get further bonuses to all your attacks from stacking Energy Shield and Evasion on your character. A new keystone we also added to the Monk section of the tree is Walker of the Wilds. This changes Mana Leech to work with elemental damage instead of physical, which is pretty useful for all those elemental attacks the Monk has, but it works well for the Ranger too. Now, one of the least used Ascendancy classes in the game is the Acolyte of Chayula, so we knew we needed to make some changes here. One of the key things we had to do was make the chaos damage that the Acolyte can do much more useful. So we've added a new skill, allowing chaos damage to ignite, shock, chill, and freeze, embracing the elemental prowess of the Monk in a truly chaotic fashion. In addition, he can make all of his chaos damage leech. And we've buffed Into the Breach and Embrace the Darkness by moving the effects of the 4-point nodes into the base skills. He also gains a new notable, Grasp of the Void, which leaves void illusions behind you as you dodge roll. If they're killed, they do massive explosions of darkness, dealing damage to everything in sight. Now let's talk about Sorceress skills. One of the things we wanted to improve on the Sorc is the ability to use multiple elements together more effectively. Now, this might seem small, but one of the things pushing you towards using a single element is debuffs like Elemental Curses, which lower resistances of a single element. In order to fix that, we're making quite a lot of game-wide changes to these kinds of mechanics to broaden what they apply to. So for example, there's no longer 3 curses for fire, ice, and lightning. Instead, there's just a single curse that buffs all 3 at the same time. And things like Frost Bomb, which gave you cold exposure, now give elemental exposure. You can use it to buff any of your other skills. We also wanted to make switching between different weapon sets smoother, so you can use different elemental staves more effectively. To do that, we've removed the weapon switch time, and now happens instantly. This applies game-wide too. Now we didn't just want to stop there. We wanted to add some specific mechanics that work between different elements, and that's where elemental infusions come in. Certain skills can now drop elemental infusions. For example, when a frost bomb explodes, it leaves behind a cold infusion on the ground. After picking it up, you can spend it on one of any number of different skills to transform how they work. Spark will create a nova of cold-infused projectiles. Ice Nova will leave a chilled area on the ground. And we also added a new low-level skill that fires ice shards. Use it with cold infusion though, and the ice shards will explode. Orb of Storms now generates lightning infusions when you cast enough spells near it. And that's all spells, by the way, not just lightning. Once you have one, you could cast a lightning flame wall, which adds both fire and lightning damage to all the projectiles that pass through it. Or power up Ember Fusillade with lightning, which will generate arcs to nearby enemies as each fireball hits. Or maybe go lightning on lightning with arc. This skill is now a projectile, and by infusing it, you can go full Palpatine. Get fire infusions by blowing up monsters with Living Bomb. Then use them with Comet to summon a giant fire meteor from the sky. Or use it with Firestorm, which transforms it from a small area into a much bigger one. Firestorm is unique in that it can be infused by multiple different elements at the same time. Add an ice infusion to rain down ice at the same time as the fire. And add lightning to add deadly strikes from the heavens into the mix. Or use it with all 3 to generate a storm that is truly apocalyptic. Cold Snap has been simply turned into Snap. Previously, you could use it to shatter ice, but now it works to detonate all of the different elemental ailments, and makes them leave behind infusions. And just like how you could previously use it on Frostbolt, you can now also use it on Orb of Storms and Solar Orb to detonate those as well, which means you can create many infusions at once. We also have a Spirit Reservation skill, and a support gem to help generate them too. On the passive tree, we've added quite a few new keystones to the Sorceress section. Here are a couple of examples. The Black Flame Covenant keystone converts your fire spells to chaos and causes your ignites to deal chaos damage. Your fire spells and ignites will also turn purple. The Ritual Cadence keystone causes your invocation skills to trigger more times. It makes them trigger periodically over a longer duration instead of one. Great for those auto-bomber builds. Now, in addition to skill changes, we've added a lot more options for the passive tree for each class. Overall, there are more than 100 new notables on the tree, usually around 20 per class, along with smaller clusters as well. Check out the old version. And here's the new version. It's a lot more dense, and there's more interesting nodes than before. Now, we probably can't go through too many of these in the livestream, so I'll just show you one from each class's area of the tree. We tried to be a lot more thematic with the new nodes, so for example, the Molten One's Gift. It lets the benefit of Armor Break apply to your fire damage. Or how about Last Stand, which gives you lots of stats as your situation becomes more and more desperate. A lot of these have themes aligning with Ascendancy classes. Like for the Gemling Legionnaire, for example. You have crystallized immunities, which makes you immune to different status ailments depending on which support gem color you have socketed the most. Another Ascendancy class align notable is Sanguimatic Rituals. It allows arcane surges to generate life instead of mana, unlocking that support gem to be used with the Blood Mage Ascendancy. In the Sork area, you'll find these Archon nodes that allow you to convert all of your elemental damage to a specific element. You become a Lightning Archon when you spend enough mana, after which all your skills will be converted to lightning, and you will do extra lightning damage as well. We have ones for cold and fire too, with different triggers. Here's another cool one. Elemental Practitioner gives crit bonuses if you've triggered a skill recently, while also making crits generate more energy for triggers. Or maybe you'd like the Great Boar. It gives you a reason to stack dexterity to make you tougher, giving a bonus to life and stun threshold. Or the Cunning Fox. It straight up gives you 5% quality to all your gems. Now another major change is attribute requirements. We felt like players probably had a few too many nodes and attributes and not enough in interesting passives, so we lowered attribute requirements by 25% across the board. That means you'll have more points to spend on interesting notables rather than just needing to allocate more strength, dex, and int. Now there are way more changes than just these. These are just some of the cooler ones we wanted to show off, but I'd say that's just about enough for now. We're not even half done yet. So I think it's time that we talk about the League, the rise of the Abyssal. And to do that, I'd like to hand things over to Mark.
As you just saw, even though there are major changes to the campaign for this update, we want to make sure that every time you come back for an expansion, each area feels different with something extra going on. It is really important to make sure your experience when returning between expansions is fresh and filled with new content, and the way we did this was through leagues. Every expansion we make has a league, which not only has a fresh economy, but also has new content exclusively available in that league. So, let's delve into the details of what Path of Exile 2's first official league is bringing to the table. The Abyssal are a race that have mastery of forbidden magics and necromancy. They were thought to be extinct, but have merely been biding their time underground. You first encounter signs of the Abyssal in Clairfell, where you discover that during the night, weaker members of the Undead Legion have been attacking the encampment. The townsfolk require your help to investigate where the monsters are coming from and put a stop to their attacks.
Out there, ancient creatures, lurking beneath the surface.
As you proceed through Rayclast, you'll find fissures in the earth connected to larger pits. The monsters normally inhabiting the area are being affected by it, harmed by it even, having their souls eaten to strengthen the Abyssal underground. As you defeat the monsters, the fissure closes and Abyssal emerge, angered by you killing their food. Once all those fissures have been sealed, the pit activates, and more Abyssal pour out. This is where the larger and more dangerous monsters reveal themselves, as hordes of Abyssal spew out from the pit to take your soul. If you kill a magic pack, then magic Abyssal arise. If you kill a rare, then a rare monster will emerge from the pit, having absorbed some or all of its modifiers for itself. This means the monsters emerging will generally be more difficult and more rewarding, as each modifier gives better rewards. If you are able to kill them all, the pit will seal shut. As each pit is closed, it reveals a potential reward. Abyssal troves will rise up out of the pits, allowing you to get some epic loot. Areas often contain many pits, with many fissures, and the amount goes up as you progress through the game, getting more intense. It doesn't stop there. When monster mods are absorbed, they have a chance to become infused with the dark necromancy, transforming them into Abyssal modifiers. For example, you defeat this monster with the Mana Siphoner modifier. Their soul is eaten by the pit, and a rare monster emerges. The Mana Siphoner modifier has transformed into Soul Siphoner, and is now amplified in danger and reward. Abyssal pits also interact with other monsters and mechanics. If you defeat a rogue exile that's near one, it'll be revived as a Lichborn that has multiple Abyssal modifiers. Lichborn exiles even have their own unique jewel they can drop, if you are lucky enough to encounter and kill them. If an Abyss spawns near a boss, killing it will summon a gigantic Giga Larvae creature. Monsters imprisoned in essences near abyssal pits are affected by the abyss too. They will come with an additional new essence item that can be used to craft your items. So, that's your bread and butter of the Abyssal League. Kill surface-dwelling monsters, kill the emerging abyssal, close the fissures, overcome pit encounters, and reap the rewards. There's a lot more to this league, however. As you complete abysses, you can find ancient pieces of bone, preserved from the remains of fallen Lichborn. These are one of the many rewards for your mission to seal the pits. You can use this on a rare item to imbue it with abyssal magic, adding a special hidden modifier to your item. But how do you reveal it? In Act 2 of the campaign, you'll encounter a new area. This area is overrun by the Abyssal and the Lost Men. After clearing through this area, you'll find the Well of Souls, a giant cavity with a massive vortex of souls swirling beneath you. So how do you reveal the mods on your abyssal-infused items? Obviously, just throw them in, right? Yes, that's exactly what you do. Before throwing it in, you are given the option of how you want to transform it, in the form of a choice of 3 different modifiers. Once you've chosen your desired mod, throw it in, where it will absorb the power of the souls, and the ominous creature will then retrieve it for you. These modifiers can be ones from the core mod pool, all the way through to specialized modifiers that cannot normally appear on items. During the campaign, you can use it as a way to more easily add useful existing mods, but during the endgame, there is a whole set of new and powerful mods you can add to your items. Like this mod for crossbows that allows you to place an additional ballista totem. Or this one that adds spirit to your staff. Or this one that allows you to generate more combo with your quarterstaff skills. And speaking of endgame, you can also use the system to craft waystones. With a preserved vertebrae fused into your waystones, you can get some new modifiers that push difficulty and rewards to new heights. Here are some examples of those mods. You always get a choice of 3, so you can avoid anything you don't think your character is capable of. With this modifier, the natural inhabitants of the area are all spawned near abysses, and there are up to 9 additional abyssal pits in the area, making it just a full-on abyss ruckus. Or this one, which causes the final abyssal pit in the area to always result in a boss encounter, be it either one underground or one that emerges out. There are dozens of these waystone modifiers in total you can get from this crafting. That covers the new crafting mechanic. So what's left? Well, we talked about how when closing pits you can get abyssal troves, but sometimes when closing an abyss, you'll reveal an underground cavern that leads to the abyssal depths. After jumping into the depths, you'll find an abyssal city, swarming with legions of the undead. When underground, every single rare abyssal enemy will have an abyssal modifier. And at the end of the dungeon, you'll even find a rare with a more powerful Lichborn modifier. Once you're able to defeat this powerful rare, you can also find some nice rewards. Aside from the entire area being valuable due to the abyssal modifiers on the monsters, it has its own specific drops too. One example is a set of lineage supports that can rarely be found in these depths, like Kurgel's Leash. This support empowers both you and your minions when you command them, granting unholy might to you both. Another depth-specific outcome is a set of omen-like items that amplify your abyssal crafting. Additionally, we're adding some new socketables that can drop from the abyssal depths. Take Ulaman's Gaze, which can be socketed into your armor. These are a bit special, in that you can only have one equipped at a time, but give some pretty powerful effects. Think of them as almost a unique socketable for your equipment. In the endgame, where you can still find depths, you also start to find a different type of underground chamber. In these areas, you'll find an ancient spire, a device being used by commanders of the abyssal factions to plunge Rayclast into a lightless void. Your goal is simple. Kill this commander and destroy the spire. There are 4 bosses in the Abyss League, and there are some pretty cool uniques available from them. An example is this belt, Darkness Enthroned. It has 2 sockets, but hold on, socketables don't work on belts. Well, this belt has a special mod that allows it to count as a different slot for the purpose of socketables. This one, for example, counts as a helmet. I kind of want one that counts as a body armor. I wonder how rare that one is. You can also find this unique jewel, Undying Hate. This jewel transforms part of your passive skill tree into an abyssal version, and has multiple depths. The deeper it goes, the more of your passive tree is affected, allowing you to fulfill your fantasy of becoming part Abyssal Lich. Now, the last thing that Abyssal commanders can drop is a Finger of the Lich. But what use do you have with a random undead finger? Well, the next time you return to the Well of Souls, with the finger in your inventory, your character will almost feel compelled. To do what, though, you might ask? To jump in. The items you threw in came back more powerful, right? So, what's the worst that could happen? Well, you will just have to find that one out for yourself. Along with the introduction of Act 4 and the interlude, we will be adding 25 new in-game maps. These maps will contain all the new monsters and bosses we're adding, improving variety and giving you opportunities to experience the new boss fights many times. Let's take a look at some examples. Rock Pools is a map where you explore a shallow rocky coastline, surrounded by coral and filled with sirens. At the end is a giant Goblin King boss, ready to eat sulfite and squish you like a bug. Holton is an Ezomite township which has seen better days. Explore and clear the township to find a gothic, Reaper-like boss, with the ability to manipulate storms and fry you with both lightning and wither you with chaos. Given some of the new bosses added are a bit more epic, such as the Act boss and final bosses of each interlude part, it would be a bit of a waste to just use them as regular map bosses. Instead, we'll be adding some new mechanics to the Atlas that use them. These start appearing pretty fast into the endgame and will help bridge the gap until you do your pinnacle bosses. In the desert biome, you can encounter a wild sandstorm. 3 maps around the sandstorm contain a device you must activate. Upon doing this, the sandstorm's magic is disrupted, revealing the map inside and allowing you to access it and find the cause. This presents itself in the form of a boss, similar to the existing Citadel bosses. This boss is a Faradin Swordmaster, who has been blessed with the power of a Time Djinn, allowing him to take his swordsmanship to the next level by replicating himself, maneuvering rapidly, and severing the fabric of time itself with his powerful slashes. In the water biome, you'll encounter a giant maelstrom, where one of the maps surrounding the water biome connects to it, but the connection is obscured. You must run the maps nearby, hoping to find a beacon, which will remove the maelstrom and reveal the connection to that map. Another example is this Vaal Vault in the mountain biome. But how do we get inside? Running the adjacent maps to it will yield a key, which you can then use to gain access to this vault. Or, you could just trade for one, I guess. Use the key to dispel the powerful force field surrounding it, leading to the Vaal Elite and their rewards inside. These all contain Uber versions of the Act 4 boss, and the bosses at the end of each part of the interlude. And each have their own exclusive drop pool of new lineage supports, which, as Jonathan spoke about earlier, are powerful support gems that modify your skills in pretty crazy ways. As an example of a lineage support which can come from the Faradin Swordmaster mentioned earlier, we have Guru Khan's Resolve, which causes your critical strikes to fork, but requires some mobility on your part to properly enable. From the boss sealed in the Vaal Vault, we have Paquate's Pact, which supports your war cries, causing them to inflict massive amounts of corrupted blood at the cost of your own life. Additionally, some maps can now spawn summoning circles, a room resembling an Ezomite henge. Activating this henge will spawn bosses. It's as simple as that. We'll also be making changes to how affixes on waystones work. As the current prefixes equals good, suffixes equals bad iteration isn't quite hitting the mark. We tried something new here in Path of Exile 2, but after seeing the feedback we decided we actually liked what we had in Path of Exile 1 more. Like Path of Exile 1, each affix will now be both difficult and rewarding. Waystone mods now grant an increase to the number of waystones dropped, and an additional specific upside attached to it. This means as you roll your map, they will continue to get more difficult and more rewarding, and allow you to customize the difficulty and rewards of your maps better. For example, the Frostbitten mod, which causes enemies to deal cold damage, also increases the rarity of items dropped as its upside. Whereas the Of Venom suffix modifier, which causes enemies to poison on hit, has the upside of granting increased pack size. Some maps will end up having a lot of rarity, some a lot of pack size, and others will just have a mixture of everything. Due to now having more modifiers granting difficulty, we will of course be reducing the difficulty per modifier to account for this. So, that's your Atlas, maps, and waystones, but what about Breach, Ritual, Pinnacle content, and others of the sort? We're making some changes around this too. The first change is that you'll now be able to invest 2 points into your specific League Atlas trees before having to run the Pinnacle content. There will be a specific objective for each type of content which grants you those points. For example, in the case of Delirium, it's simple. You just need to find and kill one of the bosses in a map, Omniophobia or Kosis. The rest of the points for each content come from the Pinnacle content, but we're making some changes to accessibility here too. Currently, access to most Pinnacle content requires the same key at the easiest and most difficult version of the content. This creates a negative feeling where at lower difficulties, instead of wanting to run the content, you're often better off just selling it to someone who can run it at maximum difficulty. To address this, each content will now drop splinters, which will not form into singular items. Instead of using the singular combined item in the Realm Gate, you can now just bring your splinters. Upon inserting the splinters into the Realm Gate, an interface will appear, allowing you to pick your difficulty, and you'll notice each difficulty has a different entry cost. This means if you want to run easier difficulties, it costs less, which also allows you to run this content much sooner into the endgame. Because these encounters now just require splinters, their corresponding Atlas tree no longer affects the difficulty of them, and has been changed to purely affect the content and maps on the Atlas. The Arbiter of Ash works a bit differently. Instead of requiring splinters, he still needs Crisis Fragments. We now have only 2 difficulties of the Arbiter. The first, requiring the existing fragments obtained from Citadels. The second, Uber Arbiter, requires Calamity Fragments. These come from Citadel bosses also, but only once you've allocated the maximum number of points in your boss Atlas tree, ensuring those Citadels are at their highest difficulty level. Since we're talking about Pinnacle content, we also felt that the leveling curve in the late game was a bit too steep. We've smoothed this out a bit so that it's easier to get to the mid-90s. We've also added some new in-game unique items. Let's take a look at a couple. Thunderfist is a pair of gloves that grants Crackling Palm, a skill which empowers your unarmed attacks, granting the ability to call down the storms themselves on enemies you hit. Put simply, literally every monster you hit with your unarmed skills will be struck by powerful lightning. Pair this with the aforementioned Hollow Palm technique to embrace your true unarmed prowess in combat. Another unique we're adding is Henekura's Sight. Equip this amulet to be granted the power of the Mother of Death herself. This is reflected by granting you a skill called Foresight. While you have Foresight, your dodge roll no longer avoids hits. But instead, being hit while dodge rolling restores you to full life and makes you unable to die for a brief period of time. You'll notice when this does occur, a copy of your character appears and takes the full damage. This is you seeing that future, as if you hadn't been wearing the amulet. Ultimately, your in-game experience should be more streamlined. With new content to find, you'll be able to invest in your Atlas trees sooner, engage with pinnacle content faster, have less FOMO running said pinnacle content, reach higher levels easier, and do all of that while finding many new chase endgame items. Talking about finding items is one thing, but what about crafting them? We've taken a step back and looked at some of our crafting systems to make some notable improvements. Let's start with essences, which suffered from an issue where the regular essences were effectively useless and didn't give players the tools or excitement that a crafting system should provide. To alleviate these concerns, essences are being changed in a few ways. Firstly, they're being changed to function like regals and add specific modifiers with specific values, meaning you know exactly what you're going to get. We found that players were often bottlenecked by regal orbs when crafting in the campaign, so this helps to fill that gap, allowing you to better upgrade your items. For example, this Lesser Essence of Flames, which will be able to add a flat amount of fire damage to your magic martial weapons. Secondly, we're adding many more tiers. That Lesser Essence of Flames, for example, has a regular variant and a greater variant too, adding even more fire damage with each upgrade. The intention of this is so that when you find one early on, you don't worry about holding onto it till later to use on a higher level item. You should feel free to use them as they come to get powerful upgrades during the campaign. Lastly, our highest tier of essences, now called Perfect Essences, will function like a Chaos Orb instead of a Regal. So it will replace one of the modifiers on your rare items with the specified mod, such as this Perfect Essence of Flames. You'll notice this one doesn't just add flat fire damage like the ones before it. The Perfect Essences often give something a bit different, with some opportunities to be pretty damn powerful. There are many different essences, each with many tiers, covering many of the more core modifiers you'd want on items early on, through to chase specialized ones for in-game. Speaking of in-game, we really wanted to expand our crafting options for late in-game crafting projects. You might have noticed that at in-game, you get way too many transmutes. Wouldn't it be nice if some of those didn't drop, but instead you got something a little more powerful? At higher levels, you can now find Greater Orb of Transmutation and Perfect Orb of Transmutation. These can be used on normal items to upgrade them to magic, ensuring that the modifier generated is of a minimum level. This is similar to how you find higher tier items on the ground, but for crafting. These higher tiers will also exist for Orb of Augmentation, Regal Orb, Exalted Orb, and Chaos Orb, meaning you can get all of the orbs required to take your item from normal rarity to a fully completed rare with guaranteed high tier mods. On top of these new core crafting currencies, we wanted to make sure there are powerful crafting bases to use them on. Now in endgame, you can start to find exceptional items. These are items that drop at normal rarity and are perfect for your from-scratch crafting projects. They can come with extra quality, up to 30%, or an additional socket to use your crafting socketables in. And yes, they can be corrupted for yet another socket. You can also get exceptional unique items. To add even further to your crafting arsenal, we've added a whole suite of new omens to ritual content, and removed some of the more unimpactful ones that weren't being used. Some of the new omens include the Omen of the Ancients, which will cause your next Orb of Chance to not destroy the item, but generate a random unique of the same class. Or the Omen of Sanctification, which is my new favorite. This will cause your next Divine Orb used on a rare item to reroll the values of its modifiers, allowing it to exceed the normal minimum and maximum values, raising the ceiling on the new most powerful rare items in the game. This omen will also cause your item to become sanctified. Sanctified items cannot be crafted, just like corrupted ones, so consider carefully when you use this. Another is the Omen of Chaotic Monsters, which will cause your next Chaos Orb to reroll all modifiers on a Waystone, allowing you to fix your maps if you get some modifiers that are not feasible for your build. Besides these examples, there is a huge variety of new omens for you to discover in your ritual encounters. With the release of Act 4, notably taking place in the Karori archipelago, you'll be able to now find a new currency item, Henikora's Lock. Henikora, the Karori goddess of death, has the power of foresight and is able to see many futures, including the outcome of your next craft. So, imbuing her lock onto an item gives you that same power too. For example, you'll know whether or not to use an Exalted Orb on your item, as you will know exactly what the outcome is. So, with all these new crafting improvements, it's safe to say you're going to be making some epic items, and not necessarily just ones for yourself. So given that, it's time to talk about a massive one: trade. It's finally here, the moment we've all been waiting for. Fully asynchronous trade. Over the years, the way players trade with each other in Path of Exile 1 has morphed from using the forums, through to the in-game chat, all the way through to using the website. These systems, in all their iterations, work for a while, but with each iteration new problems eventually reveal themselves. Be it requiring you to be in your hideout too much instead of out there killing monsters, or never getting responses from people who are either AFK or just can't be bothered. In order to finally solve this, and this has been a long time coming, we're adding a new system that allows you to buy items from other players without requiring the seller to be present. They can continue farming, killing monsters, AFK as they please, and can even be offline. With the introduction of King's March in Act 4, you will encounter Ange, assistant to Rog in the Meridian Free Traders Company. Over the last 2 decades or so, since Path of Exile 1's storyline, Faustus has handed down his knowledge and expertise to Ange, and she is now ready to take over his business. If you have a hideout unlocked already, you can immediately invite her there. If you don't have a hideout yet, you will need to acquire one. You can do this by completing a quest to defeat one of the bosses inhabiting an island in Act 4, allowing you then to take a slice of it for yourself, making it your new home and base of operations. Once invited to your hideout, she will now serve as operating your currency exchange, but also serve as the figurehead in your new trading empire. So, how does this new system work? In the existing trade system, you would list items for sale in premium stash tabs. And then when someone wanted one, you'd have to take it out for yourself and trade it to them. Now, instead of using those, you can give your items to Ange so she can sell them for you. Each item must have a price set. The prices are set using in-game currency items, such as Exalted Orbs or Chaos Orbs. Once a price is set, other players will be able to find the item by searching for it on the trade website. Once a desired item has been found, you can hit a button, which will instantly teleport your character in-game to their hideout. Then, you can immediately purchase the item, and while there, if you want, browse their other goods, in case there's a good deal someone else hasn't yet discovered. You'll notice that as a buyer, on top of the currency the seller set for the price, it also costs gold to purchase an item, as Ange has bills to pay after all. As a seller, you'll immediately receive a notification when an item of yours is sold, and can also see an effect above Ange in your hideout when she has unclaimed currency. Just go talk to her, claim your currency, and continue playing at your leisure. As many people already acquired premium stash tabs for the purpose of the trade system, we wanted to add a way for you to convert your existing tabs to merchants tabs, if you want. You can do that here, on the website, but only if you purchase those tabs before the release of the third edict. To clarify, the existing trade system will remain fully intact, so your premium stash tabs will not lose any of their functionality. We just figured people might want to switch over to this new system. We expect a lot of feedback around this new system and are looking forward to trying it out with you. As we are not able to test internally with an entire, thriving economy, there will certainly be some kinks to work out. Based on how the system goes, we will be adding it to Path of Exile 1 when ready, so any of the tabs you purchase will also be usable there later. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Justice and Trathan Executioner packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Justice series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Claim glory after defeating enemies, or inspire your allies by calling down the Banner of Justice portal. The Sphinx Mystic hideout decoration will identify items for you, displaying them as it does so. This ancient creature has been presented with many items over the eons, so has some strong expressions to make on the quality of your wares. Become a true warrior, worthy of delivering the justice of the eternal gods, with the Apostle of Justice armor set. This armor set also comes with a matching back attachment containing a set of scales to measure your worth. With the Apostle of Justice finisher effect equipped, the Goddess of Justice herself will appear to decide on a verdict for slain unique enemies. Witness as she decides the fate of your slain foes. Will they ascend to be amongst the gods, or be banished to the underworld? The Griffin fledgling pet will be your courageous companion as you journey throughout Rayclast. Take your place in the skies in the Plateau of the Gods hideout. This hideout comes with many different sections for setting up your home or base of operations. In order to travel between them, you simply just need to walk off the edge. Like a true eternal god, you can float between the mountains on the clouds themselves. The Trathan Executioner pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Trathan Executioner finisher effect is a brutal display of Trathan might, crushing slain unique enemies as if they were bugs beneath your heel. As a Trathan Executioner, you're the perfect master for the ever-hungry carrion raptor pet. It has taken a particular liking to the taste of other pets, and at your command it will swoop down and eviscerate them, proceeding to satisfy its hunger by feeding on their corpse. The nobles of the 4 major Trathan houses had their mercenaries, but if their hired hands became notably irritating, they'd have to call in the Trathan Executioners. You can now embrace their methods and become brutality incarnate with the Cruel Trathan Executioner armor set. The matching Cruel Trathan Executioner cloak will shroud you in scarlet as you crush the skulls of your enemies and leave a trail of blood behind you as you build up a kill streak. Or use the alternate variant to simply put a skeleton on your back. Be bathed in blood as you mutilate monsters with the Cruel Trathan Executioner character effect. The swirling blood increases in volume as your spree of slaughter continues. Both this effect and the cloak use the same kill streak for tracking how much blood is shown. After a long and tiring day of executions, enjoy a relaxing game of dice with the Goblin Gambler's Hideout decoration. They'll definitely be playing fair, right? The Pulverizer map device brings a horrid efficiency to punishing the damned of Trathus. Each map you open will execute the next victims. This map device in its true ruthlessness tracks the total number of monsters killed, your kills per second, and your largest kill streak up to the point of the map being completed. This is then displayed on a leaderboard so you can take a measure of you and your friends' violence at the end of each map. Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. That's enough about cosmetics. Let's get into the Q&A. But firstly, I want to give a huge thank you for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, or 4 PM Pacific, we'll post Path of Exile 2, the Third Edict's patch notes. With the release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to seeing your experiences with Act 4 and its new bosses, fighting the Abyssal, trying new builds, and crafting new items. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Holy shit, chat. What did we just witness? Holy shit. Oh, we're starting? We don't have a break?
After a absolutely monumental reveal,
They have an echo.
a suitably juicy Q&A session for you, probably like 2 hours or something. So grab a cuppa, grab a snack, and settle in. I'm joined once again by Jonathan.
Yeah, they have an issue with their mic.
To discuss.
Yeah, everybody's talking about the mic problem.
Patch that had to fix all the things, right?
That was the goal. I mean, we didn't quite get to literally everything, but we certainly managed to do a lot of things that we were very keen to do.
Yeah, you guys were telling me that this was uniquely nerve-wracking for you because there was, I guess it felt like there was a lot of pressure on this one to fix everything.
Absolutely. I mean, look, we've obviously got a lot to prove. You know, we need to make sure that we're like that. Well, put it this way: I wouldn't want people to feel like we that we don't have answers to a lot of the things that people have been unhappy about. So you know, like we really tried.
Yeah, they have a mic problem, guys. It's not for me.
Go to kind of do everything.
Everybody's
didn't get to
spamming.
literally everything, but we got to quite a lot of it, and I'm thinking that people will be a lot happier with this release than they were.
They're not showing Jonathan
I was
because
pretty shocked to see how much
trying
is
to
in
fix the
this one,
volume.
especially given that you've moved to this kind of like 4 and 2 cycle of. You know, you just feels like you just released the Path of Exile 1 expansion, which also had a lot of pressure on it to be a big one as well.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, it's certainly hard. I mean, look, the really hard part is having to make an act at the same time. Like that's a really huge commitment. So I'm certainly going to be happy once we finish the campaign because we're going to be back to normalcy again. But yeah, it's a what it does do is it means that there's like a huge amount of content to draw from. There's obviously a huge amount for players who
there you go.
Are not necessarily the in-game players as well because you've got all of the the new campaign stuff. So it's like a pretty big deal for all that stuff. But it also meant we could take a bunch of that stuff and move it into the end game too. So the end game kind of sees a big expansion as well. So yeah, it's been quite a good one.
Yeah, I remember early on we had the process actually. We just literally grabbed my whiteboard in my office and we just wrote down every single problem.
Yeah.
And I'd say it's not a strategy we've done to
Louder,
this degree.
everybody's saying that they're too quiet.
Right. We were like, okay, we have to solve everything on this whiteboard.
Yep. Literally made a tier list up there.
Yeah,
like this is T1, this is T2.
We
like,
actually fully of every problem, and
Yeah, yeah.
there were things in there like performance and things that aren't necessarily the actual game content.
I mean,
the
very one at the top of the list was campaign is a slog, right? Like that was the one that we were like, we got to solve that. So things like that were just like because we're really trying to be honest about like here are the real issues.
And the reason it ends up being a bit nerve-wracking is because we had a goal to fix all of it. And we didn't get to fix. We aren't fixing literally everything. We're fixing.
Chad, I cannot speak. We want to hear this. I want to tell you a lot of shit. I've got written down everything.
However,
obviously,
but I want to hear
as we're
this.
watching Twitch chat, there was a huge amount of stuff about towers. We had a plan. It was on the list. It just unfortunately we couldn't get time to sort it. So that's one of the. It's probably the notable one, I would say.
Yeah, so we'll kind of discuss around your vision and stuff for Endgame soon as well, so that you can give people some reassurance about like where you want to go with that. But we should also mention just the other elephant in the room, or the lack of the elephant in the room, with the druid. No elephant form, but the joke kind of works.
Yeah.
So it seemed that druid has been uniquely challenging to get shipped. It's been something you've been working on for a while now, and just getting it right. What has been the challenge with druid and getting it out?
Well, I mean, okay, so we started believing that we were going to have druid in this version. And that was the case for at least 2 months of the 4 months of development that we were that we had here. And obviously, like a bunch of work had gone on before that as well. But at some point, we realized, that we don't want to have the mistake that we effectively had with 020, where like we put a huge amount of effort into the class and then we didn't get time to fix like all of the concerns that people had outside of that, right? Because obviously the same resources go into making a new class as go into balancing the old ones and making all that stuff, right? So if we don't have the balance in like a good place, it kind of feels a bit bad to like be throwing in a class that's kind of effectively disrupting that. So then what that meant was at some point we're like, okay, since we don't believe we can get both the class and all these other balance changes we want to make in at the same time,
Ling gets in
it's
like
actually
2
better
hours,
to cut
bro.
the class and then have the balance changes instead. So that's what we ended up doing, and obviously it was like a really hard thing to cut because obviously like, you're going to have another one without a class, like it feels really terrible.
Yeah,
but we've got the philosophy now of like we have to make sure that we're in the release month that we say we're going to be in. So therefore something had to go, and unfortunately that was it. But it means we've obviously got a huge head start for when we actually do it next time. And I mean, look, there was so much stuff that was cut, like even as large as it is, like there's like ascendancies and all sorts of stuff that was gonna be there, and we'll get to it. But more important to just make sure that people are happy with the stuff that's in, and make sure all those changes are great, and make sure obviously you've got answers for stuff, right?
I imagine for Druid, it's a big part of it's just the fact that the shapeshifting, getting it looking and feeling. Right,
I mean, it's a huge deal. It's hard. Like there's so much animation stuff that has to go into making each form feel right. So but we'll get there. Like I don't think we're that far away from it now. So it's just a question of prioritization.
Yeah, it seems like is probably the hardest class of all. Then
might be. Yeah.
I think it will be.
Yeah.
You're getting a bit more ambitious as you go with each
that
class
is true.
too. Which
that is true. Every class is a step
Not
up from
hoping.
the last in terms of that. Yeah.
Yes. So I guess on that note, do you have a vision for who's next after Druid, or is it kind of a race between them to see who ends up feeling
well,
most
I've
finished?
always said that it would be criminal to go into full release without having swords. So that's
Yes.
that's
It's
kind
a
of a
little
pretty
bit
glaring.
It's a little bit criminal to get this far without.
Yeah,
having
to be
swords.
honest, it is. Yeah. So I'd say that
is
would be
weird when you think about
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
It's
So-
real weird. It's real weird.
So that would be an obvious candidate. Is making sure that we've got
So
that. going
that
on.
people can infer from that some sort of duelist or something, most likely being the sword one. Duelist or And as you something. said, the Most Ascendancies are likely just being kind of the the same sword one. boat as you weren't satisfied.
and as you
said,
said,
the
most
Ascendancies
likely.
are out to be able to get those in. So that's the things you missed, but that's like the list of the things you missed. That and doing something with towers.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
now we can talk about kind of what you have done. We'll jump into endgame first, since I know the towers and stuff have been a hot topic for people. So we'll talk about the endgame. This wasn't ostensibly supposed to be an endgame update, from what you were telling me, but it still seems like a pretty big endgame update in the end.
Yeah, I mean, well, part of that is because we obviously get all the content that we produced for the campaign. We get to make all the endgame versions of that.
Yeah.
That obviously adds quite a lot. But we did want to make sure that we weren't just being like, okay, so we're adding a bunch of bosses. Like, we wanted to make sure that the more epic ones that we added to the campaign have some new mechanic for them on the Atlas as well. So that's where we had those various mechanics with, like the sandstorm and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Those kind of like Atlas events. And it really does contribute to the feeling of exploration to have more of that stuff. And then, of course, once you've got that, you start getting into, okay, well, what rewards is it going to drop? Then we started to think we need a new category of rewards that these things can have. And that's, we started to think about the lineage supports and that kind of stuff. So it just ended up kind of adding up to quite a bit in the end. But it isn't like kind of like the big end game change that we wanted to do. Like we had a design for that, but we just kind of haven't quite got to it. So, but it still ends up being quite a lot. And one of the big things that it also I think will help bridge is the kind of mid-end game part, like that's still a problem that we want to improve, but it adds quite a lot there because you're seeing that stuff on the Atlas a bit earlier.
What's the problem there as you identify it?
I mean, you've got this issue where effectively, and we are doing some stuff to address this, but effectively you've got like the pinnacles at the end, and you've got like obviously when you start you've got a bunch of content, but it doesn't feel like there's those kind of mid-end game goals that you can easily achieve. That's kind of the issue that we're trying to
just a
solve.
lack of direction, right?
Right.
I think there's not enough like really
man.
guiding you. Like the narrative kind of falls apart there, right?
Right.
Because it's just like open world, and you want a bit more of telling you where to go, what to do. Have those goals where you're like, I want to do this next and this next, as opposed to like I could do this or this or this. It's nice to have those, but it's nice to also have the things kind of directing you as to like this is exactly what I want to do. Yeah. The boss I want to get to. So there's kind of just a big gap there. We want to add a whole bunch of stuff in the middle there. We have a huge plan, but again, it's like, we need to you got this working on a campaign, you've got working on the end game, and you got all these like, how do you juggle all of these things? It is brutally difficult, and you end up having to think. So I would expect, next expansion to be way more end game centric in terms of fixing all of this, because it was on the whiteboard.
But we did do some stuff with what we had. So like that splinter change, I think, is going to be quite a big one. Like it doesn't look like much from what we showed, but what it does mean is that you've got pinnacle fights earlier in your in the experience, and of course you've got the thing where we're making it make more sense with regard to the difficulty the access to the different difficulties by having it so that it's cheaper to get to the lower tier ones. So that helps quite a lot, and I think that'll improve things quite a lot even just from that. So yeah,
And
like
of course you got the league now in Endgame as
yep,
well.
and of course there's
It's
a
not-
league there too.
You know, the
Yep.
Wisps were Wisps. Sure, wasn't
Yeah.
really a league.
Yep.
It's kind of just like wasn't
Not a
not
full-fledged
what we've
league
done
mechanic.
before. And a lot of people in PoE2 may not really even know what a league is. I mean, we kind of had it with Dawn of the Hunt, but yeah, I mean, having Abyss in every single area, there are abyssal icons you can find on the map. You can't add them because they are in every area, the Abyss. So, and you have, different the waystone crafting and stuff like that. So there's a lot of endgame just added by the league's existence as well.
Plus a lot more combination of the league mechanic with other mechanics as well, which is something that I'm always keen for with leagues, is like have a bit more interaction.
Yeah,
So,
you were telling me that you had specifically made it so that Abyss would have specific interactions with basically everything else.
For sure.
Like if a Rogue Exile's standing there, you get a special boss based on the Rogue Exile. So that's a rather interesting extra combination stuff there. It is interesting because this is a league mechanic. It's in every zone. It's guaranteed, but it's part of a league mechanic. But does this also have like Atlas Tree integration in the way that it would later on as it becomes like a core element?
No, not the way that's kind of handled is through some of the waystone crafting.
Yeah.
We, depending when the league ends, we obviously do the whole again more for people who maybe don't know what a league is and how we handle this stuff in PoE1. I'll over explain it a little bit, but yeah, generally we review the state of it at the end. We see what changes we want to make. Sometimes we add it to the core game immediately, sometimes later, and then we add it to the tree and decide how we want to invest into all the different things. But we try and have the meta progression, so to speak, of a league within the leagues itself, and not connected to the core tree, because you could have a separate tree. It is a thing you could do. But in this case, it comes in the form of the waystone crafting.
You did an experiment with that recently in Path of Exile 1, doing that in a league, and you didn't exactly like the result.
Different because it's not a separate tree, and that was during Necropolis, yes, and it felt like because it's in every area, you have to take it.
Yes, exactly.
So that didn't work. We're not going to repeat that mistake. It could be a separate tree, but we just did it through the waystone crafting stuff instead, and you can invest in the Abyss and juice the Abyss that way. And
I mean, we'll see how we fold it all in as we go into the
100%.
040 though. Like that'll be an interesting one.
All right. Well, one of the kind of endgame issues that I've identified in the past was kind of how the Atlas trees worked and progressed and what they afforded, and it felt very top heavy. Like you had to beat the boss to get points to just scale.
Well,
the
that's
boss
what I'm talking
difficulty.
about with the lack of mid-game stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that's changed now though. Like the league mechanics don't scale difficulty of bosses at all. They're just about what the content is in maps.
Yeah,
right?
and you get the points way earlier. So in fact, you even
some of them, we made some changes to that actually as well since last night. And thus it wasn't in the live stream accurately. It was talking about how you have to complete specific objectives like killing the Delirium boss and whatnot to get your points. It's actually just now you follow the quest line, and there's a point in where you get the tablet, which is after you find the league and you kill the, just do a Delirium, you successfully go back and get a tablet. You're also going to get the first 2 points there. Now I wanted to change it so that you can get if we have 8 points, you get 4 points before the pinnacles and 4 points from the pinnacles. Right now it's 2 and 6. We're still looking at this just because we made a change last night. There's a good chance we might end up, adapting this a little bit more. So it's even the first 2 points come even sooner and even more obviously. Like you don't have to RNG into finding a boss in order to get those first 2 points now, which was mentioned there. No longer going to be the case.
But we just want to really make sure we're smoothing that progression through, getting that stuff earlier, all that sort of stuff.
So the other thing was you've got this kind of world map. It seems to be exploration focused. The recent updates you did in Dawn of the Hunt actually I felt were a big step forwards in that regard. There was a lot more exploration with the new unique maps, and even towers, I felt like when you're using them as an exploration feature work quite well. Like they leapfrog you to your next, you see that next unique map over the hills, and that's like a cool motivator that pulls you through, and that helps with that mid-game issue you were talking about. Is that kind of the goal, is to make this like really exploration focused?
It's certainly something that I really love, and the more things you add to the Atlas, the more it feels like you're finding things. But yeah, so we definitely appreciate the concern with towers being that you've got this tension between having to turtle in one location versus explore.
Yeah.
And so that's something that we need to look into addressing. But I don't want to kind of talk explicitly about exactly what we're going to do here, just because there's obviously a lot in flux there still. But it's something that we understand the problem, I would say. I would understand that there's an issue, and so we will be addressing that a bit later.
Yes, the brand name of towers seems somewhat marred currently. Like it seems like almost no matter what you do with them, there's going to be some sort of maybe just delete towers because we have the bad association with it.
That is
going
a concern, but I suspect that we'll still want to keep them at least for just vision. Like even if we remove the mechanic and do other stuff, like we'll just keep them there. So I still think it's fun to just find a tower just to get a circle of vision around it. So I don't think that's the part that people are unhappy about with them. So therefore, it'd be fine to keep that and move like other power sources and other things that you can do somewhere else.
And I even like the empowering the maps because that is an element of control, which is another thing people.
Well,
have issue
I mean,
with this
I
right
still
now.
want something that does that.
True.
I just think that it needs to work differently.
Very true,
than how it
man.
works.
Yeah,
So,
I guess the issue seems to come
I
down
agree.
to, from what I see, and maybe chat might have other things that they mention about their issues with towers, but the issue, as I see it, is about that feeling that you still need to be stacking tower mechanics on top of other stuff, and if you're not kind of bringing all those things together, then it feels like you're wasting time.
My fundamental issue with them is the way that you know that something sucks before you even run it, and that's always bad.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like
Exactly,
effectively, it's
that's
like
the problem.
okay, like if you're running maps that don't have a tower around them, you're like okay, well I know this is bad, or and so I feel bad because like I just have to get to the next tower, and then like when you've done one tower, but you know that two tower overlapping is a thing, then you're like okay, well I feel bad running a one tower overlap thing when I know that two tower stuff is a thing as well. So there's just this problem of like you know that it sucks beforehand, and I think that's never a good thing. Like it's actually the opposite of the action RPG philosophy of like the reason you have random drops is because like any monster could be the one that drops the next thing.
Exactly.
And if you don't have that, then it's like you feel bad for playing the content because you know it's not the best already. So you need that like random element more. So there needs to be some adjustment to make that better.
Yeah, do you think that's like bringing up what the base map experience can be in terms of its upper potential, like adding more interesting confluence of variants?
I mean, look, I always like more interesting combinations of stuff to happen, but I don't necessarily think that the core problem is like lack of ability to juice things. Like I think the core problem is to do with the fact that like you don't like when it already sucks, as I said. Like it's just kind of like that thing there. So we need to sort of like there will need to be some approach to solving making it more controllable, like more deterministic in some way, like just something along those lines, so that you can so that you don't have this feeling of like because of a thing I can already see that sucks, that this experience is going to be worse than what I'm hoping for.
So somewhat related to this, another thing I see brought up all the time is being able to kind of choose what map you're doing and just being able to exert more elements of control. I saw a post in chat just there that was like the idea of being able to kind of erect a tower where you want it, rather. Like, is the this
Good question.
Of, like being able to choose your maps a little bit more, or have a bit more influence on what's happening.
So I think having control over what content is there is good, but I don't know that I want to lose the fact that you still have the Atlas fundamentally where you like the actual map areas you get are random, and part of the reason for that is that it gives us a lot of opportunities to do interesting things with like different maps can have different things that they drop and other stuff like that. Like there's a lot of that sort of stuff that's like quite nice. Like you can actually have a unique map be way more powerful if like it's kind of you don't know exactly when you encounter it. So that kind of stuff is quite nice, and we want to do a lot more as well on the Atlas, like just more stuff to find. Like when we get to 040, I really want it to be that like you really feel like there's just cool stuff in every map that you might be finding that's like that's way more interesting. And as I said, that stuff, the problem is if you have full control over literally being able to run the same map every single time, like the same like base area, it means that you don't have the ability to say, okay, well this map can randomly have this thing that's just like really awesome that always drops a unique or something like that, because then you're just going to run that map over and over and over. So I still like some ability to have to find the good stuff in the Atlas, but we just need more control over what mechanics you can spawn there and that kind of stuff, and like not having the experience of like if I didn't get this exact overlap, then I have this bad experience.
And that's where exploration actually comes from as well, is having some element of not having that control as well. So maybe it is the case more of just keeping
Artie, of course, man. You already know it, dude.
Anyway, that's what I'm.
Where is it?
Already felt like a big improvement with that last one, and we're getting the new maps and the new mechanics and things scattered in the zones as well. So it seems like there's a fair bit more going on.
Look at this.
Like we did what we could. 100%.
Look at this, bro. I haven't been just silently watching. Look at all of this.
040 expect a lot
I'm
more
preparing.
improvements there. But again, we focus more on everything else. There's an insane amount of content there.
So I count on your video and notes.
We wish Towers was
I
on
got
that
you
list.
covered. Don't worry about it.
It will be. Don't worry. These things are coming. We're aware of the problems. We are aware, like 100%. It was expected when we got to that section to see a bunch of
And I think a lot of people are going to be getting a chance to experience some stuff they didn't experience because it came later in last league, and maybe they had tapped out before then. So there's a good bit of extra stuff to explore there, maybe with this one. We'll loop back around to Endgame if people have more questions that they post and that we pull from the chat. But we'll move on to the Act 4 and the interludes, because that's a pretty big thing. Obviously, getting rid of Cruel was a priority. You wanted to do that as soon as possible.
Yeah, that's good.
There's been this problem that you were laboring over for many months about how to do that, how to add Act 4 without having to add the rest of the acts all at once or do some weird thing. Well, you've come up with making more acts to solve the problem instead of
So there was certainly some skepticism when I first proposed this about like how can we possibly do that? But basically, the main thing there was that so
definitely
the
orange.
interludes are
Definitely,
not
man. Thank
exactly
you.
the same as an act in terms of like each one of them is like a straight line, like you're going from here to here. There's no different. There's no complexity around the plot or anything. It's just like a single goal of someone's telling you to do this, go deal with it. There's bosses along the way, there's new areas along the way, but all of that stuff we can use in in-game as well. So that means we're not kind of wasting any of the arts. The only thing we're really wasting is like a kind of like a little bit of like storyline structure around it. But as I said, it's not nearly the same level of like narrative structure as what you get in like a full act. And that's something that and ultimately what we realize is to get from the end of Act 4 to the end game level, all you need is like 20 areas roughly to kind of to bridge that gap. And so that means that I was like, you know what, like with 20 areas, I reckon we can do it if we're like, we're using a few mechanics from maps, we're taking some, we're doing a lot of art reuse, that kind of stuff. Like we can find a way to make something pretty quick, and it won't necessarily hold up for like years and years, but it will certainly be good enough for just like for a relatively short period of time. And by the time you get to that point anyway, like you're usually pretty fast as a character. You're like rushing through, just to get to end game. So I think that that'll end up being like pretty damn good for the time being. Plus, new bosses, new stuff to experience. Like, in my opinion, it was a no-brainer to do it compared to some weird thing like having to repeat Act 1 and 2 again or something weird like that. Like that just wouldn't have been good. And we really wanted to get rid of Cruel. I mean, like we never wanted Cruel to exist, right? It existed as a compromise. So being able to get rid of it is obviously something we were very, very keen to do.
There was something. You get to the Act 1 Crawl and you're like, I've know all this content, you're ultra powerful, and that's a little bit feel good, and then you're like, oh.
Okay, they're talking about Cruel. I just want to say there's so many things that I wrote down that I want to go over with you guys, but it's insane. They're not providing anything useful for now. They're just talking about how Cruel is bad. But there's so many things that I want to comment on. Holy shit.
With Act 4 and the interlude, it feels just a lot more natural and, still fun, and you're discovering stuff, and, it's not that just like, I just did this, like, for, at least for fast players as well, they're going to be like, oh my God, I just did this like a few hours ago. It's like just too short of a time. But one thing about Act 4 and the interlude, by the way, which I think is really cool, which is very different, and something, you don't really appreciate until you play, is you get to Act 4 and you're like, okay, where do I go? Well, I have many places I can pick. I mean, Jonathan was talking about how, their kind of interludes are kind of straight lines, but there's three of them.
But there's three of them. You can do them in any order.
There's a choice immediately there, right?
You can do those in any order.
You can do them in any order.
You can do them in any order. When you complete one or partially complete one, it levels up the other two. They always stay, ahead, and they bridge the gaps. You can do them in whatever order you want.
It'll be interesting to see the speedrunning strategies, because there's different bonuses available.
Like the Spirit Draft comes from one.
Yeah.
Okay. Where another might be more passive point heavy, and another might be more permanent bonus heavy, and another, there's going to be all kinds of crazy stuff going on there. So you go in Act 4 where you've got full freedom of like choice of which island you want to sail to, and then you go into the interlude and you're like, which part would serve me best? And maybe the answer is do a couple areas of this part and then swap to another and do that one, and then who knows? Which is fine, because again, as you progress through them and defeat the bosses, the other ones will level up and keep up with the level. So you can do half of each and then do the half of each again. You can do an area of each, and then,
That's wild. I didn't realize the interludes were sandboxy like that, because I was planning on asking about how the fact that Act 4 is like a sandbox for like the great portion of it there. And that's going to be super interesting from like racing and speedrunning perspective as to what people take. But also that does seem like it might help with the campaign slog, the repetitiveness of it, if you can kind of do things in a different order each time. Is there some good reasons to do it in different orders as well? Like you mentioned, like differences in rewards, differences in challenges too, I imagine, for different builds?
Yeah, for sure. So, like the reward thing is like probably the main reason you'd change the order, depending on what's going to work best for your character right now. So, yeah, each one has got stuff that you know, like we're taking all the different fixed bonuses. I think that actually the fixed bonuses are different a little bit now, aren't they, than the way that they were when they were in Crawl? Did you change what the stats they were? I thought you did.
The passive point number is the same.
Yeah.
The spirit is the same, but the other bonuses, we've kept like, you know, we'll still have the resistances that you got before. But some of the other bonuses from, like, for example, Crawls, the snake in Act 3, I can't remember the name of these areas. We have internal names, the old snake chamber. The reward from that will be slightly different because not all three of those options are available, and they're available in different ways. Some of it might be, some of it might not be, and some of it will be in Act 4, some of it might be in the interlude, you know. So it's kind of mix and match all over the place, but there's some pretty cool stuff in the interludes that you know, you've obviously got your permanent bonuses, you've got your skill points, you've got just like which bosses do I want to do first or last. That's all nice, but you have a little other things subtle. You know, like the first area of one of them, I'm not gonna be as spoiler light as possible here, has a wandering vendor that sells, you know, guaranteed rare caster gear, and you can go and be like, I'm gonna go there, check that if I'm a caster, and then I'll go to the other two acts because that might have like a straight up weapon upgrade. And then there's another act that sells a whole bunch of greater runes, and so you might be like, I need some runes, I'm going to go there, find that vendor, get some runes, and then go to another. And then one of them has, and you're going to have to find this for yourself, one of them has a nameless seer in it, and so go for it, find that. And I'm not going to tell you which.
So do you know in advance some of these rewards so that you can make this decision? Like maybe not those kind of secret ones. But...
I think it doesn't. Does it say it on the? Does it show it to you on the world map?
You generally see the icons on the world map up to the point your character and the NPCs could reasonably know about. Okay. So it depends on the act a little bit. In some cases, it's like no humans have been there, so you can't know until you've opened it, and then it will, or until you have been told about it or know about it or advanced the quest, and now you see all the icons. So some yes, some not, and
be a bit of a discovery process.
But like, look, it's gonna players are gonna share information pretty damn quickly. But yeah, it's actually quite fun having all this different choice and different axes, and we haven't had this level of like, sure, you've got Path of Exile 1 Act 2 is go left or go right, and you got a little bit of that in like Act 8, but you don't. Yeah, get this much like parallel things going on like this in a kind of interesting way. So it'll be. I suspect it'll actually last a little bit longer than we anticipate, given how, you know, we had to put this kind of 3-part thing together so quickly.
Last a bit longer in terms of like players finding it fresh and interesting.
Yeah, that's the hope.
Okay,
good. All 3 interludes kind of appear on one world map, so you kind of got 3 parallel tracks you can see on
that's
one
good.
map.
Cool.
So yeah, that's how that works.
It's cool. Decision paralysis is going to set in. Where do I go?
I think a lot of people will just pick one just because it's the first one.
Yeah,
probably. I bet that'll be the most common
You'll
choice.
see stats on that, I'm sure. It's 60% pick rate for the first option.
Yeah, probably.
Left to right's most likely.
Left to right makes sense.
The order of the islands in Act 4 a little bit less predictable.
Yeah.
You know, one of those islands, like, you know, there's four permanent bonuses kind of going on in one area kind of thing. It's like a, you know, because...
Go there first.
I'm not going to tell you which ones, but
okay, I'll have to figure that one out, eh?
Someone will do it, figure it out.
Make the progression guides. But I like the idea that it could be different for different builds too. That would be very cool if that ends up being the outcome, because that will keep things fresh long term. There's a good reason to do it differently and doesn't just get kind of immediately solved. So Act 4 was planned to have a new way of ascending, but that wasn't mentioned here. So ready,
didn't quite get time for it. It'll be coming a bit later.
No new trial then.
You can there's still a quest to go to the place where that is happening. But and we added like a kind of another reward there, you know, just for the time being. But yeah, later on there'll be that. The amount of work required to make that trial just unfortunately wasn't quite compatible with making all of the other stuff we made. Probably if we hadn't made the interlude, we would have been able to do it. But I think the interlude was more important just to get rid of Crawl. So we ended up making that decision.
Crawl, good decision, man.
Thank goodness. I'm like so stoked Crawl's gone.
If it's what most of us imagine it's going to be, I can imagine where a lot of that work comes in. So hopefully you guys, is it something that
that's a half tick on your card? Yeah, true.
Well, I don't want to promise anything anything because at this point we're in the mode of like we'll cut stuff if we need to make the release happen. So I wouldn't want to promise anything, but that would be nice. We'll just have to see.
I didn't hear the question.
Do you think it'll be like different enough and appealing to people who don't necessarily want to ascend the other ways?
Well, it's certainly different than the other ones.
Oh, the trial.
Very
Okay.
margins. So I think that'll be that'll be interesting.
And what's the vision for how ascendancy works long term then? So is it the idea that you ascend once in Act 2, once and then again in Act 3, and then again in Act 4?
I mean, you will be able to do
6
it that
points
way, but if you want to do other, I mean, that's a way to do it. But if you want to, just if you like a certain trial better, doing it that way is also fine too.
It's just interesting because there's like not as much of a gap as there usually is between those first 6 months that way. Like it's quite rapid fire. So and then it would be a big gap until the end game, and you do your choice of fourth one.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we see that as fine. Like you kind of want to get your build locked in to some degree by the time you get to that sort of level.
I kind of like it. It's just different to how it's been done in the past before, right? Where we had, whereas like right at end game you did that third one. So that's interesting stuff. So a big part of this obviously is then continuing the campaign slog kind of discussion was just the speed of the campaign, how that tied in with difficulty, zone sizes, and things
Their
like
microphone
that.
is so weird, by the way. Their sound
changes a couple weeks
so
into
bassy.
the last league where you reduce zone sizes.
So we did a bit of that. That's one of those things that's a bit hard to see exactly until you've played it a couple of times. So I like, for example, right now, like the first time you play through Act 4, I doubt you'll be worried about zone size. Second time, then it might then start to realize like what places are too big and what places aren't. So there'll probably be a little bit of adjustment to that, even as we do the first couple of patches in 030 as well. Just because, like as I said, it's actually a bit hard to appreciate until you've kind of played it a few times. But the sprint helps a lot. Like sprint is a big deal as far as like changing how the game feels in this regard. So if you're fast and you know how to use it well and that kind of stuff, you can motor quite a lot more than you were.
Ask the question.
It'll be interesting to see how how many people are using that all the time versus how many people are kind of just using it all the time. But the thing is, you're an experienced PoE player, right? Like you're gonna be. But
like, there's a fun risk reward to using it that way, though. Like, if you are just using it to traverse or like backtrack or something because you go the wrong way or something like that, then it's pretty cruisy and it works well for that. But it also is a very powerful like combat tool. You can use it like a boss is doing something, you can get further away than you could before.
For boss stuff, you can, although it is dangerous, right? Like,
I mean, if you screw it up, then you
yeah. But I think the thing that I find kind of interesting about it as well is that like you can skip monsters now more easily, and that means that if you are overpowered due to getting a good item drop or something like that, you can kind of like motor through a couple of areas a bit more, like sort of then catch up to the point where you sort of feel about right as far as the difficulty, and then keep going from there, like more specifically. So you've got that kind of tool at your disposal. Not something I'd expect like new players to do or like players
Welcome
who
in,
don't
everybody
engage
that's
with
new
that
here.
stuff.
Welcome
but
in.
if you're talking about like like the person who's playing through the campaign the fifth time, certainly that's an option that you've got that can kind of speed you through a little bit faster. So
sorry, I'm not speaking too much, but
it kind of does just because you are faster.
You're here to listen to them, right? Not me, right now. But there's a lot of that I want to say.
We're a bit of
I can't now.
Like, good players, like knowledge players knew how to move a lot quicker. There's a bunch of skills, you get animation cancelling, you got shield charge.
It's true. The speedrunners already have a way, but like no one really wants, like, obviously you don't want to be doing that all the time, right? Like unless you're like really dedicated to speedrunning. So.
Niche, unintuitive and whatnot. So like, there's a simpler way to now, close the gap between the players who knew all of that and the ones who didn't, and which is great. And maybe a lot of those players are still using all of those tools even on top of this, and that's fine.
I actually wonder if like the sprinting is faster than like the shield charge, dodge roll, animation cancel shenanigans.
Haven't exactly done a race. I think it's close. I'm pretty sure it's relatively close though.
Yeah, the difference there.
I know there's some passives on the deck side of the tree for like slightly increasing your speed while sprinting and a few other different things while sprinting, like increasing your evasion while sprinting, and so there's some of that going on as well, that maybe when you speak into all that you have a more of an advantage over those other skills. We'll see.
Actually buffed dodge roll a bit for the sprint too, like you can turn a bit better for longer during the dodge roll.
You can. So that one
Wish
was,
they did, bro.
Man,
Yep,
I'll tell
they
you what.
did.
So this is kind of inside baseball stuff, but sprint was like way harder to implement than you might expect. Like it seems like, oh, you just add a speed buff, but like getting it to be smooth and like feel right, and like all of the stuff around like
True, it's
turning at
very
the end and
important.
like all that stuff, that was really really hard to do. Like it was like there was like a programmer for a very long time just working on sprint issues. Like holy crap. So yeah, like
can
it's one of
imagine.
those things that you know, like every little imperfection of it, so you do it so often, needs to be ironed out.
I'm looking forward to stacking move speed and dodge roll distance in Sanctums and using sprint. I use sprint in the Sanctum and when I was testing earlier, and
Right, okay.
it's so fun doing some of the things with sprint. It's like we're like mega long dodge rolls into sprinting is gonna so fast.
Yeah, I mean, we've in general just improved mobility. We've improved, like, and even outside of that, it's like talking about, you know, sprint, slog, fast. Like, there's more to it. There's, you know,
Yeah, for sure.
obviously dodge rolling has improved. The mercenary, like, slow while reloading, but also something like Jonathan and I both just randomly did one day, just logged in on live. We played mercenary, and we were both just like,
What happened?
what did we do? What has gone on here?
What I
this
believe
feels terrible.
It was the 0-0 change that related to like contact points or something. There was something like that I think
Yeah,
broke it.
so
'Cause the thing is, it wasn't actually feeling like how it felt before we released.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh crap, we need to fix this. Something went wrong drastically there. Yeah, that one really improved it. But we also made a change where you're a little bit faster coming out of when you're using a skill while moving.
Yeah.
You're a little bit faster coming out on all classes. So that actually affects the Ranger and the Sork as well a little bit. It's not like, at first it seems quite subtle, like but when you play it side by side, it actually makes quite a difference, even though it's a relatively subtle change. Like it worked as well. And then you've got things like with the block being faster, you know, like you're just overall more mobile, you know, with a lot of the stuff. Like I think it's helped a lot. But the nice thing is like we still didn't have to compromise on like making sure the combat still was right. So that's obviously been like a big worry, especially because there's so many other buffs and things for other character classes. Like there is definitely a concern that we've like overcooked, gone too far. Like things are, you know, like things are going to be too easy, and I'm a bit worried about it. But I think it should be okay. You know, we just have to. You
mentioned like the way you've designed this, not meaning you didn't have to compromise on like combat and that, and that was a big hesitance for you. Like you really wanted combat to be not optional in the past. You were talking about before,
for sure.
and things like that. So why does it feel like the way you designed this lets you not compromise on that vision?
Because ultimately, the actual combat itself still works after trying it. Like, and generally speaking, like, even though I may not necessarily agree with something, I'm still willing to try these things. So, you know, we tried it, it works. That's really what it comes down to, right? So, you know, that as long as that's the case, then, you know, then I'm cool with it. I just want to make sure that we don't end up in a situation where, you know, we're just, it's all just like, even during the campaign, it's just one button, don't have to worry about anything, like there's no challenge anywhere, like that kind of stuff, because I just find that boring. I just don't enjoy it at all. Like I feel like you need to have some level of like actually, you know, having to think once in a while, you know, during a boss fight or something like that. So there just has to be a little bit of that left over. Now, you know, sometimes it can be the situation where...
This was a good compromise, like 100%. It again, he spoke about how long it took for this programmer to work through it, let alone, you know, there's heaps of iterations with these kind of things, trying to keep things feel grounded, kinetic, realistic, feel grounded, kinetic, realistic, animation-wise as well. There's a whole bunch. So, you know, when you're taking a chance on a thing like that and, you know, it feels like a compromise and you're uneasy about it, you know, I'm glad we did pull the trigger on this one and give it a go, because... yeah, sometimes it is like knowing how much resources this is going to take. If this fails, it's a massive waste.
Because, I mean, there was another one that was like hugely contentious, which was removing the limit of 1 per support gem.
Yeah.
Was something that took a bit of convincing to even get people to want to try out. Like, that was definitely a worry. Yeah, like the concern there is just that, you know, isn't it just going to be that everyone's running the 5 same supports on every single thing? But I was kind of like the amount of... I think what we're losing over this is much worse than what we were gaining. You know, like it's something really important, and so I actually now that we've done that, I wouldn't have it any other way. I think it's really, really good change, and that one is, in my opinion, the most important change we're making in 030. I mean, obviously you got a bunch of content, but like in terms of like, you know, like what single thing is going to affect gameplay the most, like in terms of character builds and like build variety, that change is a huge one. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what people can do.
I was skeptical when you showed me this change because I was definitely in the camp of defending the decision of the one support limit for the logic.
Yeah, I agree with that, Closure. That sounds good.
Making you think about how you build each skill differently, not just building every skill for damage, but rather like, okay, which of these damage dealing skills am I going to make more utility or do something else instead? But playing around with it feels like it kind of just lets you use it on 2 skills, like something like Fist of War. And that's just a really big improvement. Like that's a lot more fun having 2 Fist of War skills than one. But like the skill design is nuanced enough and the supports themselves are nuanced enough that you do still seem like you end up with a lot of variety.
Yeah. It definitely works. Like, it's funny because in the end, it feels like the concern that we had was more theoretical than it actually was real, and that's why it's really important to actually try these things. Yeah. Like, and I would say that if the supports and skills were designed like how PoE 1 was, then you totally would have ended up in exactly the place that we were worried about.
Right, yeah.
But because there's a lot more going on with the way the skills, or just like there's a lot more thought being put into like the exact ways that skills interact in PoE 2, you kind of end up being fine, and it just ends up being better. So yeah, like I'm really glad we tried that one because it's super important.
Yeah, and it seems like lineage supports take over the role of this one gem a bit more.
They do. So basically, right at the end, you've got the thing where you can only have one of each lineage support per character, but that's kind of like none of those are like okay. So you know. Something like multiple projectiles or martial tempo, like these things are super important to kind of make skills even viable at endgame, whereas the lineage supports don't have that same thing. So we effectively get to keep a little bit of that like interesting decision stuff, but only right at the end when you're kind of at the top end and you're thinking about like hyper optimizing specific stuff or like with interesting mechanics. So we still get to retain a little bit of that there.
It's definitely a huge buff though, like this change. Like I've been playing Warrior and I almost feel like saying the new Warrior because it's not
true,
any
it
one
feels that way.
thing. Like the support gem change, the sprinting change, the faster while blocking, being able to block everything, it was way more impactful than I expected.
Weapon swap, instant
weapon swap is huge. That's like
it's the sum of all these small individual things, and honestly, it was quite hard to design the live stream what we were showing for this reason because it's like it kind of ended up being just like a huge scatter shot of like all sorts of little things, and it's sort of hard to appreciate the sum of it all, like adding up to a much better experience. But I mean, obviously, there's like really big things, like you've got the infusion stuff on the Sork, which is like like radically, visibly, obviously changing the class. But it's like when I'm making a case for like why is the Warrior better, it's kind of like you got a few new skills, you got like a few different mechanics, but like together it just kind of comes into something that's like way better than it was.
Yeah, I've spent the better part of 2 days trying to put my finger on what it is exactly that is making that, because you were asking me like whether I'm worried that the Warrior is a bit too strong. And I'm like, I'm definitely a lot stronger, but I'm trying to figure out what it is exactly, and it's like a bit that, a bit this.
Everything.
Everything. Definitely feels like way more fluid, faster, smoother, chunkier all at the same time, because I've got more Fist of War skills going off. We like the instant weapon swap thing is huge as well. Like that seems like a pretty minor change, but all of a sudden you're not thinking about like there's no reason to not.
Right. And there's no reason, removing all the reasons why people wouldn't use combos is exactly the focus that we had for a lot of the stuff, right? It's like, what is preventing someone doing a combo here? What can we do to fix it? So you've got like the shock change where that's longer. You've got like chill, like the change to chill and that kind of stuff. And there was a whole like thing with, we never even talked about Ignite because there kind of wasn't room for it, but Ignite has got a whole different thing where that it does now, where there's like every time you fail to ignite, it builds up flammability. That means your next ignite is more likely. So there's like that. There's like a bunch of changes just all through like the places, just these little things that tweak stuff. One of the ones I know is actually really big is the
I love that, bro.
the thing with the curse and the
you're talking about the left guy, Jonathan,
the
right?
Thing that lowers resistance. Exposure. So exposures, right? Like it seems so tiny, like, oh, let's make it so that you don't have individual exposures for different elements.
He looks like a happy bear.
The gameplay so significantly.
But he's
because
a genius,
the moment
bro.
that there's something that's going to add like 30% more damage in the case that it was before,
Titan,
that you don't have access
want to
to if
answer
you're going
to you,
use
but we don't have time right now.
You're never going to use cross element, right? Like you're never going to do it. So it's like really, really important to just remove every single barrier that's getting there, because
we merged cast on shock ignite and freeze into
Yep,
single.
we
a
did.
single
So yeah,
gem.
there's no more cast on shock anymore. It's cast on ailment for that reason as well, right? Exactly, right? So literally we're like,
Wow.
let's find every
Holy.
single
There's no
reason that's going to
cast on
stop you
shock anymore.
from wanting to be able to use multi-element builds and actually try to improve that, right?
Yeah.
And
so-
guess what? You can still just play one element if you want.
Yeah, you can, of course, right? but yet now, if you're doing multi-element, there's just no reason anymore not to.
I was so
Cast
stoked
on
looking at
element.
what you were doing
Yep.
with the elementals because it feels for the first time it actually is like an elementalist. Like there is
Right.
mixing of the elements. It's
cool.
because that's a fundamental game design thing with action RPGs is that it always at some point makes sense to focus in on one very specific thing
Right.
because of scaling. And
Yeah.
but it seems like you've gone a long way towards solving that issue.
Well, I hope so, because we really tried to fix every single case we could see. Now, there might be still some more, like you'll find there's some random mechanic that only works on one thing, and then people pick that, and we're like, okay, we have to find and make sure that there's something that's going to attract you to every element and play it.
Busted.
Yeah, I mean, look, part of the upgrades to the individual ailments also really helps because it's giving you another reason. Like, it isn't just that you've removed the things that were preventing you from, like, you want to both have a I'm not specializing you because this mechanic works across different elements, but also you want to have like this element has something that you're going to want to use with other elements, right? So like buffing shock, for example, we're like, okay, like, is there enough of a reason to weave lightning into a fire build, right? There wasn't enough of a reason. So by making shock better, it's like, well, then now there is a reason to use two things, but you also want the burn and you also might want the chill, and, you know, like making sure that all that stuff is powerful enough to actually tempt you to actually do it. Like, you need,
because like 8-second shock, and you even mentioned bigger magnitude shocks.
Yeah,
happening
yeah.
A
on
number of
bosses
the
and things
skills
like
have
that.
a bunch of shock effect on
Yeah,
it.
so effectively, if a skill is supposed to be for shocking, then that skill will have magnitude on it, because the idea is that, like, you know, we
proper
really want to make
chunky.
sure that, you know, it actually works. But
Yes.
so that kind of stuff. It's the same with the fire skills that are intended for burning as well. Like if something's intended for burning, it's going to have some kind of duration or something like that. So it's like you want to use that one, then you want to switch to something else while that's burning away and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
I
like-
always want to do that sort of thing, but you feel a bit silly because like
It's just not enough. It just
You should-
wasn't doing enough.
yeah, you should just like use your main skill instead.
Yeah,
You're wasting
exactly.
time.
But you know, like even like once again, you wrap back in the support changes where it's like, okay, like why would I want to use this other mechanic when I can't do this as fast or I can't do it as powerful as I could have been doing on something else that I've all in on. Like
Yeah.
it's like that as well was contributing. It's like the whole lot was just all, you know, a bit of a mess in that way.
Yeah, and you mentioned the ignite thing. I did want to clarify because I saw some questions about it in the chat. The it builds up now. So like,
Yes.
if you don't ignite, you get 50% of the ignite, and then the next failed ignite will.
It's
Yeah.
called
as well.
flammability since we no longer have the curse.
Right.
And yeah, as you build up more flammability on an enemy,
Okay,
the
so flammability is
probability of
out.
an ignite occurring goes higher and higher and higher. And once the flammability is full, the ignite is deterministic. So if you miss an ignite, you at least contribute towards the next ignite being more likely, and eventually it is inevitable.
But one of the other amazing things we got, which was huge from our perspective, is that the way that ground effects work now for
Yes.
the fire is that it has to build to 100% flammability and then it sets them on fire, which
not just
means
instant.
that if you use a level 1 flame wall, it doesn't ignite shit anymore really, really easily. So that means we can actually add mechanics that trigger off ignites and do all that sort of stuff without it being a disaster.
You
so,
don't have to worry
yeah.
about people being full
Yeah.
degenerates with
Yeah,
it.
exactly. So if you're using a high level flame wall, it'll set on fire real quick. But if you
Wait, you guys seriously think that they're not gonna nerf Trinity? Don't forget that we're probably gonna have like 50 patch note
Finally,
pages,
solid for that, 'cause it'll
so we
be-
don't know everything. Like they casually just said the flammability is out the game.
Triggers and more
We don't
supports
know
around
what
that,
they're gonna bring,
Yeah,
bro.
to be more liberal with the
Crazy.
power you can give out to that sort of thing. And just the consistency has been a pain for any Ignite builds for a
sure.
while now. So
For sure,
that's
for
just
sure.
going to be actually consistent now.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's really good news. And I saw that freeze was getting a lot better too. The same idea of like any freeze skill.
Yeah, so the freeze skill, for that one, we didn't, I believe we didn't change the sort of base freeze balance exactly. It was more that freezing skills just have more freeze going on.
Yep.
And then there was also the other change, which I guess we didn't even cover really, which is that anything that consumes, well, we'd use the word poise, but basically what that means is that anything that's like harder to apply to a boss, if the mechanic is harder to apply to a boss, then we want to increase the reward for doing it on bosses.
Yeah.
So then we've got like an extra damage versus unique monsters, like kind of in quite a lot of places and different skills now, because, you know, once again, if you freeze a boss, it's way harder to freeze than it would be a regular monster. We want to make sure that the payoff for that for utilizing it is now much more chunky.
And this was substantial enough that you could actually see it in the footage. Like
True.
you saw the boss getting chunked
Right.
from those shots in the footage compared to like the regular attacks.
But there were other ones as well, right? Like, so with the armor break, for example, it's like you weren't really incentivized to consume armor break on bosses. So the way we solved that particular one was like, okay, if you're an armor break consumer, rather than consuming the armor break, we're going to upgrade the armor break to a new state, like a new higher, like a level buff that's going to do something different. So yeah, like in the case you're like, in the case of Sunday, you're like upgrading from plus 20% to plus 40%, but then it also refreshes the duration, and then so effectively you're more incentivized to do this, and then because it actually extends it now. So that's like another thing where like let's actually make this combo work.
The high velocity rounds one is
very good. Yes,
pretty crazy.
It's
so that's
crazy, yeah.
It takes your armor break into, I don't remember the name, let's say T2 armor break.
Shattered armor.
But it's then for the next however long the duration is, 5% of the, I think of it like a kind of infinite impale. 5% of the damage dealt by the high velocity rounds is dealt on every single hit for the rest of the duration.
And that means every single pellet of a shotgun is doing a percentage of the high
fragmentation rounds is 10 hits. And then the consumed days on Monk is the exact same thing. So if you do the vaulting days vaulting impact, and then you have, if you have staggering palm up in a temper spell and you do whirling assault, you're doing all the whirling assault hits, all the projectile hits from staggering palm, all the temper spell hits, each of which are doing a percentage of the vaulting impacts thing on hit, and you just melt things.
So juicy. I saw Days as like instant application too.
Yes. Well, that one was kind of worthless before, so we're like, let's just make it actually work.
This idea of like buffs that get escalated into tier 2 buffs is like a kind of cool concept.
I like that one. And the other funny thing about it that's like less obvious but really good from our perspective is that it means you can't repeat the combo piece immediately either, because once you've upgraded the armor break, it's extended the armor break, which means that you can't just reapply the armor break immediately again either. You have to do something else. So it actually kind of generates that rotation kind of naturally, which is kind of a nice one.
It's chunkier and it feels
Evil Beagle,
like,
thank you very much for the
idiot
follow,
for doing it.
Right, exactly.
Before it's like, why would I want to remove their broken armor and make them tankier again? Like it never really made any sense.
That's a good one.
But it also like prevents some of the weird edge case stuff that is a pain for you guys. So huge improvements there. There's a lot to take in with the supports and skill changes and things like that, but it's like with the amount of supports that are getting added now, and now tiers of supports and lineage supports, do you feel like there is a point where it's a bit much for players to like take in? Like,
well, so I've got something. There's some stuff around this that I would like to improve, which is that first of all, we did a full pass on recommendeds to like, because there was a lot of terrible recommendeds right now, and so we did like a full pass on that. So basically, what I'm hoping is that now, at least all the recommendeds are not bad. Like I was kind of trying to really answer the question of like, are these 3 supports the truly best supports that this skill could have, right? And previously we had this extra constraint that kind of screwed this over, which was that because you could only have limit 1, there was always this thing of like, but would you use it on the skill or would you use it on a different skill that we were always kind of working around. Now we can just be like, what are the 3 best options, right? With no other constraints, right? And so that means that like that immediately makes it easier for us. But I think the other issue is that what it was, the whole like, there's too many supports thing, part of it was because since the recommendeds were bad, you kind of had to go to that other screen where you've got all this other stuff. It's like, if you actually rely on the recommendeds to be good, it's like it doesn't, the fact there's a bunch of supports doesn't kind of matter as much.
I remember we had a ranger with the 10 skills, 50 supports, and it was 2 out of 50 were recommended, I think, for the skills they're on. I'm like,
yeah, it's a bad sign, right?
And so if that's a bad sign, if your in-game ranger is that, it means that if the player who's following the guide that we have given them is not only not being rewarded, they're being punished because we're making them make wrong decisions.
Yeah. So I'm sure there'll still be a few that are incorrect on there, but like hopefully it should be way better. And the other thing as well as I'd really like to do is I think that we might want to get into starting to recommend more stuff, or maybe even like recommending stuff based on the previous stuff that you've already done.
Crazy.
Which might be just get a bit complicated, but I'm kind of like, I feel like we maybe should start thinking about that.
That sounds like a nightmare to code.
Maybe, but then it's kind of like, or maybe like if you've got this other skill on your build, then this becomes an option, or there's something like that we might have to do, because I think there's more we can do there. But whatever, for now it's just at least we're like, here's the 3 best shit.
But also the names.
I know.
The names are so much better now as well.
Yes, right. So we did a pass of like making the names more obvious. Like, because there was a lot of supports that just kind of weren't
like search for, there's this thing that does a thing. I don't. What is it called? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Impossible. Whatever. Google it.
Yeah.
Like, there's something that does an explosion with armor, but what's it called?
Well, that one should be obvious, I think. But
Armor explosion.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah.
That's what it needs to be like.
No, but I'm pretty sure it is called that now.
Yeah, good.
But yeah.
Good
I
night,
remember,
Happy.
I
See you,
remember just
brother.
being like, if I'm struggling with this,
Yeah.
so many people must be struggling with this. Like I remember went to build.
Execrate or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, it was not the most intuitive of systems for sure. So
Okay, they're talking about their mistakes, so I'm going to quickly say that anybody who's tired, go to bed. Tomorrow I'm going to release a video of all the patch notes simplified, and I'm also going to release a video of the full interview, what they said, what was answered, TLDR, without the extra fluff and all the BS that they're talking about now. So just letting you know, okay? Also, yeah, that's it.
You're kind of like,
Let's hear what they're saying.
But
I'm
a lot of
looking
the
for
linear
the
support
trading
things will
shit
end up probably
and the
being like,
crafting.
this build guide says, this is the thing to use here. So, and here's the boss you need to farm to get it. So I suspect that, it obviously ends up a lot of that way with uniques a lot of the time. But
There being so many options for this stuff, actually, kind of like, so there's this thing that ever since kind of the internet, we get. We're spoiled, right? We're inherently spoiled for everything. We have the build guides and all that, and there's a lot of fun to that as well. But we obviously lost some of that kind of mystery of your own self-discovery. But I feel like you're almost forcing us back to that age a bit because there's just too much for guide creators to really cover.
I don't know about that. Like, people will still converge on things.
But even if a guide creator creates a build, even if it's quite well optimized, there's usually a few other options.
Well,
that are
ideally,
almost
yeah.
as optimized,
That's part of the fun, right? Like, over time, people come up with more stuff, and ideally, since we're shaking the meta up each league as well, there's still new stuff to find. I mean, that's I think that Path of Exile is actually a game that still has that because of the fact that there's enough stuff and there's enough meta changes to actually cause it to be that there's still cool stuff to
again,
find,
they're talking
that no
fluff
one's
here.
discovered.
I just want to say that hats off to GGG, man. They really cooked. They did an amazing job, and I cannot stress enough how excited they look and how passionate these guys are for their game. It's so beautiful to see because I've been dealing with patch notes and shit like that in other games, and I've never seen passion as close to these guys. So massive props to them. The second thing that I wanted to say is Brent, it's not really an auction house, but it looks and sounds like one, but it's basically we're going to trade offline. You're going to be able to give your items to an NPC and they're going to sell it for you, so you don't need to speak with a dude or get close to a guy to form your trade. You just put them into the marketplace, and whenever they're sold, you go and collect your shit, and that's basically it. But yeah, we're going to talk about it a little bit more.
It's like some of the juice, if you will, of the transmutes that would have dropped,
official term,
and then instead drops higher level ones, but less often. So the kind of the idea is that it's like, we're getting rid of the crap you don't want, and the kind of making higher, better stuff that you just get less.
So good.
And we've actually changed over some of the ways that, for example, the way that uncuts now drop as you get into the end game as well works that way. So it's like it effectively turns. You're getting less uncuts, but you're getting more of the but they're turning instead into higher level ones, and that kind of stuff. So that'll change the game a little bit. Now, I don't know if we're going to have that exactly perfectly right in the very first version, but effectively that should mean that you the way it makes that feel is kind of better in terms of getting those upgrades. So I'm pretty sure that I'm not 100% sure of this, but I'm pretty sure that the jewelers have also been changed to use that system instead. For the very top one, I think.
You did the change. I wouldn't know.
I think that one's been changed. There's effectively so what you get there.
Lucy, welcome, and thank you very much for the follow.
We're still trying to make it so that you get enough of the low level currency that you can still do map crafting, because obviously you don't want to burn the higher level ones on that. But what it does mean is that you won't need to do as many crafts. Like, just the bulk of the number of crafts you have to do to get decent stuff will be better, and you won't just get as much just the crap that you don't need. Now, I will say that the perfect exalts are not common.
So there you go.
They are quite rare, and there's also the drop rates are to an extent that's much larger than previous stuff, because of the way that works, are much more controlled by the level. So at the difference between the eye level 78, 79, 80 is quite large in terms of the percentage that gets converted. So there's a little bit more going on there, and then eye level 81 and 82, from rares and uniques.
Yeah.
That is even more. So you kind of there's a little bit more of that going on with that to make it
you can cube them down, right, as well.
You can
so
down cube. You can't up cube. You can down cube.
If you're SS,
So that's probably not a word we should be using. But you can split them apart.
Like, if you're an SSF and you're not getting enough of the basic stuff to roll waystones, and you happen to be getting some of the higher tier ones, and you don't need them for your gear, downgrade them so that you can and split them into 3 so that you can apply them to your maps. You know, like that's there.
Interesting. Criminal to split a perfect exalting.
Well, no, you wouldn't
Wow,
do that, obviously.
okay.
But-
It's more about the greater one going
Yeah,
into the
yeah,
other
yeah,
ones.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, yeah.
So kind of on the topic of like the sockets and the gems and things like that, what's your kind of like expectation for like when a player would have like 1 6 link or even multiple or all 6 links? Is that a thing that you think players have now, especially with the support gem change?
I don't know that we've necessarily changed that for 6 links too much. For the lower ones, like for the 5,
Yeah, you can
we did add a few more like specific drops around during the campaign and like a few more things like that to kind of just make sure we really wanted to make sure that the there's a bit less randomness for that part. For the 6 though, it's still kind of like supposed to be the peak, you know, like top end stuff. So it's really the 5 that we want to kind of make a little bit better as far as like guaranteeing that.
Okay, I see. Have a good night, brother. Speak to you tomorrow. Big day tomorrow.
That is a
indeed.
good point, actually. Yes. Like, so if you haven't played since then, it's a bit
which
of a
was a
different
decent time into O2, the
Yeah, yeah.
O2X, you know, series, and the drop rates of these did significantly go up.
Yeah.
Because it is worth mentioning, of course, if you didn't play post 021, then you've probably got a very different experience from what the drops are now compared to what they were before then. Like, we made a pretty big difference there.
Yeah, the changes that you did over the first few weeks and stuff.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that,
yeah. So just worth mentioning that's still a thing, right? Like we still have those changes too. So if you stop playing after like a week or something in 020, like, you know, yeah, the item drop stuff changed quite a bit.
Yeah, and is it kind of the same thing for like level 20 gems and stuff like that? That's something that's
I'm not
meant
exactly
to be kind of like a chase long term.
Yeah, it is supposed to be chase, right? Like getting those higher stuff. But one thing that you shouldn't get anymore is the just like spam of crap you don't need as far as the uncuts are concerned.
Well, during that O2X when we were looking at item drops and everything, I looked into the gems, and yeah, it was okay. So obviously we added that Venter's gamble box, and that was dropping them. And I was like, why does it feel like 90% are coming from that? And we looked into it, and then it was like, oh, these are like only dropping from the way the levels had been set up. It was assuming that the tier 16 maps were 83. Like in PoE 1, the highest tier of maps.
That's why they weren't dropping level 20
and
gems.
so the drop levels of level 20 gems were like dropping from only, the corrupted +1 level areas and all of that, and only from
super restricted.
Yeah, and so I was like, oh my god, this was just a straight up error.
That's such a big mistake, and I love the fact that they're laughing about it, just casually.
But that was a 02X change, to be clear. That was already fixed.
Nice.
That was a bit of a disaster. But also, inherent items. There's another change. Just speaking of gem levels, it just like clicked to my mind. We've actually, what we've done is taken all the wands,
I think so, correct.
staff, skills, and whatnot, and we've effectively balanced them. Because the idea is you find your, like, let's say your volatile dead wand. You're going to use that for a while, like if you have good affixes, especially in the campaign. So what we've done is effectively balance them as if they were like 3 levels higher implicitly. And you can now get up to level 20 gems dropping 20 inherent skills, even on unique items, for the ones that did level up from the ground as well. So like those are playing to add to the sorceress and other classes' arsenals. Those are playing more of a role as well, and then you can get with the uniques. You don't get to a point where they all drop level 20. You get to a point where some are 18, some are 19, some are 20, and so you're gonna get this like kind of you want the perfect unique with the perfect level 20 gem with the perfect
plus
that kind of thing going.
Plus exceptional.
Yeah. And the inherent skills should be a lot more impactful and a lot more meaningful now as well on the wand. We've added a whole bunch more. I think we ended up adding like 10 or so new wands.
I think it's 8.
Something
I think
like
there's
that.
8 new inherent skills, I think was the number.
Quite cool. There's some quite cool stuff in there as well.
These have
immediately
been reasonably
got the
effective.
unleashed staff finally back in.
Oh,
It was
cool,
for those who were at the OG or the second Exile Con.
Way back in the day.
So that's been removed off Chronomancer, and a new passive's been added there, and
There are a bunch of other Ascendancy class changes, by the way, that we didn't cover.
Exactly. The patch notes, so they're going to be insane.
Have gotten touched quite a bit.
Yeah.
But especially in like Ranger, Warrior, and Elementalist, it seems.
Every class got changes.
Yeah,
I think.
Sweet.
I don't think there's one that we were like some less than others, but I'm pretty sure every single class got a change.
Yeah. So I think it seemed that you get the access to the level 3 uncut supports pretty quickly. Like it was like Act 3 I found one?
Yeah. So effectively you get
So
now
those
there's
aren't
effectively a tier per act.
Those are rare. Like
No.
yeah, like so because that's what I was thinking. I was like, oh, these tier 3 ones.
Yeah, but bear in mind
have, like,
we've sort of
different
rearranged
effects
everything, right?
different-
Because we've got things that level up. So effectively in tier 2, you're often getting things that are level ups from tier 1, and so then we can push a couple of those up to tier 3. But then in tier 3, there's some of them as well. So you kind of it's sort of spread out a little bit more evenly, and the extra levels kind of mean there's more interesting upgrades. And one of the other things I just wanted to mention is there was this and part of the issue with the supports before is that there was kind of this decision fatigue you had a little bit with them as well, where it's like you didn't want to remove something to add a new thing. Like you'd more likely wanted to just all in on the thing you already picked. So having some level ups like that kind of actually just eases that a little bit, where it's like there's a really obvious upgrade sometimes if I just pick this. And it's just
whenever
like,
they release the shadow, probably they're going to release the daggers as well, correct me, yeah. But it's not coming now.
No matter what, when you get to that new act, obviously the interlude is kind of considered one and a bit act, so it's not you're not getting 3 tiers of supports there. But I really like that no matter what, obviously you get to the new act, you start seeing all the new base types, and now you have this new tier of supports, and so every time you get to an act, you're getting just like straight up like, all right, let me just get a bunch of power upgrades straight away.
Yeah, it seemed like it was
Good night, Ling Tian. Good night, brother.
in terms of
See ya.
skills and
Well, like every second act you get new rune tiers. Every second act you'll get new every
as well,
can't remember how that's split. I feel like that's 1, 2, 3, 4 and interlude, and then end game for essences. So like there's a lot of like you get to act 4 and you get a new tier, you get a whole bunch of new base types, you get a new tier of essences appearing, and so on and so forth. It's like just feels really good getting to a new act and getting all the power from it.
We'll talk more on specific archetypes then, but first, so like on the skill topic, thing that comes up often from Chad and earlier questions I've gotten is like about the overimportance of plus levels across the board for a lot of things, and also the impacts of mana costs on that. Like you guys did a pretty big adjustment on that recently, but how do you feel about where mana costs are at and plus levels in general?
We have lowered the exponentiality of mana costs like pretty drastically, especially level 20 plus is going down a lot, like an absolute huge amount reduction. We're trying to keep the campaign relatively intact. There's another, you were talking about the importance of plus levels. Like one of the reasons for this is that a lot of in-game builds especially ended up using something that was using flat damage and thus scaled strictly from gem levels and not from your weapon's damage itself. And as a result, what a lot of people were using was, what's this magic weapon with just plus whatever the number is, 7 or something.
We've actually changed quite a lot more things to be weapon-based scaling around the place. Obviously not on the sword.
What's kind of like an example about that? Like,
I mean, everything that was flat damage, all those unarmed skills, all the obviously different. With Hollow Palm gives you damage a different way. But with Shockwave Totem, all of the stuff, we're just generally going like, we just want weapons to matter, and this whole just using a single affixed weapon at the end is. It's not going to fly. Now, that being said, plus gem level, still pretty important, and especially in the case of casters. But the mana costs just got kind of out of control.
Yeah, the unarmed monk is probably going to be my choice, but I need to research to see when you can get into that form. I don't want to go to the end game to get it. I want to level with it if possible.
We were looking at a lot of the models
if it's possible, that's what I'm doing.
Were, changing to, and I was like, look, I'm happy with the 21 plus, but there were some changes towards the later campaign that I was like, no, I don't do those, undo that.
Okay,
so
let's go.
We're fiddling with the numbers a little bit so that the intent was to obviously have it so that when we post the patch notes, we have something that's relatively correct, but of course we like to tweak these things all the way through to the end based on testing, so we'll see how it goes, but 20 plus in particular, way down.
Cool.
It got out of control, actually out of control.
But I know that conversely, you do want mana to be a thing that you actually interact with. So where do you kind of want mana to be on a build by build basis? Like, what's the expected kind of like player solve? Or
and as you can see from something like the new keystone we added for Leech applying to Elemental, like ideally, especially right side of tree, you can spec into some Leech. You got your monk, you got your ranger kind of thing. Ideally, being able to just solve your mana problem with Leech almost entirely.
Nice.
You know, you have obviously attackers in general are meant to have cheaper costs and do have cheaper costs. It is something.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. I'm gonna do a bunch of guides, full-on guides, not small guides, proper guides, leveling, endgame, crafting, everything.
The case most of the time, especially when you start to get gem levels.
And of course, a summary tomorrow for both the patch notes and the interview and the announcement.
Extreme, obviously. So that's come down, but it is still, you can't just get away with not investing into it at all. I generally, when I try and play on live, try and play the thing people will play in the least. So that I'm most equipped to be able to deal with the rebalance of it. So I just played a sorceress for the last league. I actually enjoyed the solving the mana thing, but yes, then once you have your plus, I can't remember all the values, 6 on your wand and 3 on your amulet and all of that stuff, you're just like, oh my, this is insane. And then certain skills just become completely non-viable. And, all of a sudden the triggers are just like, goodbye all your mana. And then you have, all that. And I was like, I had mana on every single slot, mana regen on every single slot. I had probably a third of my tree in mana. And like my damage wasn't a problem, but I was like, okay, this is just going too far.
Exactly.
And then I'm like, and I'm still doing far less damage than, whatever, some other build that's had to not care about it in the slightest. So
Lightning Spear, just say it,
missed
bro.
the mark for sure on that one, but it should be a pretty drastic course correction. On
Love
that
the
front.
intensity, the most focused listening to a feature announcement. Let's go, man. Yeah. I'm taking notes and
trade
everything.
suffering
So
got to a point where it's
gonna
like,
make
nah,
it
this
easier
needs
for
to
me
stop.
tomorrow.
It got so much worse last league for me. I was like, seriously, just like, I'm so done with the AFK. Just please, can more of you be at your computer? And then it's like, well, we have this plan, we have this system. Let's just bloody get it done so that we don't have to deal with this ever again. But
let's talk about trade then. It's been a long time
Finally.
coming, much asked for. It feels like we don't have a thing to ask for now. Like, I don't know, I feel a sense of loss almost.
for now
We'll find out.
But
Every trade system eventually becomes a problem somehow. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, obviously the intention was to try and fix all the problems that people currently have. This has been a big thorn in our side for a long time as far as issues are concerned. So I'm glad we've finally got something that we're kind of happy with. I'm really hoping it's going to turn out well. Obviously,
It will.
One of the things you just can't really test.
Yeah.
Because you can do every theory that you want, but when you actually
needs to be real.
Economy needs to be real for it to actually make sense. So yeah.
And I have been thinking about it nonstop since you've told me that the trade was happening, because it seems like it can have so many follow-on effects. Like, for one, all of a sudden, the amount of available items to purchase is multiplied by a huge amount, like times 4 for the amount of offline players that are now available at least. And then I'm going to list items that I wouldn't have listed before because I couldn't be bothered leaving them up. So that's doubles it again. Like, what's 10, 20 times more items available to players? Like,
okay.
That's a big thing.
It is, and that's part of the reason why we need the gold costs to kind of offset that, because that will potentially drive down prices in some cases. So you need something that's kind of a barrier so that people aren't like buying things too easily. But at the same time, well, so what I'll say about this is that
gold is not
costs are
going to
there for that.
matter.
One of the other big, really important things with the gold costs is it means that it doesn't screw your progression up too much as you're going through the game. So effectively, you've still, as your first, going through your first experience, the prices have a bit of a floor, so that like when you're in like Act 3 or something, like you can afford stuff, but you can't necessarily just buy a whole set of gear out of nowhere
For campaign, I
that
agree.
kind of thing. So that's kind of important. And then the other thing as well is it stops any kind of maybe not completely stops, but the hope is that it'll stop botting of high frequency trading, that kind of thing, because that in order to be able to flip items you would need to run maps to actually get gold, right? Because you can't get any other way. So effectively what that means is that you can it's going to prevent that kind of thing from being an issue too. So the hope is that this should be a situation where we don't get like catastrophic hyperinflation or something annoying like that. And if we can achieve that, that'll be really good. We did pitch the gold prices on the high end to start with. because we're a bit afraid. If it turns out everything's fine, we can lower them down a little bit, but they'll be a little bit high to start, just because we're a bit afraid, and we don't really want to have to jack them up after they when they were low.
You said this that they were pitched on the high end, but then when I asked you about how much gold it actually costs to buy
Well,
something,
hello
what
there,
amount of
you
gold does it
sexy
cost in terms of time or maps?
The discussion was that buying a rare should cost you about one map worth of gold.
That's like seems like nothing to me. That doesn't seem that high. Like,
No, it doesn't. It's not. Thank you, Goots, for the sub, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Exactly, right?
Player,
it's a lot for a
right?
bottle. That's the thing, yeah.
Sounds perfect.
A little bit earlier in the game, this is a little bit different because you want to make sure that you're not screwing with the progression too much. So it has to be a little bit adjusted. But effectively, that's kind of the goal. It's enough of a barrier to stop the flips, basically, because you still actually.
I know,
sounds
Chris.
low enough that the currency cost of the items is
no new class priver.
Well, that is the part that the players receive, so you'd want that to be something that matters. But like as I said, the floor shouldn't be too bad. But it's gonna be very interesting to see how it develops. Like I honestly have no idea really. Like I don't know
in the beginning, yes,
whether the prices
Celestina,
will be lower or higher on this system versus the old one. Like I actually don't know whether that's what's going to end up happening there. Like I've got theories, but it's like there's counterexamples too. Like it's very interesting to sort of to think about that.
So normally you have this effect where like prices bottom out for like usable, decent to bad items. Like they go down to 1 alc. But the problem is then at the same time people don't want to make those trades, so their minimum price climbs. It goes to like 5x or 5c or whatever. It was like the minimum that they would even leave a map for. So that created a floor before.
But then on the other hand,
kind of gone now.
On the other hand, if you're just filling up all your stash with a bunch of crap, like that's like as a seller, you don't necessarily want to do that either. So like you've got that element going on.
And this is something I love about this system is that it's going to give you a very real feedback of how things are selling because you're going to get in real time those.
A bunch of people are going to turn up in your hideout. If you underprice something, a bunch of people are going to turn up instantly. They're going to be there.
So this is my favorite when we talk. You told me how this works. So people click it, they get transported.
Yeah, what happens if two people
at
want
the
the
location
same item?
of the NPC with the box open with the item highlighted? So you can't
Rant,
troll people by
the
putting the NPC somewhere far away from the entrance or something like that, which should be otherwise an issue.
But like you get like really popular items and you got an active shop. You can have like 20 people in your hideout.
Yeah, you can. So we actually
popular.
So we actually had to do a thing where effectively there's only 24 slots for people who aren't your friends or party members. So effectively, that means that there are some extra slots that are dedicated so that you can't someone can't stop you from being able to map or something just because you had a popular item that people are looking at. So we pre-thought of that one at least. Like I am sure that there will be other random trolls that people will discover as a way to do this, and we'll have to iron them out. But one we did think of immediately, of course, because it was really obvious, is like once you've set a price on an item, put it in your stash, there is a cooldown on being able to take it out again, just to give people a chance
to be sitting there going, oh my god, too many people are joining. Remove
then remove it again, right? It has to be put in. And I think it's even got a thing where it refreshes the cooldown when someone joins. So that's the kind of thing you need to be thinking about. So once again, I'm sure there'll be exploits or like stupid shit around this that people work out. But we at least thought of the really obvious ones.
It's going to be a really like physical, tangible way to like learn the price of things. Like because you can put a bunch of stuff there, no one's coming to your hideout. If there's a lot of people standing in your hideout, you're probably doing things right.
Right.
But yes, no change of none of that
repricing. The bait and switch
repricing
is gone, right? Because when you put the item in and you price it, you are committing to that price, right? Like you must sell. You must sell for that. Someone's going to buy that thing, right?
Never again am I going to message someone and be like, I want to buy it, and then they raise it by 5c.
Right.
I still want to buy it.
But
5c again.
On the other hand,
still want to buy it.
On the other hand, you have to actually be careful, right? Like you could accidentally sell something for real cheap, and nothing.
True.
There's no.
It's a great way to learn.
I know it is, right? It is.
It's a good way to learn.
Yeah.
It's cool.
So it's almost like a bigger fear for doing this, apart from the item acquisition part, which is like the economic side of things, was the losing the player interaction side of things. That was often mentioned, memed about a little bit. But funnily enough, this is actually increasing it more than messaging people.
Yes.
Because they're coming to your hideout. Like there's going
You
to be
too,
that kind of,
Goots.
like,
Thank you very much,
check
man,
out
for the
your
prime.
kind of like garage sale that you got going on.
I love that.
It's also like put your display cases there.
Yeah, exactly.
Put your cool hideout decors and
so
We're going to be adding a new hideout decoration that's effectively a set of security guards. And so people in your party, they'll let you through, and people not in your party, they won't. So you can have a little trading.
Yeah, you can have the VIP area of the hideout, the VIP area where only the people with some class.
It's gonna be funny.
Only people with class are allowed in there.
Oh my god,
That's a good idea. Actually.
You can sit behind your security, just watching all of them.
so much fun stuff you can do with this. I love it. But never before would I have looked through a seller's other listings. But now a lot of time I'm just gonna go there and buy the highlighted item. But
My only concern is people getting in and spamming the shit out of their abilities and making people crash. That's the first thing that I'm thinking about.
So you're getting the nice organization and colors scheming and everything, right? So that people can,
people's ASCII art.
Yeah. So that'll be a nice one too.
No, I can't wait to look at all the phallus tabs and find out.
Jeez. Okay. No, I think we have to add a reporting system for it. Unfortunately.
Yes, probably should.
Yeah.
I'm also just excited to log in, just to have that. You wake up in the morning, you're like,
oh my god, what did I get?
Before work, go run to your computer,
what currency did I get?
And then you get nothing, and you're like, oh.
Yeah.
Well, the idea of even just popping into your friends lists.
Yeah,
hideouts are doing it too, just browsing what cool items they got. It's far more physically a thing that you can do now. It's it's really exciting. But yeah, there's so much unknown variables there. What is this going to do to the economy and the item acquisition process?
Well, thankfully,
you can't go back now.
Thankfully though, we are still in the early access economy, right? So even though all the stuff will be kept, it will be separated from the eventual economy we get at full release.
Yeah, exactly. That's the ideal way of fixing that, is not allow people using skills in your hideout. But imagine if you have 6 items for sale and they're good, and you have 6 people or even 9 people coming in for those items, and 3 of them start spamming shit. People are gonna get their games crashed for sure.
There's no way people won't.
Oh, that's
you'll have to go, but at least we'll get a chance to kind of assess the how the economy shakes out and kind of make some adjustments if we need to before we have to worry about that.
Looks like there's some extra chat questions about this. So one is a concern about bots sniping instantly with the system. I mean, that's the point, right?
Ultimately that. Well, I wouldn't say it's the point, but ultimately, yes, it's a thing. But then it already is kind of a thing. There's already stuff that honestly goes on with there.
That really changes too much, I guess.
Yeah.
Because we were talking last night, I think, a fair bit about arbitrage and
right
how this kind of stuff plays out.
The gold is a bit of a deterrent.
The gold is the deterrent, right? It'll stop the bots, ideally.
To some degree, for sure.
Right. Yeah, you can only snipe so many items, but you got to put the actual hours in to be able to do that. And
that doesn't stop anything, but anyway.
Often those sorts of bots kind of profit off low margin trades, and low margin trades delete your gold. So
right. Yeah, exactly.
And
listen standard to flip.
Another interesting note that came up in our earlier discussions about this, it sounded like you didn't really need to make gold costs really high for rare items, because I was like, oh, well, tier 1 uniques cost 1 billion gold. I was like, apparently not.
No, not really, because by the time you get to the high, the top end of things, then that stuff is already the most expensive stuff. You don't really need to have the inflation that kind of the descent of prices that you get that'll happen up there. So you kind of in the end the prices for uniques they don't have to be that extreme.
Yeah.
But what the thing to note though is that the prices are a multiplier per level of what the shop prices are. So we do actually have shop prices for all the uniques now. So if you sell uniques to the vendor, you actually get more gold now than you did before. Just as a side note,
there's going to be some kind of exploration of which golds are not worth trading but worth a lot of gold. A bit like the dust in Period 1, I imagine.
Maybe. Well, maybe.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that the this tab only sells stuff not in the currency exchange.
Yes. Right. So you can't sell a Chaos Orb in there.
Would just be awkward to do.
Well, Jonathan just gave the magic trick to all bots to make the gold that is going to allow them to snipe shit and spam the items, because he said that gold is going to stop bots from doing that. They could just buy low-level uniques and sell them for gold, and voila, that's it.
Kind of discussion in the past about whether maps would get somehow made to work with the previous system, but now obviously that can just be done through this, right? Those sorts of items that are a little bit variable, but might otherwise be considered a kind of currency can go there. So if this goes well, do you plan to remove old systems of trade or anything like that?
I don't think we can, because fundamentally, we have sold premium stash tabs. They had the functionality they had. Removing the old system,
that would be bad.
People bought stuff. We can't delete what they paid for.
And did you mention in the reveal that you can convert them over?
Yeah, we
good
did.
question.
So you can convert your existing tabs. If you bought them for the purposes of this, then converting them over is obviously the right thing to do. Yeah, that's a thing we wanted to make sure.
A lot of those long-term PoE1 players have a seemingly infinite amount of premium tabs, largely for this reason, right?
Yeah.
So it certainly wouldn't be right to all of a sudden be like, nah, you don't get to use any of that anymore. So yeah, you can fully just convert them, and that is why it's also just as important to work in PoE1 because your micros are shared, right? You're not.
So there will be a little bit of a time there where if you convert them, of course, the PoE1 doesn't have this tab type, so they won't show up, which is a bit annoying. But once it gets added to PoE1, then they'll work.
Ah, yeah, right.
Yeah.
We'll try to make sure that doesn't take too long.
Yeah.
There's the question of will functionality of the trade site be in-game in some capacity?
So that's something that we really want, and we even had a prototype of this.
I saw it.
Yeah. So it's a thing that we are working on, but unfortunately didn't quite make it for 030. There's some stuff we want to do. I am personally still a believer in that the website's going to be a better experience because, like, the typing, like
web is
just web stuff is sort of designed for this kind of thing. And
filters.
ultimately, when you click the button on the website, your character in game still moves. So, like, if that's a thing. But on the other hand, for discoverability for new players and that kind of stuff, it is good to have
huge
something
for
in
console.
And here's the thing. I reckon for console, it's still better to use the website because you can use your phone and you can search for stuff on your phone.
I suspect
like,
a little
console control, typing text with a console control is just fundamentally crap, right? So, like, typing with a phone is just easier.
Often you don't have to type anything in text in these
it's true. But look, we are going to do it. It's just that, like, it isn't quite done.
There's a bit of each to their own as well.
Sure.
A lot of people are very excited about the idea of an in-game one. And
it is a feature that we
it's
will
in
do.
progress.
It is a feature we will do. We just haven't.
It's in progress and it's close.
Yeah.
It seems wild to me that I can like push a button on my phone and my character goes to someone else's hideout.
Yeah, well, the magic of the internet, I guess.
I'm getting old, I guess. You mentioned that like there's more things on the horizon that you would potentially like want to do with this as well, like in-game features of things.
I mean, like obviously the first question people will have about once you've got in-game trade searching, when's Awaken Trade coming, that kind of thing. I mean, look, maybe one day, like it certainly opens the door to it. Like, I wouldn't want to say that it's not going to happen. Like there's stuff that we could do there, but there's a lot of UI issues to sort out. There's quite a lot going on with that. Like it's kind of one of those things that I'd look at a bit later. But yes, obviously something people want.
It's all under consideration though, which is
for sure
very cool and very quite a pleasant surprise.
Well, like the goal, it is nice to get to the point of not feeling like to be, I'm sure it's only for some players or whatever, not feeling like you have to use third-party applications and stuff like that. It can, not to say Awaken Trade is dodgy, but there are some that are obviously a little bit suspect. People are a bit like, no, I shouldn't have to do this. I don't want to do this. It gets you can get a bit scared about it, and it can be a little bit like, especially when all of a sudden they're asking you to provide information you shouldn't have to be providing them, and that kind of stuff. So getting away from all of that, having it be all nice, secure, done by us and everything is the ideal goal.
100%, bro.
But one step at a time. This is a big step, but we'll see what's next after we test this out. Let an economy test it for us, get it to PoE1, all that kind of stuff, and then we'll take it. As I said, every trade system reveals its problems. Maybe that's just the next problem. So see.
Another question here is like when you click like secure item or like buy item on the site and it's going to take you to the hideout, it's like, is that locked in and other people can't then click it? Or
no, they multiple,
it
is technically a race. Yes, we'll see how that goes. Like I think it should be fine. But that is just worth understanding.
That's going to be interesting for like those mega deals and see like 10 people loading in all at once trying to grab it. Who can click the fastest? Who loads faster?
Thankfully, the loading time should be a lot better. In this version than they were in the past. We're doing a bunch of engine changes, which I'm
good.
hoping
There you
is
go.
going to go well. Obviously, when you make changes, there can be
worth bringing up stability and performance.
So we've done a pretty big amount of rewrites to the engine this version. We've the goal is obviously making the game faster. It should be quite a lot faster in terms of frame rate. There's still some kind of one of the load times are definitely a lot faster. There's still some concerns around shader pop-in type issues, which we're kind of working on at the moment. But ultimately, it should be better, and we've also unlocked a lot more optimization opportunities for the future. So things should be better in this regard, I am hoping, especially for consoles, where we've seen a pretty good performance uplift, and things are looking pretty good. But yeah, still more to do. But yeah, that's definitely something that we're taking really seriously. And one of the other things that I'm really hoping we don't run into is another stupid operating system bug like we've been having with the damn freezers, right? Like we've made changes that I think will work around those, but fundamentally the Windows 11 scheduler is completely broken. So ultimately we just kind of have to do what we can there.
How fun for you.
Yeah, I know, it's very annoying, but that's the just the life, unfortunately, of a game developer to deal with that. But yeah, the hopefully the full OS freezes will, like, we basically managed to fix them for almost everybody, but they were still happening to a few people. So I'm pretty sure we should be sorted out now.
Yeah, and the EU servers and things like that have been
right. So that's the other thing, of course,
hammered.
is all the DDoSing problems and everything like that. So yes, that's been a huge focus of our server guys. They've been working pretty much non-stop on trying to deal with that problem. So effectively, what we've done is we've actually retired some server hosts that just weren't able to be sorted out. We've got a lot more anti-DDoS protection stuff going on. We've been working on that. Like, yeah, it's been a huge amount of work to get it to the point. But effectively, as we go into this free weekend we're about to do,
it's huge.
We made sure that every single server provider that we have is armored up, that we've got things like in place for it. It does mean that there's a couple of locations that we couldn't find an adequate solution for that had to get cut. But we've tried to make sure there's other options with just almost as low latency nearby.
Not here, but they spoke about it in the Chinese interview.
Significantly improved over what we've had in the past. So yeah, like it's really sucked that the previous launches have been so decimated by this stuff. So I'm hoping that it will be a big improvement for that stuff.
Are you feeling nervous for that free weekend?
Certainly it's a concern. I mean, so one of the big things we've been doing recently is we've been DDoSing ourselves to test that the actual DDoS stuff is working. We never did that in the past. We just kind of relied on on whatever the solutions people had. But now we're like, okay, when we do this type of DDoS against ourselves, like this one doesn't work, this one does, that kind of thing. So that's been a thing. It should be fine now. But free weekend, there's a lot of players we could potentially be getting here. We need to make sure that we're up for the challenge.
You're ready. Yeah.
But then at the same time, like, part of the reason to have a free weekend in the first place is in fact to test that all that stuff is good. So I'm hoping it'll be all right.
Speaking of new players, how do players onboard with like the new trade stuff? Like, is that introduced in some way that because it was never really the case that people were explained how to trade.
To be honest, we haven't really had like any time for tutorialization of this stuff. So
is it something you want to do?
Honestly, I have to see how it
goes.
Yes,
Philip.
Yeah, like
just the weekend of the
launch. We'll
launch.
have to see for that. But yeah, like, it's, to be honest, right now we don't even have a sprint tutorial in. Like, it's been, we probably need to get that in there at some point. But the focus right now is like get the features working, get them good, like get the people testing them, and then we'll get we will make sure that we've got the onboarding for that stuff.
We'll circle back into a big. What do we need to tutorialize again?
Maybe like a zombie chase you at the start of the game or something.
I don't know. I have to think about that. See, the harsh reality of tutorialization is unless you put a big red wall in front of the player and say, no, you have to learn this.
Which you literally
they literally won't. So,
I always appreciated the like kind of lighter tutorialization.
I do as well, but sometimes like something that's so
tutorializing the trade system will be a little bit more intuitive and easy, at least for the sake of purchasing. Once we have an in-game searcher.
I wouldn't have even said to do it before because it didn't. It's like you go to this site and do this.
But also, if the tutorial tells you to go buy a microtransaction, it's probably not the best thing in the world.
But for purchasing, right? Like, I mean, ultimately, once we've got the in-game version, it's way more easier to tutorialize that, because then you can be like, look, here's the place.
Yeah.
That is.
Okay, that makes sense. Kind of on the economy thing, I can't stop thinking about it. So another thing is, in PoE2 at the moment in particular, there's been some pretty wild exchange rates of currencies and inflation and things like that.
Yep.
I believe the current price of Apologies if it's a little bit off, it's a bit hard to track down exactly. It's like 2,000 exalts to a divine.
Right.
Yeah, 2.5.
That's quite a number. Like,
yeah, I mean, like part of the, when we were looking at this, actually, one of the reasons why we did the whole like higher tier currency thing was partly to add stuff in the middle between stuff in the middle between divine and exalt, but also like absorbing some of those exalts into other things by having the higher tier ones be dropping and that kind of of stuff. Like there was
I wanted to put that in my prediction, but I
also
didn't.
the implication of this is that we're not syncing enough exalts. So there's something that we'd have to think about whether or not we want to start doing some more syncs for that.
True.
But yeah, I'd say that's probably the main thing. Is like that exalt exchange rate would be the.
I'm curious from your perspective, like when do you look at something like this and consider it an issue, and why? And when
I think
do you
it was
wanna
up to
step in?
969 before, and then we were like, oh yeah, this is... No. I specifically remember the screenshot that was sent to me of the exchange rate, and I was like, oh okay, this is bad.
I also wonder whether it's just that the divines, people are wanting to value those more, like they're sinking more of those into uniques, maybe.
I was surprised that they ended up being valued as much as they were in PoE2 because of like the way vials work, but we're talking about this and you're saying that like, well, the idea is maybe at the highest end you do sink a bunch of divines in case you land a socket, and then you've got exceptional items too, like maybe divines become even more valuable.
Chris.
Yeah.
I don't
Not
know
as far as we
that's
saw.
a problem, but the other thing of like
Everything below
exalts
it.
being devalued maybe is a problem. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm curious.
I
Do you see
expect
the problem?
exalts will be not that valuable still, and that's
Yeah.
fine
Well,
because
they'll be-
ideally the more common, especially in-game high trade rate, will be the higher tier ones.
There actually will be a
And-
slightly more sync for Exalt in the way the map mods work now,
That's true.
because you've actually got a reason to go up to 6 mods every time.
Yeah,
so
true.
that'll sync a few more Exalts that way. So I guess we'll see how that works out too.
Yeah.
No, I don't think it's gonna be
I'm
enough,
curious,
bro.
like, so when you look at the umbrella, you
It
see
will be
90
better,
boxes
but not
and
enough.
You're like, that's a problem. I'm curious, like, what from your perspective is the problem with that? I'm curious what the delineation is between something just being a market phenomena and
Well,
it's like that's the way it is.
your average player, like it's a bit different when it's a mirror, and it's hard to explain why necessarily, but I guess most people can probably relate with that. But when you all of a sudden are seeing something not like over 900, you're like every now exalt you find is just nothing. Like,
Yeah,
it's
so-
nothing. It's there
You
is a
don't pick them
threshold.
up
I don't know
anymore.
where that exact threshold is, and the threshold will be different for each person. But like at least if you to be able to quantify it as like I've found 1% of a divine every time you find an exalt, assuming 100-to-1 ratio.
Yeah.
You still at least that feels like
Feels
something.
like something, you're right.
And now you're like, okay, I'm getting 0.1 and now it's 0.05. You're like, what are we talking about here? We're just in a point where like every exalt is, you're getting into filter it out territory kind of thing at that point.
Exactly. Filter it out. I was
Which
about
is
to
not
say.
great just because the value is, so. I mean, you're talking about it being like worth a Reign of Chaos card from PoE 1 kind of
The
thing.
higher,
you know what I mean?
the higher tier ones. I mean, look, I'm really interested to see what the trading dynamics end up with the higher tier ones, like whether stuff starts to get priced in greater exalts or something like that.
I'm
like
curious to see
I
if
have
people
no
price
idea
them.
honestly what will happen,
Yeah.
but we'll see.
There's not a set currency to price your items in. Like, what are they going to be? Like, all different things? Or what?
It'll normalize into something. There'll be a thing that everyone knows to do.
I'm curious about like so let's say you go to someone's hideout to buy an item. Obviously, you'll know the price of that item, so you can visit your exchange in preparation to like get the correct currency to buy that item. But if you like see other items in their thing, can you like use the other person's exchange or exchange currency? Do you have to go back to your hideout and exchange? It's just
How
sort of
does that work? I would
an
think
awkwardness of-
Ange probably would let you. I think that would work.
it'd be cool
Can
if
you
you
use the
could
currency
use
exchange in the other person's hideout? It's the same NPC, right?
that would
I
don't think you
actually
can.
genuinely don't remember
Yeah, I
if you
don't
can
know.
use
I
other
don't
people's
think-
ones.
I don't
But there's
think
no
you can,
reason
but-
there's no reason you shouldn't be able
That
to.
would be
Yeah, we
good.
can make
I
that
feel
work.
like that'd be good if not. So
can make it work.
Might be just
I
something
don't
to look
know
at.
if I've ever even
You
tried
can?
to do
Chat
that.
says you can. Okay, good.
Okay,
Yeah.
if you can,
Oh,
you
good.
can.
Oh,
I
great.
genuinely
Yeah.
am like, have
Well,
I ever actually
question,
tried to
man.
do that? I feel like I just default go back to my hideout. Like,
Yeah. Here's my advice to sellers then is to put your currency exchange person next to your vendor so that you can get a few extra impulse buys.
Oh, they're the same person.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
Oh,
it's
yeah,
like,
we moved it to her.
yeah.
Yeah.
And they're are they both the long neck boy or wait?
No.
That's a different thing.
No, that's a different thing. It's Ange, the person from King's March.
It was one of the MTXs that you can get the long neck boy to
Yes,
identify
that's a
stuff.
different thing.
I was enjoying that people were like calling it a good doggo. Such strange.
Yeah. That's fully separate.
Okay.
This is Ange. You find her in King's March in Act 4. And you get, if you haven't got a hideout, you get a quest to go get a hideout, and then once you claim it, so you don't have to get your hideout in the in-game now, or from buying a micro, I guess. And now you get it in Act 4. She's there straight away. You can immediately engage with both systems. So before we had like currency exchange on all the NPCs and all the towns.
Great.
I actually think we might have kept it there just on random NPCs in the interlude and stuff, just so that you don't have to go to your hideout every time. I'll have to check in on whether or not we did that, but I'll eventually Ange will just handle all of it. And
So this means you don't gain access to like item trading until the same time as
Good
you
question.
gain access to the
For
currency
the
exchange?
first playthrough in the league, yes.
Yep.
But the subsequent
Then you
playthroughs,
get
you
your
can.
hideout.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Great
So
stuff.
first
Yeah,
playthrough,
I
you don't
wanted
get
to
it.
it's
then
actually
you
not
have it.
true, by the way. Subsequent is not the case.
Wait, really?
Because otherwise, you have an advantage over new players, technically.
No, but subsequent in the same league.
Oh, in the same league,
yeah, in the same league.
Per league,
yeah,
you
it's
have
not
to.
like sign
Per
on
league,
unlock.
you have to, or you have to have fair ground with
Yeah.
new players and existing. You
Yeah.
have to unlock it at the same point in time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, within the same league, completely fine. Yes.
All right. Something that I wanted to bring up as well was build diversity. That's a thing. We talked a lot about like how there's a lot of buffs for the other archetype stuff. So that's obviously going to be helped by that. But I'm curious, like, your thoughts on like the point if Lightning Spear is 46% of the top 1,500 players, I think it was,
Okay.
or 15,000 players, or 75,000.
He's going into
something.
Lightning
Whatever the
Spear.
number is for PoE Ninja. So 46% is pretty big. I don't know that we've ever gotten that high. Maybe with
Nah, we
Spectral
did
Throw?
Legion League Cyclone.
Cyclone. Maybe Spectral Throw.
51%, I think, of Cyclone Slayers.
Yeah, okay.
Something like that. Yeah.
It was like, so maybe.
So
maybe
we're not
one or
quite
two-
there.
one or two other times. Not quite there, but obviously
It's
that's
just as bad. It's just as bad.
Extreme
To be
end.
fair, that's. Oh, I'm only counting one class there. Actually, Lightning Spear is across many classes. So maybe it
yeah.
is the worst it's ever been.
Because that's just the skill gem itself.
Across both games. Yes, true.
Yes.
True. Well,
So-
either way, it's bad.
So yeah, I'm curious. Like, at what point do you feel that's like a problem?
It's obviously a problem
For
now.
what duration is that a problem? Yeah, obviously. But like, what's the point at which it does start to feel like a problem for you guys? And when do you want to even like address it in the next league versus in the current league? Because that's obviously a difficult
And
thing to do.
the mid league nerfs, like people say they want them, but like the reality
Nope,
is
nope.
that we get
They-
crucified for them. Absolutely
don't listen to
crucified.
people.
Like it's
Nope.
It's
We don't want them. End of the
Get on
league.
it fast
if you get
enough.
on it, yes, you have to get on it so fast basically to make
you
it
get
okay.
away with it.
Yeah.
And if you can
Invested
find it, but
themselves.
if you don't know about it for 3 days, well, I know it's silly to say how do you not know about it for 3 days. If you like misinterpret the severity of it, for example, and everyone starts doing it, you're like, oh no, it seems kind of fine, and then boom, out of control, and like it's now been even one full day, you can have a lot of the player base completely pivot. If that happens on a weekend. If certain people are away and busy, especially people in balance, Jonathan or I and stuff like that, obviously we'll support other people forward. Like you get our staff are playing and all that. So like this stuff does get around and we do learn about it. But like if you slip by even a day, you get to the point where you now have to make an excessively hard decision, which is like make 50% happy or 50% angry, right? And it's like it's a lose-lose. And so often, and sometimes you make the wrong decision. It happens. But look, it's less about like there's a number that's wrong, and it's more about like the way we looked at it this time is like look at all of these bad builds. Like why? Like these need to not be this bad. Like you shouldn't be able to make this many mistakes, this many bad decisions, this many wrong decisions through supports, passives, everything, all of that. And it's like we just need to bring all of that up. Now, by doing so, you're bringing everything up. You can't just have Lightning Spear go up proportionally to everything. There's no one's gonna swap and play all this other stuff that's now, in that kind of same level of balance. So yeah, the outliers have to come down. It just has to. You do it, and in this case, we definitely thought it would be best to, some people will say you should have done it in the league. Yeah. Maybe they're right. Whatever. We're doing it now. We're bringing down those outliers. So yes, Lightning Spear is nerfed. Let's just rip that Band-Aid off. And honestly, if you're surprised by that,
True. Yeah, nobody should be surprised by that.
but like there
I really
are,
like their way of thinking here.
an insane amount of increases to bad things, wrong decisions. They all should be brought up in line. There should be a lot more viable options, a lot more good things, a lot more viable different classes.
The hard part's going to be that the support gem changes are certainly going to result in a bunch of new exploits, and that's going to be real rough because we're going to have to then make all those hard decisions again of like, do we nerf this, do we not, kind of thing for each of those.
You eventually get to a point of stability, but when you're adding this much and having to change this much, you're going to have a number of things still go wrong, a number of things still be abused, and we will try and stay on top of them, and we will try, but there'll still be some stuff I'm sure we'll have, and hopefully it's not 47%, and hopefully that number's less, and over the time you get more stability, more equality in the classes and the balance and the different skills and all of that, and but it's mostly honestly important to not just be like, I want to play a caster and then you go and later
Lightning
find
spear.
out that you picked the worst class in the game.
Yep.
And sure, there are still some builds within that are, you could say competitive to some degree within some threshold. But it sucks to learn that, like, you get to level 65, which for some players may have taken tens of hours, and then you're like, oh, you're telling me I literally picked the worst class that no one's playing, and I could have just been throwing a lightning spear this whole time and, doing 5 times more powerful. That is a real terrible feeling to have. And so, making it that you don't, like, if the worst was only slightly worse than, the best, slightly, so within some margin that you're still at least feeling powerful, you're just not,
I feel like
or
a complete idiot.
then at least you don't feel absolutely terrible about it but when people are just like, you made the wrong choice, like you have to reroll, you're just like, well, that's demotive. Like, I'm demoralized. How are you supposed to know that at the start without doing a bunch of research, right? And so yeah, that hopefully over time, and I'll say this is a huge step towards that, we eliminate as much of that just really wrong, bad choices as possible, make things more obvious and intuitive and all of that, and bring up the floor, really.
Exactly, bro. Thank you, Mark. Holy shit.
You don't bring up the floor, not bring up everything, because again, otherwise.
Bring up the floor, not the ceiling to the floor.
What is
yes.
a 0.1 second boss fight when it's now 0.09 second boss fight? You know what I mean?
It's not just you, Kura.
The ceiling has to come
He just
down,
said it as well. We all agree.
That extreme in particular. So.
Yep.
We
We're on the same
have to worry
page.
about balance so much, but the reality is that unfortunately you do have to get it to a certain point so that you can even assess that whatever changes you're making or new systems matter, that they are good. Or
I love the
fun or
fact that
whatever.
he
You
said
can't-
it as
you
well.
can't
It's not
assess
just
that when
us.
something's too far out of alignment. So do you think, like, if something is looking like it's getting to the point of a lightning spear again in the future, that would be a mid-league nerf, despite it not being like a bug or anything?
You can't necessarily tell.
Yeah.
Because at the point where, like, it's what
Until
Mark
it's
said
too far
earlier, like,
gone.
you look at it and you go like, is this actually that bad? And it's very easy to be wrong, and you don't, like, by the time 20% of the community is playing it, it's too late to nerf it.
Well, it's because they've invested items.
Yeah,
they've invested their
invested in all
wealth.
stuff, right? Like,
and now
don't
you
do
nerf
no
it.
It's like
and-
you
and-
have to make the call before that point.
and
It's tough.
you drive a portion of those players to then quit by taking away the
Well,
fact
literally all of them
they
will.
will,
that,
yeah.
well, probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you could argue
real.
the nerf is in line such that it's still competitive and good, but they won't feel and see it that way necessarily, right? Like, they put all their investment and their wealth of the league into that, and they're taking that away as brutal. So it's like, who do you make quit? And that's it. It's a ultra terrible decision. So, but again, eventually they will taper off, and you won't get that level of extremity occurring that often. Like,
I
and
hope so for you guys, because on the flip side, like, I
mean,
imagine the
PB1 went through the same thing. Still happens there
I
as
think
well.
part of the
Special
thing, though,
focus,
is when
like
we
that.
were going through it, there were less tools for everyone to see what the, like, disparities were.
Yeah.
And so, like, I feel like as more information is there, like, people feel worse about their bad choices than what they previously did.
I can realize just how bad I am.
Exactly. So it actually, I think, does exacerbate it a little
Quantifiable.
bit. Like, we're going through this now in a bit of a different time than what we did initially, when we had, because like early PoE1 had tons of terrible balance going on all over the place. Like, I remember like some of the stuff that was happening. Yeah. So, but yeah, we just can't get away with as much now these days.
The old guaranteed crit flask
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
with your 1500
That
crit
restores
multi.
charges on crit.
Right.
Oh
Right.
no.
Yeah.
On leveling, so leveling builds are kind of another topic in general as well. Like, do you guys are you looking a lot at, like, leveling build diversity within each class, or even across classes in some cases where some things are strong enough, like Rake Stomping Grounds where spellcasters are doing it? Is there a point where you...
I mean, I want to look at things all through the game, really. Like, I just want the fundamental underlying skills to just be fun. Like, so I'm not really necessarily looking at a skill as, like, this is an in-game skill versus a leveling skill. Like, to me, they need to serve both purposes. And, like, when we're looking at skills, we're like, can the skill to in-game? But, of course, it also is it fun in campaign? Like, both of those need to be true. I wouldn't, like, classify one skill or another as fitting into one of those categories.
Yeah.
do you kind of, like, aim to have at least a few for each archetype that feel good then, so you're not kind of, like, feeling like there's only one way to level a certain character?
I
or
mean,
something like that?
as I said, ideally all the skills feel good. I mean, I know that we need to improve some of them, but that's part of the
It's a-
goal of
it's
what
a
we're doing
cool
here,
look,
right?
yeah.
You know,
Warrior
not always
seems
the
good.
design makes
Well, it's
sense
like
early
with
on.
the monk, for
Some skills.
example, you know, lightning, ice, clearly better than the wind
Right.
physical version, right? And
Yeah.
so may make changes to that subcategory. Ice Archer, you know, and then there's the clunkiness with the Poison Ranger, and you know, so because most people are leveling as Lightning when they are playing Archers instead of Lightning Spear, they're which. Whatever. They were playing Lightning, and the other things, like, sure, there's a couple of things that are still good, but you know, there are clear, you know, things that are losing comparatively to the others within each of the classes, and so we focus on a lot of those. We looked at, like, look, these aren't being played, and why. Let's see if we can get them to be played competitively with the things that people are playing on those classes. So yeah, and I mean, things like Sorceress, where you have, you know, at top 15,000, 0 to 0.1% play usage on literally one of 7 classes, not great. Like, so that gets something way more drastic. You know, so that's not just like bring up cold a bit. It's kind of like, all right, we need to do something crazy here and just like shift.
Sorcerers are going to be big, by the way. We're not talking about sorcerers enough.
Like kind of promoting this multi-elemental, and honestly, playing each of the elements is probably still just better anyway. But yeah, now you got the multi-element and combining a lot more and passives and everything. Yeah, like, there's like so much going on there, though. It's like there are so many variables changing that it's almost impossible to predict what is even going to happen here, though. So we might come out of this and now another class is at 0%, maybe. Then we have a new goal to fix. You know what I mean? Like, but that's not by design. Like, you don't want that to happen. So, but we'll see. I don't know. It's exciting. I don't know what I'm going to play. I'll tell you that. I have no idea. I'm like, I don't know.
Struggling between the unarmed, the elemental.
Well, I said I'll play the worst class, so I need to know what the worst class is so that I can play it.
What people aren't playing.
Yeah, because I have to work on release day, because trying to make sure everything's stable and and fixing anything we can. I get that day to see what's the worst class, and then I'll jump into that just so I can experience it and see how we want to.
That's very good.
It also makes it more challenging. I like it.
You like the arbitrary challenge of play the worst one.
Jonathan spacing out slowly.
Speaking of worst ones, on the topic of like defenses, we had a lot of discussion about armor and how good it is, and it got a pretty hefty buff this time around in terms of it being able to apply to elemental damage through modifiers and nodes on the tree and such, and that looks really, really good. Do you think that there's any other fundamental issues with armor? Because I know you were looking at it as a whole and deciding even if you wanted it to work.
Yeah, Kurakimi, but everything is going to be the patch notes. Don't forget.
The worst part about it is that they can.
That's the big reveal, by the way. The patch notes.
Damage. Yeah. But the thing about that is when we look into it, it's like it's still pretty damn good percentage reduction if you look at it. So like I was sort of less confident that was the true issue with it, and that's why when we were looking at it, like, well, what is the actual weakness of this thing? That's when we started to look at the elemental part.
Smith of Katava was alleviating that, and it's like, okay, that's probably not acceptable that you have to, in order to mitigate the elemental, get the insane max res, and that's go Smith of Katava. So like, well, hold on, we need to take that, make that not be so mandatory. Let's instead increase the elemental side of it, and that way you're not like feeling obliged to play Smith of Katava to get the insane high max res. That's like, one part of it for sure.
I wouldn't say that we have like another like, here's like, there isn't more that we know we can do to armor right now, right? Like it's like we need to see how this plays out and see what happens, and then we'll know whether or not there's still some issues that we need to address.
And obviously we had the issues where like energy shield, like even just running hybrid was crazy with convalescence in use and a bunch of stuff there. So we've had to make some changes around that as well, bringing that back a little bit, buffing the others, and so there's lots of changes around all of this. But
so next in the triplicate then is the energy shield. It's a challenging one because it's difficult to make it not just be blue life and be better life in some cases as well. How do you guys feel about where that is at the moment? I feel like the culprit is recovery. Like energy shield is supposed to be a defense. It is somewhere between a defense and a life pool.
As much as a lot of people might not want to hear it, we're going away from like, look, recharge should be the way you recover energy shield.
I agree.
We need to better embrace that and not have just every other way under the sun to get it back. I can't remember the specifics. The patch notes I'm sure will tell you. But yeah, it's like, anything that's kind of just like overly trivializing having infinite amount of energy shield is certainly the current main issue. So yeah, I mean that's part of it, but like again, like the whole weapon swap convalescence thing, which we have made changes around, is also just like you get the bonuses of convalescence without having to incur the spirit costs while you're doing your DPS kind of thing is not okay. Like at least not from our end. So making changes around that as well. But yeah, I mean before that it was Grim Feast, and you know, so it's been a couple of problems, but like ultimately, I'd say they're more equally balanced now, those three defenses, and on average, yeah, armors come obviously up, evasions come up, you know, more predictable things, less, and then energy shield, some of the recovery means have come down that are not recharge, and we've added a lot more ways to make recharge better.
Cool, yeah. That's what I want to see.
Just to be clear, yeah.
I want to see what like chunky energy shield pools look like where you actually have to like recharge in some way or build to recharge.
I like playing that way personally.
Yeah.
Again, I did this league as well.
It can be really rewarding. Like when I've played that sort of like Wicked Ward styles and stuff in the past.
You get into the problem where because especially with the mana thing, you have to put 30% of your tree into mana, and then you have to put so much into not only increasing your energy shield, but also into the 2 recharge axes. And you know, you end up like, okay, hold on, I'm putting so many points into this just to be on the same level as something else, or just to feel like I can kind of basically survive. Whereas like other classes are just like, you know, as much as armor has its disadvantages, warriors are rocking around with, you know, double the life of the other you know, the average ranger, and they're pretty beefy for sure, and especially the titans, and then you get your all the smiths with all the resist, and you know, so there is some certainly tanky warriors going on out there for sure. But yeah, doing the elemental thing with that will go a long way, and the deflection with evasion will go a long way. Parry and block being way like just predictable is huge. You don't have to go like, is that
so
blockable?
Nice, that change.
I don't know if that's blockable. No, it wasn't blockable. I'm dead. It's kind of lame.
I do find myself, you see, didn't do that with evasion though. Like the guys that slap with statues, for example, those guys will still hit you as evasion, right? Like guaranteed.
The slams will still hit you with evasion, yes, but the deflection applies to everything.
So curious about. So was it the case that you put deflection in? You felt like, okay, we probably don't need to do the evasion thing like we did with block. Because
there was discussion of that, and I can't remember exactly why we decided not to do it in the end.
Well, it was kind of one or the other, and we thought that the deflection being, because both are too strong, you'd have to water them down to some degree, and having one watered down seems bad, because then, you know, like, you could have that and have deflection be 20%, and then you're like, what the hell's the point in this? Like, you invest all of that into it and don't really get much. So having to not water them down was the main idea, and thus you get to have both, and you get to have deflection being the thing that is like ultra predictable, and evasion can obviously still be quite strong, but not as not with the whole applies to everything thing going on. So I agree. I can see both ways. We landed on this one. We'll see how it works. But yeah, I always agree with the like, I don't know if I can avoid this or not.
Yeah.
At least deflect, you know, that's great. And you know, with block and parry now, that's also great. So I don't know. We'll just have to see how it plays a little bit though. But I fully see both sides.
Wow, this is insane. The patch notes are insanely big. I'm gonna have a crazy ass day tomorrow. What is it? What is even tomorrow? It's 2 a.m. Holy shit, bro.
Yeah, we made that a specific goal, and we kept getting stuff like
suppression.
It being granted from other. I'm like, no, it must come from evasion. Otherwise, we're just going to have like every single character in the game having to get 100% chance from flat things from sources, and then we're going to have now every single character has their like specific way of getting 100% suppression equivalent.
I kind of wonder if you don't just do that in PoE1 for suppression as well, but that's a topic for another day, I guess.
Yep, different live streams topic.
Different live stream.
Not to say we have any plans there right now, just to calm anyone down before they're like suppression dead. Just hold on. Yeah. But different live streams topic.
How's your a schedule feeling overall? Like you feel like you will be moving into the next Path of Exile 1 expansion in the 2 months expected, and then having the next
I mean,
PoE2
we're
for
definitely
the end of the
going
year?
to hit those deadlines. Like,
Right.
there's no question of that.
Yeah, you guys are
However,
resolute.
it's certainly like, you know, it's certainly hard to get to meet them. Like, it's difficult. But you know, like, it's so much better to commit to the date, you know, and just make sure.
It is. It's been difficult to adapt to this new cycle for sure. We obviously want to do everything we can for every patch and the next patch, and you know this requires a more parallel work going on and parallel thinking, and you know to be able to make sure that each game gets the correct time, you need to make sure. Okay, if you're working on 030, you got to make sure at some point people are pulled off of it to work on 327, for example, right? That has to happen. Otherwise, you don't get enough time, and especially considering after 030 comes out, you've got an amount of time of fixing things and addressing problems. Hopefully not too much, but you always have a little bit of that to do. And so all of a sudden that can extend even further. And so, yeah, you have to at some point, and it can feel very unintuitive to be like, well, 030 is what the whole team's working on. The team's excited. Everyone's like, yes, we're doing it. We're prepping all the marketing. And it feels weird to then just start pulling people off of the thing that you're kind of working your immediate goal towards and have them working on a future thing. And same with vice versa. You get a little bit of that. And it is a little bit hard to obviously deal with, and we're adapting to it. But we're doing pretty well, and we're on track still for 327. You know, so
it's like 2 really good expansion updates, with the recent Path of Exile 1 doing like I think really well, and then this one is huge. I hope that you guys can settle in, and this feels like a reasonable workload soon, because
What isn't right? It isn't this week, I can tell you that.
No, it seems people are going to need a bit of sleep soon. But we'll go down to the bottom of our Q&A doc if we can, and we'll just wrap up with a couple of the last random questions. And if you are watching live, the patch notes are out, so we'll try and get you over to them soon. But there's got a few random questions here. Divination cards coming to Path of Exile 2 soon, or is there like a plan for that, or
no timeline, but they will be coming. Yeah.
All right. Hot swapping between controller, mouse, and keyboard.
Unfortunately, wasn't ready. A bunch of work was put into it.
So it sounds like it's getting close.
It's getting closer, but it just unfortunately wasn't finished.
Yeah, fair enough. Any chance we get mercenaries in PoE 2? Mercenaries are fun. I like them.
Not anytime soon, I would say. Like, that's more of a
like
later thing, I would say.
Later thing.
Yeah.
Because they do like...
Ooh, mercenaries.
It's a big
that was
thing
a good
that's
question.
just always going to be there, potentially, and that's like skewing like how you build characters.
Yeah.
They have a lot of impacts, the mercenaries. They do a lot of things, curses and utility and stuff like that. It's a big one. But did you like how they played out overall in PoE 1?
Well, I mean...
As allies, like in many ways, yes. There's a few elements I don't like. Again, it's pretty weird. I don't know how much detail to go in talking about this when we're talking about PoE 2 context, but there are some problems of. I don't like that you just end up putting uniques on them and it has like minimal consequence in terms of their survivability. I don't like some of the, I'm not entirely happy with the Doriani's prototype kind of situation. The combat with them itself, it's like you insta-die or they insta-die is often what happens. Not great. So that's the kind of thing where if we were to do it in PoE 2, they wouldn't just be like recycled character skills and recycled character animations. It would be
a lot more consideration.
Well, even if it was, at least we have new animations. So you'd have a lot more telegraphing, a lot better fights. It'd feel like actual skill fights as opposed to just like, what is this ruckus going on right now? So there's ups and downs to it, and I'm not saying any of that will necessarily drastically change even within PoE 1 or when, but there would be things I would want to do, because I would say the combat of fighting them in PoE 1 is not meaningful. It's very much a like who dies first, and you don't even necessarily know why. So. But overall, pretty fun. Like overall, pretty cool. Big change. Like
very cool.
Yeah, genuinely pretty happy with how it turned out. To be honest, just a few bits and pieces that need some improving for sure.
Cool.
I wouldn't want to add them to PoE, something like that to PoE 2 that has such an impact on character builds when we don't even have a good stability within the build diversity and the build structure. Like, I would say that kind of thing comes once once you've figured your stuff out, you know what classes are at a baseline, then you can add a lot more of that. Like
8 years or so, maybe.
Yeah, well, hopefully not. Hopefully, we're not too far away from that being like in a much better state, but these things are endless. So
yes, that's it.
We'll see.
Here's a funny question: can you sprint on a rower mount? Does like the rower sprint?
So there actually was a plan for that,
The
but did it
rower
actually
is
get implemented?
the rower is currently no, it's not sprinting. The rower is currently faster.
That's
but
right, I
when you
remember
but it slows down a little bit when you're shooting.
Yes, that's right, I remember that,
Not
yes.
slower than normal run speed.
yes.
Yeah, okay.
So it is inherently faster than base run speed, but when you are attacking on it, it slows down. So that
to the old speed that it was.
Yes, so it is more competitive. So that it is more
Oh,
competitive.
so rower is faster, yeah.
Yeah.
But you can spec out. You can I believe spec out of that penalty even, and then you can. It kind of is so that when you're just running, it's more comparable to sprint and movement skill usage and stuff like that. Yes, so it's just it's faster. That's all there is to it, really.
Does the sprint work with blink? You'd like teleport and start sprinting the same way that you
that
always
was
do?
supposed to work, yeah.
I don't think it will. You can, but it won't resume sprinting straight afterwards.
Like
believe.
if you sprint,
Am I
blink,
wrong about that?
sprint.
I feel like
or
I was
something?
trying this literally
What do
yesterday.
you mean, sorry?
You don't just like blink and keep sprinting. It's a different action. It's an end there's an end animation to it. You'd have to go re back into a sprint.
So
No, but it does work where if you hold down and then you blink and then afterwards it sprints, right? Isn't that how it works?
Oh, in that regard,
Yeah, I think it is.
I would hope so.
Yeah, no,
yes,
that's how it
yes,
works.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Sorry, I thought you mean you were sprinting and then you blink.
No.
It goes back
if
into
you hold
it,
down, you blink, you go, you sprint. That's
you know,
how it works.
I could be just entirely wrong about how that other thing
we'll
works.
see when
anyway.
it's live.
I was doing it yesterday, I thought it was like, yeah, I understand why it's like this, but ignore me. I was probably just wrong.
No worries. Does the elemental damage mitigation from armor apply before or after resistances? That's something you had to-
Isn't it before? Wait, so hang on. So you
and for us smooth
no.
brains.
You resist first and then you mitigate.
I
with
don't
armor.
remember.
I'm pretty sure it's that way
It's
around.
the
I'm
one
pretty
that
sure.
means the values have to be higher. So, which means it's the order in where it's the less effective one. So because the values are quite high and juicy as a result. Yes.
Oh, okay, so in that case it will be.
I think it's pre.
In that case, it's you armor first,
pre-mitigation.
then resist. It will be. Then.
I think that is what it is. Yes.
I love it. Fantastic reveal. I'm very excited to get into playing it. Thanks for spending a solid 2 and a bit hours chatting Q&A here. Very fun.
I felt like half an hour, honestly.
Yeah, so I
good.
feel like I could spend another hour or two just talking about economy from like the impacts of the trading stuff is fascinating to me. I can't wait to see how
It was
that
our
plays
first
out.
Q&A where we didn't hold the patch notes hostage.
Yes, at a
That's a big
preset
change.
time.
Yeah.
I think that helped. People went like, "Stop holding them hostage."
Yeah.
They're just coming out when they're coming out. So we'll leave it there for now. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Thank you very much, Mark, and thank you all for watching.
Yes.
See you later.
Thank you. And thanks
Excellent.
everyone
Okay.
as well. Yeah.
Cool.
See you later.
Holy shit, what? Oh my god, I'm so tired, and I'm sure you guys are, but what a fantastic reveal. Holy shit, we're getting literally a brand new game, dude. This is not a league, it's not a patch, it's a brand new game. It's crazy. I have so many things. It's barely 4 p.m. here. It's 2 a.m. here. It is a new game, yeah. It's 2 a.m. for me. Crazy shit. Yeah, it's for me too, Kurikimi. I need to go and rest up. I need to get my shit together. I'm live for 11 hours. This is what I managed to do here. I've got some notes. I don't know if you guys can see, but I've got a bunch of notes about everything. Look at the patch notes that I need to go through. Look at this. Yeah, so while this is scrolling, I'm going to tell you what I have in mind. I'm going to wake up tomorrow, and I'm going to need to read all of this and simplify everything so you guys don't need to read all of this. So that's what the video is going to be tomorrow, and also the interview for anybody who missed it or didn't understand half of this shit of the interview. I'm going to create a video and simplify the interview as well. But can you summarize it? I'm going to do my best, but there you go. I literally told you what I'm going to do tomorrow, and that's when we finished with all the patch notes. That's crazy, dude. I don't think I have the brain capacity to even read a single line and understand what it says now. But if you guys want to, go ahead and do that. But if you're patient enough until I wake up, so for I'm going to wake up in like 6 hours from now, 5 hours or something like that. So for people like Celestina, for example, it's going to be around 9-10 p.m. So you can still be able to catch it. And this is the reason why I hate these kind of releases for my time zone, is that every single other content creator in the US, you know what they're going to do now? They're going to go stop streaming. They're going to start recording, do their videos, release them on YouTube while I'm sleeping. So they're going to release the content first. But anyway, it is what it is. I cannot do anything about that. But yeah, I'm going to do my best to summarize all of this to a fairly simple and straightforward way. I don't know if anybody else is going to do that, but I always do it. So I'm going to, try and do something good here. This is insane. It's crazy, bro. Crazy. And then I'm going to summarize all of this for the interview as well, to make it a little bit simpler for people that lost it. It's a lot of topics that I need to cover, and there's like 5 or 6 that I didn't add here. So yeah, very excited.
Well, hello there, you sexy beast.
Yo, Nuthouse, thank you so much for the sub with the Prime, man. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry I'm not putting in music. My brain is foggy right now with all the information. I'll leave a like under your video. Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, so the simple shit, I do have a lot of things that I wanted to talk to you about, but I'm going to talk to you about them tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to manage to stream tomorrow with all the videos and all the preps that I have to do. But all I got to say is that a lot of shit looked very badass. I have a lot of opinions about a lot of things. I saw a lot of your guys' comments and opinions in the in chat before, and I would love to address a lot of shit, but yeah, it's very late right now, and my brain is scrambled, so I cannot do that. And I'm pretty sure that anything that I say now is going to be completely wrong, because I'm tired. So tomorrow I'm going to release the 2 videos, or 1 video. I'll see how I'm going to do. And then on the next stream, we're going to break everything down. I'm going to have everything simplified anyway, so we can talk about everything. So thank you all so very much for being patient and being with me and watching the entire thing with me. I really, really appreciate it, man, for you guys choosing to be here. Really appreciate all of you right now. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for all the primes. I really appreciate that. And thank you for all the donations as well. It really means a lot to me, man. Once again, if you guys are not subscribed to YouTube, please go ahead and subscribe to YouTube. That's where all the videos are going to be. Thank you all for being here. Amazing patch, amazing reveal. We've got a lot of shit to do, a lot of guides to create, and a lot of fun to be had. So I'm really excited for that. Have a beautiful night for everybody who's going to bed. Have a good rest. And for those who are not going to go to bed, have a good rest of the day. Thank you very much. I'm going to see you guys tomorrow with the videos. And hopefully I'm going to have time to stream a little bit. If not, I'll see you the day after. Thank you very much and have a good night, guys. Bye-bye. See ya. Bye-bye. Bye, guys. Peace out. Good night, everybody. Have a beautiful night, a beautiful day. See ya. Bye.